Chapter 401. Prince Chen pleads guilty. In the private room on the second floor, Lu Qiqi and the prince have already started eating. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood, and seeing so many favorite dishes, she began to eat heartily, while the prince drank elegantly beside her. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi handed the wine glass to the prince. "Give me a glass too." The prince looked at the woman who took the initiative to ask for wine, and thinking of her alcohol tolerance, he poured her half a glass. Lu Qiqi drank it in one gulp, and handed the wine glass over again. "Fill it up. You are the first person to ask me to pour wine." Lu Qiqi chuckled. "You want to say that I am brave enough, right?" The prince did not speak, and quickly filled the glass. Lu Qiqi took a sip and said, "Those people didn't dare to do that because they were afraid of you. So, you're not afraid?" Lu Qiqi nodded. "Why should I be afraid of you?" The prince looked at the woman carefully and asked, "Did you do something shameful?" Lu Qiqi was startled by this, and started to hiccup. One after another. Lu Qiqi was also annoyed. "I'm eating. Why are you scaring me?" The prince quickly poured water for the woman to let her take a breath. After Lu Qiqi gulped down the water, the situation improved a little. "Are you guilty?" Lu Qiqi's hiccups, which had just been relieved, started again. She didn't bother to settle accounts with the prince, and was busy patting her chest and drinking water slowly. The prince sipped the wine one mouthful at a time, his eyes always fixed on the woman. Lu Qiqi felt guilty, and could only confess. She took off the wallet hanging on her waist, and slapped it on the table. "We agreed in advance that the chestnuts would be divided into 50-50 dividends after the profit. And this is my half. That's all? I can't take less than what's mine. And I won't take what's not mine. Have backbone." Lu Qiqi corrected. "This is the bottom line of being a human being." After thinking for a while, he reminded the prince, "You said that I would manage the shop. And now I have divided it out in the form of shares. Seeing that they make a lot of money, you can't regret it. Your Highness is such a stingy person. Some things are better explained in advance. But even if you regret it, you will be embarrassed." "Why? Why does the prince think that the woman is fooling people? In the eyes of others, I am the crown princess. If there is no crown prince, where does the crown princess come from? Therefore, the words I said in front of them also represent the crown prince." Lu Qiqi threw the question out and successfully shut someone up. Even if someone sees others fighting for so much money in the future, it has nothing to do with her. Besides, shares are good things. Some people may use some not so bright methods to make money, and the crown prince will need to suppress them at that time. This is also the reason for bringing up the topic. Lu Qiqi pushed all the problems out, and also told the prince in disguise that no matter what happened later, it had nothing to do with her. The words had been said. She didn't need to be too tired, and she still had a lot of money in her hands. She was not stupid to live a carefree life like this. She wouldn't tire herself to death and benefit others. It's better to enjoy every day while there is plenty of time. Eat and drink. And when Lu Qiqi left, she was a little dizzy from drinking, but not drunk. Sitting in the carriage, as if she had no bones, leaning against the prince, saying some inexplicable words. When the prince heard this, he thought the woman was drunk. So he put his hand on the woman's waist and patted her gently. When the carriage swayed back to the palace, the prince asked Zhao Kai to drive the carriage straight to the East Palace. When Zhao Kai heard this, he drove straight in. When the guards saw this, no one dared to stop him. The carriage arrived at the East Palace smoothly, and the prince carried Lu Qiqi off the carriage and walked into the house. The four maids didn't think it was strange. After the prince carried the princess in, they carefully served beside him. The prince put the woman down and was about to tell the maid something when Zhao Kai arrived. The prince looked at him, and Zhao Kai held back what he wanted to say. The prince glanced at the four maids, and there was no need to speak. The four maids knew what was going on. After the prince left, they carefully withdrew. This is the habit of the princess. It is said that someone staring at you when you sleep will make you uncomfortable. Every time the princess rests, they wait at the door. The four maids who came to the door happened to see the prince walking towards the study. Soon, Zhao Kai took Prince Chen to the study. They didn't think it was strange, and did their own work quietly. Half an hour later, hearing the movement in the room, the four maids opened the door and walked in. Lu Qiqi woke up, looked around, sat on the bed, and stared straight in a certain direction. Chunbai came over. "Crown Princess, are you awake? Well, how did I come back?" Lu Qiqi's mind was a little confused. She couldn't remember. It was me who carried you back. The prince's voice came from behind. The four maids heard it, and turned around to salute. The prince walked in from outside. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. I don't remember drinking too much. You didn't drink too much. You're just sleepy. Lu Qiqi nodded. Got up, put on her clothes, and went to the dressing table. Chunbai went forward to comb the crown princess's hair, and Taizi watched from the side. Soon, Lu Qiqi's hair was combed, and she turned around and sat on the couch. Her eyes still a little hard to open. If you're sleepy, you can sleep for a while, the prince said. Lu Qiqi shook her head. No, I've slept too much now, and I can't sleep at night. The prince knew about this and didn't say much. At this time, Lu Qiqi picked up the storybook and didn't read it for a long time. I always feel like I forgot something. She couldn't remember. The chestnut silver was in hand, and the things in the shop were all sold out. She could go back to being a parasite. There shouldn't be anything to do for a parasite. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Qiqi quickly gave up. Just after reading the storybook for a while, Zhao Kai arrived. Your Highness, Prince Chen wants to see you. The prince stood up and patted Lu Qiqi's shoulder gently. I'll be right back. Yes. Lu Qiqi's eyes fell on the prince's hand holding her shoulder. To be honest, she felt pain because she had used some force just now. When the prince left, Chunbai stepped forward. Princess, Prince Chen came when you came back, and he left not long ago. Why is he here again? Lu Qiqi frowned when she heard it, thinking of what the system said. Prince Chen was fake. What important matter did the fake Prince Chen come to see the prince at this time? She felt strange in her heart, but she didn't take it seriously because she didn't care about it. She asked Chunbai to bring some dried fruits. Chunbai wanted to do it, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. The reason was simple. She was bored, so she might as well do it. Chunbai didn't refute, and quietly served beside her. Lu Qiqi felt bored eating alone, so she asked them to eat together. After a while, they heard a rustling sound outside. Lu Qiqi looked up. You die, move faster. Walked to the door quickly, and looked around the yard. After returning, she whispered. The noise came from the study. Lu Qiqi blinked. Did King Chen come here not long ago? Yes. Lu Qiqi thought. He came and left. And now he comes again, and makes noises again. The situation is not good. The system voice sounded. It's King Chen, saying that he is asking for forgiveness. Lu Qiqi. What's wrong? Chapter 402A's Secret Letter. System. The fake Prince Chen went to Beijing at the order of the Crown Prince. When he arrived in Beijing, he felt the power and changed. Now he wants to suppress the Crown Prince together with concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi. Ah? System. The fake Prince Chen secretly met with Li Xiangshu. Under his instigation, Li Xiangshu went back to drive Guo's mother and son away. Yesterday, Guo Su was taken away by the Ministry of Justice. Guo went to Li Xiangshu to make trouble. In a fit of impulse, Guo injured Li Xiangshu. Lu Qiqi. These had nothing to do with Prince Chen directly. Right? System. It was Prince Chen who said that he did this to find out the leak of the imperial examination questions as soon as possible. Lu Qiqi sneered. What a fake excuse. System. So, the Crown Prince is angry. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. The situation in the study should not be good. System. You can go in at this time. Lu Qiqi pouted. I'm not stupid. She didn't take it seriously. She brought her maid to the yard. It happened that Lord Zhang was busy with his people. She looked at them and thought that they should have heard the noise just now. Seeing people working hard, Lu Qiqi smiled. As expected, those who can survive in the palace must learn to cover their ears and steal bells, and learn to be blind and deaf. Lord Zhang was busy. He looked up and saw the crown princess standing next to him. He thought that she was not doing well enough, so he hurried forward to salute. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi. Lord Zhang has worked hard. It should be, Lord Zhang said, picking up the blueprint next to him. Crown princess. I have something I don't understand and I want to ask you. You say. Lu Qiqi knew that this person was talented in some aspects, and since what happened later had nothing to do with Lord Zhang, Lu Qiqi was willing to give this person a good face. Lord Zhang unfolded the blueprint on the ground. Crown princess. I found something wrong with the foundation. You tell me. As expected, Capable people can also see the problem. Some time ago, the ground dragon was installed in the East Palace. This time we will touch the ground dragon when we move the greenhouse. What do you think? Can we bypass it? The ground dragon cannot be banged. Otherwise it will affect the heating of the house. After thinking about it, I think if the ground dragon is placed under the greenhouse, the temperature of the greenhouse can also be increased. It will take some time to do this. There is no rush to move the greenhouse. But I am thinking, if the ground dragon passes under the greenhouse, it will be better. Lord Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Okay. Leave this matter to Lord Zhang. I obey your order." Lord Zhang made a major discovery after Lu Qiqi reminded him. Lu Qiqi looked at the study again to make sure there was no movement there. Then she looked at the greenhouse and her feet. After looking for a while, she seemed tired and walked into the house. When you let others do something, you can't stare at them, which will give people a feeling of distrust. When Lu Qiqi came into the house, she asked Zhou Yan, "Zhou Yan, were you present when the ground dragon was installed?" "When I came back, the ground dragon had already been installed." "Do you remember the route the ground dragon took?" "I remember." "Draw it." Chunbai quickly prepared paper and pen, and Zhou Yan drew the route she took when she came back. Lu Qiqi stared at the route of the ground dragon for a long time, sketching out pictures in her mind, and she added a few more strokes to Zhou Yan's drawing. The two lines of different thicknesses show the location of the movement. For the greenhouse, the S route successfully avoids the ground dragon and can also get a better temperature for the greenhouse. After the drawings are finished, Lu Qiqi waits for the ink to dry before putting them away. "Crown Princess, what are you doing?" Chunbai asked. "Moving the greenhouse is not a trivial matter. More accurate data is required," Lu Qiqi explained. "Even Lord Zhang can't do it?" "Lord Zhang has done a thorough study in this area. Everyone has different ideas and opinions. If a better solution can be found, moving the greenhouse will be beneficial and harmless." Chunbai's eyes suddenly fluttered. "Crown Princess is so amazing." "Not amazing. I'm just talking. The real work is done by Lord Zhang and his people." Lu Qiqi is not stupid. She knows that those who are capable should do more work. She is more suitable to be a salted fish. She doesn't have to do anything. She may turn over in the future. Several people were standing in the room talking, and suddenly there was movement outside again. Lu Qiqi heard the noise coming from the study, and she was not calm. The prince is very sensible, and this will never happen. Twice in a row. Did the fake King Chen go too far? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi could no longer bear to walk out. Just as she reached the door, she heard a louder noise from the study. Lu Qiqi was startled. She saw that Lord Zhang and others, who were also working, were also frightened by the noise. Lu Qiqi glanced at Yu Dai, who understood, and walked towards Lord Zhang. Lord Zhang left quickly with his subordinates. Lu Qiqi came to the pit in the yard, but her eyes were fixed on the study. She felt a little uneasy, and always felt that something that could make the prince so angry must be a big deal. I also know that the prince is a man of his own opinion. He has his own way of dealing with everything, and doesn't want others to touch him. Thinking in my heart, I summon the system. What's going on in this study? System. The fake King Chen is too shameless. On the one hand, he flatters concubine Wu and helps concubine Wu deal with the prince. And now, he turns around and apologizes to the prince. Lu Qiqi. Too shameless. System. That's it. Bang. There was a noise in the study again. Lu Qiqi couldn't help it. She always felt that you should use shameless methods to deal with shameless people. I don't know why the prince is so tolerant of a fake King Chen. I always feel that there is no need to make myself so angry. She is more worried that if a person is angry, what should she do if he gets sick? When people are angry, they will cause many diseases. She doesn't want the prince to experience such torture in the future. The system said that if it weren't for the amulet she gave, the prince would have successfully ascended the throne, and his health would also be very bad. Just as she was thinking whether she should go in and how to go in, the door of the study was opened and Xiao Kai strode out. Lu Qiqi saw blood dripping from Xiao Kai's arm. Whose blood? At this moment, Lu Qiqi's brain was out of control, and some bloody scenes appeared. She couldn't bear it anymore, and quickly stopped Xiao Kai's footsteps. Xiao Kai was obviously stunned when he saw the Crown Princess. Crown Princess. What's going on inside? Lu Qiqi asked in a muffled voice. Xiao Kai's eyes were full of hostility. King Chen is too shameless. Lu Qiqi saw that even Xiao Kai, A man could say such words. And it was obvious that the situation inside was not good. She approached and asked, "What will happen if I go in?" Zhao Kai was startled by Lu Qiqi's sudden approach and quickly stepped back. Not good. Anyway, it's very bad now. It shouldn't be too bad. Lu Qiqi said it with certainty. Zhao Kai thought about it, and it seemed to be the case. The crown princess could bring a ray of light several times. And perhaps today is no exception. Thinking, he said, the prince asked his subordinate to get a secret letter. Secret letter? Lu Qiqi wanted to know more. Zhao Kai thought that the prince's wife treated the prince differently. So he did not hide anything and directly told him the secret of the secret letter. Lu Qiqi heard that Zhao Kai was asked to get the secret letter, and she was waiting here. Zhao Kai left obediently. Chapter 403, Token of Love. Lu Qiqi felt that this was not enough, and asked Chunbai to find the best bracelet. Chunbai didn't know what the crown princess was going to do, so she did it obediently. Soon, Chunbai brought the bracelet, and Lu Qiqi asked Qingdai to add some material to it before wearing it on her wrist. At this time, Zhao Kai also brought the secret letter. Crown Princess, please be careful. Zhao Kai felt that he was violating the crown prince's orders and might bring danger to the crown princess. He also felt that only the crown princess could break the current deadlock. Sure enough, when Lu Qiqi came to the study and opened the door, both people in the room were a little surprised. The crown prince knew that the fake King Chen deliberately angered him and wanted him to take action and then let concubine Ru to make trouble. He could have ignored it. In order to make someone succeed temporarily, he was about to take action when the woman came in. Qiqi. The crown prince narrowed his eyes. The fake King Chen saw the change in the prince's eyes and knew that the princess consort was the prince's weakness. If he used it well, the prince would be useless. If the prince was useless, the position of the prince would fall on his head. When the fake King Chen saw Lu Qiqi coming, he seemed to see the moment when he ascended the throne. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince's face was still extremely stinky just now, as if the whole world owed him. And because of her arrival, his expression became soft. Ignoring the reminder in the prince's eyes, he walked towards the prince and said as he walked, "I have something to ask you. I saw Zhao Kai delivering something to you, so I brought it to you." After she finished speaking, she was about to come to the prince, when she raised her hand to deliver the secret letter to the prince. The fake King Chen came forward. Lu Qiqi saw that someone took the initiative to come to the east. She took the opportunity to move her hand faster. With a crisp sound, Lu Qiqi's expression froze instantly, looking at the ground as if in slow motion, tears streaming down. The prince was confused by the woman's actions. He hadn't gotten angry yet, but the woman's series of actions made him a little confused. Lu Qiqi squatted on the ground, picked up a slightly larger piece of debris, and threw it at the fake King Chen's face. The fake King Chen had martial arts skills, and when he saw danger, he instinctively wanted to dodge. He accidentally stepped on a piece of porcelain fragments on the ground, and his feet slipped. Seeing that his body was about to fall on Lu Qiqi, the prince was quick-witted and pulled Lu Qiqi. The fake King Chen was not so lucky. At the moment he fell, he instinctively supported himself with his hands. The prince seized the opportunity and kicked a piece of bracelet fragment over. The fake King Chen was very lucky and pressed it on it. In an instant, his brows tightened. When the prince and Lu Qiqi saw this, they exchanged glances. The prince knew the woman's intention, and he also wanted to see what the woman was going to do. "My jade bracelet?" Lu Qiqi suddenly burst into tears. The prince kindly comforted. "It's okay. It's just a bracelet. If you like it, I'll give you another one. It's different." "Why is it different?" "This is the token of love that your highness gave me. Now it's gone. Isn't it?" "Wow." Lu Qiqi burst into tears and grievance. The prince began to coax her. The injured fake King Chen looked unhappy. He got up from the ground and saw his injured hand, which meant he had completed his mission. However, his injured hand was still useful for 2 days, but it was injured like this, and he felt a little annoyed. Seeing Lu Qiqi crying as if a loved one had died, he always felt that she was more like a rogue. "Crown Princess, it's just a bracelet. You..." The fake King Chen wanted to calm down and provoke, but Lu Qiqi slapped him in the face. "You deliberately broke my favorite bracelet and fell to the ground. What was your intention?" The fake King Chen was a little confused by the slap. After reacting, he instinctively attacked Lu Qiqi, but was stopped by the prince. With a move, The prince pushed the fake King Chin to the ground again. Don't you forget who you are? The fake King Chin was used to being flattered during this period of time. He really forgot his past self. He also thought that he had been with King Chin for many years, and knew a lot of his secrets. For this reason, if he insisted, even the prince could not do anything to him. Prince, you want us brothers to turn against each other for a woman? The momentum that the fake King Chin had cultivated for many years dissipated. Lu Qiqi said angrily, Prince Chin, why did you deliberately break the token of love that the prince gave me? The fake Prince Chin said angrily, Princess, don't talk nonsense. Lu Qiqi sneered. Why? Prince Chin dares to do it but not to admit it. The fake Prince Chin seemed to have been guessed at, and instantly exploded. Don't talk nonsense. The prince saw it too. Lu Qiqi stated the facts. The fake Prince Chin was angry, and stared at the prince with wide eyes. Lu Qiqi would not let him get away easily. Did Prince Chin really do it on purpose? Humph! The fake Prince Chin finally understood that the two of them deliberately framed her. The fake Prince Chin looked down on women, and thought Lu Qiqi was making trouble. He was unwilling to argue with women. It was because of his arrogance that Lu Qiqi had the opportunity to perform. For the sake of your friendship with the prince, Prince Chin should compensate you. Lu Qiqi was certain that the fake Prince Chin had status, but he didn't have much money at his disposal. If she asked for a lot, it would disrupt the fake Prince Chin's plan. If she insisted on having an identical bracelet, concubine would trust him. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi started her first step of digging a pit. It's just a bracelet. I'll give you one, the fake King Chin said. King Chin is really straightforward. Lu Qiqi picked up the broken pieces on the ground and let King Chin see clearly. This bracelet represents the prince's feelings for me. In a sense, this bracelet is a priceless treasure for me. For the sake of the relationship between King Chin and the prince, King Chin will compensate me with an identical bracelet. Not to mention that this bracelet is very expensive. There are some special materials on the surface, which is more useful to King Chin. Besides, there are no identical bracelets in the world. Lu Qiqi's move is embarrassing, and also a test for King Chin. Fake is fake after all. It can't compare to the real King Chin, who has lived a life of luxury since childhood. And his vision can't compare. Yeah, the fake King Chin hummed, which was considered as an agreement. Lu Qiqi no longer embarrassed the fake King Chin, and gave the superstition in her hand to the prince. Your Highness, the bracelet was broken by King Chin, and I am also responsible for not protecting the token of love given to me by the prince. Now I will go back to reflect on my mistakes. After saying that, she did not give the prince a chance to express his feelings, and pretended to be sad and left. Lu Qiqi left, and the atmosphere in the study changed slightly. The fake King Chin breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt a little breathless. He tried to shake his head, and felt a little dizzy. He realized that he was not right, thinking that he was angry with Lu Qiqi, the unreasonable woman. Now that he was injured as he wished, he could go back and report to the emperor. So he pretended to be angry and left. The prince saw that King Chin was wrong, and felt that Lu Qiqi's arrival was not as simple as framing a bracelet. When King Chin was about to leave, he did not stop him. He also saw the fake King Chin stepping out of the study's threshold, and almost stepping over. Not only that, he held the door frame with his hand. It was because of this action that the prince determined that the fake King Chin must have been tricked. Xiao Kai saw King Chin leave, and hurried to the study. Your Highness, send someone to watch and see if there is anything unusual. Yes. Xiao Kai responded and left. The prince summoned some people, and explained them one by one. With King Chin's disturbance today, things will be more interesting in the future. Thinking of the woman who suddenly came, he wanted to know what she was doing when she fell to the ground. Chapter 404 Send a Woman. The prince came to the yard. No one was there. He heard the noise coming from the house, and strode over. When he entered the room, he saw Lu Qiqi talking about what happened in the study room, with a beaming face. The prince stood at the door and coughed twice. The four maids turned around and saluted. Did they leave? Lu Qiqi asked. Yes. The prince walked in. Lu Qiqi, my mouth is a little dry. Prepare a pot of good tea and reward yourself. Chunbai quickly brought the tea and left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai's appearance and joked with a smile. I think Chunbai is a little afraid of you. At the critical moment, Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin hid behind Chunbai again. Who is not afraid? The prince asked back. Lu Qiqi smiled, and poured tea for the prince. The prince picked it up and took a sip. Lu Qiqi picked up the teacup and drank slowly. When the cup of tea was empty, the prince took the initiative to pour tea for her. Thanks to you today. Lu Qiqi drank tea slowly. If I didn't go, you would have handled it better. Oh! That person deserves a beating. He. The prince laughed and reached out to touch the woman's hair, but was dodged. Hate it. You messed up my hairstyle just done. Really? The prince said. And the strength in his hand became stronger. Lu Qiqi's head was soon messed up by the prince. And Lu Qiqi was not to be outdone, and took the opportunity to mess up the prince's hair. The two people laughed at each other's embarrassed appearance. But they didn't know that their situation was not good either. The two quarreled for a while, and soon they were able to sit quietly and talk. What did you do to King Chen? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi said tentatively. I heard that King Chen is a fake. The prince narrowed his eyes. When did he say this? Then he thought that Chao saw King Chen die. And it was not surprising that Chao told the woman. Yeah. It is said that mother and son are connected by heart. I guess concubine Wu should have known that it was a fake the first time she saw it. Yeah. I deliberately brought a very expensive bracelet, and said it was a token of love from the prince. I also deliberately said it was priceless, so that he would compensate me with an identical bracelet. The fake Prince Chen would not be happy. In order to ease the relationship between you and me, I should give you a bracelet of similar quality. The prince smiled. Then what? I don't know how many treasures there are in Prince Chen's mansion, but I think concubine Wu will not give away her son's things to others. I think there should not be many good things in Prince Chen's mansion. This incident happened suddenly, and the fake Prince Chen would definitely go to concubine Wu. The fake Prince Chen would not tell her true intentions. And concubine Wu saw that the fake Prince Chen cared so much about a bracelet, and she would definitely wonder if the fake Prince Chen had a woman outside. As long as concubine Wu did not trust the fake Prince Chen as before. What do you think the fake Prince Chen would do? Great. Each bracelet can be used thoroughly. According to the information he got, concubine Wu seemed to trust Prince Chen very much. But in fact, since he was not the real Prince Chen, concubine Wu would definitely not care. According to the woman, if she took the initiative to send a woman over, the bracelet plan would proceed more smoothly. Lu Qiqi stopped talking. As for how the prince used it, it was her business. Anyway, she would get the bracelet back from the fake Prince Chen. She could not contribute her heart and effort. And she was also doing a losing business. Prince Chen's mansion. When the fake Prince Chen got off the carriage, he felt even more dizzy. He went to Qiushuangju with the help of the guard Yang Gang. When he arrived at Qiushuangju, the guard Yang Gang found that Prince Chen was not right, and hurried to find the imperial physician. Walking in the deserted Prince Chen's mansion, Yang Gang still felt creepy. The Prince Chen's mansion, which was once envied by everyone, became so desolate in the blink of an eye. Princess Chen died. Concubine Chen also died. And the housekeeper died. There were not many people living in such a large palace. He could only do things like finding an imperial physician himself. At this time, Yang Gang, who had left, didn't know that as soon as he left, Dai Xian took the opportunity to purchase for concubine Wu and secretly came to Prince Chen's mansion. She came to Prince Chen's mansion with a rough heart and successfully came to Qiushuangju. When she entered the door and saw Prince Chen lying on the bed, she walked forward carefully. Prince, she called once, but there was no response, and called again. Prince. Dai Xian saw that Prince Chen had not responded yet, and quietly came to the bed. Seeing Prince Chen sleeping, he captured her heart again. In recent days, concubine Wu valued Wang Qian more, which made Dai Xian feel a sense of crisis. Seeing Prince Chen sleeping, she had a bold idea. First, she tore her clothes into pieces and threw them on the ground casually, then took off Prince Chen's clothes and got into bed. Dai Xian had imagined countless times being with Prince Chen. Unexpectedly, it was under such circumstances. It was a little different from the first time in her imagination, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. She was an unsophisticated girl, lying dryly on the bed, not knowing what to do. She was anxious, and soon, sweat oozed from her forehead. The sign that the sleeping Prince Chen woke up again made Dai Xian nervous and afraid, and she had an idea that she shouldn't have again. Relying on what he had seen for many years with concubine Wu, he trembled and put his hand on Prince Chen. He said tremblingly, Prince, you are so bad. The fake Prince Chen seemed to be stimulated by the voice. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a woman, Before he understood what was going on, he pressed the woman under his body even faster. The temperature in the room quickly rose. When Yang Gang hurriedly pulled an imperial physician, he was confused when he heard the noise before he entered the door. The imperial physician glanced at Yang Gang and strode away. Yang Gang didn't understand what happened during the time he was away. At this time, the sound in the room continued, and Yang Gang blushed and left. Prince Chen indulged all night and almost caused a death. After calling the imperial physician to come overnight, Prince Chen woke up and understood what he had done. He saw that the woman lying on the bed, who didn't know whether she was dead or alive, was Dai Xian, the big maid next to concubine Wu. Dai Xian liked him. He knew it. He knew in his heart that Dai Xian was concubine Wu's person. And this person could not be touched. Why was she in his bed, and almost killed? He only remembered that he was almost killed by the collusion between the crown prince and the crown princess in the East Palace. He didn't know how he came back. And why was Dai Xian in his bed? He thought that if Dai Xian was not concubine Wu's person, this matter would be easy to handle. She happened to be concubine Wu's maid. Even if she was killed secretly, it would be very inappropriate. Watching the busy appearance of the imperial physician. After a long time, I heard that her life was saved, but her body was too bad, and it would be difficult for her to have children if she survived. When Prince Chen heard this, his eyes turned red with anger. Damn it! Thinking that Dai Xian was hateful, he immediately went to the palace to ask for an audience with concubine Wu, but was blocked outside the palace gate by the ruthless guards. It was almost dawn, and he wanted to ask for an audience with concubine Wu when the city gate was open for the morning court. He went in smoothly, and on the way to Xian Palace, he was knocked unconscious by someone who suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 405. Kill her immediately. After the morning court session, the news that Prince Chen favored a maid and did not even attend the morning court session spread quickly in the palace. Everyone was curious. Who was the maid favored by Prince Chen? Who was so lucky to be able to jump from a maid to become the princess of Prince Chen? Even if she was unlucky, becoming a concubine of Chen was also good. Now the maids were saying that Prince Chen did not even attend the morning court session for this maid, which showed how beautiful this maid was. Everyone was curious about the identity of the maid, and the news was getting more and more amazing. Xian Palace. Concubine Wu was preparing to have lunch and saw that only Wang Qian was there. After a glance, Wang Qian stepped forward and whispered, "My lady, Dai Xian left the palace yesterday and has not returned yet." Concubine Wu frowned and pressed the chopsticks in her hand on the table. Wang Qian knelt on the ground in fear. "What else do you know?" Wang Qian did not dare to hide it, and told what she knew. When Dai Xian left, she said that she had bought a lot of things for the queen and might come back very late. So she told me not to wait for her. I waited for a long time and fell asleep. I wanted to report to the queen this morning, but I heard. Speak. Concubine Wu did not have much patience. Wang Qian trembled. When I went to the imperial kitchen just now, I heard that Prince Chen favored a palace maid and did not attend the morning court today. When concubine Wu heard this, she angrily swept all the food on the table to the ground. With a splash, a lot of soup splashed on Wang Qian's body. She did not move at all, kneeling on the ground. Without saying a word, concubine Wu was furious and smashed everything in the room. She said to Wang Qian, "Bring Dai Xian to me immediately." Wang Qian got up and left immediately after hearing this. Concubine Wu was even more angry when she saw the mess in front of her. A sudden male voice sounded. "You are angry now." As the voice appeared, a man in black clothes and a mask appeared. "When did you come?" "Just when you were angry." "Do you know what happened?" Concubine Wu had already guessed a rough idea. At this moment, Concubine Wu could not accept that someone was a useless waste. She was angry that she was too slow to get the news and missed the best opportunity. It was wrong for Prince Chen to not attend the morning court. And it was even more ridiculous because he favored a woman. How would this move make the people, the court officials, and the emperor look at it? She didn't care about the life or death of that person. She did so many things that she shouldn't do in the name of Prince Chen. Just to seek death. Haha. Prince Chen is bold enough to touch the people around you. It really is a deep mother-son relationship. The man in black sneered. Concubine Wu heard it. But she couldn't really do anything to this person. When did you know it? Last night. Someone came to the palace to ask for the imperial physician. And the news spread in the capital. Why didn't you say it earlier? If she had done something last night, it wouldn't have become so out of control now. She also felt that someone did it on purpose. Thinking, staring at the man in black in front of her. The man has feelings for me. You should agree. This has already made it clear that the maid favored by Prince Chen is Dai Xian. Hearing this, Concubine Wu became even angrier. The people around her ruined her plan. And they deserved it. I want you to kill her immediately. Concubine Wu gave an angry order. Who to kill? The maidservant beside you. Or your son? The man in black just said this. And saw the flying hidden weapon. Easily dodged it. Stood in a safe position. And did not forget to remind. You'd better be careful in this matter. If the prince catches the opportunity, do you think you still have a chance to survive? Concubine Wu stared at the man in black with a ferocious face. The man in black saw something wrong and said, Prince Chen was in a bad state after returning from the prince's place. He must have done something. Concubine Wu was angry and wanted to kill someone. But she suddenly calmed down after hearing this. The prince knows everything you did. And he also knows that Prince Chen is a fake. Do you think he is not testing with the fake Prince Chen? After Concubine Wu understood, she was not angry. It was originally fake. And it didn't matter whether he had a reputation or not. The prince couldn't make a fuss if he made it public that Prince Chen was fake. It was because of this move that Concubine Wu felt that the prince was anxious. The haste to ascend the throne is aimed at the emperor. His Majesty has ordered that brothers should not kill each other. At least under the emperor's nose. If this is played out in front of the emperor, what will be the result? She doesn't care about the future of Chen state. Or who sits on the throne of the emperor. She will not let go of anyone who attacks her son. Even if he is suspicious. Originally, she planned to kill Dai Xian directly. Now she feels that she can't kill him yet. And she has to kill him by someone else's hand. So as to anger King Chen. Then, thinking of the consequences, Concubine Wu smiled sinisterly. The man in black saw that his goal was achieved and left as quickly as he came. Concubine Wu had this in mind. But she didn't expect that when Wang Qian brought Dai Xian back to Ali. She couldn't believe her eyes. Yesterday, he was still fine. But after a night, he looked half dead. Wang Qian had the same expression when she saw Dai Xian. Seeing Concubine Wu like this, she thought that Concubine Wu would not do it this time. Yesterday, Dai Xian did not return for a long time. So she knew that Dai Xian must have taken advantage of this opportunity to go out of the palace to find Prince Chen. She thought that Concubine Wu would take advantage of this opportunity to do it. But now it seems that Concubine Wu should have other plans. Dai Xian, who was in a bad situation, knew that she had touched Concubine Wu's reverse scale. And she had been letting others look at her since she arrived. She knew that only if she passed this level safely, she would have the opportunity to stand by Prince Chen's side. She took risks by herself. And for the sake of wealth and glory, she also risked it. The only thing that was not in her plan was Prince Chen's madness. Excessive demands. And fainted several times. Fortunately, she survived. And seeing that she had a status, she was happy in her heart, and tried to make people sympathize with her. Empress. Dai Xian struggled to get up and salute. A simple action. It was too difficult for her. Okay. Go down and take good care of yourself. After all, you are now King Chen's man. And you must not embarrass King Chen. Dai Xian was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes when she heard this. She succeeded. She really succeeded. Wang Qian heard this, and ordered people to send Dai Xian back to the original courtyard. She seemed to treat Dai Xian the same way. But her heart was different. Chapter 406 Psychopathy. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi and the prince were eating, and knew everything that happened outside. Dai Xian? The maidservant next to Concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi frowned. Watched the prince nod. And then looked at Qing Dai. What did you do? Qing Dai was shocked when she heard the news. And hurriedly explained. I just drugged people to remember the most impressive scene. Why am I fine? The princess is a woman. Lu Qiqi laughed. Do you have male and female medicine? Ahem. The prince was shocked by Lu Qiqi's fierce words, and almost choked to death on the food he had just eaten. Lu Qiqi sent a handkerchief thoughtfully. Don't you know your people? Qing Dai is. I understand. What do you understand? The prince was unhappy. Qing Dai looked unhappy, and wanted to explain. Seeing that the crown prince was blocked by the crown princess. She thought it was because of the drug she had given him. The fake King Chen was too despicable. How could he do such a cruel thing? Qing Dai is also your soldier. Don't you know her ability? You didn't say you asked Qingdai to give me the drug? The Crown Prince asked back. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai again. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Qingdai's complexion finally improved. It turned out that the Crown Princess was not blaming herself. The Crown Prince recovered and started eating again. Lu Qiqi asked, What did the fake King Chen do? The Crown Prince had been prepared for this question. He said while eating, I have raised King Chen for many years. When necessary, I let the fake one replace him. It turned out to be a substitute. Yes. Then, he should know some secrets of King Chen. Right? I don't know much. What did this man do when King Chen didn't need him? Who knows? The prince didn't care. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. I think this fake has a story. Or you can say this man is a psychopath. Pervert? Do you still remember the case related to the author of the scholar? After being reminded, the prince had some connection through what happened last night. Originally, he arranged for someone to go, but found Xian on the way. So the people he arranged were useless. After being reminded, the prince began to doubt King Chen. He also had a preliminary understanding of the pervert. Do you suspect that these two people are related? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi nodded. I have this idea. The scholar died, the prince said. Lu Qiqi was obviously stunned for a while, and felt that it was unlikely, but still asked, When did it happen? A long time ago. I have been reading his books these days, and his writing style has changed. It turns out that someone continues to write under this person's name. When the prince heard this, he was obviously thinking about something. Lu Qiqi signaled Chunbai to bring the storybook over, and Chunbai quickly brought it over. After the prince read it, he found nothing. I heard that this year's top scholar is Pan Yu. Pan Yu is the author of the scholar. Since he is dead, how could he pass the imperial examination? Could it be a ghost? Obviously it is unlikely. Someone is manipulating this matter. The prince has been investigating the imperial examination recently, because this important clue reminded the prince of his previous suspicion. He once thought that he was careless, but now it seems that his suspicion is correct. He explained twice and left quickly. Lu Qiqi continued to read the storybook after the prince left. Chunbai felt unlucky. Crown Princess, I'll take this storybook. No need. Lu Qiqi was interested in reading it this time. Her biggest pastime was reading storybooks, and she had some experience in this area. After reading for a while, she found that the author's words were deliberately imitated, and she couldn't write the original flavor. So she simply gave up. Take it. Don't buy this person's storybook again in the future. Yes. Chunbai responded and quickly put it away. Looking at Chunbai's anxious look, Lu Qiqi said to Yudai, Go check who wrote the book. If her guess was right, it should be someone who saw that the author of the scholar was more popular and pretended to make money. Who was the person who took the exam for Pan Yu? If it were in the past, Lu Qiqi would think that someone had real talent and wanted to take the imperial examination. Since he is so capable, why did he pretend to be someone else? This is not acceptable. After the leak of the exam questions, the top scorer was also questioned. In the end, no matter how the matter was settled, the top scorer had no hope of staying in the top scorer position. So, it was known that someone was pushing all this. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, felt a headache, and simply stopped thinking about it. Yudai was very quick. In less than half an hour, she had found out the matter clearly. The ghostwriter was called Wang Tao. He was carrying a murder case and dared not show up. He used someone else's identity to write storybooks to make a living. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. The person who came up with this idea was Guisu. Right? But Guisu wanted money, so it would be easy to deal with. If he had other intentions, he should be careful. Who was the person who took the exam for Pan Yu? These questions circled in his mind again, and he couldn't figure it out for a long time. He supported his head with one hand in annoyance and looked at a certain place. Several maids saw the crown princess like this, and they all wanted to cheer her up, but they didn't know what to do. Lu Qiqi was in a low mood for a day. During this day, she just laid down and didn't even have the appetite for her favorite food. This situation lasted for 2 days. The crown prince was busy in and out every day, and Lu Qiqi didn't say anything she saw. On this day, she couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to do something to kill time. The system popped up at the right time. There's a big melon about Minsheng restaurant. Do you want to hear it? Lu Qiqi thought of Minsheng restaurant, thought of Jiang Haiping, and thought of the one she had seen before. Are you talking about Jiang Haiping? System. Yes. That's her. Lu Qiqi. What happened to her? System. At that time, Jiang Haiping had a miscarriage due to poor business. Wang Erge thought she was a useless goose and ridiculed her, forcing Jiang Haiping to return to her parents' home. After returning to her parents' home, she invented the clay pot chicken. Wang Erge's family saw that Jiang Haiping was so profitable and thought that Minsheng restaurant would belong to Jiang Haiping in the future. So the restaurant would also belong to their Wang family. So they proposed to find a concubine for Wang Erge to give birth to a child and let the child be raised under Jiang Haiping's name. Lu Qiqi. Is their real intention Minsheng restaurant? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. How shameless. After complaining, he asked again, how can Minsheng restaurant be considered Jiang Haiping's? Doesn't she have a sister who is an official's wife? System. You also know her sister. Lu Qiqi thought about it and asked, who? System. Mrs. Huang from Hua County. Lu Qiqi worked hard. Why didn't you tell me about this before? System. I just found out now. Lu Qiqi is not so easy to fool. So she didn't ask any more questions. System. Mrs. Huang looks weak and has no opinion. But she knows that her sister is not happy in her husband's family. So she wrote a letter saying that she is in Hua County far away from the capital and cannot serve her parents. She voluntarily gives up all her parents' property and leaves it to her sister for future use. Lu Qiqi chuckled. Is this also the reason why Wang Erge's family accepted Jiang Haiping again? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Shameless. System. Jiang Haiping still misses her relationship with Wang Erge and can't stand their endless harassment. So she left the capital. Who would have thought that a few days ago, Jiang Haiping came back and Wang Erge's family came to her again, just to push the child in Wang Erge's concubine's belly to Jiang Haiping. Lu Qiqi felt that someone was too shameless. Did Jiang Haiping agree to let Wang Erge's concubine marry him? System. She didn't agree at all. It was after Jiang Haiping left that Wang Erge got her pregnant. Chapter 407. Everything is about money. Lu Qiqi saw that some people were extremely shameless. And she also wanted to see how far some people would go to commit suicide. Feeling bored, she took the 4 maids out of the palace. The current mobile greenhouse is still going on. Everything is under the watch of Lord Zhang. So everything is normal for the time being. Lu Qiqi also knew that watching others work would make people disgusted. When she left, she told Madame Huang to serve tea. Madame Huang was a shrewd person. The crown princess left with the maids. The crown prince was not in the East Palace, and she had the final say in the entire East Palace. When the crown princess said tea, it was tea, and there would never be any extra things. Just as she delivered tea to Lord Zhang and others, Madame Luo from the Xineng Palace arrived. Madame Huang saw Madame Luo. They were both maids, and Madame Luo's status was several levels higher than Madame Huang's. Madame Huang came to Madame Luo respectfully. Madame Luo, what brings you here? Madame Luo's eyes were sharp. Is the crown princess not here? Madame Huang continued to smile. Unfortunately, the crown princess just left. Do you know where she went? Madame Luo asked. Madame Huang smiled. I dare not ask. Madame Luo saw that Madame Huang was so tight-lipped, and said, okay, you are busy. After that, she left. Madame Huang saw that Madame Luo came, and it seemed that she wanted to know whether the crown princess was in the East Palace. Seeing that Madame Luo left, she thought that she should tell the crown princess as soon as possible. She only knew that the crown princess had left the palace, and she didn't know where to find her, so she could only worry in her heart. After Lu Qiqi took the 4 maids out of the palace, she went to a few shops first. Walking on the street, she saw the shop assistant of the crown prince's shop enthusiastically greeting customers on the street. The waiter held a tray in his hand, and would always enthusiastically offer a cup of tea to people passing by. Some people accepted it, while others did not. Some people put down their teacups after drinking and left. The waiter was not angry when he saw people just leave like that. He continued to offer tea to people passing by with a smile. Some people felt embarrassed to leave after drinking, and asked what kind of tea it was. Hearing this, the waiters were not proud. They explained in detail what kind of tea it was, and enthusiastically invited them to come into the shop to taste several more kinds of tea. After the waiter took the customer into the house, another waiter came out with a teapot. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi knew that the performance was rising layer by layer without looking. Every time only one person appeared, there would be no crowding. And there would be no situation of grabbing customers at the same time. Sure enough, people who can be waiters in the prince's shop have high discipline. After walking past several shops in a row, each shop had a different way of attracting customers. It must be said that this way of attracting customers did attract a lot of customers. Chunbai sighed. When did the capital become so lively? Everything is about money. The motivation of money is too great. Yudai said. Crown Princess, you are so amazing. Lu Qiqi smiled. There is no vicious competition. This is a good thing. It's not that I am amazing. It's that they are more conscious. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi was relieved. She did not enter the shop, but walked around the street and saw the result. When Lu Qiqi was a little tired and was about to find a place to rest, someone came up to her with a smile on his face. Madam. Lu Qiqi saw that it was Qin, the shopkeeper of Jinjiang Tower, and didn't know why he stopped her. Shopkeeper Qin saw that others were making a lot of money, but he was still standing still. He wanted to say good things through Zhao Kai. He hadn't heard from him for a long time. When he saw the crown princess, he came as if he saw a savior. Shopkeeper Qin. Yudai reminded beside her. She didn't reveal the identity of the crown princess, but if she dared to stop him, it would be a serious crime. Madam, Jinjiang Tower has just served a few new dishes. I would like to invite you to try them. This was well reasoned. It was inappropriate to block her in public. Yudai wanted to scold Shopkeeper Qin, but Lu Qiqi agreed. Thank you, Shopkeeper Qin. They both knew their identities, but didn't say it clearly. When they arrived at Jinjiang Tower and saw that the waiters were busy, Lu Qiqi looked at Shopkeeper Qin. Shopkeeper Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Qiqi was so direct that Shopkeeper Qin felt a little embarrassed. He could only say in a tactful way, the business in the shop has not been very good recently. We just served a few new dishes. I am not sure whether they are popular. I think you are an expert, Crown Princess, so I would like to ask you to taste them. Just this? Lu Qiqi asked. Shopkeeper Qin felt that the Crown Princess was angry, and immediately responded, yes. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything and brought the maid to the private room. Soon, the dishes were served one by one, and Lu Qiqi directly invited the 4 maids to eat together. There were no outsiders, and it was not in the East Palace, so they ate freely. Eating together, each dish became more fragrant. Lu Qiqi knew it was a new flavor and a new cuisine after taking the first bite. For a restaurant, this is a good thing, which can provide freshness to every guest who comes. The problem is that if it keeps changing, the freshness will be gone, and it will have no characteristics. After they finished eating, Manager Qin came up and asked Lu Qiqi for her opinion. As soon as she entered the door, she saw that the table was empty, and she was immediately happy. This is a good thing. Even the Crown Princess likes it. I think the shareholding system she proposed this time is hope. My lady Crown Princess, how do you think these new dishes taste? Lu Qiqi nodded. They taste great. It's a good thing that Shopkeeper Qin can develop new flavors. Shopkeeper Qin is a shrewd person. He felt uneasy when he saw that the Crown Princess said it was a good thing, and there was no follow-up. The 4 maids had already stood beside the Crown Princess before Shopkeeper Qin arrived. They all felt strange when they heard this. With outsiders around, they knew what to do, and played the role of maids silently. What does the Crown Princess mean? Shopkeeper Qin asked with difficulty. Where did Shopkeeper Qin learn these dishes from? A new private restaurant has opened in Beijing, and the business is very good. I thought. Shopkeeper Qin said that he knew where he was wrong and knelt on the ground directly. I know my mistake. Lu Qiqi was very satisfied with Shopkeeper Qin's reaction. As a shopkeeper, he is the face of a restaurant. Jinjiangle is the best restaurant in Beijing, and the shopkeeper should have a higher awareness. Shopkeeper Qin did a great job. Since everyone likes it, we will learn it, and let everyone who comes to eat know that we also have the food they like. Now we put 2 kinds of cuisine on the table at the same time to show our generosity, and show that we have what others have. But we have what others can't do. This is the pattern. This gave Shopkeeper Qin enough face. Shopkeeper Qin heard this, and understood it in his heart. And he admired the Crown Princess even more. Lu Qiqi saw that the words had been said. So she stood up and walked to Shopkeeper Qin and stood still. Shopkeeper Qin has a big pattern. And your future stage will be bigger. After that, she left gracefully. Chunbai walked in front and waited until she left Jinjiang Tower. Chunbai looked at the crown princess with little stars in her eyes. Madam, you are so amazing. Lu Qiqi smiled. Things that can be solved with a few words are not a problem. This was heard by Prime Minister Chu and Prince Wu, who were passing by in a carriage. Prince Wu was the king in Yuzhou, and he still couldn't change his temper after coming to the capital. When he heard the noise, he immediately jumped out of the carriage and said, "No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It turns out to be someone I know." Chapter 408, Wu Shizi meets the Emperor. Lu Qiqi heard the noise and looked over, and saw Chu Xiong in the carriage. Chu Xiong? After not seeing each other for a long time. Why do I feel that this man has aged a lot? Wu Shizi simply jumped off the carriage and strode to Lu Qiqi. Yu Dai and Qin Dai stepped in front of the crown princess. Chun Bai and Zhou Yin protected the crown princess on both sides. Wu Shizi wanted to get closer, but was blocked. Lu Qiqi stood there, looking at Wu Shizi with a smile. This is Wu Shizi of Yuzhou. The fake King Chen went to Yuzhou to do business, and the fake King Chen came back, and the affairs of Yuzhou were settled. What is this person doing in the capital? Thank you? Just thinking about meeting Chu Xiong's eyes, Lu Qiqi thought of the medicine this person gave her, and took a step forward. Qin Dai and Yu Dai both took a step aside slightly, but still guarded Wu Shizi like a wolf. When Prime Minister Chu came up to them, Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. Prime Minister, what are you doing? Just walking around. Prince Wu saw Prime Minister Chu talking to Lu Qiqi and wanted to get closer, but because the one who stopped him was a woman, he couldn't do anything, so he could only jump anxiously beside him. Lu Qiqi saw it and smiled slightly. Prince Wu came to Beijing. He came to see the emperor. Prince Chu explained on her behalf. Lu Qiqi looked at Prime Minister Chu. Prime Minister is not feeling well. No problem, Prince Chu said. Prince Wu was anxious. How can it be harmless? Prime Minister is injured. Very seriously. Okay? When Lu Qiqi heard this, her eyes were full of worry. You? No problem. Prince Chu said this and stared at Lu Qiqi. The crown princess should not go out. What did the Prime Minister see? Prince Chu said nothing and turned away. The jumping Wu Shizi stopped playing tricks and quickly helped Prime Minister Chu get on the carriage. Lu Qiqi stood there and watched the carriage leave. She sighed. Even a godlike person can get hurt. I wonder who hurt him. Yu Dai spoke cautiously. Crown Princess, are you going back? Lu Qiqi knew that Yu Dai had taken Prime Minister Chu's words to heart. She thought that she came out to see Jiang Haiping and couldn't give up just because of Prime Minister Chu's words. There's some excitement ahead. Let's go and take a look. Lu Qiqi said this and walked forward first. The four maids followed closely behind. Soon, several people forgot Prime Minister Chu's reminder because of the excitement in front of them. Although they had just eaten not long ago, they saw delicious food and ate it quickly when the crown princess took the initiative to buy it. Later, they saw the chestnuts sold by their family. No one bought a bag, so they ate while walking. What they saw and heard along the way made Lu Qiqi feel that the decision to leave the palace was right. She had experienced so many things in her previous life, and now she just wanted to live happily, as carefree as possible. A few people ate together not far from Minsheng restaurant. They heard the noise from that day from a distance. Lu Qiqi got excited when she heard it. No matter how many people were in front of her, she went straight to the busiest place. Yu Dai, Qin Dai, and Zhou Yin were very worried, fearing that if the crown princess had any accident, Chun Bai would be different. She had followed the crown princess for more than a year, from the original mistress to the crown princess now, and she knew the crown princess's preferences best. The crown princess was willing to go out because she liked the excitement, seeing others fighting, as long as it has nothing to do with her. She is always the most active one. After being with the crown princess for a long time, Chunbai was also infected. She quickly squeezed to the front and wanted to see the gossip with the crown princess. While eating chestnuts, Lu Qiqi watched Wang Erge's family shamelessly accusing Jiang Haiping of not accepting the child of the concubine Tao. For this matter, Wang Erge's mother Miao made a big fuss. Wang Erge and the concubine Tao didn't say much. They stood by and supported Wang Erge's mother Miao. Wang Erge's mother Miao saw that many people gathered around, and she was confident. She didn't believe that Jiang Haiping would not compromise when she was making trouble at the door at almost dinner time. Oh my god! Come and see what bad luck our Wang family has. I married a daughter-in-law who didn't give birth to a child for my Wang family. After all, the Wang family has a successor. This daughter-in-law doesn't recognize this child. Does she want my Wang family to be extinct? Miao's voice attracted more people. Miao was wearing an apron and holding a cooking spoon in her hand. Standing opposite Miao. She didn't say a word, and seemed to be bullied pitifully. But Jiang Haiping's eyes were firm. Not like being bullied, but giving people a feeling of watching a play. Lu Qiqi thought so. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Qiqi was speechless. She wanted to know what Jiang Haiping would do more. For some reason, Lu Qiqi was very optimistic about Jiang Haiping, and always felt that she saw the shadow of a strong woman in her. Jiang Haiping. Say something. Do you recognize this child? Jiang Haiping. This is my Wang family's child. You can't be unable to give birth to a child yourself. And you want to drag our Wang family without descendants. Right? Jiang Haiping. You said. You are now considered a member of my Wang family. Some time ago, you asked me to bring a concubine into the house to continue the incense for my Wang family. But you didn't say anything and disappeared. Look. Now the child is about to be born. Today, you must say something. Do you recognize this child? Many people around couldn't stand it anymore. And someone stood up to speak a fair word. Miao. You look down on your daughter-in-law so much. Why do you still force her to recognize this child? That's right. Everyone in the neighborhood knows what your family situation is. You are so anxious to let her recognize this child. Don't you think she is easy to bully? How can she be easy to bully? It's obvious that you want to raise this child under the name of the Jiang family, because you see that the Jiang family is rich. Right? When Miao heard this, she suddenly pushed a few talkative old women. Get out. What's your business? At this moment, a voice appeared and exploded on the spot in an instant. The person who came was none other than Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang picked up 2 chickens and threw them directly on Wang Ergu. And slapped Miao. Miao was a little dazed by the slap. And when she calmed down, she saw that it was Aunt Wang. And she was immediately angry. You crazy woman. Miao wanted to fight back. But Aunt Wang's hands were stronger due to years of hard work. So she had been prepared for Miao. After dodging, she pulled Miao's hair and tore it. And soon the two rolled on the ground. Wang Ergu saw his mother being beaten and wanted to help, but was stopped by Jiang Haiping. Jiang Haiping looked at the bulging belly of the concubine Tao. How long will it take for the child to be born? Wang Ergu thought Jiang Haiping had compromised, so he was not in a hurry to help Miao at this time, and said to Jiang Haiping, 4 more months. 4 months? Jiang Haiping sneered. How long have I been away from the capital? And your child will be born in 4 months. So, the child in your belly should have come when my child was still there. Right? This statement directly pointed out that Wang Ergu had been hooking up with a concubine for a long time. Some people think that Wang Ergu deliberately designed the death of the child. All of this was for the Minxing restaurant behind him. What did you say? Wang Ergu felt a little guilty. Just now you said that the baby in her belly will be born in 4 months. It is said that pregnancy lasts for 10 months. When did you say this baby was born? I don't know. Don't know? Jiang Haiping's momentum changed. The frying pan in his hand suddenly hit Miao's hand that was about to hit Aunt Wang on the head. He grabbed Miao and lifted her up and threw her to Wang Ergu. The two fell to the ground in an instant. Everyone around saw this scene and laughed. Chapter 409 Divorce. Miao got up, looked at her son distressfully, and was about to attack Jiang Haiping. Jiang Haiping's words stunned her. Miao, are you sure you want Tao's child to be registered under my name? Of course. Seeing that Jiang Haiping finally gave in, Miao felt that the humiliation was worth it. Jiang Haiping said to the people around her, Please believe me. Jiang Haiping, hope that you will bear witness when the child in Tao's belly is born. Jiang Haiping, will regard it as my own child. And everything Jiang Haiping, have belongs to this child. Miao was instantly happy when she heard this. She didn't look like a fierce shrew just now. That's right. Don't worry. You will always be my good son and daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Aunt Wang heard this, regardless of her own embarrassment, rushed over and pulled Jiang Haiping. Are you stupid? Miao pushed Aunt Wang away. What's your business? Miao wanted to speak, but seeing Jiang Haiping's appearance, she knew that it was useless to say more, so she didn't play the bad guy. Just as she was about to leave, she laughed again after hearing what Jiang Haiping said. Wang Ergu, Are you sure that the child in Tao's belly is yours? Of course. Wang Ergu also began to hesitate. Tao, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been attracted to Ergu. And I shouldn't have been pregnant with the son of the Wang family. Wang's son. How dare you say this? Jiang Haiping ignored Tao and looked at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu, you haven't forgotten what you said when we got married? I swear, I'm the only woman around you. The vows he made were still ringing in his ears. Not only did he break them, he also had a child with another woman. It seemed that he finally found his conscience at this moment. Haiping, I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. I just want you to fulfill your original promise. Jiang Haiping said. Wang Ergu knelt on the ground with a bang. I know I was wrong. Haiping, forgive me once. Jiang Haiping took 2 steps back. I just asked the elders and villagers around to bear witness. When the child in Tao's belly is born, I will definitely treat it as my own child. Now you just need to fulfill your original promise. And I don't want anything else. Miao was stunned. What's going on? They had set their sights on Minxing restaurant and wanted to get the restaurant in the name of the child. Looking at their son, it seemed inappropriate. Ergu, what's wrong? Wang Ergu's face instantly turned pale. Jiang Haiping explained to Miao. Wang Ergu, you said that if you break this oath, I can divorce you. And everything under your name will belong to me. You are crazy. Miao pushed Jiang Haiping away like crazy. I was wondering why you are so kind all of a sudden. You are waiting here. Lu Qiqi watched from a distance. And when she saw this, she felt that Jiang Haiping was still smarter. At first, she let Wang Ergu and others make trouble, and then pointed out the month of pregnancy, so that everyone could see the hateful faces of Wang Ergu's family. Now Wang Ergu has to experience a humiliating divorce. And even his Wang family's things are given to Jiang Haiping. And even the child who is about to be born in her belly is Jiang Haiping's. This is like losing his son and all his property. It's what he deserves. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi was satisfied and ready to leave. Jiang Haiping dealt with Wang Ergu and saw Lu Qiqi in the crowd. She only took a glance and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. She said loudly to the people around her. Dear fellow villagers, I'm sorry to bother you today. Everyone present here can eat for free at my Minsheng restaurant today. Hearing this, everyone happily rushed into Minsheng restaurant. When the onlookers walked into the restaurant, Jiang Haiping saluted Lu Qiqi and turned to walk into the restaurant. Wang Ergu and his friends were completely embarrassed and looked very pitiful. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi turned and left. After walking for a while, Chunbai said, Wang Ergu really deserves it. He doesn't want such a good wife, but insists on that Tao. I can tell at a glance that Tao is not a good person. Lu Qiqi gave an example. Men are all like this. No matter how smelly the shit outside is, they have to take a bite to taste it. Ah. Chunbai's face was full of disgust. You die. Qing die. Zhou Yin and others laughed immediately. After walking away, they didn't see a pair of thoughtful eyes behind them. Wang Ergu asked Miao. Mother, when did you see that person coming? He remembered that this person should be the crown princess. Miao was still upset about today's bad luck and didn't care too much. Who knows? After saying that, she was angry and wanted to go home. She would never let her things give to that bitch. Even if she divorced, she couldn't let that bitch get away with it. Tao glanced at Wang Ergu and walked in the opposite direction. Wang Ergu reacted quickly and hurried to chase Tao. Yao Yao, don't be angry. Don't let me see you again. Tao was also angry. It was too embarrassing today. How can he live in this place in the future? Thinking that someone was pointing fingers at her, she felt proud and annoyed. She shouldn't have easily believed Wang Ergu, let alone believe that he could lead her to a good life. Wang Ergu saw that the woman was angry and didn't keep her in suspense, and said it directly. Do you know who the person I just mentioned is? How should I know? Tao saw that Wang Ergu had nothing and didn't want to stay and live a hard life. I thought that the mother would be honored by the son, but now there is no hope, and she doesn't want the child in her belly. That person is the crown princess. Tao stopped and looked at Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu explained immediately. I heard that the current crown princess was originally an inconspicuous concubine in the Jin Wang mansion. This concubine often went to the market. And Jiang Haiping also went to the market in Beijing to buy vegetables. And they knew each other. Tao had heard of this before. Are you telling the truth? Of course. The chickens raised by Aunt Wang were poisoned to death at that time. It was the crown princess who intervened to make Aunt Wang what she is now. Jiang Haiping deliberately lent money to Aunt Wang in order to establish a relationship with the crown princess. What do you mean? Think about it again. Not long after the prince and the princess went out, Jiang Haiping disappeared. When the princess returned to the capital, she also came back. What does this mean? When Tao heard this, she looked at the Minxing restaurant behind her and ignited hope in her heart again. Don't worry. This restaurant belongs to our son. He can't run away. Walking away, Lu Qiqi saw Wang Erge's hateful face from the picture given by the system. It's not enough to plot against Jiang Haiping, but he also wants to implicate himself. I'm afraid Wang Erge doesn't even know how he died. Thinking of the prince's character and the masters around him, this matter doesn't need to be solved by himself. After watching the play, I felt relieved. I passed by Jiwei bookstore and saw a woman walking in. Lu Qiqi only took a glance and saw the respectful look of the waiter in the store. This is Gua. Thinking of the summoning system. Where is Gua Su? Chapter 410 Junior. System. Now he is in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Lu Qiqi. The person I just saw was Gua. Right? System. Gua has some ability. Because her son was arrested, she went to settle accounts with Li Shangshu and injured him. Now Li Shangshu is bedridden, and Gua took the opportunity to make trouble. Lu Qiqi. The prince allowed her to continue to develop? The system was silent for a while. The prince should use Gua's hand to deal with Li Shangshu. Lu Qiqi. Old fox. System. There are even older foxes. Lu Qiqi. You mean the emperor? System. The emperor knows everything. And he pushed the matter onto the prince. And he can still have a free time. He is the biggest winner. Lu Qiqi sighed. Sure enough. People who are capable should work harder. And people like me should enjoy it. System. Shameless. Lu Qiqi didn't mind. Face is a luxury. Don't have it. It seems that she really can't have it. Shaking her head. And suddenly saw a familiar back walking in front of her. No. Not a back. But a familiar walking posture. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but chase after him quickly. And just as she was about to speak, someone next to her called that person. Brother Ma. Why are you still here? A scholar walked over and spoke to the man. The man stopped and was about to speak. He saw Lu Qiqi not far away. And he froze at a glance. Lu Qiqi kept looking at the man. And the two looked at each other. Lu Qiqi recognized at a glance that this should be her junior. Why is he like this? Did he also travel through time? Brother Ma. What's wrong with you? Someone pushed him. The man reacted. Let's go. Let's go. We're waiting for you. Everyone is waiting for us to get together. The man pushed away. Lu Qiqi stood there, looking at the direction the man left for a long time. Yu Dai noticed something was wrong and explained. Madam, the two people who just left are Ma Xingyuan and Yi Mingxiu, who have the highest appeal in this imperial examination. Lu Qiqi's mind was full of one sentence. He is now called Ma Xingyuan? It turns out that the candidate with the highest appeal and the most mysterious identity from Yangzhou is her junior. Junior? He also traveled through time. Lu Qiqi was not happy for long. And her face fell again. After she left, the kingdom she had established in the modern world could be supported by her junior. And he was here. What about her career in the modern world? She came to this place inexplicably. And she began to feel a little uneasy about her current career. With her junior, her efforts would not be in vain. What about now? They are all here. Will the modern career also disappear? The uneasiness in her heart is constantly expanding, swallowing up Lu Qiqi's last sanity. Lu Qiqi walked towards the tea house where Ma Xingyuan was regardless. Chun Bai and others found that the crown princess was not right and hurriedly followed. Lu Qiqi walked into the tea house quickly, looked around the first floor, and didn't see the person she wanted to see. So she ran to the second floor. When she came to the second floor, she saw Ma Xingyuan sitting in the crowd. No, it was her junior. Lu Qiqi's steps were uncontrollable, and she was stopped by someone who suddenly appeared. Yu Dai saw it, and was unwilling to do it. Just as she was about to take action, a familiar voice came from the side. Crown Princess. What a coincidence. I can meet you here. Lu Qiqi looked in the direction of the voice, and found that it was Chen Wang. Is it him? Why is he like this? And he is with so many scholars? Are all these scholars gathered by Chen Wang? She was just chasing after her junior. And now she sees Chen Wang. She has not forgotten her identity. Chen Wang. What a coincidence. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, the voice of the system rang in her ears. It's not a coincidence. It's Chen Wang who is waiting for you here. Lu Qiqi. Oh. She is the rabbit. System. Ma Xingyuan has been looking for someone recently. Chen Wang accidentally found out and decided to use Ma Xingyuan. Lu Qiqi. How did Chen Wang know it was me? System. Just now. Lu Qiqi understood and looked at Chen Wang again. First of all, she congratulated him. Congratulations, Chen Wang. You got what you wanted. Chen Wang stared at Lu Qiqi. What does this woman mean? If this woman hadn't suddenly rushed into the study that day, maybe he would have succeeded. If it weren't for her sabotage, what happened later wouldn't have happened. Thinking of concubine Wu's plan to let Dai Xian marry him as Chen's concubine, the fake King Chen was unwilling to do so. It had already happened. He could not stop it. He could only try his best to show himself. The prince was investigating the imperial examination. He had a good relationship with the candidates. And then, he might be able to replace Minister Li to manage the literati of the entire Qin state. With this kind of influence, it would not be too difficult for him to take another step forward. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise today. He got the news that Ma Xingyuan, who had the highest appeal, was looking for a woman, which gave him an opportunity. Seeing that the prince was not there, King Chen did not take the other party seriously when dealing with a woman. The crown princess is alone? No. Waiting for the prince? Lu Qiqi curled her lips and smiled. She didn't have the patience of the prince to deal with the fake King Chen. She smiled slightly. Who is the prince waiting for? This sentence has a special meaning. Lu Qiqi smiled. King Chen is really too tired recently. He can't even see me and a few people. He is really too tired. The bravery of the fake King Chen has become a secret talk in the capital. Lu Qiqi was the initiator and made it clear. The fake King Chen thought it was just a mockery. The crown princess came to such a place? King Chen can send someone to tell the prince. Lu Qiqi's eyes were full of mockery. Okay. The fake King Chen ordered his guard Yang Gang. You go and ask the prince to come. Lu Qiqi was not polite. The prince is too busy. If King Chen said that I am here too, maybe the chance of the prince coming is greater. Mocking King Chen is not good enough in the eyes of the prince. The tense atmosphere here quickly attracted the attention of a group of literati not far away. Prince Chen. Crown Princess. The two appeared at the same time, as if they were having a secret tryst. Hearing their conversation, the atmosphere was tense. But it was not the case. Only Ma Xingyuan in the crowd saw the scene. He was not worried, but a familiar smile appeared on his face. Looking at the woman not far away and shouting at Prince Chen. The words were still as good as before. She had a good time during this period. What he didn't expect was that he came a step late. And his senior sister had become the crown princess envied by many noble ladies in the capital. She struggled all the way from a concubine to the crown princess favored by the prince. The speed of promotion was as fast as her business. Ma Xingyuan waited for good things to happen. And he was also waiting for the opportunity to be with Lu Qiqi. What he didn't expect was that the opportunity had not come yet. Waiting for the prince, who came in a hurry. Lu Qiqi didn't expect the prince to arrive so quickly. Seeing the prince coming, Lu Qiqi thought that this person had been following behind him, waiting for the opportunity to shine. The fake King Chen was a little scared when he saw the prince. Meeting Lu Qiqi here, he thought he could turn the tables and let Lu Qiqi know that without the protection of the crown prince, she was nothing. He did not expect the crown prince to arrive so soon. The fake King Chen thought guiltily. Did the crown prince know what he had done? Chapter 411. The tea is poisonous. The prince came over, with only Lu Qiqi in his eyes. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched, seeing the prince walking with the wind and his eyes full of doting. She thought, this person is here again. Knowing that this person is doing it on purpose. She still has to cooperate with the acting, because she saw from the prince's eyes that someone was going to piss off the fake King Chen to death. I have seen the prince. Lu Qiqi bowed and saluted. The four maids followed suit. The candidates in the distance followed suit. A group of people saluted, obviously slapping the fake King Chen in the face. Look! The prince is here. And he is dressed like this. And you are only worthy of sneaking around. The prince came to Lu Qiqi and pulled her up. You are here early. A little early? We booked this table. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi to sit down. and saw the fake King Chen standing at that table. And his face suddenly became ugly. At this time, the shopkeeper of the tea house ran up in a panic. "What's going on?" the prince asked sternly. The shopkeeper of the tea house knelt on the ground in fear. The shopkeeper of the tea house took a look at the things on the table, and was very surprised. This is what I prepared for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. How could it be? Then he looked at King Chen. One glance was enough to explain everything. The people around were all literati, who were best at nitpicking. The leak of the imperial examination questions this time aroused the anger of many candidates. They were originally indignant, and were ready to use their mouths and their pens to start attacking some people. But they didn't expect that such a big melon would happen in front of them. The fake King Chen also began to doubt at this moment. He got the news in advance that the candidates were preparing to cause trouble here, and he came to push them. He deliberately asked Yang Gang to book a table in advance and arrived earlier, just for an opportunity. When he arrived, he saw that the table was already set, thinking that he had booked it. So he sat down directly. The waiter of the tea house also took the initiative to send some dried fruits. If all this was not prepared for himself, some people would think that he just went to the wrong table, and some people would think that he was occupying the magpie's nest, which was not legitimate. Thinking of this, the fake King Chen was in a state of confusion. The prince slapped the fake King Chen in the face with one sentence. King Chen just came back from Yuzhou and made contributions in Yuzhou. Why don't you take me seriously? The fake King Chen was guilty, but he still insisted. What do you mean? Prince? This is the table that I sent someone to book. The prince will also come to such a place to drink tea? The fake King Chen was angry and spoke without grace. The prince asked, "What kind of place is this place?" I thought the prince would not come to such a small place to drink tea. The fake King Chen said, "The most important thing about drinking tea is the tea." Prince Chen suspected that the tea was poisonous. So Prince Chen deliberately came one step ahead of me and deliberately tried whether the tea was poisonous for me. This sentence once again belittled the fake Prince Chen. The fake Prince Chen's face looked even worse. Lu Qiqi was laughing on the side. As for booking a table, she didn't know what was going on. She knew in her heart that the prince was trained in the palace, and the fake Prince Chen was always fake. It was impossible to get benefits from the prince. Lu Qiqi saw clearly the hesitation in the fake Prince Chen's eyes. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that he was destined to lose all his dignity today. The candidates present were all smart people, and heard the sarcasm in the words. The fake King Chen was just a stand-in. He had little experience, and was blocked for a while, and didn't know how to refute. Soon, the fake King Chen's face turned slightly red, which made people feel guilty. Forget it. King Chen is interested in tasting tea. So let's go together. The prince sat down pretending to be generous. When the tea house owner heard this, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed as if it was a special event. "Bring a pot of your best tea," said the prince. This obviously meant that the prince disliked the dirty tea that King Chen had drunk, and replaced it with a pot of the best. King Chen's face became even uglier. To Lu Qiqi's surprise, the fake King Chen stayed. The tea house owner quickly delivered the best tea. Lu Qiqi wanted to give the prince enough face outside, and wanted to pour tea for him personally, but was stopped by the prince. Yu Dai immediately stepped forward, took the teapot from Lu Qiqi, and poured tea for the prince and the princess. The prince picked up the teacup, smelled it, took a sip, and nodded with satisfaction. "Crown Princess, try it." Lu Qiqi saw that the crown prince had given her enough face, and she was full of joy. She picked up the teacup and took a small sip. She was very satisfied with the taste. "How is it?" the crown prince asked. "Excellent," Lu Qiqi said. Only after hearing this did Yu Dai pour tea for the fake King Chen. It didn't take long for Yu Dai to grasp the degree very well. No one could find fault with it, and it was obvious that people could see that she was being neglected. The fake King Chen also saw it, but it was difficult to get angry. At this time, he felt that as long as he met the crown prince and the crown princess, there would be no good things. The crown prince did not embarrass the fake King Chen anymore, and said to the many candidates who were still kneeling on the ground beside him, "Are you gathered here today for the imperial examination?" Yin Mingxiu saw the prince asking questions and quickly said, "I, Yin Mingxiu, pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Prince, the Crown Princess, and Prince Chen. Tell me." The prince flicked his sleeves, obviously having enough patience. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi had an idea in her mind, and couldn't wait to talk to the system. The prince came for these candidates. Right? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Prince Chen wants to use the candidates to cause trouble. Right? System. You already know everything. Why are you still asking? Lu Qiqi. I'm just chatting with you when I have nothing to do. System. What else do you know? Lu Qiqi looked at the prince carefully, then at the fake Prince Chen, and heard Yin Mingxiu's voice in her ears. He spoke clearly and purposefully about the unfairness of this imperial examination. He spoke fluently, as if it was a draft that he had prepared long ago. He practiced it privately for countless times, so that as a candidate, he could meet the prince, who could determine their future and still be calm. All of this was prepared long ago. Today, I came here with my junior, and accidentally broke into the situation set by others. The people who set up the situation include the Crown Prince, King Chen, and Yin Mingxiu. When Yin Mingxiu spoke, many candidates knelt on the ground excitedly, begging the Crown Prince to give them justice. The Crown Prince looked for a while, and did not speak. But King Chen could not wait to express his opinion. Don't worry, everyone. His Majesty is very angry about the leak of the exam questions, and he will definitely give everyone justice, the fake King Chen said. The prince suddenly asked, what kind of justice does the King of Chen plan to give them? Of course, arrest all those who leaked the test questions. And then, according to the laws of the state of Chen, they must be severely punished. How do you think the King of Chen should arrest them? What kind of severe punishment can give them an explanation? How to determine how many people participated in it? And the imperial examination is passed. How does the King of Chen plan to appease these candidates, who have studied hard for more than 10 years, and traveled thousands of miles from all over the country of Chen to the capital? The fake King of Chen looked unhappy. Lu Qiqi laughed in her heart. A fake is a fake after all. What Lu Qiqi couldn't understand was why the prince let you, a fake, continue to live? Treason and being in cahoots with concubine Wu. These 2 points are enough for this fake to die. Chapter 412 Letter. What does the prince think? The fake King Chen was not a fool. He was annoyed by the prince's questions, but he didn't get angry on the spot. I think since King Chen has made such a big promise, why not let King Chen do this good thing? When the fake King Chen heard this, he laughed in his heart. Is the prince stupid? Such a good opportunity was given to him. What does the prince mean? Give these candidates an answer as soon as possible. In addition, the imperial examination has been over for a long time, and they are still living in the capital. For those with a family background, they don't care about this money. But for ordinary people, it is a burden. In my opinion, King Chen should be a good person and pay for the food and accommodation of these candidates, so that they can live in the capital with peace of mind and wait for King Chen to give them an explanation. The fake King Chen looked unhappy. Damn it! The prince was calculating him. He had no money. How could he settle these candidates? There were more than 20 candidates in front of him, which was a considerable expense. Besides, the leak of the exam questions was exposed, and many candidates gathered in the capital and did not leave. If they all knew about it, what should he do? The prince did not intend to let the fake King Chen go. Who asked him to watch the show? He just let the fake King Chen watch it. Watching the show is also a price to pay. King Chen is not happy? The fake King Chen looked at the prince and couldn't hold it back. Others didn't know that he was fake, but the prince knew that he was deliberately embarrassing himself. The prince smiled and looked at the candidates present. Why don't you thank King Chen? The fake King Chen was a little puzzled. Lu Qiqi also felt strange. Yin Mingxiu thanked King Chen first. Lu Qiqi saw that Yin Mingxiu was arranged by the prince. It was so obvious. How could King Chen take it? She still underestimated the prince. With one word, the prince sent all the candidates to Chen Wang's mansion. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi couldn't stay calm. I thought, Prince, you deliberately let the candidates eat Chen Wang out money. Right? I thought. Chen Wang still owed me a bracelet. I don't know when I can live up to this bracelet. The prince is indeed a man of action. He was worried that these candidates couldn't move their luggage, so he asked Zhao Kai to help. Lu Qiqi was happy to see Chen Wang frustrated. Soon, she saw the army of movers outside the tea house, and Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, the candidates and Chen Wang left at this time, and Lu Qiqi could laugh out loud in the tea house. The prince was narrow-minded. I thought he had become generous after leaving the capital and doing a few big things. It turned out that he was waiting for Chen Wang here. I was happy and returned to the East Palace. Lu Qiqi couldn't control the excitement in her heart. The prince saw the woman was happy and asked, Qiqi, why do you want to go to that tea house? If he hadn't discovered it in time, King Chen might have already made a move. This is why he suddenly attacked King Chen today. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. What does the man mean? Did he know about the existence of his junior? After meeting the prince, she had been controlling herself and not letting herself be distracted, thinking that she had performed well. Now it seems that the prince must have discovered something, thinking that her junior is now moshing Yuan. What will happen if she confesses? Lu Qiqi is not sure and can only say vaguely. There are a lot of people over there. How do you know there are a lot of people? Recently, the candidates are the ones who pay attention to the imperial examinations. They are most willing to be pretentious. And drinking tea has become a must for them. You know quite a lot. Not bad. Lu Qiqi walked into the room proudly and saw the cakes on the table. She turned her head and looked at Yudai and others who came in with her. Who sent it? Sent. The East Palace does not have such gorgeous and unsuitable plates. There was a hurried sound of footsteps outside the door. Crown Princess. It was sent by Nani Luo from the Xinang Palace. Lu Qiqi saw Nani Huang standing at the door and breathing heavily and asked, Are you a thief? Nani Huang was stunned. Some things are not urgent. You can talk slowly. Nani Huang was relieved, reporting to the Crown Princess. I just took people to the vegetable garden and heard that the Crown Princess was back. Thinking of Nani Luo's 2 visits, I was anxious to tell the Crown Princess. So Lu Qiqi was very satisfied with Nani Huang's explanation. The prince felt that it was so difficult to just pass on a message. I thought that I should find a more suitable old Nani. Okay. I got it. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear to see Huang Mama so tired, so she waved her hand to signal her to leave. Mama Huang left with peace of mind because she had delivered the message. Lu Qiqi picked up a piece of dessert, put it to her mouth and took a bite. Well, it really tastes like the Queen Mother's. What taste? The prince asked. Exquisite taste. The prince knew that he was being teased by a woman, but he was not angry. When Zhao Kai arrived, he got up and went to the study. Lu Qiqi watched the prince leave and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought she didn't expose the junior. She will definitely meet with the junior. How to create an opportunity. Sitting next to her with something in mind, she ate cakes piece by piece. She was not curious about Luo Mama's 2 visits, nor did she want to know why. She only thought about how to meet with the junior and asked about his career in modern times. Once something is on your mind, you will neglect many things. Yudai saw that the Crown Princess was obviously thinking about something, and she thought it was inappropriate that the Crown Princess was anxious to go to the tea house outside the outer palace. Later, King Chen and the Crown Prince appeared one after another and ignored this matter. Thinking about it, Yudai thought, it is rare to see the Crown Princess so excited. Why is it? Lu Qiqi thought for a long time, but she couldn't think of a good way, and she was angry. Later, she ate a lot of food. Her stomach couldn't digest it, and she curled up on the soft couch and refused to move. Qing Dai had been serving beside her. Seeing the Crown Princess so quiet, she understood in her heart and turned to prepare medicine. Chun Bai saw this, signaled Yudai and Zhou Yan, and whispered, The Crown Princess wants to be alone. They knew that Chun Bai knew the Crown Princess best, and left one by one. Lu Qiqi heard this, without any expression, kept the same posture, and was still thinking hard. She has never been so troubled since she came to this era for so long. Now she encountered it, and suddenly felt a headache. Soon, Chun Bai came from outside with a letter. When Lu Qiqi heard the letter, she thought of her parents who could write to her. So she quickly took it and opened it. After reading the beginning, she felt bad. Now, after she left, her hard-earned business was picked up by her junior. Not only that, but the junior also announced to the public that everything was the result of his hard work for many years? How is this possible? Her junior is not such a person. The junior she knew, although young, did not have the impatience of young people, and was also steady in doing things. Several times at critical moments, she was busy and anxious alone. And it was the junior who handled some things, so that she could rush forward without worries. Thinking about the good junior, who was picked from thousands of miles away. How could he steal the fruits of her labor? Today, she just knew about the existence of the junior. And the letter from her parents was delivered in time? Things happened together by chance. And Lu Qiqi began to think more. The meaning of the letter from her parents was obvious, asking her to leave the junior alone. Did her parents also know that the junior had also traveled through time? Chapter 413 Chu Xiang's white hair. Whether it was a coincidence or his parents suddenly remembered. Sending someone to send a letter was obviously to remind him to be careful of his junior. According to his junior's understanding, the two must meet. After struggling for a long time, he didn't know how to meet his junior. At this time, the system voice came. Chu Xiang is in danger. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses. What's going on? How could a master like Chu Xiang be injured? Thinking of the Chu Xiang she saw that day, he was indeed injured. What's going on? Thinking of how Chu Xiang had saved her several times, and how good Chu Xiang was to her, Lu Qiqi was anxious and didn't care to figure out what was going on with her junior. She hurriedly got up and rushed out. As soon as she walked to the door, Qingdai came over with a bowl of herbs. Smelling this smell, Lu Qiqi frowned. Crown Princess, this herb is good for digestion, Qingdai explained. She was embarrassed to say that the Crown Princess was too unrestrained and greedy like a child. Lu Qiqi was anxious to see Prime Minister Chu, and thought that Qingdai also had good intentions. So she didn't think much about it, picked up the medicine bowl, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Come on, follow me to the Prime Minister's residence, Lu Qiqi said, then handed the bowl to Qingdai and walked out quickly. Qingdai saw that the Crown Princess was anxious, and thought of the scene she had seen before, and knew what the Crown Princess was going to do. So she didn't need to say anything and hurriedly followed. Chunbai, Yudai, and Zhou Yin saw that the Crown Princess was going out, and her expression was very serious. They thought she was going to see the Queen Mother. When they walked out of the palace, they realized that it was not what they thought. Lu Qiqi was about to step out of the palace gate, and heard a familiar sound of footsteps coming from not far behind her. She turned her head, and saw that it was the Crown Prince with a solemn face. Lu Qiqi watched the prince approach. The four maids saluted. Your Highness the Prince. Xiao Kai saluted. Your Highness the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi nodded slightly at Xiao Kai and looked at the prince with a serious expression. What's wrong? Prime Minister Chu is in trouble. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Are you going to the Prime Minister's residence? I'll go there first, and the imperial physician will follow. The prince explained where he was going, and seeing Lu Qiqi's anxious look, he asked, Are you going out? I also want to go to the Prime Minister's residence to see. Lu Qiqi directly expressed her thoughts, but was worried that the prince would misunderstand. So she explained, I once met Prime Minister Chu. He was with Prince Wu, and Prince Wu said that Prime Minister Chu was injured at the time. I thought that since I already knew about this and Prime Minister Chu had helped me, I should go to visit him. Let's go together. The prince didn't like women to contact men other than him. But what the woman said made sense. Prime Minister Chu had saved Lu Qiqi and later sent her medicine. He also helped with Situ Chi's matter. It was not right for him to be too stingy. When the two of them sat in the carriage together, no one spoke. The carriage soon arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. At this time, the gate of the Prime Minister's residence was closed. After the prince got off the carriage, he helped the woman get off the carriage, and the two came to the door together. Xiao Kai knocked on the door, and as soon as he did so, the door was opened from the inside. Lu Qiqi saw two familiar faces. The two grandparents who had been scammed. Sister, the grandson shouted. Girl, why are you here? The old man asked. Lu Qiqi glanced at them and said, I'm here to see Prime Minister Chu. I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. The old man stopped Lu Qiqi from going. Lu Qiqi knew what the other party meant. I'm just taking a look. After saying this, Lu Qiqi stopped explaining and walked in directly. The prince was standing right in front of him. But unfortunately, he didn't see him, which made the prince feel deeply frustrated. Thinking of the relationship between this pair of grandparents and Prime Minister Chu, it was normal for them to be familiar with each other for what they did to Lu Qiqi. Following Lu Qiqi into the backyard, Lu Qiqi had been healing here before, and knew the structure of this house roughly. Not long after leaving, she saw Huaji running out of the kitchen. Huaji was originally making medicine for Prime Minister Chu, and when she heard the noise outside, she felt irritated and was ready to drive the person away. Seeing that the person who came was Lu Qiqi. Why are you here? Lu Qiqi saw Huaji's hostility towards her. She thought that Prime Minister Chu was injured and someone was in a bad mood, so she didn't care too much. How is Prime Minister Chu? Lu Qiqi asked anxiously. Is it related to you? Huaji asked sarcastically. Lu Qiqi was stunned. Huaji was hostile to her. The prince was watching from the side. For some reason, he would not allow anyone to treat his woman like this. He took a step forward and was about to take action when Wu Shixi came running over in a hurry. Your Highness! Wu Shixi's voice successfully stopped the fight that was about to take place. Your Highness, you came at the right time. The Prime Minister wants to see you. Wu Shixi came up and spoke. Huaji turned around and walked towards the kitchen again when she heard this. The prince looked at Wu Shixi. Are the Prime Minister's people so bad-tempered? Wu Shixi saw that the situation was not good and quickly eased it. They are all worried about the Prime Minister. Don't blame your Highness. Lu Qiqi stood by and saw clearly that Wu Shixi was serious when facing the prince, which was completely different from the funny look she had seen before. The old man spoke at the right time. Prince, please. The prince gave the old man enough face for the grandparents who suddenly appeared in the capital. He was not sure who Chu Xiang was. He was sure that Zhu Xuan had a special relationship with Chu Xiang. Wu Shixi made an invitation gesture again, and the prince walked forward. Lu Qiqi followed behind. She also wanted to see why Chu Xiang, who was like an omnipotent man, was injured. As soon as she entered the house, Lu Qiqi smelled a familiar fragrance, which was somewhat similar to the medicine that Chu Xiang gave her. The prince also smelled this smell, frowned slightly, and his face showed nothing. He quickly came to the inner hall and saw Chu Xiang, who had not changed for many years. But now he had white hair. White hair. Lu Qiqi was shocked when she saw it. The Prime Minister Chu, who I saw not long ago, looked weak. But he didn't become like this. How could he become like this in such a short time? Prince, what's wrong with you? The prince quickly reacted and felt that Prime Minister Chu was very strange. He was even more worried that it was related to the fate of Chen. The prince was indescribably nervous about this. It's okay. Just take a rest for a while, Prince Chu said indifferently. Prince Wu opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw the look from Prime Minister Chu, he could only shut up. Lu Qiqi stood there, looking at the expressions of several of them. She looked away from Prime Minister Chu several times, and then faced it bravely. Many people dye their hair nowadays, so there's nothing strange about it. Prince Chu's suddenly white hair stung her eyes. She tried hard to hold it back, but her eyes were still red. She could only turn her head away and deliberately not look at Prime Minister Chu. The prince noticed the depressed mood of the woman beside him and said, Qiqi, go see if the imperial physician has arrived. Lu Qiqi said nothing and turned away. She knew that the prince had something to say to Prime Minister Chu. When they arrived at the courtyard, Lu Qiqi couldn't help crying. Chunbai and others didn't enter the door, so they didn't know the situation inside. But they heard that the sound was not good. Chunbai hurriedly sent a handkerchief to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, are you okay? Can I say that the wind and sand blinded you? Well, it's very windy today, Chunbai said carefully. Lu Qiqi was amused by this. Okay, I'm fine. Go to the door and see if the imperial physician has arrived. She knew that she didn't need to worry about this matter. The prince just used this as an excuse, so she had to do it. Chapter 414 Your Blood. Lu Qiqi took some fresh air outside and felt much better. She wanted to go in, but she didn't have the courage. When she was wandering at the door, Huaji came with a medicine bowl. Seeing Lu Qiqi, she glanced at her fiercely. Lu Qiqi wanted to know what happened to Chu Xiang, and asked, how did Chu Xiang get injured? I need to ask you about this. Huaji was angry. Lu Qiqi felt puzzled, seeing Huaji's hostility towards her. She was also suspicious. Was it really because of her? But she felt it was impossible. How could Chu Xiang's injury be related to her? Just as she was about to ask clearly, Huaji forcefully stuffed the medicine bowl into Lu Qiqi's hand and turned away. Lu Qiqi was even more surprised, looking at the medicine bowl in her hand. She mustered up the courage to walk into the house. When she went in, she saw that the atmosphere was not good. I don't know what they said in such a short time. It was obviously a big deal. Lu Qiqi came to the bed with the medicine bowl. Prime Minister, your medicine. Chu Xiang got up, took the medicine bowl, put it to his mouth and drank it. Lu Qiqi watched Prime Minister Chu drink it and left with the empty bowl. The prince was not satisfied with his woman taking care of other sick men, and he generously did not care. After the woman left, the prince said, Prime Minister, what else do you need? It depends on what the prince can give? The two men looked at each other. They were both outstanding. Their auras spread. An invisible air current surged instantly. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was leaving, was anxious to see Huaji. She knew Huaji must know something. Just as she came to the kitchen, a piece of wood was thrown at her feet. Huaji was the only one in the kitchen, and it was obviously done by her. Huaji, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Lu Qiqi asked. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lu Qiqi asked again. How did the Prime Minister get hurt? You still care about me? Huaji questioned. Lu Qiqi was confused by Huaji. What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are the reason why the Prime Minister is like this. Speak clearly. Lu Qiqi is not stupid and will not take the blame. What do you want to know? Do you want me to tell you that the medicine that Prime Minister Chu gave you is made of his blood? Huaji yelled hysterically. And then she cried in grievance. Thinking of what Prime Minister Chu did for Lu Qiqi, Huaji squatted on the ground and cried in grievance. Lu Qiqi was stunned. All the medicines Prime Minister Chu gave her had special effects. But she couldn't believe it. Thinking in his heart, he could not control his anger. Grabbed Huaji and asked, Speak clearly. Pretend. Just keep pretending. I want to see how long you can pretend. Huaji. The old man came and scolded the ignorant Huaji. Huaji wanted to say something, but when he saw the old man's eyes, he left angrily and slammed the kitchen door before leaving. Lu Qiqi always felt that they knew something. Maybe the fact that Prime Minister Chu could become like this was really related to her. Seeing the old man, he asked, Old man, how did Prime Minister Chu get injured? Is it really related to me? The old man smiled. You are still so kind. You believe everything people say. Lu Qiqi looked at the old man, thought of Huaji who left, and had an idea in her heart. So she didn't ask. When will Prime Minister Chu get better? He will be fine after a few days of rest. Really? The old man smiled. I thought the crown princess was so smart. But it turns out she is just like that. Lu Qiqi felt a little embarrassed and asked, Old man, why are you here? My grandson and I came to look for Chu Xiang. We lost the address when we came. Fortunately, we met a good person like you, so we didn't starve to death on the street. Lu Qiqi obviously didn't believe this, and she didn't want to ask. She was more concerned about Chu Xiang's affairs at the moment. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the old man, she summoned the system when she left the kitchen and walked to the backyard. Is Chu Xiang's injury really related to me? System. Chu Xiang gave you special medicine, and his blood was used as the medicine. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. Why did he do this? System. I don't know. I always feel that this Chu Xiang is a little special to you. Lu Qiqi. Why is it special? System. I can't tell. You can observe more later. Maybe you can find out something. Lu Qiqi didn't think she could find out from Chu Xiang's mouth, but she thought it was easier to find out from Huaji's mouth. Thinking of Huaji's temper, Lu Qiqi was really a bit overwhelmed. She wanted to go find Huaji later. Not long after leaving the kitchen, she saw several imperial doctors hurriedly walking away. Chunbai and others saw the crown princess coming out and immediately surrounded her. Lu Qiqi shook her head, signaling them not to say anything and not to ask anything. Watching the imperial doctors busy in and out, Lu Qiqi felt very uneasy. Thinking of what the old man said, her uneasiness was slightly better. At this time, she saw Huaji secretly looking in the distance. Lu Qiqi walked towards Huaji. After walking a few steps, she heard the movement behind her, looked back, stopped someone's action, and ran towards Huaji. When Huaji saw Lu Qiqi, her eyes were as if she had touched a deadly poison, and she wished to cut Lu Qiqi into pieces. When Lu Qiqi came to her, she clenched her fists tightly to stop her from doing anything. Lu Qiqi stared at Huaji and asked, Is what you said true? Yes. Huaji gritted her teeth. How can I help him? Huaji looked at Lu Qiqi, not sure if this was true. Speak. Lu Qiqi was sure that Huaji knew. She believed Huaji's words. Even if Chu Xiang did not do this because of her, it was right to do something for him, because Chu Xiang had made several moves. Your blood. Take it. Lu Qiqi reached out to Huaji. Huaji looked at Lu Qiqi and finally let go quickly. Lu Qiqi smiled. Judging from Huaji's actions, it was obvious that she had known that she would save Chu Xiang. Otherwise the dagger and the small bowl would not have been prepared in advance. Thinking of Huaji's anger not long ago, It should have been intentional. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi smiled. Sure enough, there were not many people who treated Chu Xiang sincerely. She did this to repay Chu Xiang a favor. Watching the blood dripping into the small bowl, Lu Qiqi thought, fortunately her blood phobia has been cured. If it weren't for me, I would have fainted here. I don't know how to explain to others. Explanation. Seeing that the wound was not big, and the blood was still flowing out, she thought, if I was injured, the prince would also be injured. He would definitely find this place soon. In order to prevent the prince from discovering this matter, she urged him. Hurry up. I didn't see you were so anxious to bleed, Huaji said, pinching her hand hard. And the blood flowed faster. How much do you need? 1 bowl at a time. How many times? 3 times. 3 times. Lu Qiqi felt a headache when she thought about finding excuses for the 3 times of bleeding. It's not easy to deceive the prince once. But 3 times? Are you sure you're not looking for death? Just thinking about it, I heard a noise from a distance. And Lu Qiqi urged again. Hurry up. Huaji also heard it. She squeezed hard again. And the blood flowed faster. All the sounds of Lu Qiqi were not far away. And she was anxious when she heard the noise coming to her. Huaji was also worried. When she heard the footsteps approaching, she put away the small bowl and fled quickly. With a bang, the prince rushed in. Lu Qiqi was already sitting on the ground, and her wrist was still dripping with blood. The wound was not big, and after applying medicine, the wound was smaller. You are injured. The prince grabbed the woman's hand and asked. Lu Qiqi sighed. Yeah. What happened? The prince saw that the woman's wound was not too big, so he gave her a sigh of relief. The prince didn't expect to be injured in the Prime Minister's mansion. Just when he was talking to Prime Minister Chu, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrist. He didn't care too much and rushed out quickly. He heard that Lu Qiqi was alone. He was even more worried. Chapter 415 Slap. Just scratched by mistake. I have applied medicine, Lu Qiqi said. The prince saw that the wound was still healing. He carefully bandaged it with a handkerchief and carried the woman outside. The 4 maids saw this and were worried. They thought that Huaji was with the crown princess. Why was there only the crown princess? And the crown princess was injured? Thinking of Huaji's attitude towards the crown princess, it should be related to Huaji. They dared not say this. The prince held the woman and asked Qingdai to treat the wound. As a doctor, Qingdai saw clearly, and there were some things she kept silent about. After the wound was treated, Lu Qiqi deliberately joked. This wound is not a problem. As soon as she finished speaking, she met the prince's eyes and asked quickly, Are you okay? Wu Shizi happened to come from Chu Xiang's side and was a little puzzled by this. The crown princess was injured. What does it have to do with the prince? Thinking about it, he came up to him. Your Highness. The prince hated being disturbed by others. And seeing that it was Prince Wu, he still gave him face. Tell him that I'm leaving. After saying that, he left with the woman in his arms. Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was making a fuss, and then thought that if she was injured, the prince would also be injured. And he left in a hurry because he didn't want others to see that the prince was also injured. Prince Wu saw a group of people leaving quickly, feeling puzzled. When he came to Prime Minister Chu again, he mocked the prince for being so hypocritical as a man. Prince Chu took a look and said nothing. Not long after, Huaji came with a medicine bowl. Prince Wu said, Just took medicine and then take it again? Huaji felt a little guilty, and came to him carefully with the medicine bowl, thinking that he would be scolded by Prime Minister Chu. But when he saw Prime Minister Chu finish drinking the medicine, Huaji left with peace of mind, thinking that there were still 2 more times. How should she ask Lu Qiqi for blood? She saw what happened just now. If Lu Qiqi had said one more word just now, she would not be able to stand intact. Wu Shizi was stubborn and did not see the difference between the people next to him. He saw the maid leave and turned his head to say something to Chu Xiang, only to see that she was already lying on the bed with her eyes closed. What's going on? Why can't he understand? Get out. Chu Xiang's voice came. Wu Shizi knew that he was disliked, and hurried away. He always knew that Chu Xiang's anger was not as simple as being injured. Could it be that Chu Xiang was injured and his temper became unstable? Just now, he clearly felt that Chu Xiang had improved a lot. Chen Wangfu. The fake Chen Wang did several things in a row, but they were not satisfactory. Originally, he planned to use the examinees to cause trouble. But he didn't expect that because of the participation of the prince and Lu Qiqi, The fake Chen Wang had no chance to prove himself in front of concubine Wu. These days, he couldn't see concubine Wu, and the fake Chen Wang was panicked. The prince knew his true identity, and concubine Wu was like this again. Is he really finished? While worrying about this, there was a knock at the door. Your Majesty, I have made black chicken soup for you. Dai Xian's voice came from outside. When Prince Chen heard this noise, he recalled that day when concubine Wu ordered someone to send Dai Xian here. He never saw concubine Wu again. I think concubine Wu was angry about this. The more he thought about what happened that day, the more upset he became when he heard the noise at the door. Your Majesty, Dai Xian hadn't heard any noise for a long time. Thinking that the news was wrong, he pushed open the door and saw Prince Chen sitting inside. He looked a little unhappy and tried to smile and walked up to Prince Chen. Your Highness, I have been cooking the black chicken soup for a long time. Please try it while it is hot. Dai Xian was holding a small bowl and was about to put it on the table, but was swept to the ground by King Chen. With a snap, the maid knelt on the ground in fear. Dai Xian looked at King Chen, whose expression was changing unpredictably. She was afraid. She thought that the future wealth and glory would be given by King Chen, and she also thought that she had calculated him that day. Now she must know something. So she was so angry. It was precisely because of this reason that King Chen did not give her a good face. She felt guilty, and could only try her best to please him. Your Highness, I did something wrong. You tell me. I will correct it. Dai Xian felt wronged. She was already King Chen's person, but she was sent to King Chen's mansion like this. She had no status. When she came here, she still regarded herself as a slave. You know it's wrong. Why don't you get out? King Chen scolded. Dai Xian was stunned for a moment and ran out crying. What are you doing? King Chen scolded again. The maid kneeling on the ground began to clean up tremblingly. When they finished cleaning up, they all ran away with the King Chen shouted get out. Yang Gang came in and saw that King Chen was in a bad mood. After hesitating for a while, he still spoke. Your Majesty, there is news from the palace. King Chen was excited when he heard it. What news? Concubine Wu summoned the widow of Chao Ji Tavern. After hearing this, King Chen thought for a moment and was about to go to the palace to try his luck again. His future depends on concubine Wu. Even if this person deliberately suppresses him, he can only bear it. Just as he was about to move, he heard that someone from the palace came. King Chen was happy. No matter who the person from the palace is, as long as it is related to the palace, he will be happy. Seeing that the person who came was Wang Qian, who was beside concubine Wu, Prince Chen didn't know what concubine Wu meant. Your servant greets the prince. Wang Qian stepped forward and saluted in a proper manner. When Prince Chen saw it, it should be a good thing. And his face was tense. Did the mother ask you to come? Yes. The concubine has just summoned the imperial physician. Seeing the opportunity, Prince Chen did not ask concubine Wu what was wrong, and directly followed Wang Qian to the palace. When he went, Prince Chen was considerate enough to let Wang Qian take the carriage with him. Dai Xian, who was a little late in receiving the news, was happy to hear that someone had come from the palace. She packed up a little and ran out. When she heard that the person was Wang Qian, she thought that concubine Wu still cared about her. She wanted to show off that she used to be a servant, but now she has become the master. When she came out and didn't see anyone, she heard that the person had left with Prince Chen. She was anxious, and when she chased out, she saw Wang Qian getting on Prince Chen's carriage. Dai Xian froze in place. She had never been on the carriage of Prince Chen, so how could Wang Qian sit in it? She felt uneasy in her heart. She was unwilling to accept her fate. She wanted to change everything. At this time, Prince Chen, who was sitting in the carriage, was very happy at first. But then he thought that concubine would summon the imperial physician, and it was obvious that she was not feeling well. He could not show this happiness on his face. Pretending to be concerned, Wang Qian asked about concubine Wu's condition, and she answered one by one. When he came to Feiyu Hall, Prince Chen already knew the general situation, and walked in quickly with the attitude of a son. Mother, I heard that you are not feeling well. When Prince Chen entered the door and saw concubine Wu sitting in a daze, he asked softly. Wang Qian was about to serve her, but when she saw concubine Wu's eyes, she turned around and left. Why are you here? Concubine Wu asked. I'm worried about your health. Prince Chen came up to ask about her health. What's wrong with you? No problem. Prince Chen saw that Concubine Wu was a little tired. So he walked behind her and gently massaged her shoulders. It was not the first time that he massaged Concubine Wu, and the strength of Prince Chen was very good. Soon, Concubine Wu closed her eyes comfortably. Prince Chen could feel Concubine Wu's relaxation, and he knew it was a good thing. He massaged quietly without saying a word. And when Concubine Wu raised her hand, Prince Chen stopped. "What have you done recently?" Concubine Wu asked. Prince Chen knelt on the ground. "I know I was wrong." Concubine Wu looked at him and ordered, "Slap your mouth." Prince Chen was confused by this, and had not yet reacted. Chao pushed open the door and walked in from outside. She came to Concubine Wu to salute, then turned around and slapped Prince Chen twice. Chapter 416. Dai Xian was flattered. When King Chen saw this widow attacking him, he was furious and was about to fight back when Chao spoke up. "You haven't forgotten your identity, have you?" Chao said. This remark calmed King Chen down very well. Could it be that this woman knew that she was fake? King Chen was a little uneasy and looked at Concubine Wu. He happened to meet her impatient eyes and quickly admitted his mistake. "My subordinates are not doing a good job. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Concubine Wu didn't say anything. Chao slapped King Chen twice again. After beating him, Chao stood by, looking at the person in front of him. He looked very similar, but unfortunately his temperament was too different. Moving his hand to hit someone, he shook his head slightly at Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu looked at the fake. Fake. Always fake. No confidence at the critical moment. No wonder she was suppressed by the prince several times and had no power to fight back. The fake Prince Chen lived beside Prince Chen like a shadow. Although he was a shadow, when had he ever suffered such a hardship? Chao's force was too great. His face was burning, and his ears were still buzzing. He was greatly insulted. He wanted to beg for mercy from Concubine Wu with anger in his heart. When he saw Concubine Wu's disdainful eyes, he had to kowtow and admit his fault in the face of reality. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. I know my crime." "What's wrong?" Concubine Wu asked. Prince Chen didn't know, and didn't know how to answer for a while. Chao said, "Do you know who Dai Xian belongs to?" "Your Majesty's people." Chao said, "You have ruined people and sent them to you. Is this how you treat people?" King Chen knew that he was implicated because of Dai Xian, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also felt that Concubine Wu was reminding him that he shouldn't touch her people. This time, Prince Chen reacted quickly and told the truth about what happened that day. After hearing this, Concubine Wu looked at Prince Chen and said, "Get up." Prince Chen stood up and said, "From your point of view, you were also tricked by others?" Prince Chen nodded in shame. "I wanted to start with the examinees, but was disturbed by the prince. And then I fell into the trap. It was all my fault. I deserve to die." "Okay." Concubine Wu interrupted impatiently. "What are you going to do next?" When Prince Chen was asked this question, he suddenly had an idea. The examinees were arranged by the prince to live in Prince Chen's mansion, and Dai Xian was also there. If something happened, Dai Xian's affairs would not be blamed on him in the future, and he would not be taught a lesson because of Dai Xian. Prince Chen was really stupid. Concubine Wu was not venting her anger for Dai Xian, but was obviously just taking advantage of the situation. Prince Chen thought for a while, and revealed his plan in order to gain a little favor from Concubine Wu. But he didn't know that he didn't see Concubine Wu's disappointed face after he told her his plan. His son disobeyed him several times because of that bitch. But he was thorough, and would never come up with these weird tricks like this fool in front of him. Prince Chen's mansion. Dai Xian saw Wang Qian get on Prince Chen's carriage, and she was full of jealousy. She waited until the evening, but Prince Chen didn't come back. Dai Xian panicked. She was a little anxious about Prince Chen's matter, and she couldn't blame her for it. She had served people for so many years, watching the ladies in the palace live happily all day long. She finally saw an opportunity. How could she miss it? Now that Prince Chen didn't like her, her life was not going well. Her body, which had not yet recovered, became even worse after being so angry. She asked the maid to bring her medicine. After drinking it, she felt that it was too bitter in her mouth, because the maid did not prepare candied fruit. She was angry and threw the bowl directly on the maid's head. Instantly, the maid's forehead began to bleed. The maid was frightened to kneel on the ground when she saw that Dai Xian was so difficult to serve. She hurriedly explained, "Please calm down, madam." "Calm down?" Dai Xian sneered. Don't think she doesn't know what these maids say about her behind her back. She didn't get angry all the time because of King Chen's face. Now King Chen doesn't care about his face. Why should she save face for these people? If she continues to be so humble, won't these maids ride on her head one by one? Now she is abandoned by concubine Wu. For her future, she must work hard. It happened that at this time, the doctor came to diagnose Dai Xian's pulse. Dai Xian felt that everyone was against her. Just when she taught a maid a lesson, the doctor came. Why didn't these people come when she was ignored by King Chen? Dai Xian was already angry, and she didn't want to make a scene too ugly. She was also afraid that the doctor would leave and spread rumors about her, which would make her identity more embarrassing. After the doctor took her pulse and told her about her condition, Dai Xian was stunned. What did you say? How could she stand firm if she couldn't give birth to a child for King Chen? The doctor then realized that Dai Xian didn't know about this, and told Dai Xian to take care of herself. And he ran away first. Dai Xian collapsed when she heard the bad news. She knew better than anyone that a woman who couldn't give birth to a girl would be a tragedy even if she was in the highest position. Concubine Shu was the best example. No matter what, she must have her own child. Seeing the injured maid next to him, who had not been treated yet, he came up with an idea and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The maid shook her head quickly. "I'm fine. What's your name?" "I'm Xiao Chui." "Xiao Chui." The doctor should not have gone far. "Go and let him see." "I'm fine." Dai Xian also came from a maid. And after hearing this, he knew that the maid had remembered it in her heart. Deliberately sighed. "I know. You are still blaming me." The maid Xiao Chui knelt directly on the ground. "Okay. Don't kneel. I'm just in a bad mood. I won't do it next time. Go and see the doctor." As he said, he took off a bracelet from his wrist and gave it to Xiao Chui. "This is an apology." Xiao Chui didn't dare to accept it. But seeing Dai Xian insisted, she had to accept it. After Xiao Chui left, Dai Xian thought about how to regulate her body and how to please King Chen. What was the most important thing now? King Chen was her future, and she must appease King Chen first. After thinking for a long time, she decided to temporarily use the method that the queen in the palace liked most, and send a woman to King Chen. This could ease the relationship with King Chen the fastest, and it could also leave a good reputation for herself. In addition, she could use this time to take good care of her body. It was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. She tried to convince herself that she should be generous. She thought to herself that it would be difficult to do it well. And then, there was the right person. The status of the woman sent was too high, which made her look down. If it was too low, others would look down on her. It made people feel that as a palace maid, she was not as good as the noble lady in the capital, and could not be on the stage. While thinking, she heard the movement outside, and it seemed that King Chen had returned. Dai Xian heard the noise and got up quickly, put on her clothes, and went outside to take a look. Just as she walked to the door, she saw Prince Chen coming back from outside. When their eyes met, Dai Xian hurriedly saluted. "Your servant greets you, Your Highness." Prince Chen walked over quickly, glanced at Dai Xian, and helped her in. Dai Xian was flattered. She thought of Prince Chen going to the palace again. Did concubine Wu say something? Seeing Prince Chen's sudden change of attitude, Dai Xian was happy. She was about to say that she would find a woman for Prince Chen, but she temporarily suppressed it. "Your Highness?" Prince Chen helped Dai Xian sit down. "You are weak and need to rest well. Don't worry too much. You don't have to worry about the candidates in the front yard. Just leave everything to the housekeeper." Chapter 417 Burning Incense at Tianhua Temple. Yes. Dai Xian knew that the examinee had moved into Prince Chen's mansion. Due to her status, she had only been observing him for the past few days. "Why are you alone? Where are the maids?" "They." Dai Xian deliberately acted embarrassed. Prince Chen was angry. He shouted to the outside. "Someone." Yang Gang walked over quickly. "Prince, go find the housekeeper." "Yes." Yang Gang left in response. Soon, housekeeper 1 arrived. Saw Prince Chen, entered the door and saluted. "Meet Prince. Arrange a few smart people to serve the concubine." "Yes." Housekeeper Wang had not received the news that there was a concubine. This obviously meant that Dai Xian, who was sent to the mansion not long ago, was a concubine. Because housekeeper Wang was a later person, he was not sure about Prince Chen's temper. so he could only be careful. Dixian was happy when she heard about the concubine. After Prince Chen went to the palace, she became a concubine. She finally had status. And Prince Chen was paying attention to her. Thinking of this, she was happy in her heart. She listened to everything Prince Chen said clearly, and felt happy. When the housekeeper and others left, Dixian saluted Prince Chen. Prince, I am a servant. You are still talking about a servant? Prince Chen pretended to be angry. Dixian quickly said, I know I was wrong. Okay, get up. Prince Chen took Dixian's hand and asked her to sit down, explaining, it will take some time to confer the title. You wait patiently for a few days. When the things around me are settled, I will definitely write your name in the royal family tree. Thank you, Prince. Dixian's initial expectation was to be a concubine, and because she entered the mansion without a name or status, she was neglected these days. She thought there was no hope, but suddenly she was valued, and she was so happy that she forgot everything. There are a lot of things going on in the mansion recently. If you feel bored, you can start with the things in the mansion first. When you recover, the shops outside will be handed over to you. Dixian was completely floating. He didn't see the slightly swollen face of King Chen today, nor did he see the fierceness in King Chen's eyes. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi looked at the wound that was about to heal again. This was the third time. This was the last time. She didn't need to bleed again in the future. Thinking that Prime Minister Chu would get better soon, Lu Qiqi was happy. But this matter would definitely not be hidden from the prince. She was smart enough to bleed at the same wound position. Can it be said that the wound was torn? How long can this matter be biased against the prince? Think about it. They are all damned to live and die together. Why would such a thing happen to her? If there was no such thing, she wouldn't need to bleed secretly. Feeling annoyed, Chi Dai brought the herbs into the door. Lu Qiqi smelled this smell and was a little unhappy. Chi Dai came up to her and said, Crown Princess, you have been weak recently. You should take good care of yourself. Lu Qiqi looked at her. Chi Dai was a doctor, so she should know something. She didn't ask, and Chi Dai didn't say anything. She picked up the medicine bowl and drank it directly. Chi Dai took the medicine bowl and didn't mean to leave. Lu Qiqi said, Anything else? Crown Princess, how are you injured? It will be healed soon. Crown Princess, you should be more careful recently. You are always injured. It's not good. Yeah. Chi Dai left with the medicine bowl. As soon as she walked out of the door, Chunbai pulled her aside to whisper, What's wrong with Crown Princess? Why are you always injured these 2 days? How should I know? Did you see the wound? Chunbai asked. Chi Dai was just guessing about some things, so she couldn't tell Chunbai, who was such a big mouth. I don't know. Chunbai thought for a while and felt that this matter could be big or small. The Crown Princess has been unlucky recently. Should she go to the temple to burn incense? Chi Dai left after hearing this. Yudai and Zhou Yin saw that they thought Chi Dai knew something. And if Chi Dai didn't tell them, they had no way to do anything. Chunbai was still struggling. And after thinking for a while, she decided to go to the Crown Princess and make it clear. She spoke directly, saying that the Crown Princess had bad luck and needed to burn incense. Okay. You go and arrange it, Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai, tomorrow is a good day. You have thought about it. And you still come to ask me? Chunbai smiled. I didn't expect the Crown Princess to be injured these days. Everything will be fine. Since burning incense can make you feel at ease, then go. Lu Qiqi pretended to be reluctant, and Chunbai said something else. After Chunbai left to prepare for the incense burning tomorrow, Lu Qiqi was thinking, if everyone is as innocent as Chunbai. Thinking of this, the prince came back with a cold face, entered the door without saying a word, grabbed Lu Qiqi's hand, and directly exposed the wound. Are you injured again? Once or twice. He could ignore it, but it happened several times, and the prince was still angry. The prince couldn't figure it out. For whom did this woman hurt herself? Lu Qiqi nodded aggressively. Am I stupid? Seeing that the woman was trying to get away with it. The prince got angry, sat next to her angrily, and deliberately exposed his wound. Lu Qiqi saw that the truth had been revealed, and it was impossible for her to confess. She would not be stupid enough to cover up the truth. She simply propped up her chin with one hand and looked at the prince. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. Tell me, what happened? With so many people protecting him, He was still injured several times. They really thought he was a fool. Lu Qiqi sighed. It's been so long. I thought it was fine. So? The first time was unintentional. And the next 2 times were tests. Then what? You were still injured. Lu Qiqi took out the medicine bottle and applied medicine to the prince. Seeing that the wound was gradually healing. Tell me, if someone knew about it, would they do something to me? You can only stay within my sight from now on. What about the morning court? The prince's face was not good again. He could feel that the woman was doing it on purpose. You went to the morning court too early. I was still sleepy. Prince, when you went to the imperial study to see the emperor, you talked about confidential matters. It's not good for a woman like me to be there? Prince, when you meet your subordinates, it's not good for me to be there. I'm worried that I'll know too much and be more dangerous. So what? The prince couldn't help but speak. I decided to burn incense tomorrow and pray to Buddha, asking the gods to bless me and grow up healthy and happy. The prince was amused by the woman. You have brought out the Buddha, so he shouldn't be hurt. Of course. I can't really explain it, but I can still make this promise. I'll go with you tomorrow. The prince said it easily. The next day, the prince was tripped up by something. Lu Qiqi took 4 maids and went to Tianhua Temple under the protection of the guards. Lu Qiqi left the palace for the first time as a princess consort, seeing pedestrians kneeling along the way. She suddenly felt how great she was. While enjoying this unprecedented honor, she felt a familiar sight. She looked over and met a pair of familiar eyes. Junior. Seeing him again, Lu Qiqi was not as excited as last time. After a few days of settling down, and because of some things that happened, Lu Qiqi could face this matter calmly. She couldn't go back to the modern world. And it didn't matter who she handed over her career to. She just felt that her junior should give her an explanation. She looked at her junior again. And after seeing his nod, she retracted her gaze. Chapter 418. Praying at Tianhua Temple. This scene was seen by Li Jiaxuan, who was out buying medicine. Li Jiaxuan looked at the carriage going away, thinking that if Lu Qiqi hadn't appeared, the person sitting in the carriage would be herself. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have lived so miserably. Thinking, hating, a bold idea came to her mind. She was originally going to buy medicine, but she followed the carriage all the way to Tianhua Temple outside the capital. Walking, Li Jiaxuan soon found someone traveling with her. This person was Ma Xingyuan, the candidate from Yangzhou who had the highest reputation in the capital and the most mysterious identity. Why is he here? After following for a while, I found that the direction was the same. Is it just on the way? The candidates in the capital were very angry about the leak of the imperial examination questions. The candidates made a fuss several times, and the people from the government office also intervened. Now the prince is investigating the case of the leak of the imperial examination questions. After so many days, there is no result, and the candidates are making more trouble. Not long ago, some candidates moved into Chenwang Mansion, and these candidates calmed down a little. What surprised Li Jiaxuan was that the mysterious Ma Xingyuan also moved into Chenwang Mansion. Was he from an ordinary family? Or did he have another purpose? After walking for a while, she found that it was still on the way. Ma Xingyuan's speed and Lu Qiqi's carriage always kept the same distance, which made Li Jiaxuan find something fishy. Hee. Sure enough, as long as people come out, they will have opportunities. As for the man who was supposed to get married in a few days, he was lying in bed now. In a few days, he would be dead. She didn't care about it. It was the guard who ruined her future. So she ruined the guard's future. It is absolutely impossible to let herself marry him. Even if she wants to marry, it is a dead man. In order to move to Lu Qiqi, Li Jiaxuan does not care about the life and death of a dying person. At this time, Lu Qiqi, sitting in the carriage, was thinking about what to say after seeing her junior. She felt complicated, with many things to say, but she felt that every word was redundant. At the moment when they recognized each other, at the moment when they were both crossing the army, she did not have much joy of reunion. Chunbai and others saw that the closer the crown princess got to Tianhua Temple, the more serious she looked, and their hearts trembled. The crown princess really had something on her mind. When the carriage was stable, Lu Qiqi got off the carriage with the help of 4 maids. Standing at the gate of Tianhua Temple, I saw the towering steps. This is Tianhua Temple. Temples are generally built on mountains. The higher the steps, the more they test a person's sincerity. Lu Qiqi felt complicated. Walking in such a place was a good thing for her. Crown Princess. Chunbai saw that the Crown Princess had not moved, and reminded her. Lu Qiqi looked at her. Are all the things ready? Yes. Lu Qiqi nodded slightly, and walked towards the stairs. Chunbai nervously wanted to help her, but was rejected by Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi had something on her mind, but she was not so helpless. Walking slowly on the stairs, Lu Qiqi's mind flashed through the past, thinking of the difficulties she encountered when starting a business in modern times. She had doubted, hesitated, and felt helpless, but she still insisted on walking to the present. After coming to the ancient times, perhaps she had used up all her energy in modern times, and came here, just thinking about enjoying. Later, she learned that her parents had also traveled through time, seeing that they were living a very good life. She also thought about struggling again, and wanted to become a support for her parents. She also knew what kind of person the prince was. If he really did that, she and the prince would not have the peace they have now. According to her understanding of the prince, after the prince broke up with her, he would most likely attack her parents. Her enjing was not because she was afraid, but because she felt that there was no need to make herself so tired. Now that she has the system, if her parents are really in danger, she can use the power of the prince to solve it. She thought a lot, and had her own plans for the future. The more Lu Qiqi walked, the more relaxed she felt in her heart, and her steps became more steady. When Lu Qiqi reached the last step, she felt as relaxed as a newborn. She couldn't tell why, but she thought so. Looking back at the steps behind her, she couldn't see the bottom, but saw two familiar figures climbing up the steps. One was her junior Ma Xingyuan, who was going to meet her, and the other was a little ridiculous. Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan's appearance did not seem like a coincidence, but rather she felt that this person was chasing after her. Since she was here, if someone was quiet, she would not disturb them. If someone wanted to do something, even if it was in a Buddhist place, she would not mind taking action. Ma Xingyuan, who was walking on the steps, looked up and met Lu Qiqi's eyes. With a tacit understanding of many years of cooperation, he knew what was going on. He picked up the pendant on his waist, moved slightly, and saw the appearance of the person behind him. He did not care much, put the pendant down, and helped him. It seemed like a simple action, but Lu Qiqi knew what Ma Xingyuan meant. Lu Qiqi turned around, paused slightly, and quickly walked towards Tianhua Temple. Li Jiaxuan, who was walking at the end, did not notice the subtle movements between them. She was still waiting to see the show. She also wanted to create an opportunity. She thought to herself that if the two of them did not have that kind of relationship, she would also create one. If she could not create it, she could also use rumors. She did not believe that Lu Qiqi's reputation was ruined, and the prince would still want such a woman? She could not be rightfully close to the prince, and no woman who approached would have a good end. Here, Lu Qiqi did not forget the real purpose of coming here. Pray for blessings. She was just going through the motions to make the prince feel at ease, and the maid feel at ease. She had done this kind of thing in modern times, and it was just a process. Lu Qiqi, led by Chunbai, paid homage to each statue one by one. She personally burned incense, kneeled, counted, and burned paper. No matter who you are, as long as you come here, you are an ordinary pilgrim. Lu Qiqi is no exception. After Lu Qiqi finished all these, she heard the sound of monks chanting scriptures from the side. Lu Qiqi had heard it in modern times, and thought it was tongue-twisting, and she couldn't hear what was being said. She only knew it was chanting. Today, she seemed to understand it. Following the sound, Lu Qiqi saw many monks sitting cross-legged on the ground chanting in a hall. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi saw several old women sitting on the futons and chanting. Lu Qiqi was attracted and walked in quietly. She saw several futons in the corner were empty. Walked over and sat on the ground. After sitting for a while, and listening to the sounds next to her, her heart was calmer. She suddenly felt that the sound of the monks chanting could bring her more spiritual enjoyment than listening to a concert live. I don't know how long it took. The monks finished chanting and left. Lu Qiqi seemed to be in a trance, keeping the same posture, and it had not changed for a long time. The four maids' legs were a little numb, and seeing that the crown princess did not move, they did not move either. After a while, Chunbai couldn't stand it anymore. She saw that the crown princess was still in meditation. She looked at Yudai and the others. Thinking that the crown princess would be safe with them around, she quietly left and prepared to move around in the yard. Chunbai came to the yard and saw some young monks sweeping fallen leaves. Chunbai didn't feel comfortable making any big moves, so she went to rest for a while under a century-old tree not far away. Chapter 419. Chunbai was arrested. Chunbai knew that this tree had a history of hundreds of years. Everyone who came to Tianhua Temple was willing to sit under the tree, thinking that with the protection of the tree, things would go more smoothly in the future. Chunbai rarely had the opportunity to come here. Yesterday, she asked about the affairs of Tianhua Temple. This big tree can bring good luck to people. She walked under the tree and prepared to walk around the tree to see what was different about such a sacred tree. Just halfway through, someone in front looked up at the tree. It was just a side face, and Chunbai was attracted by the man's eyes. It was just because there was too much sadness in this man's eyes, as if something big had happened, and he was a little upset and ready to rush to the tree and kill himself. Yes, Chunbai had this idea. She wanted to go forward to persuade him, but she felt it was inappropriate. The two were not familiar with each other, so how should she start? When she was entangled, she felt that this person looked familiar. After a closer look, it turned out to be the candidate Ma Xingyuan. Is it him? Thinking of Ma Xingyuan, who was originally the most likely candidate to become the top scholar, he lost this opportunity because of the leak of the imperial examination questions. Could it be that he had too much hope and could not accept this result? So he was so depressed that he wanted to commit suicide here? No! Chunbai spoke out her thoughts in her heart. Her voice was a little loud, attracting the attention of the monk sweeping the floor around her, and also attracted Ma Xingyuan's attention. Ma Xingyuan saw that it was the palace maid named Chunbai beside Lu Qiqi, and continued to be aloof. Just glanced at her, without any expression. Chunbai felt abrupt, stepped forward, and said, "The tree is hundreds of years old, and it has become an immortal long ago. If you encounter any troubles, you can speak silently in your heart." Ma Xingyuan continued to look at the tree. "You disturb me." Chunbai was hurt by these ruthless words. What kind of person is this? She was kind-hearted, but was treated like this. She didn't care if this person lived or died. Chunbai continued to walk around the tree, looking at Ma Xingyuan from time to time. Was he really upset? Ma Xingyuan was a little annoyed by being looked at, so he simply walked to the back of Tianhua Temple. This is a small path up the mountain. Walking in it, you won't be disturbed by others, and you can find a rare tranquility. Chunbai watched the man walk away, tangled for a while, stood under the tree and looked up at the towering tree in front of her, whispering what was in her heart. Li Jiaxuan has been paying attention to Lu Qiqi's situation. She wanted to wait for Lu Qiqi to be alone, preferably a scene of Lu Qiqi meeting a man in private. After waiting for a long time, she didn't wait for Lu Qiqi, but saw Chunbai, who was alone. Chunbai is Lu Qiqi's favorite maid, so it's not bad to use her. With a plan in mind, seeing that no one was paying attention, Li Jiaxuan took out a handkerchief from her sleeve when she approached, covered Chunbai's mouth and nose after approaching, and soon took the fainted Chunbai away. At this time, in the hall, Yu Dai saw that the crown princess finally moved, and helped the crown princess up. Lu Qiqi realized that the monk had left at some point. Her legs and feet were a little numb, and she didn't know how much time had passed. She walked to the door and took a look at the sky. It was almost noon. After so long, the calmness in her heart, the uneasiness in her heart, and the confusion about the future all disappeared. Facing the sunshine outside, Lu Qiqi felt like she was reborn. Crown Princess, Tianhua Temple prepares vegetarian meals for pilgrims every day. Do you want to stay for vegetarian meals today? Is there anything else? Yes, Yu Dai explained. Lu Qiqi also wanted to taste the vegetarian food in the temple. Just as she was thinking, she found that Chunbai was not there. Where is Chunbai? Yu Dai and others found that Chunbai was not there. I thought she had gone to pray to Buddha, but I didn't find her after searching for a while. Lu Qiqi realized that something was wrong. Yu Dai protected the crown princess, and Qin Dai and Zhou Yin started looking for people. After searching for a while, they still didn't find Chunbai's figure. They both knew that Chunbai was in danger. Lu Qiqi immediately met the guards and said that she didn't see any suspicious people leaving, thinking of the two figures she saw. As for Ma Xingyuan, there are some suspicious things in modern times, but he still understands his junior. He will not do despicable things. But Li Jiaxuan, She is like a stray dog. And she can do anything bad. If it is really her, things will be easy. I believe that Li Jiaxuan was staring at me somewhere at this time. She didn't need to look for me. After looking around, she found a small path next to her and walked towards it. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yan wanted to follow, but were rejected by Lu Qiqi. The three maids saw this and didn't understand anything. Qingdai and Yudai followed the crown princess from a distance, while Zhou Yan turned and left. Lu Qiqi walked around and saw that there was nothing around except big trees. She stood in an open place and shouted at no one. Li Jiaxuan, come out! Lu Qiqi waited for a while and didn't hear any movement. She concluded that Li Jiaxuan was around, thinking that Chunbai would be in danger in this person's hands. Lu Qiqi's patience ran out. She sneered and said, Li Jiaxuan, I thought you were a man of temperament, but I didn't expect you to be a coward who dares to do but not admit it. After the words fell, Li Jiaxuan, who was hiding in the dark, came out and looked at Lu Qiqi from a distance. When Lu Qiqi was about to speak, Li Jiaxuan turned and left. Lu Qiqi knew the danger, and she was willing to take the risk for Chunbai. She quickly chased after Li Jiaxuan, and after walking for a while, she found that she had to walk through a narrow stone crack in front of her, which only allowed one person to pass through. Lu Qiqi looked over and found that the stone was not a single piece, but was composed of many large stones. With just one glance, she could see the danger of this place. Li Jiaxuan mocked in front. Lu Qiqi, are you afraid? I am different from you. You are like a rat crossing the street now. Anyone who mentions you will feel dirty. I am different. I am the crown princess respected by everyone. If it weren't for the wrong situation today, just because you called me by my name, I would be beaten with 10 boards. Lu Jiaxuan will never forget the 10 boards she was beaten with, thinking that everything was this person's fault. Li Jiaxuan's expression changed. Chunbai is in my hands. If you want her alive, come here alone. Alive? Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth. Li Jiaxuan threatened. If you don't care about Chunbai's life, or if you are afraid, you don't have to come. Lu Qiqi is not stupid. She already knew that Yudai and Qingdai were following behind, and she would not really agree to Li Jiaxuan's request. Thinking of Chunbai, Lu Qiqi took the risk to walk over. She knew that there was danger hidden in the cracks between the rocks, but she didn't care, not knowing what Chunbai was going through. She didn't dare to delay for a moment. Walking, seeing Li Jiaxuan continue to move forward, Lu Qiqi wondered, is there no danger in the cracks? Just when Lu Qiqi felt strange, when she walked safely through the cracks, and thought she was overthinking, there was a rumble behind her, and the big stone behind her fell and blocked the passage. Not only that, but also successfully blocked Yudai and Qingdai who were following behind. Li Jiaxuan was very satisfied with the movement, and looked back at Lu Qiqi. They are all blocked. If they want to come over, they can do it in 1 hour. You want to say that a lot of things should happen in this hour, right? Lu Qiqi continued. Li Jiaxuan smiled. A sinister smile. Tell me, where is Chunbai? Lu Qiqi stopped talking nonsense and asked directly. Chapter 420 Blood Evil League Young Master Lone Wolf. If you want to know, follow me. Li Jiaxuan said this and continued to walk forward. Lu Qiqi was fearless and followed behind Li Jiaxuan. Behind her were the anxious shouts of Yudai and Qingdai. For Chunbai's safety, Lu Qiqi didn't care too much. She knew that Li Jiaxuan was targeting her and would not attack Yudai and Qingdai. Targeting herself and the people around her was too abominable. Lu Qiqi summoned the system. Where is Chunbai? System. She was knocked unconscious by Li Jiaxuan. But your junior has approached and is ready to save Chunbai. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Chunbai is okay. System. Nothing serious. Just unconscious. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi looked at Li Jiaxuan who was walking in front and asked, where did Li Jiaxuan hide her? System. Down the mountain. Lu Qiqi understood. She deliberately led me here to attack me. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Do you need a talisman? System hesitated for a while. Probably not. Lu Qiqi understood that she would be in danger, and she was not scared. Danger can't matter. The road is still the same. Life is still the same. Lu Qiqi. I guess Li Jiaxuan led me here. There should be no one here? System. Do it boldly. No one will find out. Lu Qiqi had a plan in mind, and continued to follow Li Jiaxuan to the back mountain. Doing bad things in a quiet place is too wrong. Someone bullied her and asked her to do nothing and become a lamb to be slaughtered. She couldn't do it. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to do it herself. She always felt that Li Jiaxuan was hypocritical and wanted to take action. She didn't want to miss this opportunity today. Lu Qiqi was not a reckless person. Knowing that Li Jiaxuan had martial arts, she asked the system for some treasures. It was also at this moment that Lu Qiqi realized that the system could not only give amulets and gossip, but also be a storage machine. With these bottles and jars in hand, she was more confident. She knew her weakness was that she had no martial arts. And she also knew the pride of people with martial arts. It would definitely not work if she used her brain. She would have some chance of winning. Lu Qiqi thought a lot but didn't expect that Li Jiaxuan had been walking in front and suddenly stopped. Lu Qiqi was on guard and looked around. This was not a great position. But when she saw Li Jiaxuan rushing over, Lu Qiqi directly threw out the treasure given by the system. She remembered the words of the system deeply and held her breath immediately when she threw it out. The scene in front of her made Lu Qiqi feel very happy. Just because she saw Li Jiaxuan flying towards her, her body suddenly fell straight down. With a bang, a circle of dust flew up when she fell to the ground. Lu Qiqi was so happy to see the scene. Li Jiaxuan was stunned and quickly realized that she had underestimated her enemy. She raised her hand to give Lu Qiqi a fatal blow, but her movement was too slow. Lu Qiqi stepped on Li Jiaxuan's hand the moment she stretched it out and looked down at the embarrassed Li Jiaxuan. "Are you going to attack me here? You despicable." Lu Qiqi also decided that what she did was wrong. So she took a step back, looked at Li Jiaxuan and said, "Sorry. I accidentally stepped on your hand." Li Jiaxuan was angry, and she felt very bad lying on the ground. She supported herself and climbed up. When she stood up, she was already tired and panting, just like an old woman who has been exercising. Her breathing has become intermittent. After taking a breath, Li Jiaxuan said angrily, "You are despicable." This movement, this momentum, was greatly reduced because of the lack of strength. Lu Qiqi sneered. She did not give Li Jiaxuan a chance to breathe. Suddenly made a move, pinched her neck directly, and forced Li Jiaxuan to retreat, pushing back continuously until she was forced to hit a tree, with both hands pinching Li Jiaxuan's neck. Seeing her face gradually become embarrassed due to lack of oxygen, and seeing her desperately begging for life, Lu Qiqi did not let go. The strength in her hands was still increasing, and her mouth was not idle. "Despicable. You really know how to say it. Compared with what you did, I just sprinkled a little powder. Is this despicable? You can't kill me." Seeing that Li Jiaxuan could still speak, Lu Qiqi was about to use force again. She had no intention of killing people in the land of Buddhism, nor did she want to miss the lesson for Li Jiaxuan. I wanted her to endure the fear of death several times, but the hidden weapon flew over and hit Lu Qiqi's wrist. Lu Qiqi's wrist hurt, and she had to let go. Li Jiaxuan collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Qiqi looked around and found nothing. She looked at the pebbles on the ground. Very ordinary pebbles. Someone found it temporarily. Not arranged by Li Jiaxuan? Lu Qiqi looked at the small wound on her wrist, which was not big and had not bled yet. Lu Qiqi ignored it for too long and looked at Li Jiaxuan. "Li Jiaxuan, you said I was despicable. You tricked me here to kill me. And you still said I was despicable?" This was an explanation to someone in the dark, and it was also a clear indication of Li Jiaxuan's despicableness. You are talking nonsense." Li Jiaxuan seemed to have not recovered, and asked back with tears, "It is you who wanted to kill me." Lu Qiqi looked at Li Jiaxuan, whose expression suddenly changed. She took a step back and looked at Li Jiaxuan sarcastically. "Why should I kill you? You have been chasing my man for so many years. But my man has never looked at you straight in the eye. You threatened my maid's life and led me here. Ready to attack me? You are talking nonsense." Li Jiaxuan cried even harder. "What nonsense am I talking about? Aren't you planning to kill me and replace me? You are talking nonsense." Lu Qiqi saw that Li Jiaxuan was still holding on to this, and she was happy. "Since I am talking nonsense, you swear to heaven that you have no desire for my man, nor do you plan to replace him, and you have no half-dead thoughts about my man. If you break this oath, you will not die well." Li Jiaxuan looked at Lu Qiqi, and the anger in her eyes could not be concealed. Lu Qiqi took this opportunity to summon the system. Who was that person who just attacked? System. Young Master Lone Wolf of Blood Demon Alliance. Lu Qiqi was shocked. Young Master Lone Wolf of Blood Demon Alliance? Thinking that Young Master Lone Wolf of Blood Demon Alliance is Wu Guifei's man. He appeared here? Not ordered to kill her? Thinking about it, there is a great possibility. The hand in the sleeve clenched into a fist. She regretted it. The system helped to deal with Li Jiaxuan. And now there is another lone wolf. Can she leave safely? She is not sure whether the medicine given by the system in her hand is effective for the lone wolf. The system felt the panic in Lu Qiqi's heart and said, "He was just passing by." Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Does this person know Li Jiaxuan?" System: "No." Lu Qiqi: "Why did you attack?" System: "I killed too many people, and suddenly wanted to save someone for fun." Lu Qiqi complained. "Bullshit." System: "He is at your 8 o'clock position." Lu Qiqi curled her lips, and looked towards the 8 o'clock direction. "You have been watching for so long. Don't you want to come out for some fresh air?" She stared straight at him, with a firm and confident look in her eyes. Chapter 421 Li Jiaxuan is ruined. Li Jiaxuan didn't expect that there were people around. And fortunately someone showed up and saved her. What does Lu Qiqi's expression mean? Why does a person without martial arts look at one direction so firmly? At this time, Li Jiaxuan was unwilling to accept her carelessness. When a man really walked out in that direction, Li Jiaxuan's eyes shrank. It was a stranger. After so many years in the martial arts world, how could she not know that there were such masters? Why did this person save her? Not knowing the other party's origin, she felt dangerous. Now that she was hit, she was not Lu Qiqi's opponent. It would take some time for her to recover. She wanted to use this person to delay time. Lu Qiqi saw that the person who came out was actually a handsome young man. Lu Qiqi couldn't stay calm and asked the system, "Are you sure? This person is really the young master of the blood evil Li, the lone wolf?" System: "It's genuine." Lu Qiqi: "It's too unfair, isn't it? So many people died at the hands of this man. And this man turned out to be a harmless teenager. She couldn't accept it." System: "You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure the sea." And he even forgot what he said. Lu Qiqi looked at the boy who was coming, and she tried to show her full kindness. He is young, but his skills are very good. I wonder which sect this boy belongs to. Does he need to recruit disciples? The lone wolf looked at Lu Qiqi. Is this the crown princess? The two of them didn't have a direct contact, but he still knew this person. In his opinion, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and he seemed to have some sympathy for Li Jiaxuan, who was obviously in a disadvantaged position. This person has been with the crown prince for so many years, and he thought he was different from the crown prince. But in the end, a concubine stole all the limelight. Hee. Interesting. It was originally a hunting expedition, but he was injured by the prey instead. This is the consequence of underestimating the enemy. The lone wolf has experienced so many things in these years, and he can be where he is now by being careful. There are so many people protecting the crown princess. Why does she still need to practice? Lu Qiqi made it clear to this person, and she was not so scared anymore. And she even thought this person was interesting. Indeed, your place does not need a mediocre person like me. Even if I want to learn, it is past the best time to practice martial arts. Lu Qiqi made it clear, then smiled and glanced at Li Jiaxuan, the meaning of which was very obvious. Hee. The lone wolf smiled. Sure enough, this woman is not simple. Li Jiaxuan saw that the two did not know each other, and heard their conversation and felt bad. So she forced herself to be lucky. Being too anxious, she could not control the blood and chi in her heart, and vomited a mouthful of black blood with a wow. Lu Qiqi took her eyes away from Gu Lang and looked at Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan, I forgot to tell you that my poison is only effective for people with martial arts skills. The higher the martial arts skills, the more severe the backlash. Li Jiaxuan couldn't stay calm when she heard this. She didn't force her martial arts skills, and her physical discomfort was much lighter. She was not a fool. She didn't know how many dangers she would face, and she would rather take a risk than trust Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi saw Li Jiaxuan's actions, looked at Gu Lang again and said, Your Excellency rescued me. You should know each other, and I will leave her to you. If she attacks me again in the future, I will never let her go easily. Leaving this behind, she walked back the way she came, walking slowly, as if taking a stroll. She seemed to be unaware of the two pressing sights behind her. When Lu Qiqi arrived in front of the block boulder, She wondered whether to take a detour to leave, and wanted to see if there was any place to go around. Just as she was about to take a detour, a familiar voice suddenly came. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi heard the movement and jumped high on the spot. I'm here. Soon. Lu Qiqi saw a familiar voice flying over, and was quickly hugged by the person who came. The uneasiness in her heart was relieved at this moment. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the sound of fighting behind her. Lu Qiqi did not look back. She was held by the prince, and was very obedient. Soon, she was attracted by the scene in front of her again, just because the big stone blocking the way moved. Not only that, Lu Qiqi was completely lost all her expression by the next scene. I saw the big stone loose at the beginning, then the activity, and then the movement. When Lu Qiqi finally saw that the movement of the big stone was done by one person, she couldn't stay calm. This big stone weighed at least 2,000 pounds, and it was moved so easily by one person. This man is an acquaintance of Lu Qiqi, and he is a coachman with great strength. Lu Qiqi and the prince took a carriage back to the East Palace. On the way, the prince hugged her tightly and said nothing again. Lu Qiqi did not move, and held her obediently. She summoned the system in her mind and asked what happened to Gu Lang and Li Jiaxuan later. Gu Lang escaped the moment the prince appeared, and Li Jiaxuan was caught. The sound of fighting she heard was this. System. Li Jiaxuan is useless after today. Lu Qiqi was not surprised. She was poisoned, and she was still tossing. It would be strange if it didn't cost her. Unfortunately, she didn't die. System. The evil will live longer. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth. She is so lucky. System. No matter how lucky she is just a foil. Lu Qiqi laughed and agreed with this. However, she thought that she could have met her junior today. But now she is on the carriage on the way back, so there is no chance for the time being. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi couldn't help but think of the young master of the Blood Evil Alliance, the Lone Wolf. Qiqi. The prince called Lu Qiqi several times in a row, but there was no response. He thought she was scared, but looking at the woman's eyes, it seemed that it was not the case. Dazed? Can a woman be in a daze at this time? Lu Qiqi came back to her senses at the prompt of the system, and saw the prince's face full of concern. I'm fine. What were you thinking about just now? The prince asked. I just met a young man, and I don't know where he came from. A young man? The prince thought that Li Jiaxuan was the only one there when he went there. Well, a handsome young man, with martial arts skills. And he also knew that I was the crown princess. Oh! The prince felt even more strange. Lu Qiqi secretly communicated with the system. The prince doesn't know what Lone Wolf looks like. System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi understood. The prince also wanted to know Lu Qiqi's identity. And he was still a handsome boy. Who was this person? Lu Qiqi saw that he couldn't explain it clearly. So she said, I'll draw it for you when I get back. The prince thought that this was the only way. The two took a carriage back to the East Palace, and Lu Qiqi quickly gave the prince a portrait of Lone Wolf. The prince immediately sent someone to investigate, and met Li Jiaxuan, who was captured. Lu Qiqi also saw Chunbai crying after the prince left. Crown Princess. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Chunbai knelt on the ground crying. Lu Qiqi helped Chunbai up. Li Jiaxuan came to the prince. Why are you apologizing? Chunbai understood that the crown princess was comforting herself, so she didn't say anything about it. It's my fault. If I had been more careful, I wouldn't have put the crown princess in danger. Okay. It's all over. I'm hungry too. Let's prepare food first. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qiqi's stomach growled at the right time, and several maids immediately went to work. Chunbai left with tears in her eyes. When Lu Qiqi finally calmed down, she first took some dried fruits to fill her stomach and thought about what happened today. Chapter 422, Wedding in 3 Days. After thinking about it, Lu Qiqi asked the system, what will happen to Li Jiaxuan? System. The prince has sent the person back and is preparing for the wedding in 3 days. Lu Qiqi. That guard? System. After the guard was released, Li Jiaxuan poisoned him. She wanted to poison him to death so that she wouldn't have to get married. After what happened today, the prince took action and she had to get married. Lu Qiqi. I hope she's dead. System. She won't live long. Lu Qiqi. How long is a short time? System. Why are you so anxious today? Lu Qiqi was a little embarrassed. Li Jiaxuan is crazy, and will do even crazier things in the future. System. She has no chance. Lu Qiqi is in the mood. What to say? System starts to keep things a secret. You'll know later. Lu Qiqi saw that the system was too close. So she turned to talk about Gu Lang. Where is Gu Lang now? System. Just went to Wu Guifei's Feiyu Palace. Lu Qiqi. What bad things does Wu Guifei want to do? System. I don't know yet. Lu Qiqi thought that their meeting was not a good thing, and hoped that the prince would find Gu Lang as soon as possible. Now Lu Qiqi thinks that it is a good thing to have the system. But she must always remember not to show her feet in front of the prince. It will definitely not be a good thing. System. The fake King Chen has the appearance of King Chen, but his brain is not 1/10,000th of King Chen. If Wu Guifei finds out about this, it is possible that she will take action in advance. Lu Qiqi. Will Wu Guifei kill King Chen? System. Not for the time being. Lu Qiqi. Do you have this idea? System. Concubine Wu allowed the fake Prince Chen to play, thinking that if the matter was exposed, she would expose the fake Prince Chen, and then she would still be a victim. Lu Qiqi sneered. Concubine Wu has a big head. She can calculate so many people. System. Poor Prince Chen is still trying to please Concubine Wu, thinking that with Concubine Wu's support, he could also sit in that position. Lu Qiqi heard it, and laughed out loud. Did he daydream too much and have fantasies? The prince is capable, and has the emperor's approval. Even if the fake Prince Chen has the title of Prince Chen and can be pretentious, his actions are impossible to take on major responsibilities. System. If the prince has an accident, Prince Chen will have a chance? Lu Qiqi put away her smile, thinking about the seriousness of this problem. She knew that the system would not lie to her. If someone creates some trouble, it is also possible. System. On the one hand, the fake Prince Chen tried to please Concubine Wu and promised Dai Xian the status of a concubine. At this time, Dai Xian also wanted to send a woman to Prince Chen to consolidate their relationship. Lu Qiqi sensed someone's intention, and she didn't want to say anything. At this time, Chunbai and others came with food. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything to the system, got up, washed her hands, and ate. After the meal, Lu Qiqi yawned because she was sleepy, turned to the inner hall to rest. Chunbai and others saw that the crown princess was finally sleepy, and their hanging hearts were put down, leaving Qingdai and Chunbai to serve by the side. Yudai and Zhou Yin turned and left. They knew that what happened today was done by Li Jiaxuan. When they were in the palace, they couldn't do anything to Li Jiaxuan for the sake of the Queen Mother. Now it's different. To attack the crown princess is to seek death. Yudai was very fast. She and Zhou Yin came to the other courtyard. They did not alarm anyone, and quickly came to Li Jiaxuan's bedroom. At this time, Li Jiaxuan had just taken the medicine and laid down to rest. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes, and saw Yudai and Zhou Yin coming. They were all the crown prince's people. They had been running around for the crown prince for these years. They had never cooperated with each other, but they knew each other's existence. Li Jiaxuan was a little anxious when she saw the two people. Did the crown prince ask you to come? At this time, you are still thinking about the crown prince? Zhou Yin came up and took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Li Jiaxuan narrowed her eyes when she saw this action, and wanted to open her mouth for help. But Yudai was faster, and threw a pill into her mouth. Li Jiaxuan wanted to spit it out, but Yudai suddenly pinched her mouth again. Yudai let go only after confirming that the drug was taking effect. Li Jiaxuan was finally free and wanted to shout, only to find that she was muted. Feeling that things were not going well, Li Jiaxuan wanted to escape, but unfortunately, she didn't have much strength now. As soon as she moved, she was pushed by Zhou Yin. The moment Li Jiaxuan fell on the bed, Zhou Yin rushed over and pinched her neck. Yudai stood by and watched. Seeing the arrogant Li Jiaxuan in pain, she felt relieved. She grabbed a handful of indigo and gave it to the silver needle, and directly inserted it into Li Jiaxuan's kicking calf. Qingyi came to deliver medicine to the young lady. When she saw the scene, Yudai and Zhou Yin noticed it, just took a look, and didn't stop their actions. You, what are you doing? Qingyi said, and wanted to retreat. Yudai's mouth twitched, and she grabbed a piece of Li Jiaxuan's clothes and threw it, knocking Qingyi to the ground. Qingyi felt pain, and she wanted to run out, but Yudai came over and blocked her way. Qingyi, didn't you see that your young lady was dying? Why didn't you go to save her? Qingyi grabbed Yudai's skirt, "Aunt you? I didn't see anything. I beg you to let me go." "Let you go? When your young lady killed the crown princess. Why didn't she let the crown princess go?" Chingy opened her eyes wide and shook her head hard. "I don't know." "Really? Your young lady said it was your idea?" Chingy shook her head quickly. "I don't know. I really don't know." At this time, Zhou Yin felt that it was almost time. So she let go of Li Jiaxuan and let Li Jiaxuan breathe heavily. She wiped her hands with a handkerchief again, glanced at Chingy who was kneeling on the ground, and then looked at Li Jiaxuan who was blushing. "What should we do?" Chingy said it wasn't her idea. Yu Dai said. "Then check it again." Zhou Yin nodded. "Okay." The two walked away while talking, not taking Li Jiaxuan and Chingy seriously. Chingy saw them leave, crawled to Li Jiaxuan. Miss, are you okay?" Li Jiaxuan was still gasping for breath. She saw everything Chingy did just now. Seeing that she was in danger, she didn't come up to save her, but fled. Escape? Great. In that case, let the maid with 2 hearts marry the guard. They are also a perfect match. Thinking of what the prince said not long ago, her heart suddenly turned cold. Could it be that the prince really didn't see her efforts for so many years? Chapter 423 Garlic Chicken. East Palace. Lu Qiqi woke up. Her head was a little groggy. While shaking her stiff neck, she asked Chunbai, "Why did I fall asleep suddenly? I must be too tired." Chunbai felt guilty and didn't dare to look at the crown princess. She knew what Qinai had given her, and just let the crown princess sleep. Lu Qiqi wanted to ask something else, but the system voice came. "Concubine Wu wants Gulang to kill Li Jiaxuan, and then put the blame on you." Lu Qiqi heard this, got up, came to the dressing table, let Chunbai busy on her head, and chatted with the system. What do they want to do? Li Jiaxuan will get married in 3 days, and meet the Queen Mother the day after tomorrow. So don't take advantage of this opportunity to do it. Lu Qiqi understood someone's plan. Li Jiaxuan was unwilling, and would use this opportunity to make trouble. As long as she didn't see him, she shouldn't splash mulberry water on her. But it seemed unlikely. What should I do? System. Don't do anything. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Lu Qiqi. Okay. She felt that the system was a little unreliable at this moment. And after thinking for a while, she said, "Wouldn't it be easier to send someone to kill now?" System. Yu Dai and Zhou Yin just taught her a lesson. Lu Qiqi. How did you teach her a lesson? System. The same as you did. If it weren't for Li Jiaxuan's marriage, it would be more direct. Lu Qiqi heard it and looked at Chunbai in the mirror. Where is Yu Dai? She went out. Chunbai said. What did she do? Chunbai shook her head. I don't know. Lu Qiqi saw that Chunbai didn't seem to have finished speaking, so she looked at Qingdai. When Yu Dai comes back, ask her to come see me. Yes. Qingdai responded. It seemed that the crown princess knew something, but Qingdai didn't dare to say it. Not long after, Qingdai and Zhou Yin came back, carrying cakes and 2 chickens in their hands. Lu Qiqi was on the hammock in the yard. Seeing this scene, it seemed that they went shopping. Thinking of what the system said, she looked at the 2 of them. When did you like shopping? I went out and met Aunt Wang. Thinking that the crown princess likes to eat chicken, I brought back 2. Yu Dai explained. What did they say? Lu Qiqi asked. Jiang Haiping wants to divorce her husband, and the Wang family doesn't want to, and they want to make a fuss. Yu Dai was lucky that she thought of a clever brain on the way back. Otherwise she really didn't know how to deal with it. Lu Qiqi wanted to ask something, but when she saw the chickens in their hands were screaming, she said, You guys should prepare the chickens first, and then peel a lot of garlic. We'll make garlic chicken tonight. Yu Dai and Zhou Yin saw that they could be relieved, so they left in a hurry. Chunbai thought to herself, every dish made by the crown princess is delicious. I wonder what's the matter with garlic chicken. Lu Qiqi carefully recalled the methods and key points of garlic chicken in her mind. After waiting for a while, Lu Qiqi felt that the chicken and garlic were ready, and rushed to the kitchen. Walking into the kitchen, I saw everyone busy. When Lu Qiqi arrived, Chunbai was the first to notice it, and bowed in accordance with the rules. Greetings to the crown princess. Mother Chen and others followed suit. Lu Qiqi asked them all to get up, and she walked towards the chicken herself. Chunbai. Smash all the garlic. Yes. Chunbai felt that so much garlic would not be used, And the crown princess said, "So she did it. You die." Zhou Yin and Qin Dai watched from the side. Lu Qiqi knew that there were so many eyes around her. But now she was used to it. And it didn't affect her performance. Lu Qiqi took the chicken and started to do various massages. When it was almost done, Chunbai planned to do it all. Lu Qiqi grabbed it and planned to rub it directly on various parts of the chicken. Everyone looked at it even more strangely and didn't say anything. Chunbai came over. "Crown Princess, is this garlic chicken?" "Garlic chicken naturally requires a lot of garlic and chicken." "I know. If you put so much garlic on it, it will taste good?" Chunbai was bold and dared to say anything. "You will know whether it tastes good after you have eaten it." Chunbai nodded, stretched out her hand and began to prepare another chicken according to the crown princess's movements. She thought more. If she only made one chicken, she would definitely not have a share. But 2 chickens would be different. Maybe she could eat a chicken leg. After the 2 chickens were all smeared with garlic, Lu Qiqi told her that she would come to make more after half an hour. Qin Ma knew what the crown princess meant and agreed. After the crown princess left with her 4 maids, the people in the kitchen looked at the chicken smeared with the sauce. Some thought it was delicious, while others had never seen it before and didn't know if it was delicious. Qin Ma was also curious and asked Huang Ma closer, "Do you think this chicken is delicious?" "The one cooked by the crown princess is naturally the best," Qin Ma said. Huang Ma thought Qin Ma was flattering, so she looked around cautiously and said, "The one cooked by the crown princess is naturally the best." Lu Qiqi, who had left, came to the courtyard and saw that everything in the courtyard was ready for the mobile greenhouse. To be on the safe side, she drew the blueprint herself and moved it according to the markings on it. Chunbai saw the crown princess start to get busy, thinking that the day's events had just passed. She also thought that it was her own suggestion. But it put the crown princess in danger, and she felt annoyed and blamed herself. Lu Qiqi didn't notice her thoughts, and was busy for a while. She was very satisfied with the drawing she drew, thinking that she would wait for Lord Zhang to come tomorrow and give some instructions, and it should be possible to move in 2 days. At that time, she would need to borrow a few people from the crown prince. And just as she was thinking about the crown prince coming from outside, at a glance, the crown prince looked very good. Thinking about what happened today, could it be related to Li Jiaxuan? Chunbai and others saw the crown prince saluting. The crown prince came up and took Lu Qiqi's hand, which was a little cold. "It's cold. Don't stay outside for a long time." Lu Qiqi was obediently pulled into the house by the crown prince. Lu Qiqi unfolded the drawings and handed them to the crown prince, and directly told her what she meant. "This is the most critical step in moving the greenhouse. I will borrow a few people from you when the time comes." "What are you doing?" The crown prince could see the general idea of the drawings, and when he saw a dotted line, he was a little confused. Lu Qiqi explained, "Moving the greenhouse. If you pull out the greenhouse and move it, it will be more direct. But if the strength used in the 4 positions is slightly inappropriate, it will bring some variables. Dig a ditch where I draw the dotted line, so that the movement will be much smoother." When the prince heard this, his eyes were full of praise. "You are really thoughtful. You still need your people to help." "Okay." The prince also wanted to see this feat. Lu Qiqi said something about moving the greenhouse, and then asked the prince, "Where is Li Jiaxuan now?" The prince looked at the woman, who rarely asked about these questions, and suddenly said that it should be related to today's incident. Li Jiaxuan knew that Lu Qiqi was his person, but she dared to kill him, which was to seek death. "You want to see her?" "Yeah." Regarding Li Jiaxuan, Lu Qiqi was no longer silent. "I wanted to wait for Li Jiaxuan to come to me on her own initiative, but now she changed her mind. I'll take you to see her tonight." The prince said this, and Yu Dai and Zhou Yan lowered their heads guiltily. Chapter 424 Implicated by Guisu. Seeing that everything was explained clearly, Li Qiqi was busy making garlic chicken and took the maid to the kitchen. The prince took the opportunity to use this time to arrange some things. When Lu Qiqi brought the delicious garlic chicken, the prince smelled it and immediately loved it. "Prince, try it. This is garlic chicken." Lu Qiqi had already eaten a piece, and it tasted very good. The prince took a piece and put it in his mouth. It tasted very strange, but it tasted very fragrant. "What do you say this is?" "Garlic chicken." "Did you make it?" "Yeah." Lu Qiqi thought of Jinjianglu. If this kind of chicken was sold there, it should be very popular. Then she would give Manager Chen a commission, which should make up for the regret in this person's heart. That day, she knew what Manager Chen meant. The restaurant was different from other shops, so she could only use different methods. Thinking that she could follow up on this matter after the flower room moved. Soon, Chunbai and others arrived with food, and the prince and Lu Qiqi started eating. They had delicious garlic chicken and a little wine, and it was a very comfortable meal. They drank tea for a while, and saw that it was getting late outside. Lu Qiqi thought that the prince had forgotten to meet Li Jiaxuan. When Lu Qiqi was about to rest, she was pulled by the prince to take a carriage and leave the palace. After walking for a while, when the carriage stopped, Lu Qiqi got off the carriage and found that it was an ordinary house. Li Jiaxuan lived here? Lu Qiqi thought it was unlikely. I heard that Li Jiaxuan lived in the royal villa. How could she be here? Thinking in my heart, I didn't say anything. When I followed the prince, I entered the house and saw Li Jiaxuan, who had obviously just been tortured. Lu Qiqi had no sympathy. The prince looked at Lu Qiqi. I'll wait for you outside. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was so considerate, and she knew what was going on. After the prince left, she closed the door considerately. Lu Qiqi was happy, seeing the light in Li Jiaxuan's eyes gradually disappear. Lu Qiqi's heart followed. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes and said jokingly, Li Jiaxuan, you want to get close to the prince. Are you very disappointed that the prince treated you like this just now? Don't be complacent. Li Jiaxuan gritted her teeth. She was in such a mess now because of this woman, and she would never forget it. The prince is both talented and virtuous. No matter who follows him, he will be successful in the future. Lu Qiqi decided to tease someone because someone had fallen to this point. In the past, talking was like hitting cotton. Now seeing Li Jiaxuan angry, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Li Jiaxuan, you originally had a good future, but you just stared at things that didn't belong to you. It's your bad luck to end up like this. However, if it weren't for the support of the prince and the queen mother, do you think you could have lived until now? After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she patted her shoulder hard, which scared her and made her come back to her senses. What are you doing? Seeing Li Jiaxuan's reaction, Lu Qiqi was happy. I just talked to you, and you didn't respond. I thought you didn't hear me, so I patted you. What's wrong with you? It's like someone has taken your soul away. Don't be proud. Li Jiaxuan gritted her teeth. Why shouldn't I be proud? I am the high and mighty prince consort, and you are a prisoner who is hated by everyone. If you don't attack me today, you may have a better life. Look at you now. What's the difference between you and a beggar? Lu Qiqi said this and walked out. The prince saw Lu Qiqi coming out, stepped forward and took her hand. Let's go! Yes. The prince left, and soon someone entered the house. When the prince's carriage went away, Li Jiaxuan was also taken away. Prince Chen's mansion. Prince Chen took advantage of the night to leave Prince Chen's mansion. As soon as he walked to the door, he got on the carriage parked at the door. Soon, the carriage rushed out of the city. He came all the way to the city gate, took out his waist card, and left the city smoothly. The carriage came to the hunter's door at the foot of the mountain outside the city. Someone opened the door and welcomed Prince Chen in. When Prince Chen entered the door, there were many people waiting inside. Seeing Prince Chen coming, they knelt down and saluted one by one. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Prince Chen had a serious face and stood in front of him. As he grabbed a piece of cloth on the wall, the moment it was torn off, the map of the capital city was drawn on the wall. There were many red and black dots marked on it. Prince Chen took a look and turned around. Get up. The people kneeling on the ground stood up one by one. Prince Chen stood in front of the map and looked at one of them. Has the person sent out not returned yet? The man shook his head. No. Have you gone out to look for him? Following the prince's order. No. That's good. Prince Chen was serious and cautious, and was completely a different person in front of concubine Wu. Prince, what should we do now? Keep sending people, and make sure they are caught by the other party this time. When several people heard this, they looked at each other and dared not speak. Prince Chen said again, only when they are caught, we will know who it is. After speaking, he looked at the map next to him. How can we know the true layout of the capital without sacrificing some people? It is normal to sacrifice a few people for wealth and glory. Not long after, someone suddenly came back covered in blood. When King Chen saw this, his face changed immediately. He suddenly drew out the sword next to him and stabbed the other person to death with one sword. The people next to him were all shocked when they saw it. But they quickly reacted. Someone came forward to deal with the body. Not long after, the body was cleaned up. King Chen explained and quickly left through the back door. The carriage parked at the door was abandoned. King Chen walked for less than an instant's stick of time. And the house he was just in was engulfed by the fire. Seeing the raging fire behind him, King Chen's face was red in the light of the fire. Not long after, a carriage arrived, and King Chen jumped on the carriage and left. King Chen knew that because of the appearance of that person, the place was exposed, and he had to be careful in the future. It took some effort to find this place at the beginning, and he was so angry about what happened today that he gritted his teeth. If he died outside, this place would not be exposed. Now a stronghold was destroyed because of one person. What King Chen did not expect was that he had always been able to enter and exit the city gates smoothly. When he returned to the capital, the people he arranged disappeared. He wanted to enter the city gate, but was blocked outside. Your Majesty? The driver saw it and was very worried. King Chen asked, "Who has been to the palace today?" "Guosu has been here." "Guosu?" King Chen was shocked. Guosu was arrested. How could he come to King Chen's palace? More importantly, he didn't know about it. Guosu came to the door, didn't say anything, and left soon. Why didn't you report it? King Chen was angry. He was implicated by Guosu. The driver was silent. Seeing that things were not going well, Prince Chen was worried that something bad might happen when he went out. He asked the driver to find a place with few people and climb over the city wall to get in. When Prince Chen landed, he was too nervous and sprained his foot. He did not dare to stay and hurried to the palace of the city. When Prince Chen arrived at the palace of the city of Chen and saw that the door was open, his heart skipped a beat. Dai Xian saw someone suddenly rushing in and panicked for a moment. She did not know how to deal with it. Prince Chen came back from outside, seeing his anxious look, and it was in the middle of the night. She was not only thinking, did he go out to see a woman? When the head of the police saw Prince Chen coming, he stepped forward and saluted. Meet the prince. What are you doing? Prince Chen scolded. Reporting to the prince, Guosu escaped from the prison. Someone found Guosu entering the palace of the Prince of Chen. The subordinates were ordered to chase the prisoner. Chapter 425. Catch Guosu. Ridiculous. King Chen was furious. Captain Ma was guilty, and had to face it head-on. He said, I am just following orders. Please give me some convenience. Your Majesty? King Chen stared at Captain Ma. How dare a mere captain lead troops into the Prince Chen's mansion? Captain Ma suppressed his fear and said with difficulty, I am following orders. Please give me some convenience. Your Majesty? What if I say no? Why is King Chen angry? As the voice appeared, Lord Yin from the Ministry of Justice arrived with his troops. A group of people came in. More people than those brought by Captain Ma. And their status was higher. Dai Xian was immediately frightened when he saw this scene. With the arrival of Lord Yin, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. King Chen felt that something bad had happened. He was blocked when he came back. And now this happened again. Could it be that Guosu was really here? No. It's impossible. Guosu committed a crime. If Guosu was really found in Prince Chen's mansion, it would be a disaster. If this matter is exposed, it will definitely be the end. It is a serious crime to harbor a criminal of the court. It is difficult for him to be trusted in front of concubine Wu. After a long time, Lord Yin spoke. Prince, please give me a favor. Lord Yin, you are late at night. Lord Yin did not give face to Prince Chen at all. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the people he brought walked around. The guards of Prince Chen's mansion wanted to intercept them. As Lord Yin showed the imperial edict, Prince Chen was angry but did not dare to vent, and let the soldiers search Prince Chen's mansion. Because he left, he did not get the news in advance. Now that there is such a commotion, Prince Chen thinks that some people are prepared. He prayed in his heart that it would be best if Guosu was not here. As long as he could not find the person, he would have a chance to fight a beautiful turnaround. If the person was really here, the problem would be dangerous. Guosu was caught in Prince Chen's yard. When Guosu was brought to Lord Yin, Prince Chen staggered a few steps back. Dai Xian saw that his face turned pale, and his body was unstable. Princess, are you okay? The maid Xiao Chui shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lord Yin looked at Prince Chen. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Having said this, he ordered his subordinates to take him away. It took a long time for Prince Chen to react. When he reacted and chased him out, Guosu had been taken away by the people from the Yamen. Dai Xian chased him out in a panic. Your Majesty. This. Prince Chen turned around and slapped Dai Xian. Guosu escaped. He was caught in the Xiaoshui pavilion of Prince Chen. What happened in the middle of the night was widely spread the next day. In addition, there was a rumor not long ago that Guosu was the illegitimate son of Minister Li. He got the test questions from Minister Li and sold them at a high price, making a lot of money. Now the prince is investigating the case, not afraid of the influence of Li Shangshu. Regardless of whether Guosu is Li Shangshu's illegitimate son, he will give an explanation to all the candidates in the world. Not long ago, King Chen let the candidates live in the Chen Palace in a high-profile manner, which won a good reputation for King Chen. At this moment, Guosu, who sold the test questions, was arrested in the Chen Palace. The good reputation that King Chen had just accumulated was all ruined. Not only that, some people think that King Chen is a hypocrite. On the surface, he seems to help these candidates, but in fact, he is doing something shameful. At the morning court today, the prince said nothing about this matter. Many people think that the prince is concerned about family affection, because he handles this case. Because King Chen's participation makes him feel awkward. The morning court is more lively than ever. King Chen is almost a living boss. Everyone has to mock him harshly to show their justice. After the morning court session, the prince left the palace and quickly ran out of the palace. After getting on the carriage, he left quickly. Prince Chen suffered a lot of sarcasm from others during the morning court session. He was about to explode. He wanted to ask concubine Wu for help, but thinking of how concubine Wu treated him several times, he could only think of a way himself. He hurriedly left the palace and rushed to the Shangshu mansion. He knew that the key to the matter was Li Shangshu. If Li Shangshu took on some things or insisted on some things, he would get out of the current passive situation. When Prince Chen successfully arrived at Li Shangshu's mansion, he had thought about how to persuade Li Shangshu. Unfortunately, when he entered the door under the guidance of the housekeeper and walked to the inner hall, someone happened to find the housekeeper and said that something happened to Li Junxian. The housekeeper did not dare to stay and left in a hurry. Prince Chen felt that others did not take him seriously during the morning court session, and a housekeeper did not take him seriously. He was annoyed and wanted to smash the people around him. Thinking of the dilemma at hand, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. Prince Chen condescended to come to the inner hall, and the first thing he saw was Li Shangshu, who had his back to him. Prince Chen was furious. Guosu insisted in the Ministry of Justice that the candidates leak the test papers at your instigation. Li Shangshu, what do you say about this? During that meeting, Li Shangshu acted as if he didn't know anything. And now Prince Chen used this move to force Li Shangshu to bow to him. After Prince Chen finished speaking, he waited for someone to give in. After waiting for a long time and hearing nothing, Prince Chen was angry. He had had enough of other people's ridicule in the court, and the emperor's attitude towards him made him a little discouraged. A minister who was guilty of a crime dared to show off to him and seek death. The angry Prince Chen walked over, grabbed Li Shangshu's collar with one hand, and prepared to kill him with the other hand. It was at this time that Prince Chen realized something was wrong. When he looked carefully and confirmed, he found that Li Shangshu was dead, and there was a pool of bright red blood under his body. Dead? King Chen was shocked by this realization. How could Li Shangshu die? How did he die? King Chen felt that things were not going well, and wanted to escape to prove his innocence. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was bumped by Gua, who was walking towards him. I am here to see you, Your Highness, Gua said as she saluted. King Chen tried to stay calm and act like nothing happened, but Gua saw through him at a glance. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? No problem. King Chen tried to hold on. Gua smiled calmly. The minister should take medicine. No need, King Chen said anxiously. Gua looked at him with suspicion in her eyes, and then walked in directly despite King Chen's obstruction. With a sound of awe and a snap, King Chen knew that the matter could not be hidden. When Prince Chen arrived at the inner hall, he could only explain the mess and Gua's terrified look. When I arrived, Minister Li had already gone. Gua reacted and hurried to check, confirming that Minister Li was dead, and looked at Prince Chen. Your Majesty, the minister has become like this. Why did you kill him so cruelly? Don't talk nonsense. Prince Chen tried to explain, revealing his guilty conscience, and did not notice the calculating light flashing in Gua's eyes. Just what? Gua interrupted and asked. Prince Chen was so choked by Gua that he didn't know how to explain. Gua took the opportunity to ask, "Are you the prince's man? Did the prince send you here to stop the minister's plan to rescue Sewer?" Prince Chen forced himself to calm down and looked at Gua again. The minister has promised to stop everything and apologize to His Majesty for this. Just for our family reunion. But Prince Chen colluded with the crown prince to kill the minister and put my Sewer to death. Don't talk nonsense. King Chen knew the attitude of Minister Li, and would definitely not agree. His mind had just begun to return to normal. And Gua's words directly shattered the confidence that King Chen had just built up. Prince, do you dare to do it but not admit it? Come here! Gua shouted to the outside. Come here quickly. Prince. To Shang. King Chen was also scared when he saw Gua doing this, and quickly covered his mouth and said, I promise you. Chapter 426 The Crown Princess Doesn't Have to Work. East Palace. Lu Qiqi woke up, had breakfast, and waited for Lord Zhang to arrive. She explained the situation. She was bored and heard a big news from the system. Gua Su was arrested in Chen Wang's mansion. In the morning court, Chen Wang received all kinds of sarcasm. After the morning court, he went to Li Shangshu's mansion. As a result, Li Shangshu died. Gua Shi thought he was the murderer. Chen Wang was also a fool. In order to calm the matter down, he accepted Gua Shi's proposal and cooperated with her to rescue Gua Su. Lu Qiqi almost laughed to death when she heard this. Is Chen Wang stupid? System. You also saw it? Lu Qiqi. Li Shangshu was killed by Gua Shi? System. Gua Shi proposed conditions for Li Shangshu to rescue Gua Su. Li Shangshu refused and killed Li Shangshu on impulse. Chen Wang went at the wrong time, so Gua Shi cunningly let Chen Wang take the blame. Lu Qiqi was speechless. King Chen's head is full of shit. Can't you see it so obviously? System. Too stupid. Lu Qiqi turned around and thought, this is also a good thing. What about now? System. Busy rescuing Gua Su. Lu Qiqi said. My guess is right. When Gua Su is rescued, King Chen should also be in trouble. System. That's what Gua thought. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and said, if someone finds out that Minister Li is dead at this time, won't things be interesting? System. It should be like this. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she had an idea and was about to do something. Chunbai came and said that Lord Zhang was looking for her. I think it's because of the mobile greenhouse blueprint. Lu Qiqi was prepared. When she walked to the door, she saw Lord Zhang with a sad face. My lady crown princess. I have something I don't understand. You tell me. Mr. Zhang unfolded the blueprint and asked. My lady crown princess. What do you mean by this line? The dotted line is where a ditch is dug. It will be easier and safer to move the greenhouse. Why is it curved? Mr. Zhang said there is a ground dragon underneath. Mr. Zhang suddenly realized what was going on. He bowed to Lu Qiqi and soon started to work again. Lu Qiqi stood by and watched for a while. She asked Mr. Zhang who was busy. Mr. Zhang, can the greenhouse be moved the day after tomorrow? Yes. Lu Qiqi was relieved and told him to continue working. She also asked Madame Huang to serve tea. She returned to the room alone and lay on the couch thinking about Prince Chen. She was in a good mood. While eating dried fruits, her little feet were still shaking on the edge of the couch. Chunbai saw it and knew that the crown princess was in a good mood. She didn't say anything. Yu Dai and the others saw the crown princess's behavior. They knew it was inappropriate, but they didn't say anything and continued to work on their own things. At this time, they didn't know that Lu Qiqi was chatting with the system and knew a lot about the outside world about Prince Chen. Prince Chen left Li Shangshu's mansion and hurried back to Chen Wang's mansion. He called a few confidants to discuss the countermeasures to rescue Gua Su. The staff thought that Prince Chen was crazy. Because of his status, he could only obey orders. Lu Qiqi. How do they plan to rescue? System. An aide plans to announce the death of Li Shangshu and let Gua Su temporarily leave the Ministry of Justice on the grounds of attending the funeral. Lu Qiqi. Haha. Isn't this telling everyone that Gua Su is Li Shangshu's son? System. I am convinced that I have been bought by the Gua family. Lu Qiqi. Gua has some brains. First, she attacked Li Shangshu and made him speechless. Now, she wants to kill him without any evidence. Then, she rescued Gua Su and got everything from Li Shangshu. As for Prince Chen, He was controlled by concubine Wu and Gua. No matter what happened later, Prince Chen would definitely be finished. Then, not only will Prince Chen's dream be shattered, but none of his staff will have a good ending. System. Prince Chen and his staff have discussed it. Prince Chen is on his way to the East Palace. Lu Qiqi can guess a rough idea. Is Prince Chen stupid? System. He is indeed not smart. Lu Qiqi heard the rough idea of Chen Wang from the system. At this time, Prince Chen was riding a carriage to the palace. Prince Chen's mind was still turning around. At the beginning, the prince came forward and asked him to enter the capital as the Prince of Chen. He did it. But he pushed the prince away again and wanted to gain a foothold in the capital. In a blink of an eye, he came to the prince again. If it weren't for the things that happened in the middle, he could still get a face from the prince. Now it is more difficult to bow his head than to kill someone. Gua's coercion is still in his mind. He could only put aside his self-esteem and face and beg the prince again. After thinking about it, the Prince of Chen found that there were too many things wrong with the matter. He always felt that he was harmed. He also thought that Guasu was indeed captured from the Prince of Chen's mansion. If this matter is not clarified, it will have a great impact on his future. Thinking about it, before leaving the palace, he deliberately found a few candidates with excellent eloquence, ready to use their mouths to put pressure on the prince and the court, and give them an explanation as soon as possible, so that he can also use this gap to strive for greater opportunities for him. Lu Qiqi knew that something good was about to happen, so she was not lazy anymore and wanted to see someone's embarrassed side. She found a colorful outfit and came to the path that she had to take to go to the study. To be honest, she was bored and wanted to see someone's excitement. She also thought that this Chen Wang was also unlucky. She was a fake, and she had caused so many troubles, and was calculated by so many people. I really don't know how strong his little heart was, and he could live safely until now. Lu Qiqi waited for a short time, and Chen Wang arrived. The moment Chen Wang saw Lu Qiqi, he was obviously stunned, thinking of the things he had experienced twice because of this woman. He always felt that nothing good would happen if he met this woman, and thinking that if he left now, he would miss this opportunity. If he waited another day, he would know what would happen. The passiveness in front of him forced him to come here with a stiff upper lip, and he could only ignore Lu Qiqi. The moment Lu Qiqi saw Chen Wang, he was immediately disappointed. No wonder he was calculated by others. There was a reason. Looking at this look, his face was extremely stinking, as if everyone in the world owed him millions of silver, and he had no sincerity to ask for help. Seeing Prince Chen walking towards the prince's study, Lu Qiqi felt that she was really stupid. What could she see in this man? Just as she was about to leave, she saw Prince Chen being blocked by Xiao Kai at the door of the study. Your Highness, the prince is discussing matters, Prince Chen said viciously. You, a servant, dare to stand in my way? Xiao Kai remained calm, stepped back, and proved with his actions. You go in and try. Lu Qiqi was interested when she saw this scene. The people around the prince are so interesting. He seemed to be afraid, but wanted to prove his courage with his actions. When Prince Chen saw this, his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to step forward, so he could only look at Xiao Kai angrily. Xiao Kai didn't care about him. Let Prince Chen vent his anger with his eyes. Prince Chen was annoyed, and his eyes met Lu Qiqi not far away, always feeling that this person was mocking him. Lu Qiqi also saw the anger in someone's eyes, and took the initiative to come over. The crown princess is so idle, Prince Chen said unhappily. Lu Qiqi blinked. Your Highness really hasn't been to the palace for a long time. He didn't even know that the crown princess doesn't have to work. Chapter 427 Slander. Prince Chen sneered. Ignorance. Prince Chen, are you talking about yourself? Prince Chen gave Lu Qiqi a fierce look. Lu Qiqi said, Prince Chen's forehead is black, so his luck is not very good. He was unlucky to encounter a murder scene, and because of the bad luck, he blinded the prince's eyes? Prince Chen was stunned. What does this woman know? Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. Haha. After reading a few days of books, I didn't expect that I also have the ability to read people's faces. Prince Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this woman was incompetent. If it weren't for the prince's protection, she would have died countless times. Prince Chen stopped looking at her and turned to look elsewhere. Lu Qiqi pretended to be tactful and turned to leave, muttering to the maid before leaving. What's wrong with Prince Chen? He was stopped at the door. He must have done something wrong. Right? I don't know, Chunbai boldly answered. It seems that Prince Chen looks bad. If what is mentioned in the book is true, Prince Chen will be fierce today, Lu Qiqi said and walked away. Xiao Kai had been at the door. He originally wanted to stop Prince Chen, but when he saw the usually lazy crown princess, he shut Prince Chen up with a few words. Come to think of it, the crown princess still has some skills, Xiao Kai was thinking, and heard the movement from the study. Xiao Kai opened the door for Prince Chen. Prince? Please! Prince Chen walked in angrily. He thought the prince was talking about something important. When he entered the door and saw the prince and Prince Yan tasting tea, his face suddenly turned embarrassed. Prince. Prince Chen walked in and said. Prince Yan continued to drink tea. The prince's hand holding the teacup paused slightly and looked at Prince Chen. Prince Chen is here. Yeah. Prince Chen walked in. But Prince Yan hadn't spoken yet. Prince Chen was angry. The prince knew his true identity, but Prince Yan didn't. Seeing Prince Yan's arrogant attitude, he wanted to ask the prince for help. But his thoughts changed again and again. Prince Chen, is there something? Prince asked. Prince Chen came back to his senses. About the arrest of Guosu. Prince's expression tightened. Guosu was arrested in your Prince Chen's mansion. What do you say about this? Prince Chen choked suddenly, not knowing how to speak. Prince Yan spoke. It's just a guilty conscience. Prince Chen was angry. Don't slander me. This is the fact, Prince Yan said. Lord Yan of the Ministry of Justice arrested people with his own son. And this matter has been a big deal. Prince Chen wanted to quibble, but he had no position. Caught in Prince Chen's room in the middle of the night. If Prince Chen didn't know, what did he do in the middle of the night? If he knew, he was covering up. No matter what, Prince Chen would not get any benefits. King Chen pointed the finger at King Yan. You did it. King Yan ignored King Chen and continued to drink tea. This action further angered King Chen, who roared. King Yan, don't be complacent. The prince scolded. Enough. King Chen calmed down, and King Yan continued to drink tea, as if King Chen did not exist. At this time, Xiao Kai hurriedly came from outside with a portrait. Your Highness, the person has been found. The prince was serious. Who? It's the Blood Evil League's young master. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf? The prince bit the name and thought for a moment. Catch! King Yan, who was sipping tea, suddenly stood up. The prince looked over. King Yan, what are you doing? Catch! King Yan said. The prince hesitated for a moment, felt that it was feasible, and explained. The Blood Evil League does not need to exist anymore, and this matter is handed over to King Yan. Yes. The King of Yan left in response. He did not look at King Chen when he left. When King Chen heard the name of Gu Lang, he felt that the name was familiar. Later, he remembered that he had heard Concubine Wu mention it once. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years, and knew that there was a blood demon alliance. The young master was called Gu Lang, but he did not know. Since the prince said it, it was obviously true. If the Gu Lang mentioned by Concubine Wu and the young master of the blood demon alliance were the same person, could it be? King Chen was shocked by his guess. The prince looked at King Chen. He knew that the person in Lu Qiqi's portrait was the young master of the Blood Demon Alliance not long ago. Just when King Chen came, he deliberately tried it out. And the result was as he expected. King Chen. King Chen came back to his senses. Prince. Speak? The prince asked. Prince Chen's mind was a little confused, and he forgot what he had prepared. He said casually. Guosu escaped from the cell. There must be something strange about it. It is very strange. Guosu escaped. Why didn't he escape from the capital, but went to your Prince Chen's mansion? This? The prince's eyes were sharp, and he said, Are you going to die? Prince Chen looked at the prince in horror. Is the prince going to use this incident to attack him? His pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't find a good excuse for a while. The prince said again, Prince Chen, go back and think about what to say in the court tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Shu arrived, holding a secret letter, and gave it to the prince. The prince took the secret letter and looked at Prince Chen. Prince Chen saw what the prince meant and left. The prince watched Prince Chen leave and glanced at Sun Shu. Sun Shu understood and left quickly. The arrival of Prince Chen today was within the prince's expectations, which led to what happened later. This move was to pass some information to Concubine Wu through Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi returned to the room, took the storybook as an introduction, and chatted with the system. Lucici sighed. I really want to see Prince Chin's expression. System. Do you want to see? Lucici. And a screen appeared in front of her. On the screen, it happened to be the scene of Prince Yin drinking tea and ignoring Prince Chin. And Prince Chin was frustrated. Lucici couldn't help laughing. Chunbai was waiting beside her, thinking that the Crown Princess was happy to read the storybook, and didn't take it seriously. Lucici saw Prince Chin leave in disappointment from the pictures that the system kept sending from the screen. Lucici seemed to see Prince Chin's future, and she was no longer curious about it. Lucici had a new understanding of the prince. I always feel that the prince is calculating Prince Chin. Why do you care so much about a fake? Regarding the portrait, how long after it was sent to the prince already knew the true identity of the lone wolf. Thinking about it, she felt that the prince should do so. Everything was in his plan, so she could rest assured and continue to enjoy. Thinking of what King Chen said not long ago, that he was very idle. She did have the capital to be idle. Chunbai found that the crown princess had been looking at a page of a storybook for a long time without moving, and said, Crown Princess, don't you like it? Lucici came back to her senses, looked at Chunbai, and said casually, Are there any new and interesting stories? Chunbai saw what the crown princess meant, and hesitated and dared not speak. What's wrong? Crown Princess, I found some new and interesting stories, but there are some inappropriate stories, so I didn't dare to take them. Lucici saw that Chunbai had such thoughts. And soon, she took Chunbai and Yudai and secretly left the East Palace. The three of them came to the outside of the palace and went directly to a shop. Lucici saw that it was a newly opened bookstore. Thinking that Guasu was arrested now, his business must not be able to continue. It was not surprising that Chunbai could find other shops when she went out. When Chunbai sneaked and took herself to a bookshelf with an unnatural look, Lucici then picked up a book and found that they were all storybooks about fairies. Lucici hadn't read such stories for a long time, so she asked for more than a dozen books. Chunbai was stunned when she saw the crown princess being so direct. I thought the crown princess would not accept it, but I didn't expect to buy more than a dozen books at once. Chunbai made sure no one heard it, and asked, Crown Princess, do you really like it? It's just a storybook, all written by people. It's a change of taste to see different styles. Lucici was just talking, and wanted to leave with the storybook when she saw Ma Xingyuan walking in. Chapter 428 Poisoning the Queen Mother. Why is Ma Xingyuan here? Lucici thought. There was no chance to talk in Tianhua Temple that time. Today is a good opportunity. How to send the two maids away and talk alone. Lucici thought to herself, and saw that the bookstore owner's attitude towards Ma Xingyuan was a little different. There was a bold idea in her heart. Lucici took the books to the counter and shouted at the shopkeeper. What's the matter with your books? Miss, are you not satisfied? The shopkeeper saw someone making trouble, and in front of the boss, and he was nervous. Ma Xingyuan saw Lucici's performance and knew what was going on. He glanced at the shopkeeper and walked to the backyard. Chunbai and Yudai were also stunned by the sudden anger of the crown princess. I don't understand why she suddenly changed her face when she was fine just now. Lucici was still making a fuss. I'm not satisfied. Of course I'm not satisfied. A few shabby books like this are sold at such a high price. Is this cheating me? The shopkeeper heard this and hurriedly said, If you don't like it, you can choose these. Lucici saw that they were all poems and songs. It would be strange if she could read them. Why? You said the books you sold are expensive. So you want to get rid of them like this? Lucici was not willing to give up. A book boy came from the side and whispered in the shopkeeper's ear. The shopkeeper looked at the woman in the downtown. Miss, I'm really sorry. The price of the book is set by our boss. If you are dissatisfied, you can talk to our boss directly. Yudai and Chunbai reacted and were shocked by the shopkeeper's shamelessness. They also saw that this storybook was much more expensive than other storybooks. If you find another reason, you may still accept it. It is obviously unreasonable to refuse like this. Lucici took the opportunity to ask to see the boss. The shopkeeper politely took Lucici to the backyard, and Chunbai and Yudai followed. When they saw that the boss was the candidate with the most appeal, Ma Xingyuan, they could not remain calm. Ma Xingyuan saw the crown princess and bowed. I, the humble servant, pay my respects to the crown princess. When the shopkeeper heard that it was the crown princess, he knelt on the ground tremblingly. He did not expect that the young lady, who was making trouble was actually the Crown Princess. He did not expect that the Crown Princess would embarrass him for a few dollars. Lucici asked pretentiously. Did you open this bookstore? It is you. Lucici asked. Why are the prices of the books so high? Most of these books were written by candidates. Because of the leak of the imperial examination questions, many people gathered in the capital, and their travel expenses were all used up. So, Ma Xingyuan's explanation was reasonable. Yudai and Chunbai had originally looked up to Ma Xingyuan, and after hearing this explanation, they could understand it. Lucici held the storybook and asked, Is it inappropriate that some officials are compared to demons and monsters in the book? Yudai and Chunbai had not read it, so they didn't know. When they heard the Crown Princess say this, they immediately felt that the Crown Princess was very powerful, and saw the key to the matter in a few glances. Ma Xingyuan was not afraid. In the eyes of ordinary people, some officials are more terrifying than these monsters. Lucici wanted to hear Ma Xingyuan's words, and at Ma Xingyuan's invitation, she went into the house to talk in detail. Lucici started to ask some questions about the candidates in front of the two maids, and then talked about the company. Yudai and Chunbai couldn't hear clearly from the side, but when they saw the Crown Princess and Ma Xingyuan asking and answering, they thought it should be a big deal. Ma Xingyuan briefly told Lucici what happened after she crossed over. After listening to her, Lucici was not angry. She left, and she couldn't let her years of hard work go to waste. Letting a listed company acquire the company was also a way for Ma Xingyuan to keep the company alive. Ma Xingyuan donated all the money he got from buying the company to the orphanage. After hearing this, Lucici didn't feel sorry, but felt that Ma Xingyuan was right. When asked how Ma Xingyuan came here, Ma Xingyuan was silent. Lucici saw that Ma Xingyuan's expression seemed to have something to hide, and thought that it was even more strange to cross over to the same time and space. When she wanted to ask, the system voice suddenly appeared. Quick! The Queen Mother is in danger. What's going on? System. Concubine Wu wants to poison the Queen Mother. Lucici suddenly got up and walked out. While walking, she communicated with the system. Where is the poison? How can I stop it? Chunbai and Yudai saw Lucici running out in a hurry, thinking that something big had happened. He immediately chased after her. Ma Xingyuan saw Lucici's panic and subconsciously ran after her. When he arrived at the door, he saw Lucici had already left in the carriage. He wanted to chase her, but was hit by the carriage. When he stood firm, the carriage had already gone far away. Ma Xingyuan was anxious and wanted to know what happened to make Lucici change her face. He turned into the store to call a carriage and saw someone who shouldn't be there. Li Jiaxuan? Why is it her? That day at Tianhua Temple, he had made an appointment with Lucici to meet, but because Li Jiaxuan temporarily kidnapped the maid Chunbai, their plan was ruined. Later, he accidentally rescued Chunbai and left quietly when Chunbai woke up. Seeing Li Jiaxuan again, Ma Xingyuan's heart was alert. Li Jiaxuan showed an apologetic smile from the carriage. I didn't see the young master rushing over just now, and I accidentally bumped into him. The young master should be okay. Right? Seeing Lucici and Ma Xingyuan together again, Li Jiaxuan was more certain that there was something fishy going on between the two. No problem. Ma Xingyuan said this and turned around and walked into the bookstore. Li Jiaxuan took a look at the bookstore and knew that Lucici liked to read books, but she didn't expect to discover the secret between them. Li Jiaxuan jumped off the carriage, entered the shop, picked up a few books, and took the opportunity to look around the bookstore. When paying, she asked the shopkeeper to find a few of her favorite storybooks recently. The shopkeeper quickly picked some and sent them to Li Jiaxuan. Miss, these books are popular recently. Do you like them? Li Jiaxuan was not interested in this, and said casually, wrap them all up. Okay. Wait a moment. Mississippi. The shopkeeper said as he quickly wrapped them up and sent them to Li Jiaxuan. Next to him, Ma Xingyuan seemed to be choosing books, but in fact, he saw all of Li Jiaxuan's actions. This person was not here to buy books, but must have found something. Li Jiaxuan looked at it for a few times, took out the silver and put it on the counter. The shopkeeper saw the silver and said, Miss, you need to add another 2 taels of silver. Li Jiaxuan looked at the shopkeeper, who explained, these are all new, and the price is a little more expensive. If you think it's expensive, you can buy one and take a look at it. If you like it, it's not too late to buy it again. After saying this, Li Jiaxuan seemed afraid to spend money, so she could only take out the silver again. Li Jiaxuan picked up the book, glanced at Ma Xingyuan next to her, and quickly left with the book. She was going to the palace to pay homage to the Empress Dowager, and she got off the carriage only when she met Lu Qiqi on the way. Through her observation just now, she had confirmed it. After Li Jiaxuan got on the carriage and walked away, Ma Xingyuan explained a few words and quickly left the bookstore. Chapter 429, Catch the Lone Wolf. Lu Qiqi came to the palace at the fastest speed and ran directly to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. Lu Qiqi was very fast, different from her usual casualness. Chunbai was left far behind. Yu Dai, with her martial arts skills, could not catch up with the speed of the Crown Princess. The more this happened, the more they worried about what happened to make the Crown Princess so flustered and anxious. Lu Qiqi ran and heard the voice of the system in her ears. She was anxious in her heart and didn't know what to do. Just as she ran around a corner, she bumped into the little eunuch walking next to her. Lu Qiqi's body rolled out like a ball. Crown Princess. Yu Dai saw it and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Lu Qiqi rolled around and her mind was a little confused. She wanted to get up, but then she found that her foot was sprained. This is not a good thing. At this moment, there was a person standing in front of her. She pulled the other person's robe and tried to stand up. She tried several times, but it didn't work. Later, the other person stretched out his hand to pull her up, and Lu Qiqi barely stood up. When she wanted to rush to the Sinang Palace, her feet didn't allow her to do so, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, she was pulled and didn't fall. At this time, Yu Dai had already run over and took the Crown Princess from the other person's hands. Crown Princess, are you okay? I sprained my foot. Yu Dai heard it, picked up Lu Qiqi and walked towards the East Palace, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. Put me down quickly. Crown Princess. Yu Dai disagreed. Hurry up. Lu Qiqi was anxious, and her tone of voice changed. Seeing the Crown Princess like this, Yu Dai didn't dare to disobey and put the Crown Princess down. Lu Qiqi grabbed Yu Dai's hand and said seriously, Go to Sinang Palace quickly. Someone wants to poison the Queen Mother. Crown Princess? Go quickly. In this situation, Lu Qiqi can only put her hope on Yu Dai. When Yu Dai heard this and saw Chunbai rushing over, she didn't think much and left quickly. Chunbai supported the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, are you okay? Hurry. Help me go to Sinang Palace. Lu Qiqi was anxious and only thought about the Queen Mother. The little eunuch standing next to her suddenly said, Is the Crown Princess so anxious? Lu Qiqi heard the familiar movement and looked over, and found that the little eunuch was actually a lone wolf. Lone wolf? Why is he here? And he is still wearing eunuch clothes? What bad things does he want to do? Why are you here? Lu Qiqi exclaimed. Chunbai also exclaimed, It's you? Lu Qiqi was scared, but Chunbai was excited. Lu Qiqi saw something was wrong and looked at Chunbai. Do you know her? Chunbai was a little embarrassed, replying to the Crown Princess. It was this person who saved me at Tianhua Temple that day. Lu Qiqi glanced at Chunbai, then looked at Gulan. The system said that Chunbai was saved by Ma Xingyuan. Why did Chunbai have such a misunderstanding? She was worried about the Queen Mother's affairs, so this matter could only be postponed. Besides, Gulan is not a good person. He won't want to do anything to them here. Right? Two people without martial arts in front of him are at the mercy of others. The alarm in her heart rose, and she pulled Chunbai without saying a word, ready to leave, but was stopped by Gulan. It seems that the Crown Princess doesn't really care about her maid. Lu Qiqi paused slightly. It seems that you are not a real eunuch either. The same word shut someone up. Chunbai was grateful to this person for saving her. When she heard the Crown Princess' words, she felt something was wrong and protected her vigilantly. Gulan smiled. Does the Crown Princess have any misunderstandings about me? Lu Qiqi pointed out. When Li Jiaxuan tried to kill me, you saved her. So you should be in the same group. But what's strange is that if you are in the same group, why was there only Li Jiaxuan when the Crown Prince arrived? And you didn't see him? Lu Qiqi knew that beautiful things are poisonous, and she was extremely defensive against this person. Gulan looked at Lu Qiqi. His eyes changed slightly, and just as he was about to take action, an arrow suddenly broke through the air and shot at Gulan. Gulan temporarily let Lu Qiqi go in order to avoid it. In an instant, countless archers were in place. and the crown prince also rushed over with his men. The crown prince imprisoned Lu Qiqi in his arms, and Zhao Kai led his men to attack Gulong. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. The prince's eyes were full of women. Are you okay? Hurry. Someone wants to poison the queen mother. Lu Qiqi was anxious and could only say the original words of the system. At this time, Lu Qiqi was anxious, no matter what this would bring to herself. Sure enough, when the prince heard this, his heart sank. Seeing Lu Qiqi nod, he immediately sent someone to deal with it. When Lu Qiqi heard the prince's words, she was relieved. Looking at the lone wolf, who was surrounded by people, I believe it will be difficult for him to escape this time. The lone wolf is not very old. Facing such a passive situation, he can still be calm and at ease. It is worthy of being the young master of the Blood Evil Alliance. Why is such a young man willing to work for concubine Wu? Lu Qiqi was curious, but the pain in her ankle made her lose interest in watching. Seeing that the prince was staring at that place, Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai to help her back to the East Palace. As soon as she took a step, she was lifted up by the prince. Prince, are you injured? I just sprained my ankle. Just? Seeing that the prince was angry, Lu Qiqi just leaned against the man's chest and didn't say anything. When Lu Qiqi was carried to the East Palace, Qi Dai was ready. Soon, Lu Qiqi felt that her ankle was not so painful, and saw the prince standing next to her. Don't you worry. You should worry about yourself first. Seeing that the prince was angry, Lu Qiqi lowered her head and didn't say anything. As Qi Dai and others pushed her down, the prince sat next to her and touched her head, sighing, You really make people worry. It was such a coincidence that he ran into the lone wolf. If he had gone a step later, I don't know what would have happened. Lu Qiqi began to worry about the safety of the queen mother, and she paid less attention to herself. At this time, Lu Qiqi felt a little scared. If the lone wolf attacked her, she would not be able to resist. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi began to blame the system. What's wrong with you? You didn't remind me? System. He won't do anything to you. Lu Qiqi. You said you won't do anything. Then don't do anything. That person is the young master of the Blood Evil League, and he kills without blinking an eye. System. Someone thought he looked pretty last time. Lu Qiqi knew that the system was making fun of her, so she didn't respond and asked, You shouldn't be able to escape this time. Right? System. Escaped. Lu Qiqi was stunned. How could he escape? So many people are not just for show. How could they escape? Thinking of such a big scene, and looking at the calm look of the prince beside him. Did the prince do it on purpose? System. You are right. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince, wanting to know what he was thinking. Why did he deliberately let her go when he could have been arrested? The prince caught her gaze too directly. What's wrong? Your ankle still hurts? Lu Qiqi shook her head. Why don't you go to arrest someone? Don't worry. Everything is as planned. What's your plan? Lu Qiqi asked. Qi Dai and others heard this, knowing that it was a secret, and left tactfully. As soon as they left, someone from the Sinang Palace came to pass on the message. Lu Qiqi suddenly remembered the Queen Mother and wanted to go and see what was going on. The prince knew what Lu Qiqi meant, and carried Lu Qiqi to the Sinang Palace. Chapter 430 Explanation. Lu Qiqi felt a little embarrassed to be held, and she found that the maids and eunuchs seemed to be idle today, so she could only bury her head in the prince's arms to cover her ears and steal the bell. When they arrived at the Sinang Palace, a teasing voice sounded. What's wrong with the crown princess? Let the prince hold her here. The queen said this and deliberately glanced at Li Jiaxuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Lu Qiqi felt embarrassed when she heard this, and the prince also noticed it. He put Lu Qiqi down, and he still stood by and let the woman support him. The queen mother looked bad. Seeing Lu Qiqi's discomfort, she signaled to Luo Mama with her eyes. Luo Mama brought a few chairs and asked the prince and the crown princess to sit down and talk. After the prince sat down, Lu Qiqi glanced at Yu Dai and sat down with him. Yu Dai knelt on top and knew what the crown princess meant, but she was not in a hurry to speak. The queen mother stared at Li Jiaxuan. What do you say? Lu Qiqi saw Li Jiaxuan was also there. Was this the beginning of concubine Wu framing her? If so, why was Li Jiaxuan kneeling? Lu Qiqi felt strange. Yu Dai, who knew the situation, could not speak. She summoned the system to ask what was going on. System. Li Jiaxuan also knew that the queen mother was poisoned, She prepared the antidote in advance. Lu Qiqi laughed in her heart. Did Li Jiaxuan do it? System. It was concubine Wu who poisoned. Sold a favor to Li Jiaxuan. And we intercepted it halfway. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi wanted to know what happened. Tell me more specifically. System. Yu Dai arrived in time, and stopped the poisoned cake from reaching her mouth. The Queen Mother was angry, and directly arrested the maid who delivered the cake. She didn't want the maid to commit suicide on the spot. The Queen Mother was angry. And Li Jiaxuan arrived. She didn't understand the situation. So she said that the Queen Mother was poisoned. Later, she found the antidote on Li Jiaxuan. So that's how it happened. Lu Qiqi understood what was going on, and thought of what the system had said. Why don't you say that concubine Wu attacked Li Jiaxuan and put the blame on me? System. Yes. Concubine Wu's original intention was to poison Li Jiaxuan and give Li Jiaxuan the antidote. When Li Jiaxuan saved the Queen Mother would be grateful and would not marry her to that guard. After you knew about this, you were worried that Li Jiaxuan would continue to stick to the prince. So you took action. Lu Qiqi snorted coldly. What a beautiful thought. Lu Qiqi was talking to the system. And the Queen Mother was also putting pressure on Li Jiaxuan. Li Jiaxuan was stubborn and refused to say a word. The Queen Mother was angry, and was about to sentence Li Jiaxuan when someone came to report that the guard Li Jiaxuan was going to marry was poisoned to death. And poison was found under Li Jiaxuan's bed. After confirming that Li Jiaxuan had committed the crime, and refused to explain what happened today, the prince ordered Li Jiaxuan to be handed over to the Dali Temple. Soon, Lord Yin from the Dali Temple arrived and took Li Jiaxuan away. The Xinang Palace finally quieted down. And it was Lu Qiqi's turn. Lu Qiqi saw that everyone was looking at her. And she felt upset. Sure enough, she couldn't be a good person. With so many wolf-like eyes. How could she get through? She secretly summoned the system, wanting him to give her some advice. But there was no response after calling him several times. Lu Qiqi. Damn it. You failed again at the critical moment. I scolded the system like this. But the system didn't respond. I made up my mind. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Qiqi. Your maid said that you knew about the poisoning in advance. Is this true? The Queen Mother asked. Lu Qiqi felt that the Queen Mother at this moment was less kind than before, and was completely an old fox at the level of the palace ashes. Yes. Lu Qiqi knew that if she didn't admit it, Yu Dai would suffer. She would not hurt the people around her to save the Queen Mother. The prince looked at the woman beside him with interest. He also wanted to know what was going on. But, when the Queen Mother asked him this, he felt a little unhappy. He picked up the teacup casually and deliberately made a noise when he put it down. The Queen Mother laughed when she saw the prince like this. Look at my good grandson. He got angry just by asking. The Queen laughed. The prince is a little protective of his child? The two laughed, and the aura changed instantly. The prince reached out and took Lu Qiqi's hand. Let's go. I'll take you to eat delicious food. The Queen Mother spoke. Jingyan. Qiqi saved Grandma. Aren't you slapping Grandma in the face with what you said? The Queen joined in. Okay. I heard everything. Why don't you go? Madame Luo was the first to react, and took the palace maids and eunuchs present to leave and prepare for dinner. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince gratefully. At the critical moment, trusting without asking for reasons was the greatest trust in her. The Queen Mother and the Queen's inquiries, as well as their subsequent smiles. Lu Qiqi felt their kindness. She knew in her heart that she had to say something. She looked at the people present and thought that she could give everyone a reasonable explanation without exposing the system. After thinking about it in her heart, Lu Qiqi began her speech. I can feel something that is about to happen at a certain time. After these words fell, the Queen Mother and the Queen were slightly startled. And the prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and said, What about the amulet? Amulet? The Queen Mother had experienced it. But the Queen had not. She knew about it. And her expression, when looking at Lu Qiqi, changed slightly. When I was selecting some books in the library, a picture suddenly appeared in my mind. I could see that someone had poisoned the Queen Mother's cakes. After a pause, a picture appeared in front of her eyes, showing a hand that had poisoned the cakes. After receiving a prompt from the system, she continued, I only saw a pair of hands. The hands were very delicate and well maintained. When the poison was applied, the powder that was sprinkled had touched the nail of her right thumb, and there were traces of burns from the powder on the nail. Hearing this, The prince had an idea and was ready to take action. The queen mother spoke. This matter will be handed over to the prince. Yes. Grandson obeys. Just at this time, Luo Ma and others brought the prepared meals. The doubts in their hearts were solved. And there was a talisman as a prelude. The people present believed Lu Qiqi's words without a doubt. They celebrated the queen mother's escape and Lu Qiqi's final words, which made them all happy, talking and laughing during the meal. Lu Qiqi ate a lot. After the meal, the prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and left the Sinang palace. The queen mother looked at their backs as they left, her eyes full of envy. The queen looked at them and asked, "Do you believe it?" This was obviously referring to what Lu Qiqi said not long ago. The queen mother chuckled. "Is the queen drunk?" Hearing this, the queen stood up and pretended to be drunk. "Aunt, my niece is a little drunk, so I'll leave first." "Well, go down. And don't say drunken words again." "Yes." The queen saluted and left with the palace maid. Nani Wang helped the queen leave the Sinang palace and said, "Your Highness, the crown princess." The queen understood Nani Wang's meaning and the queen mother's meaning, and said, "The crown princess is a lucky one. She saved the crown prince, the emperor, and the queen mother one after another. It is the king of Chu who is not so lucky." Nani Wang knew that she had touched the queen's heart. The queen had been determined to let the king of Chu take the throne and become the crown prince. Now the king of Chu is gone, but the most inconspicuous king of Jin has become the crown prince. Now the crown princess is so capable. Today, the crown princess has saved the queen mother again. No matter what the ins and outs of the matter are, the crown princess's position in the palace is more stable. It's a pity for the king of Chu. Why doesn't the king of Chu have such good luck? Chapter 431. The one who saved you is not a lone wolf. The prince and Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace hand in hand. At this time, Lord Zhang was still busy with everyone. Seeing the crown princess coming back, he immediately bowed. The prince pretended not to see it and continued to move forward. Lu Qiqi paused slightly and said to Lord Zhang and others, "Thank you for your hard work. It is our honor to serve the prince and the crown princess." Lord Zhang spoke for her. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly and said to Madame Huang, "Madame Huang, Lord Zhang has worked hard to lead everyone. Go prepare some delicious meals." "Yes." Madame Huang left in response. Lord Zhang thanked again. The prince thought that the woman's feet were not very good, and didn't want to continue talking nonsense. So he picked up Lu Qiqi and walked into the house. The four maids hurriedly followed. Soon, Madame Huang brought delicious meals to Lord Zhang. And Lord Zhang and others had an extra layer of admiration and gratitude for the crown princess. The prince carried Lu Qiqi to the bed in the inner hall, took off his shoes, and checked it himself. Chunbai and others were stunned by the prince's actions, but soon they were happy for the princess. The prince's attitude towards the princess was seen by others. Even if the princess was not of high birth, no one dared to look down on her. Today, the princess saved the queen mother again, which was another merit. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that no one was a threat to the princess. Lu Qiqi didn't feel too much. It's almost healed. You don't have to worry more. Be more careful next time. The prince thought of the dangers of the woman, and was still blaming himself. Yeah, Lu Qiqi responded, and signaled the four maids next to her to leave. After they all left, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. I have something to say to you. The prince sat down next to him. You tell me, do you believe my explanation to the queen mother? I believe everything you say. Lu Qiqi was touched, and she was talking to herself. It was not the time to confess yet. She was afraid that if she told about the time travel and the system, she would be treated as a monster. Even if the prince believed her, it would bring a lot of danger. She wanted to talk about it later. Can the person who poisoned be found? Lu Qiqi wanted to tell the prince directly that the person who poisoned was concubine Wu. Seeing this, even if the prince believed it, he would need evidence. If concubine Wu bit back, it would be bad for the prince. The current situation is good for the prince. If concubine Wu bit back, it would be bad for her. Yes, the prince said. Then, why did the lone wolf escape? Lu Qiqi asked. The prince reached out and touched the woman's head. You did it on purpose, didn't you? What on purpose? Are you asking me this on purpose? Lu Qiqi chuckled. I just can't figure it out. Play the long game to catch the big fish. Lu Qiqi understood. The big fish is concubine Wu. The prince sighed. Even you can see it. She could have been caught. But why did she escape? Concubine will soon know about this. Once she starts to doubt, she will lose her original trust. Without trust, there will be a rift. According to Concubine Wu's mind, she will implicate the people of Wagu. Lu Chichi didn't expect that catching one person would allow the prince to have so many plans. And she gave him a thumbs up in admiration. The prince told Lu Chichi about his plan. And Lu Chichi knew that the prince always had his own rules for doing things. As someone around him, the only thing he could do was not to disturb him. Not long after, Xiao Kai arrived. And the prince explained and left soon. Lu Chichi had eaten. And so many things happened. So she was sleepy and fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. Yu Dai was pulled over by Chunbai to ask about someone poisoning the Queen Mother. Yu Dai was not a talkative person. And she just said someone poisoned the Queen Mother. And the Crown Princess happened to know and dismissed it. Chunbai felt perfunctory when she heard this explanation. And she believed it. Because there were too many ears and eyes in the East Palace. She didn't want to cause trouble to the Crown Princess. What she cared more about was that the scene of the Crown Princess running all the way from the outside of the palace to see the Queen Mother was still vivid in her mind. Who was the man in eunuch clothes? Tianhua Temple appeared that day. And I happened to see this man when I woke up. He saved me. Why was this man next to Li Jiaxuan when she attacked the Crown Princess? And helped Li Jiaxuan instead? She suspected that the person who saved her was not necessarily him. That person called out the Crown Princess. And the Crown Prince sent someone to catch this person. Who is this person? All kinds of doubts in my heart. I thought about this for a long time. So long that Lu Chichi woke up. Lu Chichi opened her eyes and looked around to know where she was. She was about to get up and move around. The moment her feet landed, she felt uncomfortable. She remembered that she had sprained her foot and was still feeling uncomfortable. Thinking about it, she sat down on the bed and picked up a storybook. It was a storybook about fairies that I just bought today. I read it for a while and felt very emotional. Knowing that these are all fake. It's more fun to read. She read page after page and was so engrossed that she didn't notice the arrival of several maids. Until a strong smell of herbs came. Lu Chichi frowned and saw Qindai standing in front of her. Crown Princess. Your medicine, Qindai said. Lu Chichi pouted. Can I not drink it? Qindai shook her head. Lu Chichi could only save her life. Picked up the medicine bowl and drank it in big gulps. After drinking, a candied fruit was brought to her, and Lu Chichi ate it quickly. Only then did she feel that the bitter taste in her mouth was much better. Crown Princess, you must be careful in the future. Although spraining your ankle is not a big deal, try to move as little as possible in the next few days. Chunbai said. Yes. Lu Chichi responded. Crown Princess, are you feeling uncomfortable in any other place? Chunbai asked. No. Why are you sitting on the bed reading? Just now you said to move as little as possible. So you are reading on the bed. Chunbai blushed slightly after hearing what the Crown Princess said. And Lu Chichi simply put down the storybook and looked at Chunbai seriously. Chunbai, the man who bumped into me was not a eunuch, but the young master of the Blood Demon Alliance. Lone Wolf. Lu Chichi felt that some things should be made clear. She couldn't just say that Chunbai was saved by Ma Xingyuan, nor let Chunbai's misunderstanding continue. Qindai and Zhou Yan also knew the identity of that person, and they were also glad that the Crown Princess was safe. Yu Dai was a little scared. At that time, she didn't know the identity of that person. She was anxious to go to the Sinang Palace, but she didn't expect that there was danger around her. She didn't notice it. Thinking of what happened later, Yu Dai blamed herself. Saving the Queen Mother was a big deal, and the most important thing for her was to protect the safety of the Crown Princess. When she thought about what would happen if the Crown Prince arrived a little slower, she still blamed herself deeply. Chunbai's face turned pale, and she looked at the Crown Princess with some uncertainty. Where did you wake up? Do you remember? Chunbai nodded. I was led by Li Jiaxuan to a small path. And then I met Li Jiaxuan and Lone Wolf. So the time should be wrong. And the person who saved you should not be Lone Wolf. Chunbai also felt that this made sense. Thinking of the situation at that time, her mind was a little confused. Yu Dai, who blamed herself, thought about the day when she found Chunbai, and saw Ma Xingyuan not far away, looking at Chunbai's appearance. Thinking about what happened today, there is no certainty. So she said it boldly. When we found Chunbai, we saw Ma Xingyuan not far away. Could it be that he was the one who saved Chunbai? Chapter 432 Treasury. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she felt that Yu Dai was her savior. I saw this person when we went to Tianhua Temple, Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai was silent for a while. I have seen him too. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. This is easy to handle. Yu Dai, go and check who saved our Chunbai. No matter who it is, I owe him a favor. As long as the conditions proposed by the other party are reasonable, I will agree to him. Chunbai's life in exchange for the crown princess's condition is a great gift. Chunbai reacted and knelt on the ground, begging the crown princess to take back her words. Lu Qiqi comforted Chunbai instead. In my heart, the four of you are equally important, and no one can be in trouble. How can I bear the crown princess's condition with my humble life? What if? Lu Qiqi smiled. I think saving people is a good thing, and we should be grateful. If the other party uses this to threaten, this is not a reasonable condition. Chunbai smiled. Yu Dai and others also understood what the crown princess meant. Lu Qiqi was happy in her heart. Look! Look! She found an opportunity to meet Ma Xingyuan. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that the matter had been discussed, and there was an opportunity to meet again. She was very happy about this. This day can be described as dangerous, and everything was worth it. The next day, it was originally the day when Li Jiaxuan married the guard. Because the guard died, Li Jiaxuan was taken away by the Dali Temple, and the marriage was cancelled. Lu Qiqi personally directed the moving of the greenhouse. She deliberately chose this day to annoy Li Jiaxuan. Now that Li Jiaxuan's threat is gone, she can move the greenhouse with peace of mind. The people said by the prince were all in important positions. Lu Qiqi gave an order, and Lord Zhang assisted. Everyone started to get busy. It took less than half an hour to move the greenhouse. After everyone finished their work, they were still excited about this feat. Lu Qiqi looked at the fruits of their labor with satisfaction. The prince stood by and acted as a spectator. He saw every look, every expression, and every word of Lu Qiqi when she was doing things. Seeing her so serious, he suddenly felt that this woman seemed to have magic. People who usually look lazy, at the critical moment, she is always the most dazzling moment. Lu Qiqi made sure that everything was intact, and came to the prince as if to ask for credit. Your Highness, what do you think? Great. Only these? Lu Qiqi was like a child asking for candy. What do you want? The prince's eyes were full of pampering. Yu Dai and others saw this and left one by one. Lord Zhang was still sighing at today's feat. He noticed the difference around him, and immediately took his people away. Only Lu Qiqi and the prince were left in the yard. And the prince approached the woman. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. There must be some reward. If I say it too directly, it won't be a surprise. When the prince heard this, he suddenly thought of a treasure that he had presented not long ago. He took Lu Qiqi's hand and left. Where are we going? Take you to find treasure. Lu Qiqi didn't have much expectation at first, thinking that the prince would take her to Rong Fei's tomb again. But she was taken to the treasury by the prince. Treasury? Lu Qiqi was in such a place for the first time. Seeing the huge treasury and the treasures everywhere, Lu Qiqi was dumbfounded. There are all kinds of gold, silver and jade here, and each one is priceless. Lu Qiqi stood there for a long time without reacting. Qiqi. The prince smiled. Lu Qiqi turned her head mechanically, and met the prince's big smile. She looked around again, and all she saw were treasures. And each treasure was shining. She really wanted to take each one in her hand, and touch it carefully to try what it felt like. The modern self has achieved some success. But compared with what is in front of her, her achievements are too small, and can't be seen at all. I used to think I was very powerful. But now it seems that she is a frog in the well. Look. Which one do you like? The prince saw all the expressions of the woman. Seeing the light in her eyes, the prince felt that he had made the right choice to come to this place. Like? Lu Qiqi blinked. What do you mean? You can give it to me if you like it? The prince nodded. Lu Qiqi looked around and asked, Have you picked all of them? I'll give them all to you. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, People should not be greedy. I'll just pick one. You can pick whatever you want. Knowing that women are not superficial. When she saw these treasures, there was no greed in her eyes, but more shock. The prince found a place, picked up a book and flipped through it casually. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince wanted her to choose slowly. Lu Qiqi walked among them, and looked at each treasure carefully again and again, without any intention of doing anything. She was excited to see the rare treasures. But she also knew that many treasures could only be looked at, and no other thoughts could be had. After looking at a lot, Lu Qiqi confirmed the current situation of the state of Chen. The prince said that the shops he opened were for the soldiers in the army. She thought that Chen was very poor. But after seeing these things, she knew that Chen was very rich. Rich as hell. The prince was reading a book. And he looked up at the woman. He found that she looked around and didn't have any objects in her hands. So he walked over curiously and asked, "Don't you like anything?" "I like them all." Hearing this, the prince wanted Zhao Kai to move all these things back to the East Palace. In the prince's view, these things would be a sooner or later. And it would be good to put them on display now, to make the woman happy. Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai walked in quickly from outside. Lu Qiqi thought the prince had something to tell her. So she didn't say anything. "You take people to move all these things to the East Palace." Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. He thought, "Prince, you are robbing." Lu Qiqi smiled and patted the prince's arm lightly. "What are you doing? You said you liked them all?" Lu Qiqi asked with a smile. "If I say I don't like them all, can I still smash them?" The prince thought about the possibility of this matter. "Okay. I admit that these are priceless treasures. To me, they are just some external things. If I have them, it will only temporarily satisfy my vanity. If I don't have them, I can live a good life. In this case, I don't need to let these things become a burden to me." The prince didn't like these words. He pulled the woman to a shelf, opened a box, and took out 2 Hetian jade bracelets. "What do you think of this?" Zhao Kai saw clearly that if he remembered correctly, this object should be a tribute that had just been paid. It seemed a bit inappropriate for the prince to give it to the crown princess like this. Thinking that this was easier than emptying the entire treasury, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking that the crown princess risked her life to save the queen mother yesterday. Everyone in the palace knew about it, and no one could say anything about asking for a tribute. Lu Qiqi looked at the Hetian jade bracelet in front of her, and fell in love with it at first sight. She had seen so many treasures, and her eyes were dazzled. For some reason, she liked this bracelet at first sight. She took it from the crown prince, took a look at it, and put it on her wrist directly. "It looks good. Wear it if you like it," the crown prince said as he opened several boxes next to him, and took out the jade articles inside for Lu Qiqi to choose from. For Lu Qiqi, with this bracelet, it was difficult for others to catch her eye. Chapter 433 Feeding Mode. The prince saw what Lu Qiqi was thinking, and took her to look at some more. Lu Qiqi felt that there was nothing outstanding. It seemed that all the treasures here were not even 1/10,000th of the bracelet. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was still choosing, so she simply took him away. When they arrived outside the treasury, Lu Qiqi found it funny to see the people outside the treasury relieved. Was the prince in the past an unreliable person, making them feel like they were facing a great enemy? She felt funny in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She only had eyes for the prince and the bracelet in her hand. After leaving the treasury, the prince took Lu Qiqi out of the palace. The two took a carriage to Jinjiang Tower. When they entered the door, they saw Chunbai and others were also there. When Lu Qiqi walked by, they winked at her. Lu Qiqi was curious, but she didn't say anything because the prince was there. When they came to the private room on the 2nd floor, Lu Qiqi clearly saw that there was only one table for them in the entire Jinjiang Tower. This was a full meal. Thinking that it was the prince's shop, it didn't cost money to buy the whole thing. As the door of the box opened, a familiar fragrance came. She saw the garlic chicken on the table at a glance. Garlic chicken. This is why Chunbai blinked. Lu Qiqi walked in, leaned on the table, and smelled it carefully. "It smells so good. All of them are what you like." The prince walked in and said. Lu Qiqi grabbed a piece of garlic chicken and started eating. After eating, she started again. Seeing the prince's gaze, she could only give the piece of garlic chicken in her hand to the prince. The prince didn't mean to take it, and opened his mouth directly. Lu Qiqi was in a good mood and started feeding. As the dishes were delivered to the table one by one, Lu Qiqi saw that there were too many to eat, so she hurriedly stopped them. "Enough. Enough. No more dishes. You Dai came with the last plate of fish. Crown Princess, this is the last dish." Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Knowing that people in the palace pay attention to pomp when eating, she was born in an ordinary family and doesn't like to waste. Seeing these things, she couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for them to be in an ordinary family. She also thought that the prince had worked hard, so it was right for him to reward himself with something good. Lu Qiqi began to eat a lot, and eventually ate too much. However, eating too much now only made her a little full, and it would not put too much burden on her stomach. After eating, she touched her round belly, and saw the prince, who was still drinking elegantly. You should drink less. The prince heard this and simply put down the wine glass he had picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Seeing that the prince was so obedient, Lu Qiqi supported her chin with one hand and watched him eat. After watching for a long time, she felt that the prince was so charming even when eating. Have you seen enough? The prince has been watched by too many people since he was a child. He still eats when being watched by women. The women's eyes are too direct, which makes him feel a little unnatural. Not enough. Lu Qiqi is still staring. The prince stopped holding the chopsticks. Do you always watch others eat like this? You are the first. The prince was happy and continued to eat. Lu Qiqi was infected by the prince's eating style and picked up the chopsticks to eat again. This time she ate very slowly, completely treating it as a kind of fun. After the two finished eating, they walked together on the streets of the capital. At this time, there were no guards and maids around them, and they seemed to be an ordinary couple, walking among them, watching interesting things happening around, and seeing a few naughty children running around in front. Both of them stopped and looked over. Seeing the little child, she immediately found it cute. She was thinking in her heart, what would happen if they also had a child? Thinking about it, I think it should be cuter than the one in front of me. The two thought in their hearts, but didn't say it out loud, and continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, Lu Qiqi heard a familiar movement. Wang Ergu's mother. Tell me, where in the world is there such a daughter-in-law? Leaving a good home and running out all day, not knowing what's good outside. Not at home all day. And now it's even worse. She even divorced her husband. Tell me, where would a married woman divorce her husband? Lu Qiqi laughed. It's so embarrassing. And you still tell everyone. Are you worried that others don't know what kind of person your son is? It seems to be smearing Jiang Haiping. But the person who is smearing more is Wang Ergu. Lu Qiqi continued to walk forward and saw Ma Butu and Du Shi walking into a shop together. Seeing them going in and out together, is it confirmed that the child in Du Shi's belly is a boy? And she praised Du Shi to the sky again? Haha. Walking on the familiar streets and seeing familiar people, Lu Qiqi felt relieved. Just thinking about it, she suddenly heard someone say that Princess Hongyu of Wu was coming to marry. Marriage? Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. The goal of the marriage was very accurate. King Chen was fake. King Yin was not clear-headed. And the only person left was the prince. What are you looking at? The prince asked. You are the one Princess Hongyu is marrying? The prince smiled. I am not the only good man in my Chen country. Who else besides you? Lu Qiqi felt a little sour in her heart. The prince looked around. It is said that a lover's eyes see beauty. There are so many men on the street. You don't see only me. Right? Lu Qiqi looked straight at the prince. Do you want to do something bad? No. Say it. The prince was afraid of being pestered by women, and he didn't want to tell his plan, so he could only leave quickly. Lu Qiqi chased him. They chased each other and played on the street like children. Chuck Xiang and Wu Shixi were drinking tea in a tea house, and they saw this scene from the open window. Wu Shixi carefully glanced at Chu Xiang and sighed. It's too outrageous. Chuck Xiang saw it, looked at it again, and continued to drink tea. Wu Shixi saw that Chu Xiang didn't react much, and continued, Prime Minister, your hair really can't be changed back. The white hair was too eye-catching, and he felt it was dazzling. Prime Minister Chu lifted a strand of white hair. This is good? I don't think so. That's the kind of appreciation you don't know. Prince Wu flattened his lips. No one will appreciate it. Yes. Who? After asking, Prince Wu saw Prime Minister Chu's expression and said, Lu Qiqi wouldn't have such a quirk. Would she? Prince Chu reminded. If you call the crown princess by her name, and the crown prince finds out, be careful that he will send someone to find you to practice martial arts in the middle of the night. Prince Wu shut up immediately after hearing this, and after a while, he muttered quietly, I really don't know what's wrong with you. What's so special about Lu Qiqi that she has taken away the souls of both of you? Chapter 434 Li Jiaxuan will not commit suicide. When Lu Qiqi and the prince came back from outside, it was already dark. Walking on the small road of the palace, I saw the palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly passing by, knowing that they were all busy with dinner for their masters. It was precisely because of such small things that Lu Chichi felt like going home. When the two returned to the East Palace, Yu Dai and others prepared the food. Just as they were about to eat, Sun Shu arrived and the prince left. Lu Chichi was the only one eating a full table of dishes. She felt it was a bit wasteful, so she simply asked the four maids to eat together. At first, they were still a little restrained, but at Lu Chichi's invitation, they sat down one by one and started eating. Lu Chichi knew that their food was very ordinary, slightly better than the food of ordinary people outside, and compared with these, it was not on the same level. After dinner, Lu Chichi watched them clean up the table and picked up the storybook she had read not long ago. After reading for a while, she heard the movement from the yard and knew that the prince had returned and should have gone to the study. Lu Chichi was curious and summoned the system. What is the prince busy with? System. The lone wolf escaped and sought help from concubine Wu, but was rejected. Now the prince is arranging people to catch the lone wolf. Lu Chichi smiled. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? If the prince catches him, concubine Wu will think that the prince can get something out of the lone wolf after a long time, and can still attract the people in Huagu who help concubine Wu behind the scenes. System. You don't know this? Lu Chichi. What's the difference? System. The biggest difference is that the lone wolf didn't ask concubine Wu for help, so he won't see concubine Wu's true face. Lu Chichi. The prince's intention is to make lone wolf disappointed with concubine Wu and become loyal to the prince? System. This is just part of it. When Lu Chichi heard this, she became even more curious. She thought a lot, but couldn't figure out the prince's real purpose. Just as she was thinking, Yu Dai arrived. Crown Princess. The person who saved Chunbai has been found. Who? Lu Chichi knew it long ago, but pretended not to know. Ma Xingyuan, the candidate from Yangzhou. The Ma Xingyuan who has the highest appeal in this imperial examination? Lu Chichi asked. Yes, Yu Dai said. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai standing next to her and asked, You really don't have any impression? Chunbai shook her head. Lu Chichi said again, When we met Ma Xingyuan in the bookstore that day, we didn't notice anything unusual? Yu Dai explained. Ma Xingyuan has always been low-key and mysterious. Among the many candidates, only his identity is the most mysterious. Oh! All the news is about what happened after Ma Xingyuan came to the capital. There is no news about his past, Yu Dai said. Lu Chichi thought that Ma Xingyuan also changed his appearance. It stands to reason that it is not the real person who traveled through time. Since it is not the real person, he should have a past. Why not? Is there a powerful background behind him? After thinking for a while, there are all kinds of speculations in my mind. During that meeting, I talked a few words with Ma Xingyuan, all about the current career, and didn't say anything about the current situation. Thinking about it, I told Chunbai, you go to the bookstore tomorrow and prepare some generous gifts. Yes. Chunbai was excited. The person she had met several times turned out to be her savior. Yu Dai, you accompany Chunbai and say, by the way, I owe him a favor, and he can make any conditions. Crown Princess. Lu Chichi raised her hand to stop him. I don't think he would make excessive demands. Yu Dai didn't say anything after seeing what the Crown Princess said. Lu Chichi saw that the matter was handed down, and asked Yu Dai, Go and find out about Li Jiaxuan's current situation. Yes. Yu Dai left in response. Chunbai knelt on the ground excitedly. Crown Princess. It's my fault that I'm useless. It's my fault that I've caused you trouble. Lu Chichi hit her head with a storybook. What nonsense are you talking about? It's all my fault. I know whether it's good or not. If you feel sorry for me, pick some more stories for me when you come back tomorrow. You still want this? Chunbai's tone changed slightly. Yeah. But if others know about it, it won't be good. It's just a storybook. What's wrong with it? It's all made up. Just reading to kill time. She had read enough books since she was a child, and had read enough of those books, especially the books here, which were all poems and songs, and she understood the meaning of them. She hated things that required too much brainpower. Okay. Chunbai compromised. When she thought of the things that the Crown Princess had done for her, she was very moved. She decided to be twice as good to the Crown Princess in the future. Lu Chichi had just sent Chunbai away when Yu Dai arrived soon. Seeing Yu Dai come back so quickly, Her face was not good. What happened? Li Jiaxuan refused to confess the mastermind behind the scenes, and committed suicide in the Dali Temple. Lu Qiqi said. Can someone like Li Jiaxuan commit suicide? She couldn't figure it out, and thought about it again in the Dali Temple, asking, what did she use to commit suicide? She felt that there was something fishy here. A Li Jiaxuan who still had fantasies in her heart, and who was willing to live on the shoulders of so many lives, could not commit suicide. There are only two possibilities for death now. One is death, and the other is murder. Regardless of the possibility, she must first confirm whether Li Jiaxuan is really dead. She died by hitting the wall. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Are you sure it's Li Jiaxuan? Yu Dai was not sure after being asked by the crown princess. I'll go and have a look. Lu Qiqi waved her hand and watched Yu Dai leave. Chunbai reacted. Crown princess, do you think it's not Li Jiaxuan who died? Li Jiaxuan would not commit suicide. Lu Qiqi was very sure of this. The waiting time was very long, and it was at night. So quiet that even the sound of breathing became clear. Yu Dai left for a long time, and did not come back. Chunbai quietly served by her side, until Qin Dai came with herbs and broke the silence. Crown Princess, your medicine. Lu Qiqi knew that the medicine was bitter, and good for the body. There was no other way in this place, so she could only drink it. After drinking it, the candied fruit in her mouth was not bitter anymore. Qin Dai watched the crown princess drink the medicine, and was about to leave with the medicine bowl, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. Where is Zhou Yin? This person had no sense of existence, and Lu Qiqi still found that she had not seen her in person for a long time. She was sent by His Highness. Qin Dai said. Wait for her to come back and tell her. Yes. Qin Dai left with the medicine bowl. Lu Qiqi felt sleepy soon because of the medicine, and fell asleep under Chunbai's care. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up, and the four maids heard the noise, and came to serve her one by one. Lu Qiqi paid special attention to Zhou Yin. Seeing her tired look, she thought she was doing something important that the crown prince had asked her to do. Now the prince has a lot of things to follow up, and it is time to close the net. At this time, everyone around the prince is very tired. What puzzles Lu Qiqi is that since Zhou Yin has been given to her, why should she be sent out to do things? She thinks that the things to do should be very important. After washing up, she sat in front of the dressing table, letting several embossers busy, and she summoned the system to ask, what did the prince send Zhou Yin to do? System, take over all of Li Jiaxuan's affairs. Lu Qiqi understood that Li Jiaxuan played an important role beside the prince, and finally walked this road. Thinking about it, she looked at Yu Dai next to her. Yu Dai stepped forward and said, reporting to the crown princess, it is indeed Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi nodded, indicating that she knew. After finishing dressing, Lu Qiqi came to the table, and saw 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Thinking that the prince would arrive later, she was not in a hurry to eat, so she sat at the table and continued to chat with the system. Chapter 435 Letter. Who killed Li Jiaxuan? System. She committed suicide? Lu Qiqi was surprised and thought it was unlikely. No one threatened her. System. She is an orphan without a father or a mother. There is no threat. Lu Qiqi felt that this was true. She always felt that Li Jiaxuan was not someone who would commit suicide. Lu Qiqi. I don't believe she would commit suicide. System. She is already dead. It was indeed suicide. Lu Qiqi was silent. She believed in her own judgment. There must be something wrong. System. You don't have to worry about death. Just focus on other things. Lu Qiqi. I don't. It's not for Li Jiaxuan's death. She just wants to know the truth. System sighed. Some things can't be taken seriously. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she suddenly felt that the system knew something. She also thought that it was Li Jiaxuan herself, and it was suicide. What exactly threatened her? What do you know? System. I don't know anything. Here's the trick. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she knew what was going on and deliberately let it go. Forget it. The person is dead. It's meaningless to know how he died. I'd better focus on other things. System. That's right. System has a worried mother's tone. Lu Qiqi asked quietly. The greenhouse has been moved. What else will that person do to frame me? System. The greenhouse has just been moved. The foundation is not very stable. You should be more careful recently. Lu Qiqi. Yes. Some people are still unwilling to let go of the opportunity. Now the greenhouse is in the middle. There is no blind spot for vision. If someone really does something, it can be discovered quickly. While thinking about these, there was a familiar sound of footsteps outside, and Lucici knew that the prince was coming. Soon, the prince arrived. Lucici smiled. It's rare to have breakfast together. The prince came up and gently pinched the woman's face. Several maids all bowed their heads. Lucici didn't care. After the prince sat down, she asked, "What's the matter?" She thought, could this person be responsible for Li Jiaxuan's death? If the prince came forward, Li Jiaxuan would not be able to survive. I'm going out later, and it will take 2 days. Then you eat more, Lucici said as she stuffed a bun into the prince's hand. The prince took a look at the bun and ate it happily. Lucici also started eating the bun. Lucici ate very slowly during this meal. She was a little reluctant to see the prince leave, but she knew that the prince was a man who did great things. So she couldn't stop him and had to support him with all her strength. Just after finishing the meal, Xiao Kai arrived, and Lucici knew that the prince had to leave. Watching the prince leave, she said nothing. When he was far away, Lucici returned to the room dejectedly and lay on the couch, not wanting to move. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was in a bad mood. Crown princess, the prince is only gone for 2 days and will be back soon. I know, Lucici said in a muffled voice. Why is the crown princess unhappy? Chunbai said. Does it have to be silly and smiling every day? Chunbai was blocked by a sentence, knowing that the crown princess was really in a bad mood, and suggested, Crown princess, I will go to the library later. How many books do you want? Lucici looked at her. 5 books. Okay. Chunbai smiled. This is the crown princess she knows. Heartless and happy. When Chunbai and Yudai left, Lucici went to the storehouse of the East Palace to pick out some good things for them to deliver. After everyone left, Lucici went to the flower room. The flower room had just been moved, and everything in the flower room was arranged in just half a day. It was completely in accordance with the original flower room. Lucici walked in and felt the warmth brought by the sun in the flower room, and her heart gradually warmed up. Taking care of all the flowers carefully, Lucici was tired and sweaty on her forehead. She wiped it casually with her hand and fell on the recliner to rest for a while. Chi-Dai came with the herbs. Lucici smelled the smell and felt a little nauseous. Chi-Dai saw the crown princess's heart and spoke at the right time. Crown princess's good medicine tastes bitter, so it will get better for your ankle faster. Lucici waited for her. I know. Chi-Dai brought the medicine bowl to the crown princess. Lucici took a few sips and drank it. When Chi-Dai brought candy fruit, she refused. Crown princess, the medicine is very bitter. Lucici frowned and didn't want to talk. After a while, she spoke. I want to remember this bitter taste. Chi-Dai stood by and said nothing. After a while, Zhou Yin came from outside with a letter. Crown princess. Your letter? Whose? I don't know. Zhou Yin said she wanted to send her heart to the crown princess, but was stopped by Chi-Dai. Zhou Yin understood what she meant. Don't worry. I checked it. It's not poisonous. Lucici saw that they were so nervous about a letter, and laughed, took the letter from Zhou Yin, and asked, Zhou Yin, are you busy recently? Zhou Yin said, the prince asked me to go out for a while. Did it go smoothly? I learned from the system, and I just said a few polite words. Smoothly. That's good. After Lucici finished speaking, she opened the letter. She only saw the first word and knew it was sent by Ma Xingyuan. She thought, Ma Xingyuan is quite capable. He could actually send a letter to the East Palace so smoothly. She underestimated him. The letter said that they wanted to meet, but Lucici felt that it was unnecessary. Some things have been made clear. There is no need to meet. She asked Chunbai and Yudai to give gifts to Ma Xingyuan, which is also the meaning. He should understand what she meant. Did they miss it? Or did Yudai not meet Ma Xingyuan? It seems that this is the only possibility. When Ma Xingyuan goes back and sees the things, he will also find out what he meant. After Lucici finished reading the letter, she put it aside casually and picked up a storybook to read. After reading for a while, Chunbai and Yudai came back from outside. They also brought back 2 chickens and a lot of snacks from outside. Lucici was eating and reading the storybook, while Chunbai was telling her about what happened after she left. At first, Lucici didn't care much. But when she heard that she had met Ma Xingyuan and the heavy feelings after the meeting, Lu Qiqi was shocked. What did that person say? She asked casually. But she was very nervous. She didn't notice that the snacks in her hand were crushed. Chunbai focused on telling her about what happened outside, and didn't notice the difference between the crown princess and the crown princess. When I went there, Ma was writing a storybook. Writing a storybook? Lu Qiqi's heart was alert. She glanced at the letter next to her from the corner of her eye. Well, I didn't see what was written. After thanking her, I went to pick a storybook for the crown princess. You thanked him. But he didn't say anything? He said it was just a small favor, and asked me not to take it to heart. Lu Qiqi was sure that this was Ma Xingyuan's style of doing things. What about the letter? Thinking carefully about the letter, the words were implicit, and there was no mention of the aftermath. It should be someone who knew Ma Xingyuan. Soon, Lu Qiqi became alert, but did not show it in front of Chunbai. Chunbai was still chattering about the scene in the study. After listening, Lu Qiqi said, "Do you like Ma Xingyuan?" Chunbai paused. "Do you?" Lu Qiqi was speechless. Ma Xingyuan is also a handsome man. Don't you like him? I will be by the side of the crown princess for the rest of my life, she said seriously. Chapter 436 Warming up the wine. Lu Qiqi was speechless. There were some things she didn't say. Fate is not something you can get if you want it, or refuse if you want to. As for the letter, I had a plan and didn't think too much about it. Chunbai continued to talk about what happened outside. Lu Qiqi listened while eating snacks. Hearing that Jiang Haiping divorced Wang Ergu, Jiang Haiping's Minsheng restaurant's business became better. But Wang Ergu also started the unlucky mode. The concubine Tao aborted the child and ran away with the man. Wang Ergu begged Jiang Haiping to reconcile like crazy. But Wang Ergu's mother was still confused, and went to Minsheng restaurant to make trouble. As a result, both mother and son were driven out. Ma Captain's wife Du once again spread that she was pregnant with a boy. And Ma Captain's family changed their attitude. The snail noodle shop business became better. And you still need to queue up if you want to eat snail noodles. Lu Qiqi listened to what happened to the familiar people in the past. And she listened with relish. When you die, Qing die. And Zhou brought the food. Lu Qiqi smelled the garlic chicken and felt hungry again. Chunbai was still talking about the things outside. And the five of them ate and chatted together. The prince's departure did not give Lu Qiqi too many opportunities to feel sad. Just because it felt so good to eat and play with 4 maids. The prince was away for 2 days. And Lu Qiqi played crazy with the 4 maids these 2 days. They were in the East Palace for 2 days, and did not go out. Lu Qiqi invented poker, and taught them how to play. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Qiqi stayed in the house, except for going to the toilet. Huang Ma and others heard laughter from the house from time to time, and felt that the 4 maids were too unruly, and so presumptuous in front of the crown princess. She also felt that the crown princess did not take herself seriously. After all, she was the queen. How could she let the maid do whatever she wanted? Just when she was worried that she would leave a handle if she continued. In the evening of the next day, when the crown prince came back, everything returned to normal. It seemed that the abnormality of the past 2 days did not exist. Lu Qiqi saw the crown prince returning from a long journey, thinking that he had traveled a long way, while instructing Huang Ma to prepare delicious meals. She also asked someone to send hot water for the crown prince to bathe. When the crown prince came out after washing up, the meal was ready. Lu Qiqi also warmed the wine for the crown prince. The crown prince saw the warm wine and smiled slightly. Who did you learn this from? The weather is cold, and it will be more comfortable to drink after the wine is warmed, Lu Qiqi explained. Took the initiative to pour 2 cups, and sent one of them to the crown prince. The crown prince picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Sure enough, warm wine tastes better. The 2 of them drank and ate. After 3 rounds of wine, the prince asked Lu Qiqi if she had gone out in the past 2 days. Lu Qiqi immediately expressed her opinion. I have always been very obedient, and have never left the East Palace. What reward do you want to give me? The prince was relieved to hear this and asked with a smile. What do you want? Lu Qiqi thought. I don't seem to lack anything. When you remember it, tell me. Lu Qiqi nodded obediently, and suddenly thought of a serious matter. What have you been busy with these 2 days? You want to know? Just tell me if it has anything to do with the Princess of Wu. The prince smiled. And this time he showed 8 teeth. Unlike before. Lu Qiqi was attracted by this sudden smile, and didn't react for a long time. The prince laughed even more. When Zhao Kai arrived, he was stunned when he saw the prince laughing loudly. Is this the prince? No. It's not. Thinking of what the prince has done in the past 2 days, she felt her skin tighten again. Your Highness. The prince looked over and said. Say. Lu Qiqi finally came back to her senses and saw Zhao Kai standing at the door. Feeling awkward, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince after his face changed, and silently summoned the system in her heart. What has the prince been busy with these 2 days? System. There are many things to do. Lu Qiqi. Tell me one by one. System. The prince left this time to bury Li Jiaxuan. Lu Qiqi was stunned. Li Jiaxuan is indeed special to the prince. However, a new question came. She felt that Li Jiaxuan's death was strange, and the prince should have noticed it. Why did the prince bury Li Jiaxuan? This is obviously unreasonable. Recalling the situation after Li Jiaxuan was arrested, the prince had been in the East Palace, and logically he had no time. Thinking of the prince's status, he didn't need to do it himself. Sometimes he didn't need to say anything, and his subordinates would do it well. Thinking of Zhou Yan taking over all of Li Jiaxuan's affairs, Lu Qiqi felt that this was not a trivial matter. What else did the prince do after he left? System. Sending people to welcome Princess Hongyu of Wu. Does this count? Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth. Count. System. Are you afraid? Lu Qiqi. What am I afraid of? System. Are you afraid of not being able to compete with the Princess of Wu? Lu Qiqi was silent. The system threw out another explosive news. The prince has news about Huagu. Lu Qiqi became serious in an instant. After waiting for a long time, she didn't hear the system speak. At this time, she heard Zhao Kai talking about Yangzhou. Ma Xingyuan's hometown is Yangzhou, and Lu Qiqi is more concerned about this. Your Highness, the person has been found. Half a year ago, the young master of Huagu appeared in Yangzhou. Send someone to follow up. The prince stood up excitedly. Lu Qiqi heard her heart pounding. Yangzhou. Yangzhou is very big and has many people. There is nothing to be surprised about. Tang Xiuye's hometown is also Yangzhou, and her father is a wealthy businessman in Yangzhou. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that she was too nervous. It was because of hearing this that Lu Qiqi once again thought about who wrote to her in the identity of Ma Xingyuan, and asked to meet outside the palace? What is this person thinking? Asked the system. Do you know who wrote to me in the identity of Ma Xingyuan? System. An old man with a bamboo hat. Lu Qiqi. Do you know what he looks like? System. This person is very cautious, and has never shown his true face to others. Lu Qiqi realized that something was wrong and wanted to rush to see it, but tried to control it in her heart. Since it was a trap, it would not be a good thing to go there. So she stayed quietly, thinking that the appointment was yesterday. The matter was over, and it was useless to think more. Lu Qiqi had something on her mind, and she didn't know when Zhao Kai left. It was the prince, who put his hands on her shoulders, and was startled. Ah! What are you thinking about? After the prince explained the matter, he found that the woman was in a daze, and he didn't expect to be scared. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death by you. What happened to you just now? I heard you say Yangzhou, and I thought that Tang Xiuye's father was a wealthy businessman in Yangzhou. The prince smiled. You think too much. I hope so. Don't think too much. Yeah. Lu Qiqi tried to relax herself and not let her nervousness affect the prince. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the food was cold, and she was not in the mood to eat. Thinking about it, she still said the question in her heart. I heard that Li Jiaxuan committed suicide. Yeah. The prince was reluctant to talk about this heavy topic. I don't think Li Jiaxuan is someone who can commit suicide. How could she commit suicide when she was so forbearing? The prince looked at Lu Qiqi, and she said it out loud, obviously wanting to know, and felt that this question was heavy. In order to make the woman no longer entangled in this matter, he said, it was the Queen Mother who sent someone to do it. Lu Qiqi was stunned. The Queen Mother? She had never thought of the Queen Mother. Now that she thought about it, it was possible that it was the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother raised Li Jiaxuan, and Li Jiaxuan tarnished the Queen Mother's face. So it was reasonable for the Queen Mother to do it. She was wondering what the Queen Mother said that made Li Jiaxuan willing to commit suicide. Chapter 437 Slip. Midnight. Lu Qiqi and the prince had just fallen asleep when there was a noise in the yard. Soon, the prince heard Zhao Kai's voice and got up. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes and asked, Are you going out? I'm going out for a while. You go to sleep first. The prince covered the woman with a quilt, took her clothes outside to put them on and left. Lucici lay down, listening to the sound of doors opening and closing, and heard the footsteps of many people in the yard. So many people in the middle of the night. It seems to be a big move. The prince has been very busy recently. Lucici learned something from the system, and she fell asleep again soon. When she woke up the next day, she thought the prince was not there, but she didn't expect him to sleep next to her. When did he come back? Just thinking about it, she met the prince's eyes. Aren't you going to the morning court? Lucici asked. The prince pulled the woman into bed. What time is it? The morning court is over. At this time? Yes. Then why are you still sleeping? Too tired. Take a rest. Lucici saw the tired look in the prince's eyes, said nothing, and continued to accompany him to sleep. She fell asleep again while accompanying him, and woke up at almost noon. At this time, the prince was no longer around. Lucici got up and didn't see the maid come in. After washing and dressing, she came to the courtyard and saw 4 maids busy in the flower room. Lucici walked in, but they didn't notice it, and they were busy fiddling with the flower plates. Seeing that most of the flower room had changed to new flowers, she changed her mood again. Chunbai just picked up a pot of flowers and was about to put it down, and saw the princess standing at the door, and immediately gave a big smile. Princess, you see that the chrysanthemums are different from before. Lucici looked over and saw that there were indeed several colors of chrysanthemums in a pot. She also saw that the roots of each pot of chrysanthemums had become thicker, and she knew at a glance that these chrysanthemums had been specially cultivated. Did the prince send them here? Yes. Lucici walked over and looked at each pot of chrysanthemums carefully. Chrysanthemums that have been specially cultivated are easier to grow. She prefers this kind of drought-resistant and hardy flower. To put it bluntly, she is lazy, but she wants to see flowers, so chrysanthemums have become the best choice. Lucici saw that there were still many flowers, so she got involved. Time passed quickly in her busy life. When Lucici's stomach started to growl, she remembered that it was past lunchtime and she hadn't even had breakfast yet. At this time, Madame Huang had just cooked the food and sent it to the room. She came over to invite the crown princess to eat. When she heard about eating, Lucici hurriedly washed her hands and ran into the room. As she walked, her stomach still made a gurgling sound. Chunbai and a few others smiled secretly when they heard it. When they arrived this morning, they heard that the prince was also sleeping late, so they didn't dare to disturb him. Later, the prince left, but the princess was still sleeping. They thought that the prince and the princess hadn't seen each other for 2 days last night, and they were too excited, so the princess slept until now. At this time, Lucici rushed into the room and started eating. If she knew what they were thinking at the moment, she would definitely give them a few slaps. Chunbai and the others thought to themselves, washed their hands, and came to serve one by one. Lucici was eating with big mouthfuls, and seeing the princess like this, she was more certain of her previous thoughts. After Lucici finished eating, she leaned back on the chair and asked them to clean up the table. After they finished cleaning up and rested for a while, they went to the flower room together. The 5 people worked together, without the help of others, and without saying anything. They all knew how the crown princess arranged the flower room. When all the flowers were finally arranged according to Lucici's preferences, Lucici simply sat on the ground to rest. Nanny Huang came with a letter. Crown Princess, your letter. Bring it here. Lucici asked Nanny Huang to bring it to her. Seeing the same envelope as last time, she guessed a general idea and secretly summoned the system. Who sent it? System. It's still that person. Lucici knew this and asked Nanny Huang. Who sent it? A little eunuch sent it. Do you know him? No. Nanny Huang realized the seriousness of the matter. Lucici sighed. I don't know many people. Since I don't know him, I don't need to read it. Nanny Huang stood by with the letter, feeling a little uneasy. Okay. Throw it away. Yes. Nanny Huang left in response. She was still blaming herself after leaving, for not being able to do such a small thing. Yudai asked. Crown Princess, is there something wrong with the letter? I guessed right. It should be the same person from last time. Yudai got up quickly when she heard this. Lucici asked. What are you going to do? I'm going to check who sent it. After Yudai explained, She saw the crown princess nod and left quickly. Chunbai didn't know about this, so she came over. Lu Qiqi knew what she meant and said, "When you and Dai went to the study that day, someone sent a letter. Crown princess is amazing." She knew there was something wrong with it without even reading it. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes at her. "I don't know many people, and even fewer people write letters. Of course, there must be something wrong with the letter I sent." "Oh." Chunbai nodded. Lu Qiqi quietly told him, "There are a lot of things going on recently, so you should be careful recently." "Yes, I know," the three maids said in unison. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. "You have the simplest mind. Don't be careless when encountering things. Crown princess, you underestimate me. Tianhua Temple is the best example." Chunbai didn't dare to speak. Lu Qiqi got up, moved a little, and said, "Prepare water for bathing." After giving instructions, she walked out of the flower room and walked into the house. The three maids immediately started to get busy. After a while, when Lu Qiqi was soaking in the wooden tub, she thought about the letter, which should be related to Ma Xingyuan. She thought of Ma Xingyuan's mysterious identity and the strangeness of the letter. What is the identity of Ma Xingyuan, who fell to the ground? If I ask him, will he tell me? According to their modern relationship, if I ask him, he should tell me. But Lu Qiqi doesn't want to speak. For many things, she doesn't want Ma Xingyuan to intervene too much. After soaking for a while, Dai arrived. "Crown princess, the eunuch who sent me a heart attack is dead." Lu Qiqi was startled. "How did he die?" "He slipped and fell into the well and drowned." "Check the eunuch to see if he has any abnormalities recently." "Yes." Dai left in response. Lu Qiqi washed for a while, came out of the water, put on her clothes, came to the dressing table, and let the three maids busy themselves. Evening. Dai came back from outside again. "Crown princess, the eunuch is new. I heard that he owed gambling debts when he was outside the palace, and he couldn't make it anymore. So he came to the palace to be a eunuch." Lu Qiqi laughed. "When did the palace become a shelter?" The four maids were silent. "Okay. This matter cannot be investigated. But you all remember. Don't send things of unknown origin." "Yes. If there are unfamiliar people entering and leaving the East Palace recently, you must pay more attention." "Yes." Lu Qiqi had just given the instructions when a little maid arrived after dark. She was discovered and stopped by Dai on the spot. Dai could have handled this matter and told the crown princess. Dai found a burn mark on the fingernail of this little maid. On the day when the queen mother was poisoned, she heard the crown princess talk about this and remembered it in her heart. Not knowing whether it was the same injury as the crown princess said, she reported it to the crown princess cautiously immediately. Chapter 438 Rabies. After Lu Qiqi knew about it, she immediately met the maid. The maid was brought to Lu Qiqi, and Lu Qiqi stepped forward and saw the scar on her hand. The scars were the same, but in different locations. The only thing that can be proved is that it was caused by the same poison. "Go and invite the prince." "Yes." Dai took the order and left. Not long after, the prince arrived. The prince had already known a general idea on the way here. After arriving, he asked Zhao Kai to take the person away, and he stayed to accompany the woman. The four maids left tactfully. The prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and said, "The maid should be from Feiyu Palace." "Are you sure?" He was worthy of being the prince for finding out the truth so quickly. The prince nodded. Lu Qiqi and the prince drank tea quietly and waited. Soon, Zhao Kai arrived and said that the maid had confessed. The maid's name is Cuelon. She is from Feiyu Palace, and she was assigned to work with Wang Qian not long ago. With this statement, it is confirmed that the person who poisoned the queen mother is Wang Qian. When people were sent to Xian Palace to capture Wang Qian's hand was injured. Her hand was bitten by a mad dog when she went out today. Now Wang Qian's right hand was bitten bloody, and Wang Qian's nails were also injured. The original burn marks could not be seen. The prince and Lu Qiqi waited for this news in the East Palace and were not surprised. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi asked, "Wang Qian was really bitten by a dog?" "Yes," Zhao Kai responded. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. "Concubine, we will have no one around her in the future." The prince looked over. Lu Qiqi said again, "People can't eat enough. Who would keep a dog? You are really observant," the prince said, looking at Zhao Kai, who bowed and left. Lu Qiqi said again, If you are bitten by a dog, you are likely to get rabies. Rabies sometimes breaks out soon after being bitten, and it may last for several years. What is rabies? The prince heard it, and had another idea. If rabies breaks out, you will do all kinds of crazy things. And sometimes you will be like a dog. And you can. Lu Chichi took the opportunity to popularize the symptoms of rabies. If this is true, concubine will be pitiful. The prince gloated. You have achieved your goal, Lu Chichi said, looking at the prince. You knew that the person who poisoned was concubine Wu? First, the lone wolf was released, and then the case was deliberately investigated. Now the people around concubine Wu have been cleared one by one, and the people from Huagu should also appear. Thinking about it, Lu Chichi suddenly had an idea that Ma Xingyuan was also from Huagu, and the person who wrote to her was also from Huagu. If this is true, she and Ma Xingyuan are opposites, and in the near future, the two will not stand on opposite sides. Thinking of this, Lu Chichi began to feel troubled. Former junior, are they really going to fight each other? The next day, after the morning court, the emperor asked the prince to go to the imperial study. The emperor was very satisfied with the prince's opinion. Soon, Lord Yin from the Ministry of Justice arrived and confirmed the prince's words, and also proved that the prince had the judgment of the imperial examination, which made it easier for the prince to display his ambitions. The emperor was very pleased to see the prince moving towards success step by step. Sighed. The prince is doing things more and more methodically. I am very pleased. Now I am old, and my experience is not as good as before, and the prince should be in charge of the overall situation in the future. When Lord Yin heard this, the meaning was very clear. He immediately knelt down to congratulate the prince. The prince pursed his lips and didn't want to say a word, seeing the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. He was speechless. According to the emperor's current energy, he could become a 1,000-year-old turtle. The emperor saw everything and didn't take some things to heart. He said, the Wu kingdom sent Princess Hongyu to marry, and this matter is handed over to the prince. The emperor was threatening himself. If he didn't agree to take on the heavy responsibility, someone from the Wu kingdom's princess would interfere. The emperor looked at the prince and waited for him to accept the challenge. The prince had no choice but to accept the challenge. The son is willing to share the worries of his father. The emperor saw that his goal was achieved and asked the prince and Lord Yin to leave. After leaving the imperial study, the prince was angry, but he still had to put on airs and accept Lord Yin's congratulations. Lord Yin saw it. The emperor and the prince were fighting, and Lord Yin was present. He was lucky to escape unscathed. He left quickly after congratulating them. The prince saw someone fleeing and looked back at the imperial study. It happened that eunuch Lu arrived and was shocked by this look. He would never forget the scene of working for the emperor and being punished by the prince. He felt distressed. He tried hard to please the prince, but when he saw the prince staring at him, he fled in panic. The prince had no place to vent his anger, and thought of the princess of Wu. The king of Chen was fake. If this matter was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to both countries. To the king of Yin, the king of Yin was like a piece of wood. It was not appropriate to be discovered by the princess of Wu. Without a suitable candidate, the prince began to worry. At this time, seeing the hurried arrival of Lord Zhang from the Dali temple, the prince thought of a suitable candidate. Thinking of this, the prince immediately went to do this matter. When the prince returned to the East Palace and was about to meet Lu Chichi, Zhao Kai hurriedly arrived. Your Highness, Minister Li is dead. Dead? Yes. He should have died for some time, but was only discovered today. The Dali temple has intervened in this matter. The prince thought that he was just thinking about using this year's top scholar to do things, and Minister Li died. His death was too coincidental. Thinking of the hurried look of Lord Zhang from the Dali temple just now, there should be something strange about Minister Li's death. There are many things going on at the moment, and the prince is not annoyed. Whether it is concubine Wu, the princess who came from the kingdom of Wu to marry, or Minister Li's affairs, he has his own plans. The death of Minister Li was beyond the prince's expectations. He thought that Minister Li would fall into the hands of Wu's mother and son in this matter, but he didn't expect to die. Now that it is confirmed that the person is dead, the purpose of Wu's mother and son is very clear. Shangshu Mansion, and the literati behind the Shangshu Mansion. Wanting to control it by this is a dream. The prince brought forward the originally stranded plan and immediately met with Lord Zhang of the Dali temple. On the one hand, He asked Lord Zhang to deal with the affairs of Li Shangshu and arrest all those involved. Guo, who escaped and was caught again, was severely punished, and Guo was caught again, so that she could see Guosu's miserable condition. Lord Zhang knew that it was not appropriate to deal with the matter in this way. The matter was related to the imperial examination, the candidates in the capital, and the literati behind the Li mansion. This matter must be handled by extraordinary means. When Guo saw Guosu dying, she couldn't hold it anymore and made a big fuss. Later, Guo and Guosu were locked in the same cell together. No matter how Guo made a fuss, she was not interrogated and just let them stay. That night, Guosu began to have a fever, and Guo's fuss was not as she wished. Lord Yin had been outside, quietly observing all the actions in the cell. At the critical moment, the queen suddenly arrived and wanted to meet Guo. Lord Yin wanted to refuse, but the queen said something and Lord Yin had to let her go. Watching the queen walk in, Lord Yin immediately sent someone to notify the crown prince. Chapter 439. You must die too. The queen came to the innermost cell smoothly, and saw Guosu, who was tortured beyond recognition. She stood outside the cell and watched. Guo noticed someone coming in, and thought her son was finally saved. She knelt on the ground with a bang. Please save my son. It must be hard to see your son dying in front of you. The queen spoke, and Guo looked up suddenly in shock. Seeing that it was the queen, she collapsed on the ground in fear. You are still alive, but the child is dying. This is retribution. Guo reacted and quickly crawled over and kowtowed to the queen. Queen, please save him. He must die. Guo stopped kowtowing. When you wanted to use Guosu to get everything from Li Shangshu, he was destined to die. Guo suddenly looked at the queen and thought, how much does the queen know? You must die too. The queen said again. Guo was completely stunned, watching the queen leave blankly. Guo did not react for a long time. The queen came out of the cell and looked at Lord Yin. Your humble servant pays respect to the queen. The queen took out a small medicine bag from her sleeve. Lord Yin immediately took it with both hands. The medicine bag can save your life. Lord Yin knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. The queen took a look, said nothing, and left the Dali temple. The queen left the Dali temple and got on the carriage parked nearby. As soon as she got on the carriage, she saw the queen mother sitting in the carriage. Aunt? The queen mother glanced at the queen, and the carriage quickly moved. The carriage did not rush back to the palace, but went all the way to the outside of Li Shangshu's house. The coachman and the palace maids all withdrew, leaving only the queen mother and the queen. The queen mother lifted the curtain of the carriage, and saw the two big characters of Li Mansion clearly in front of her. The queen knew that she could not hide what she did from the queen mother, so she knelt in front of her. You are confused. The queen bowed her head and said nothing. Do you think the emperor really doesn't know what you did? The queen looked up suddenly. This is the fate of the Wu clan. The queen mother sighed and lowered the curtain of the carriage. The coachman and the palace maid who had just walked away came back again, and soon the carriage started moving. This time it went to the palace. The carriage drove into the palace smoothly and went to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. The carriage stopped, and the queen mother got off the carriage with the help of Luo Mama and walked into the Sinang Palace. The queen knelt in the carriage for a long time without moving. That night, it rained lightly in the sky. It rained all night. The next day, the queen came out of the carriage and looked up at the distant sky. The weather now is as dull as her mood. Nani Wang arrived with an oil paper umbrella. Empress! The queen kept looking into the distance. It's raining. Empress! Nani Wang held up the oil paper umbrella high and knelt on the ground again. The queen looked at Nani Wang. Along the way, she was the one who knew her best. When she first came to the capital, she had beautiful fantasies about the future. Later, she knew about Rong Fei's threat to her. And then the queen mother couldn't stop her. Now, everything is empty, and her heart is dead. Let's go! When Nani Wang heard this, she immediately stood up and helped the queen leave. That night, the queen mother didn't sleep. Since she returned to the palace, the queen mother has been holding on. Nanny Luo went out several times to see the situation. Finally, she saw the queen leaving and hurried over to report. Empress Dowager, the queen is gone. The Empress Dowager breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up and walked towards the inner hall with the help of Nanny Luo. As she walked, she sighed in her heart that she was old and her body couldn't stand it after just one night of sleeplessness. If this happened in the past, she wouldn't feel anything after 2 days of sleeplessness. Eastern Palace? The prince began to make arrangements in the study, and many people came in and out. Everyone went in and out through the secret passage, so no one would notice the big move here. After everyone left, the prince thought about things quietly. He repeated the recent events in his mind one by one. This thought really found something wrong. Immediately give orders to the places with loopholes. At critical moments, the prince would not allow any carelessness. No matter what the situation is, he must be foolproof. As for the mysterious Flower Valley, he also calculated it in this operation. If it weren't for the discovery that the person who rescued Concubine Wu was from the Flower Valley, he would not allow Concubine Wu to live until now. However, Concubine Wu also reached the end of her life. If Concubine Wu was killed directly, it would be too easy for her. Forcing her into a desperate situation and seeing her die in despair is what the prince wanted. Thinking of Concubine Wu, he felt that the emperor also had a contribution. Thinking that the emperor should be in the imperial study at this time, he asked someone to notify Lord Yen of the Dali Temple. And he went to the imperial study first. When he came to the outside of the study, the prince took a deep breath and opened the door. He wanted to tell the emperor something. The moment he opened the door, he smelled a strong smell of blood before he opened his mouth. He took a look and found that there was no one in the imperial study. No one. How could it be possible? Suddenly thinking of something, Prince Luchichi felt bad and rushed in. He saw the emperor lying on the ground and vomiting blood behind the dragon case. At this time, the emperor had fainted. He didn't know how long this situation had lasted. The prince was shocked when he saw it. This scene overlapped with the dusty memory in his mind. Worried that his father would also let go, the prince was panicked and immediately called for help. After calling for a while, no one showed up. The prince felt bad, so he quickly picked up the emperor and went to the East Palace through the secret passage. The exit of the secret passage was in the study. The prince put the emperor on the couch and hurriedly looked for someone. Luchichi was curled up on the couch reading a storybook when the prince suddenly walked in. Luchichi had a sensitive nose and smelled the blood. She felt bad and saw blood on the prince's body the moment she looked up. "Are you injured?" After saying that, she felt that it was impossible for the prince to be injured because she was fine. Without saying a word, the prince took Luchichi away. The four maids were shocked and followed behind. When they saw the prince pulling the princess into the study, they stood outside nervously as the door closed. Luchichi knew something terrible had happened from the prince's expression. Seeing the emperor with a pale face and blood on the corner of his mouth on the couch, Luchichi panicked. What happened? Is the emperor dead? No, not at all. The system said that it would take more than 4 years for the prince to ascend the throne, and the emperor would be fine now. She walked forward carefully and saw the emperor's chest rising and falling. Knowing that the emperor was not dead, Luchichi just breathed a sigh of relief when the prince's panicked voice came. "Chichi, you have a way, right?" Luchichi immediately felt bad. She didn't care to comfort the prince, and hurriedly took out 2 pills given to her by Chu Xiang and fed them to the emperor. Turning around, she put her hands on the prince's shoulders. "Prince, you have to calm down. I don't know why the emperor is like this. Why he is here. Obviously something bad has happened." The prince looked at the woman in front of him, muttering, "Someone is trying to assassinate my father, and the people around my father may be in danger." Luchichi was stunned for a while. "This is a big deal. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Don't scare yourself. The most important thing now is to save the emperor first." This miraculously calmed the prince's uneasy heart. He looked at the emperor, then at the woman. "I'm going out for a while. You take care of it here? Well, be careful." The prince nodded and hurriedly left through the secret passage. Luchichi watched the prince leave, and then looked at the emperor, who was in a bad situation at the moment. At this moment, he felt unprecedented panic. Assassinating the emperor in the palace without alarming people is obviously impossible without a careful plan. It really happened, which means they are in a passive state. Chapter 440. The emperor was attacked. Luchichi was uneasy. Who could set up such a big trap to plot against the emperor? Thinking of what the prince said about the people around the emperor being killed, she became even more panicked. It seemed that the impregnable palace began to become vulnerable. There were countless black hands approaching quietly around them, imprisoning them, without even the strength to struggle. She knew in her heart that there were countless people around the emperors of all dynasties, who protected them openly or in secret. The hand that could be in front of so many people showed that the opponent was powerful. The fear and uneasiness in her heart hurriedly summoned the system. Will the Emperor be okay? System. He won't die. But the Emperor is old. And he won't be able to recover after this heavy blow. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Do you have a solution? System. Give him a talisman. Keep him alive for now. Lu Qiqi's heart had sunk to the bottom of the valley. She couldn't say anything. When she noticed the talisman in her hand, she trembled and put the talisman in the Emperor's palm. She prayed in her heart that the Emperor would get better as soon as possible, and hoped that the system's prediction this time was not true. She also hoped that the prince could find the key person as soon as possible and catch all the people who attacked the Emperor this time. She was full of hope. And she knew clearly in her heart that if someone targeted the Emperor for personal grudges, this matter would be easy to deal with. But if it was against the imperial power, the prince would also be in danger. If you can calculate the Emperor, you can calculate the prince. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi's uneasiness in her heart increased. At this time, Chunbai's movement came from the door, which scared her. Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi's heartbeat accelerated, and after stabilizing herself, she came to the door and spoke through the door. What's wrong? Crown Princess. Are you okay? Chunbai knew the prince's study room, and she couldn't come in without the prince's permission. She was worried about the Crown Princess, so she spoke boldly at the door. Go down. No one is allowed to disturb. The Emperor is not safe around him, and the entire East Palace may not be clean. In order to protect Chunbai, Lu Qiqi didn't say much. Chunbai heard that the Crown Princess's movements were different from before, shook her head at the maids next to her, and quickly left the imperial study. They have been with the Crown Princess for a long time and understand her temper. The prince's appearance just now obviously showed that something had happened. The Crown Princess' words were to let them do things quietly and not be unusual. Fortunately, everyone was busy just now and didn't notice the situation here. There were 4 maids as a shield, and others thought that the Crown Princess had been in the room. Lu Qiqi has been taking care of the Emperor. After taking the medicine and the amulet, the Emperor's condition did not worsen. Seeing the Emperor like this, Lu Qiqi was worried. As time went on, she was worried that the prince would be in danger. When Lu Qiqi could no longer control her panic, the prince finally came back. Also coming with him was Prime Minister Chu. The moment she saw Prime Minister Chu, Lu Qiqi's heart was relieved. Qiqi, how is father? The prince came over and said anxiously. Almost the same as when you left, Lu Qiqi said as she made way for the prince to approach. The prince came up and saw that it was just as Lu Qiqi said. He also vaguely saw a corner of his father's hand. He knew that Lu Qiqi was the only one in the palace who was trustworthy. Lu Qiqi looked at Prime Minister Chu. Are you okay? The two did not bring up the matter of the 3 bowls of blood, but they knew it in their hearts. Lu Qiqi was simply concerned about Chu Xiong's health. No problem. Chu Xiong saw that the woman did not show any pity for his white hair, and raised the corner of his mouth, knowing that she was different from others. Chu Xiong. Father he. The prince spoke to Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong stepped forward quickly, checked, and began to feel the pulse again. The prince and Lu Qiqi stood by and waited anxiously. After an instant's stick of time, seeing Chu Xiong's brows slightly frowned, their hearts also became tense. How is father? The prince asked anxiously. Chu Xiong first glanced at Lu Qiqi and said, the situation is not optimistic. What can I do? You tell me. The prince was most worried about the Emperor, and did not notice the look Chu Xiong gave Lu Qiqi. The dragon body is injured, and recovery is impossible. Now we can only save our lives. Chu Xiong said the facts he saw. Prime Minister Chu had calculated a long time ago that the Emperor should have had this disaster several months ago. But it has only happened now. And Prime Minister Chu is puzzled. Is there no other way? The prince cannot accept that the Emperor has become like this. Prime Minister Chu shook his head. If you want the Emperor to wake up, you need a special medicine. After saying that, he looked at Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was stunned at first, but soon understood what this look meant. She thought it was unlikely, thinking that Prime Minister Chu also asked for 3 bowls of her blood to get to where he is now. Could it be the same for the Emperor? If all this is true, does it mean that her blood has miraculous effects? If others know about this, she will die sooner or later. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi subconsciously took a step back. What medicine? I'll ask someone to find it right now. The prince only had the Emperor in his eyes at this moment. Blood, Chu Xiong said. paused for a moment, and looked at the prince again. I need 3 bowls of blood from the prince. 1 bowl a day. The prince was relieved. That's easy. The prince took out the dagger he carried with him, and was about to attack himself, but was stopped by Chu Xiang. Take the blood later, Chu Xiang said. The prince felt that there was no difference. Chu Xiang had already said it, so he just did it. Chu Xiang asked the prince to prepare first. The matter concerned the emperor, and now no one knew who would attack the emperor. So the prince did all these things personally. After the prince left, Chu Xiang looked at Lu Qiqi. Did you see it? Lu Qiqi frowned. What do you mean? You and the prince have the same fate. Lu Qiqi finally understood why Chu Xiang stopped him. It turned out that he knew the fate of himself and the prince, and used the prince as a cover. She couldn't figure it out, but she nodded when she met Prime Minister Chu's eyes. Not long after, when the prince prepared everything, Prime Minister Chu also wrote a prescription and asked the prince to stay to take care of the emperor. He took Lu Qiqi to get the medicine. In name, Lu Qiqi boiled the medicine, and Prime Minister Chu came to the prince to get blood. It was done perfectly, and the prince was stabbed in vain, and his blood was wasted. On this side, Lu Qiqi not only boiled the medicine, but also squeezed hard when she felt the wound on her wrist to make the blood flow faster. When Lu Qiqi had just got a small bowl of blood, Prime Minister Chu also came with a small bowl soon. She saw with her own eyes that Prime Minister Chu poured out the prince's blood and added Lu Qiqi's blood to the herbs. As Prime Minister Chu spoke, he also explained how to inject blood into the herbs. When the herbs are almost ready, pour the blood in slowly. Remember, you must do it slowly, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. And it will. Yes, I remember. Do the same for the remaining 2 doses of medicine, Chu Xiang said. What about you? Lu Qiqi asked subconsciously. My frequent visits to the palace will make people suspicious. Chapter 441 Not So Greedy. Lu Qiqi understood and learned to boil medicine more seriously. When Chu Xiang saw that the medicine was almost boiled, he saw that Lu Qiqi had not yet treated the wound on her wrist. So he took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve and handed it to her. You use this. Lu Qiqi knew that everything Chu Xiang gave was good stuff. So she took it in her hand, opened it immediately, and applied it to the wound on her wrist. The wound began to heal at a visible speed. Seeing this miraculous effect, Lu Qiqi asked, What the Xiangye gave is really good. Chu Xiang glanced at her, took out another one from his sleeve, and handed it to her. Lu Qiqi wanted to take it, but when she thought of what Huaji said, she shook her head again. I'm just talking. I'm not so greedy. If you change your mind one day, you can come to me. Okay. Lu Qiqi felt that Chu Xiang was really good. She had envied others for having brothers since she was a child, and she found the feeling of a brother in Chu Xiang. The heart changed. Boiling medicine was a boring thing. Seeing that Prime Minister Chu had no intention of leaving, he started to talk more. Prime Minister, can your hair still grow? Do you think it's bad? Prime Minister Chu was rarely so close to others, and his words began to become down to earth. No, it's not good or bad. I just think it's too eye-catching. If it were an old man, it wouldn't be wrong to be so eye-catching. You are still so young, with a head of white hair. It's inevitable that people are curious about what you have experienced. Old man? Lu Qiqi nodded. How old do you think I am? Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of what Yu Dai had said before, and what Chu Xiang had said to the prince, and looked at Chu Xiang in front of him in disbelief. You look like you are in your 20s? Ha ha ha. Prime Minister Chu laughed. Lu Qiqi admitted it. Okay. Poverty limited her imagination. When you are old and gray, I will still look like this. Prime Minister Chu kindly solved her doubts. When I am old and gray, can I still see you? Of course. Lu Qiqi didn't feel anything about this. She just thought Prime Minister Chu was very humorous. After several decades, Lu Qiqi became a white-haired old man with children and grandchildren around her. But Prime Minister Chu still looked like this. She was still sighing that time was a butcher's knife. But Prime Minister Chu was forgotten. After Lu Qiqi boiled the herbs and sent them to the study, she fed the emperor the medicine with the help of the prince. After about an instant's stick of time, the emperor slowly woke up. He was awake, but not in good condition. The prince wanted to know what happened to the emperor, but the emperor kept silent about it. The atmosphere cooled down for a while, and later, the emperor insisted on returning to the Imperial Dragon Palace. At first, The prince tried his best to stop him, but he couldn't get past the emperor. Finally, accompanied by Prime Minister Chu, he came to the imperial study through the secret passage, and then went to the imperial dragon palace. It seemed that the emperor's visit to the East Palace study had never happened, and it seemed that everyone had a secret buried in their hearts. The prince wanted to touch it, but was encouraged by the emperor. And finally, the relationship between father and son was not good. Even so, their father-son relationship was still there. In order to let the emperor rest assured to recuperate, the prince once again presided over the overall situation of the court as the prince. With the prince's move, many things went more smoothly. The queen mother was poisoned, the capture of the lone wolf in the palace, and the autumn imperial examination. All things went smoothly, but the emperor's affairs were still a mess. The emperor made a serious statement and asked the prince not to intervene in this matter. How could the prince listen to him? After half a month, there was no result. Gradually, this matter seemed to become a headache for the prince. Lu Qiqi went in and out of the emperor's Yulong palace several times in half a month. His condition was much worse than before. Lu Qiqi said nothing and was very anxious. She was curious about what the emperor wanted to hide. The prince was serious about this matter. If things go on, there will be no good results. When Lu Qiqi was at a loss about this matter, several things happened in the palace. Wang Qian, a palace maid next to concubine Wu, died. She died of poisoning. Concubine Wu handed this matter over to Lord Yin of the Dali Temple. When Lu Qiqi heard about this, she understood what concubine Wu meant. Wang Qian had been targeted. The last time she went to arrest someone, Wang Qian's hand was bitten by a dog. She thought there would be an attack of rabies. Wang Qian died so quickly. If she died, there would be no evidence. Concubine Wu could clear her suspicion and throw away the dirty water. If anything is found out, Concubine Wu can also clear all the problems. Thinking of what will happen later, Lu Qiqi is not surprised. It's just that Wang Qian was used by Concubine Wu until her death, which is also a tragedy for Wang Qian. As for Gu Lang, he was caught again as expected. This time, Gu Lang completely broke up with Concubine Wu. Even for money, he would not help Concubine Wu again. Now Concubine Wu can be said to be at the end of her rope. The only one who can help her is the mysterious Huagu. Huagu, Lu Qiqi thought. Could the emperor's experience this time be related to Huagu? He thought of Ma Xingyuan again. Is he really related to Huagu? If he is really from Huagu, will they become opponents in the near future? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi had a headache. The two who once fought together in the mall. What should she do when they meet in battle? Just thinking about it, she smelled a familiar fragrance and looked up. It was Chunbai who came with garlic chicken. Eating garlic chicken every day for more than half a month. She still couldn't eat enough. It's strange. Everyone likes to eat chicken legs, but she likes to eat chicken wings. Tear off a chicken wing and eat it again. Eating. A garlic chicken was soon eaten by Lu Qiqi until only the skeleton was left. At this time, the prince arrived and saw the woman with oil dripping from her mouth. He was speechless. It was because of her appearance that he was healed again. The prince came, and Chunbai was busy paying his respects. Lu Qiqi saw the prince and smiled. You came a little late. So, you ate it all? It was so delicious that I couldn't control myself, Lu Qiqi said. When the prince saw the garlic chicken with only the skeleton left, he suddenly liked the taste and wanted to eat it. What should he do? He wanted to eat it, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only hold it in. Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai to prepare lunch. When Chunbai and others set lunch, there was also a garlic chicken in the lunch, and the prince's face looked better. The two sat at the table and ate lunch together. This is one of the changes in the prince. He would come back to eat at noon every day, and Lu Qiqi would treat a garlic chicken as a treat. I wanted to leave this garlic chicken to the prince, thinking that the prince should not be able to do this kind of action of gnawing chicken bones. So she generously reached out to help solve it. The prince saw the hand carefully stretched out and pretended not to notice it. Lu Qiqi grabbed a piece of garlic chicken and was very satisfied. She put it to her mouth and took a bite, and immediately felt different. Looking at Chunbai who was serving beside him. Did you also buy today's chicken from Aunt Wang? Yes, Chunbai said. The prince asked. What's wrong? Today's chicken is a little tender. It should be a different breeding method. It's more like the current breeding chickens. There should be no feed in this place. All chickens are free range. This suddenly popped up. which reminded Lu Qiqi of the attack on the emperor. There is no result until now. Chapter 442 Termites. The prince picked up a piece of chicken and ate it. The meat was relatively tender and not chewy. But it tasted great. You don't like it? The meat is too loose and has no texture. I think it's good. And it tastes more tender, the prince said. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince liked it and started again. She was speechless. As expected, people live in different times and have different preferences. Nowadays, we can eat free-range chickens, which are considered to have high nutritional value. People like the prince, who are used to eating big fish and meat, like this kind of thing. She had something on her mind and ate quickly. After the prince finished eating, drank some tea and left, Lu Qiqi asked Yu Dai to check Aunt Wang's chicken farming. Yu Dai was very good at handling these things. When Lu Qiqi woke up from her nap, Yu Dai had already found out, reporting to the crown princess. The chickens are all raised by Aunt Wang, but they used to be free range. Now Aunt Wang has fenced off pieces of land on the mountain to prevent the chickens from running all over the mountain. When Lu Qiqi heard that the chickens were still raised by Aunt Wang, she felt relieved. In order to be cautious, Lu Qiqi specifically reminded her, I have eaten too much garlic chicken recently, and I am tired of it. Don't eat chicken for the next few days. Yes. Yu Dai obeyed orders, and did not buy it if she didn't eat it. This was easy to deal with. Has anyone sent a letter recently? No. Has there been any suspicious people entering and leaving the East Palace? No. More than half a month has passed. And everything is so quiet. It seems that all things are forcing the prince to deal with state affairs. I always feel that someone is pushing behind the scenes. But she can't find who it is. She knows very well in her heart that this is not a good thing. How should she solve it? Lu Qiqi, who was worried about this matter, waited for the news that night. A suspicious person came to the flower house in the middle of the night. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. And the prince hadn't come back yet. She didn't know what the prince was busy with. She had something on her mind and couldn't sleep. So she simply got up and came to the window with her clothes on. She was lazy and didn't turn on the light because she didn't want others to know that she couldn't sleep. It was because of this laziness that Lu Qiqi saw the man sneaking around in the garden. It's not entirely true that he was a man. The other party was wearing the clothes of a palace maid. Lu Qiqi knew from his actions that he was a man. There were people. And they were around the flower house. I thought, the East Palace, which has been quiet for a long time, is finally going to have something happen? This is a good thing. Lu Qiqi looked at the movement in the yard and summoned the system. Are you asleep? System. I was woken up by you. Lu Qiqi stuck out her tongue. I saw a mouse and wanted to tell you. System. It's a matter of time. Lu Qiqi. Is this person going to attack the flower house? System. Just wait. When Lu Qiqi heard that there was something going on. Is there another expert behind? System. This person is just testing. The real expert is behind. Seeing that there was no movement in the yard, Lu Qiqi asked, do they know too? System. Otherwise, do you think that such a big person came in and no one noticed? Lu Qiqi thought that this was the truth. If she could find out even though she had no martial arts skills, then naturally the prince's people should have found out too. Thinking about it, Lu Qiqi looked around, trying to see where the prince's people were hiding. System. Watch carefully. A good show is about to begin. Just as she finished speaking, Yu Dai, who had gotten up in the middle of the night to relieve herself, discovered that someone had broken in. With a cry of surprise, many people came. The eunuch who sneaked into the East Palace and pretended to be a maid was discovered. At this time, the prince arrived and was caught. Lu Qiqi had been watching in the room, waiting for the prince to walk in. As the lights came on, the prince saw the woman standing by the window. Did you see everything? I couldn't sleep. I saw a good show. Lu Qiqi shrugged. The prince came to Lu Qiqi with a smile. There will be a good show later. What did you do? You will know soon. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Turn around and prepared to go to bed. The prince quickly took off his clothes and laid down. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep. The prince obviously had a plan. Why did he sleep with him? As the prince raised his hand, the moment the lights went out, the prince spoke. Go to bed first. I'll call you if there is any movement later. Lu Qiqi heard this, and there was a familiar breathing sound of a man beside her, and she fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I slept before Lu Qiqi was awakened by the prince. Lu Qiqi opened her eyes in a daze, and the prince motioned her not to speak, then came to the window with clothes on. Lu Qiqi stood still, and the cold wind from the window blew, and her mind was instantly clear. She saw someone sneaking around in the greenhouse again. She thought, it's early morning now, when people sleep the deepest, and their vigilance will be lowered at this time. So the success rate of doing things at this time is very high. And because the prince was by her side, she was obviously prepared. She watched the man stay in the greenhouse for a while, and leave quickly. After making sure that the man had gone far away, Lu Qiqi was curious about what the man had done, and wanted to go out to see, but was stopped by the prince. Go to sleep. Lu Qiqi. I'll go out and see. No need to look. Someone released a special kind of ants. Lu Qiqi's mind worked quickly. Is it termites? The prince was happy. Do you know termites? Termites are most willing to chew wood. According to your meaning, someone did something when we moved the greenhouse. The prince nodded. You found out. But you didn't say it at the time? If you said it at the time, there would be no good show later? The prince touched the woman's head. Lu Qiqi pushed his hand away with disdain, and said righteously, nothing can happen to the greenhouse. I know. You still did it after knowing it? I asked someone to catch some frogs. The prince said. Lu Qiqi was speechless. It turned out that the prince had been prepared for a long time, and even saw clearly that someone had set up a false trap. Seeing someone busy, he thought he was doing things well, but he didn't know that it was all in the prince's plan. Lu Qiqi was curious in his heart. You know a lot. Knowing termites, he also knew to use frogs to deal with them. Okay, let's sleep first, and wait for tomorrow's big show. Lu Qiqi was reluctant, but was still pulled to bed by the man. That night, Lu Qiqi had many dreams. In the dreams, concubine Wu was caught in various situations. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and felt as tired as if she had had sex with someone. She woke up with her head shaking and saw the prince, who was still sleeping next to her. Why are you still here? Today is a day off. Lu Qiqi blinked. What do you mean? From now on, you will go to court for 5 days and rest for 1 day. Haha. There is such a thing? Just like the rest week now. Only the prince can think of such a thing. I also heard it from others. Lu Qiqi was in the mood, so she simply lay on her side and listened to the prince's so-called explanation. The matter of the exam leak was explained because of the death of Minister Li. Now the candidates are retaking the exam. When I went to see the exam room, I heard several candidates say that it made sense, so I implemented it. Lu Qiqi wondered if this matter had anything to do with Ma Xingyuan. If so, should she remind the prince that it was not so simple that Ma Xingyuan did not see it, and it might be someone from Huagu? If she did, what would the prince do? In addition, what happened last night proved that the prince knew a lot of things, and he had been playing the pig to eat the tiger. I could detect that Ma Xingyuan was not right. So how could the prince not notice it? What's wrong with you? The prince saw that the woman was in a daze again and flicked her forehead. Chapter 443, Catch King Chen. What are you doing? It hurts. Lu Qiqi was sweating. Tell me, why are you always in a daze? I'm wondering what your brain is made of. Why do you think about so many things all day long? The prince said, and suddenly kicked, intending to kick the man off the bed as a lesson to him. But she didn't expect that as soon as she made this move. The man grabbed her ankle. Your foot is healed. It's healed, so I can kick you off. Lu Qiqi was blunt. The prince smiled, pulled along the ankle, and hugged the woman into his arms. Lu Qiqi struggled a few times, but it didn't work, so she gave up. Let me go! In the whole world, only you dare to kick this prince. Of course I'm different. Why am I different? They see you, and I live in your heart. How can we be the same? The prince laughed. Some people are fearless. After lying down for a while, they heard the noise coming from outside and got up. The prince said to the woman while getting dressed, don't be surprised no matter what you see later. Lu Qiqi looked over. The prince said, the fake Prince Chen will arrive later. How long can he stay alive? Last night. Lu Qiqi guessed a rough idea after hearing this. After the two of them got dressed, washed up, and had breakfast, they saw Prince Chen, who came enthusiastically. Prince Chen was followed by his guard Yang Gang. Lu Qiqi saw the exquisite little box in Yang Gang's hand at a glance. There was no one around concubine Wu, and this man caught concubine Wu's eye again. thinking of what the prince had just said. She knew that Prince Chen was really in trouble this time. Crown Prince. Crown Princess. King Chen said. Yang Gang bowed and saluted. Your Highness. Crown Prince. Crown Princess. The Crown Prince put his hands behind his back and looked at King Chen. King Chen. If you have anything to say, you can go to the Imperial Study. King Chen glanced at Yang Gang. And Yang Gang raised the box in his hands high. I am here to see the Crown Princess. The meaning was so obvious that Lu Qiqi understood and looked at Qing Dai. Qing Dai stepped forward and opened the box, revealing an exquisite bracelet. You can tell at a glance that this is a bracelet. Bracelets are in short supply in this era. This thing has no collection value. And you can hide poison in it. After just one glance, she understood Prince Chen's thoughts. She did not expose him on the spot, and showed her love for the bracelet. Prince Chen is thoughtful. Is the Crown Princess satisfied? Satisfied? That's good. I thought the Crown Princess would not like it. Since she likes it, this bracelet is a compensation to the Crown Princess. Did Prince Chen spend a lot of effort to find this treasure? The prince suddenly spoke. Yes, he spent a lot of effort, Prince Chen said. Prince Chen is thoughtful. Prince Chen smiled and took the opportunity to say, I came here this time to ask the Crown Prince for help. Oh, the matter of the maids in Feiyu Palace. Wang Qian. The first palace made of concubine Wu? The prince asked. Yes. My mother meant that the real murderer who killed Wang Qian must be severely punished and found. The prince nodded. I heard yesterday that the Dali Temple had caught the dog that bit people. It should be in the Dali Temple now. Prince Chen came at the right time. Let's go and take a look. Yes, Prince Chen said, seeing that they were about to leave. Lu Qiqi said to Qing Dai. Qing Dai, give the bracelet that Prince Chen gave to concubine Chen. She will definitely like it when she wears it. The prince and King Chen, who were about to leave, heard this and looked over. The prince was puzzled, and King Chen looked a little guilty. At this moment, Qing Dai accidentally knocked over the Linlang bracelet. Yang Gang saw it and wanted to catch it. When the Linlang bracelet fell on his hand, he could have caught it. But he suddenly retracted his hand, and the bracelet fell to the ground. The bracelet did not break, making a crisp sound. Qing Dai was so scared when she saw this scene that she knelt on the ground. I deserve to die. I deserve to die, Lu Qiqi said coldly. You do deserve to die. The prince looked over and met the woman's eyes, and he was silent. King Chen was a little worried and wanted to step forward, but stopped abruptly. Lu Qiqi smiled secretly when she saw this, and the system voice came to assist again. How did you find out? Lu Qiqi. You know it after watching a lot of TV series. System. Look at Yang Gang's hand. Lu Qiqi couldn't see Yang Gang's hand, so he put his hand behind his back. The system kindly displayed Yang Gang's hand in front of him on the screen. Knowing this, Lu Qiqi looked at Prince Chen. Prince Chen. It was because I didn't discipline him strictly. Prince Chen finally found such a beautiful bracelet, but it was broken by an ignorant palace maid. If the Crown Princess likes it, I will find another one. I'm afraid it's hard to find an identical bracelet. It's a bit difficult. It's rare that the Crown Princess likes it. So I will. Lu Qiqi suddenly exclaimed. Hey, Prince Chen. What's wrong with your guard's hand? This call successfully focused everyone's attention on Yang Gang. Yang Gang had been holding on, but he was still discovered, and subconsciously looked at Prince Chen. It was this glance that made King Chen the target of public criticism. Yang Gang. What's wrong with your hand? King Chen pretended to care. Chunbai rushed over, knelt on the ground, and said, Just now I saw Yang Gang's hand stop the bracelet on the ground. Is it poisonous? Lu Qiqi said. Qing Dai, who was kneeling on the ground, turned pale when she heard this. She looked carefully at the bracelet that fell on the ground and jumped away immediately in fear. It's poisonous. The prince grabbed King Chen's collar. You are so brave that you dare to poison the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi saw that King Chen was caught by the prince's hand and couldn't breathe. There was no time to explain. At this time, Yang Gang suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. With the cooperation of Qing Dai and Chunbai, King Chen could be convicted directly. In this way, King Chen originally wanted to see if the good things he did last night were effective, but he ended up being caught. Everyone in the palace knew that the prince treated the princess as his own child. Prince Chen gave the princess a bracelet in front of the prince, and the poisoning was exposed. Several people acted together. leaving Prince Chen no chance to defend himself. Coincidentally, Lord Yan from the Dali Temple came and wanted to report Wang Qian's case. So he took Prince Chen away. Lu Qiqi saw too many things happen so coincidentally, especially when Lord Yan arrived alone. It was obvious that the prince planned to take Prince Chen down today. And it was the bracelet sent by Prince Chen that made things go more smoothly. When Prince Chen was taken away by Lord Yan from the Dali Temple, the poisoned Yang Gang was also taken away. The prince comforted the woman and left. Lu Qiqi watched the dramatic scene. From the exposure to the departure, it only took an instant's stick of time. And everything was done. When Lu Qiqi and others entered the house, eating melon seeds and drinking tea, they heard Chunbai tell in detail what happened later. It was not surprising that Prince Chen was arrested and combined with Wang Qian's case, directly catching Concubine Wu's pigtail. And Concubine Wu could not escape. In the end, after investigation, Concubine Wu could not escape even if she had 10 mouths. It seems that according to the prince's careful plan, there should be more than these things waiting for Concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi was curious. What exactly was it? Chapter 444 Beheading at Noon. Crown Princess. Aren't you curious? Chunbai saw that she had said a lot. But the Crown Princess did not express her opinion. So she asked anxiously. The matter will not have a result for a while. And many people should be implicated in the future. Lu Qiqi said. How did the Crown Princess know? Guessed. Lu Qiqi didn't care. She just knew that people who fell into the hands of the Crown Prince might not have good things. Looking forward to the subsequent development of the matter. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that the next day, the Dali Temple asked Concubine Wu for questioning, in order to get rid of the crime. Concubine Chen said that King Chen was a fake, and said that it was the fake King Chen who killed King Chen. Lu Qiqi knew it would be like this. After Chunbai reported, she saw the Crown Princess's expression of no surprise. And she was silent for a rare time. Lu Qiqi was still eating paper walnuts. Crushed another one and looked at Qinai. What kind of poison is the Linlang bracelet? No poison. Qinai was straightforward. Chunbai's jaw dropped. No poison? Lu Qiqi asked. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Qinai told the part she was responsible for. Prince Chen's bracelet was indeed poisonous at first, but it was later replaced by a servant. How did Yang Gang get poisoned? The poison on the bracelet was on Yang Gang's body. Lu Qiqi understood. Prince Chen did want to poison himself, but was later discovered by the prince, who used the trick against him. This is why Chunbai always rushed to the front, because Qinai had medical skills. This happened later. Did you do all this at the prince's instruction? Yes. The prince's plan is really thorough. She was really nosy. Qinai was worried that the Crown Princess would misunderstand the Crown Prince. So she quickly explained. The Crown Prince doesn't want the Crown Princess to be in danger. The Crown Prince is sincere to me. At this point, what else can she say? Someone knows that he will be fearless because of the substitution. I thought it was the termite thing, but it turned out to be this. 3 days later, Lu Qiqi learned an explosive news from the system. In order to escape the crime, Concubine Wu sold out Prince Chen. At noon 3 days later, the fake Prince Chen was beheaded, and Dai Xian did not escape the fate of death. Concubine Wu was imprisoned in Feiyu Palace and insisted on seeing the Crown Prince. Later, the queen went over and slapped Concubine Wu. But she didn't let Concubine Wu stop. She was still provoking, saying that the Crown Prince would come to her one day. The queen was a little scared by Concubine Wu. Not long after these words fell, the Crown Prince ordered Zhao Kai to send Concubine Wu a few frogs. Concubine Wu fainted on the spot when she saw the frogs. After hearing this, what else did Lu Qiqi not understand? The prince successfully captured Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu could not hold on any longer. So he imprisoned Concubine Wu in Feiyu Palace in order to lure out the people from Huagu. After the prince's series of operations, who would not be shocked and admired, others could not find any problems with the prince. And they all thought that Concubine Wu was asking for death, which led to her embarrassing situation today. Lu Qiqi heard the general situation from the system, but she didn't know that the prince went to Feiyu Palace in person that night. Seeing the huge Feiyu Palace, there was no maid or eunuch, only Concubine Wu. After enjoying for so many years, who would have thought that the high-ranking concubine would also be embarrassed today? Concubine Wu herself couldn't believe it. The moment she saw the prince, she understood everything and laughed wildly. The prince waited until Concubine Wu had laughed enough before speaking. Concubine Wu, Aren't you curious about who killed King Chun? Concubine Wu's words can only deceive people outside. Only when the prince tells the truth can Concubine Wu be completely crazy. You know? Concubine Wu has been looking for the truth of the matter. But there is no news until now. Because of the prince's words. She rushed towards the prince like crazy again. The prince easily dodged. And Concubine Wu lay on the ground in embarrassment. You should not have found the body of King Chun until now. You should be imagining in your heart that King Chun deliberately avoided you because he hated you for forcing Concubine Chun to death. You announced the fake King Chun and forced the real King Chun to come back. Right? I don't know what you were talking about. The prince sneered. You should remember what you did to Concubine Chun. Right? Concubine Wu suddenly opened her eyes wide. When you sent someone to go, King Chun was also in the coffin. The prince said this and left in style. As expected, the sound of people collapsing came from behind him. He was unwilling to look back. Nor did he bother to look. Concubine Wu was defeated. Everyone knew that he could scare the enemy on the battlefield. But they didn't know that he was very familiar with the tricks of the women in the backyard. If Concubine Wu hadn't asked the fake King Chun to release termites, if she hadn't secretly colluded with the state of Wu, she could have lived a few more days. Now that Concubine Wu has fallen, he will also arrange for Concubine Wu to commit suicide on the day Princess Hong Yu arrives. Everything is well laid out. And the only thing left is the Flower Valley. The Flower Valley has always been mysterious. And the prince is going to unveil this mysterious veil and let the world see what shameful things the Flower Valley, which exists like a fairy in their hearts, has done. A lot of things happened in the palace. Lu Qiqi went to visit the emperor again and happened to meet the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother felt that a lot of things had happened in the palace recently, and wanted to go to Tianhua Temple to burn incense. Because she was old. She wanted Lu Qiqi to go to Tianhua Temple. Lu Qiqi knew the Queen Mother's thoughts and agreed. There have been too many injuries, deaths, poisonings, and things that have happened recently. It is normal that the Queen Mother can't bear it because she is old. Lu Qiqi agreed and went to Tianhua Temple the next day. Unfortunately, Lu Qiqi caught a cold the night before she left. When she woke up, her nasal voice was heavy, and she knew she had a cold. Thinking that since she promised the Queen Mother, she naturally had to do it. After breakfast, she took 4 maids and left in a carriage. The carriage swayed all the way to Tianhua Temple. This trip to Tianhua Temple was different from the last time. Last time it was high profile. This time it was low-key. So low-key that she didn't want anyone to notice it. Halfway through the carriage, Lu Qiqi heard a burst of hurried horse hooves. At first, Lu Qiqi didn't care. At the moment when the carriage was overtaken by the galloping horse, the wind blew up a corner of the curtain, allowing Lu Qiqi to see that the person riding on the horse was Ma Xingyuan. She was sure that this person was Ma Xingyuan even though he was just a back figure. She thought, what is he in such a hurry to do? The carriage arrived at Tianhua Temple with Lu Qiqi's heart full of worries. This time, they arrived a little later. When they arrived, there were many carriages parked under Tianhua Temple. After Lu Qiqi got off the carriage, she saw people walking in groups of 3 or 2, which made her feel like she was part of it. She was born an ordinary person and lived an ordinary life. For this reason, she felt inexplicably at ease when she saw people. As she walked, Lu Qiqi's heart calmed down a lot. It seemed that every time she came to this place, her heart would always become relaxed. After walking for a while, Lu Qiqi felt that her throat was a little dry. She knew that her cold had worsened. At this time, taking a dose of medicine could suppress it directly. If she delayed it, it would become serious. Thinking about this, Lu Qiqi took out the medicine bottle given by Chu Xiang from her sleeve, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Without water, she swallowed it dryly. Her throat was dry, and she finally swallowed it, coughing twice. Chapter 445 No Sign. Qing Dai is a doctor. Knowing that the Crown Princess is not feeling well, she said, Crown Princess, there are so many steps. Your body can't stand it. How about we take a rest before going up? She wanted to come tomorrow, but she knew that the Crown Princess had promised the Queen Mother, so it was impossible to change her mind. Today's weather is good. It's a good day to burn incense. Crown Princess, you are not feeling well, so come tomorrow, Chunbai said simply. Lu Qiqi smiled. We are here. Isn't it a little late to say tomorrow? Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi waited for her. Be careful that the gods hear you, and come to chat with you in the middle of the night. Chunbai didn't dare to say anything nonsense after hearing this, and put her hands together and made a gesture of worship. Lu Qiqi smiled secretly, successfully fooling Chunbai, and no one spoke again. When the group walked down the steps and finally arrived at the entrance of Tianhua Temple, Lu Qiqi was already panting heavily from exhaustion. The four maids were in good condition, but they were worried about the crown princess, and they were a little nervous. After Lu Qiqi took a breath, she comforted them. You must do what you promised. Otherwise it will be a breach of trust. The four maids knew that the queen mother didn't like the crown princess at first, but later, seeing that the crown prince cared about the crown princess, the queen mother's attitude towards the crown princess changed a lot. In the matter of Li Jiaxuan, the queen mother still sided with the crown princess. Thinking of this, they didn't say anything they shouldn't say, and walked in with the crown princess. Lu Qiqi came for the second time, and was familiar with this place. Burning incense, worshipping Buddha, and later listening to the monks chanting scriptures. Every action of Lu Qiqi was full of sincerity. She had no desires, and came just for peace of mind. After a long journey, Lu Qiqi had the vegetarian meal at Tianhua Temple as she wished. The place for vegetarian meal was in a hall, with small tables one by one. Lu Qiqi and 5 others sat at a small table, eating rice balls. Lu Qiqi ate the rice balls, and thought the rice balls tasted great. Lu Qiqi ate one after another. Chunbai saw it, and thought to herself that she would also make rice balls for the crown princess when she returned. Many families, especially those who go out, will make some rice balls to take with them. Chunbai knew how to make these, and thought that the crown princess would not like it, and she had never made it before. Unexpectedly, the crown princess ate 3 in a row. When Lu Qiqi was full, she ate porridge with it, and her stomach was full. After the meal, they came under the big tree, and Chunbai said all the words that she didn't have the chance to say last time. Lu Qiqi looked at the tree, which was at least 100 years old. After listening to Chunbai's explanation, Lu Qiqi thought, it's cool under the tree. This is true. After resting for a while, Lu Qiqi wanted to leave, but saw someone drawing lots and telling fortunes next to her. Most fortune tellers outside are liars, and those in the temple should have some ability. Seeing that the other party was a monk, Lu Qiqi also wanted to try. When she came to the front, she saw the monk taking a nap. She wanted to leave, but the napping monk suddenly looked up and said, the donor came from afar. It's a pity to leave like this. Chunbai and others thought that this person was a liar. How could the palace be 1,000 miles away from Tianhua Temple? They were about to persuade the crown princess to leave. The crown princess thought that no matter whether the monk was really capable or just happened, the words not 1,000 miles away hit her heart. She picked up the bucket for fortune-telling next to her. Holding it with both hands, she shook it gently a few times, and a lot fell out. Chunbai picked it up. Madam, there is not a single word on it. Lu Qiqi also looked at the blank sign and the monk. Master, do you have a solution? The monk put the sign in Chunbai's hand into the bucket. Madam, if you don't believe it, you can try again. Lu Qiqi did as she was told, and soon another sign fell out. This time it was still a blank sign. Chunbai saw it and opened her mouth to say that it was a liar, but Yudai spoke first. Master, why is it a blank sign again? The monk looked at Lu Qiqi. I wonder what Madam was thinking just now. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing to ask for. Congratulations, Madam, the monk said and stood up. What are you happy about? The road to the future is at Madam's feet. Go wherever you want. The monk said this and left. Lu Qiqi wanted to know the profoundness of this sentence, but before she could speak, she saw the monk who was just in front of her, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. When she wanted to see clearly, he had disappeared. At this time, an old man came running over. Several donors. Would you like to have your fortune told? Lu Qiqi saw the man coming, and he was more in line with her impression of a fortune teller. So she asked, Are you a fortune teller? That's me. There was a monk here just now. He is. Lu Qiqi asked. The fortune teller laughed. Miss, are you seeing things? I have been doing fortune telling in Tianhua Temple for decades, and I am the only one in Tianhua Temple. How can there be a monk fortune teller? Lu Qiqi still held the fortune-telling bucket in her hand, and asked, Among so many sticks, are there any without words? The old man laughed. Without words. Is that still fortune-telling? I've learned a lesson. Lu Chichi put down the fortune-telling bucket, took out a tail of silver, put it down, and turned to leave. When several people went down the mountain, Chunbai couldn't help asking, Crown Princess, is that old man lying? Yudai said. The old man didn't lie. But that monk was indeed strange. What do you mean? Chunbai asked. Lu Chichi looked over. At first, I thought the fortune teller had changed. Lu Chichi smiled slightly. Tianhua Temple is a place where immortals stay. Maybe we are lucky today and saw immortals. What about the wordless sign? This crown princess has a good fate. Whatever I want will come true. Several people laughed. I didn't care so much about the fortune-telling monk and the wordless sign. It was a small episode. Maybe a little monk took advantage of the fortune-teller's absence and said something nonsense. Why take it seriously? When several people came to the carriage, they met Ma Xingyuan, who had just arrived. Because Yudai and Chunbai thanked this man specially. They saluted Ma Xingyuan. Lu Chichi looked over. I am here to see the crown princess. Thank you, Mr. Ma, for what happened at Tianhua Temple last time. Lu Chichi said. It's just a small favor. Why should the crown princess care about it? Mr. Ma's small favor has solved my next dilemma. So I should thank you. Ma Xingyuan was obviously unwilling to say more. Are you here to burn incense? Crown princess? I have something on my mind. So I come here to pray for peace. Lu Chichi said. And then asked, Are you here to pray for peace? Mr. Ma? Ma Xingyuan smiled and said, I'm praying for a future. Mr. Ma has excellent literary talent. And I'm waiting for him to win this time. Thank you, Crown Princess, for your good words. Yudai saw that the two were chatting happily, stepped forward and said, Crown Princess, you are tired. It's time to go back to the palace. Lu Chichi nodded slightly at Ma Xingyuan, got on the carriage and left. Ma Xingyuan stood there all the time, watching Lu Chichi's carriage go away. And then, he walked quickly towards the temple. He moved quickly, climbing a few steps at a time, and soon entered the temple. Chapter 446 Dead? Lu Chichi said while sitting in the carriage. What a coincidence. It's fate to meet Ma Xingyuan here. Crown Princess. You can't say that, Chunbai reminded. Lu Chichi smiled and said, I saved you here last time. You forgot so quickly. Chunbai thought of a serious question. Crown Princess. What this guy said just now. Is it that he wants you to help him? Help him with what? Help him win the first prize? This condition is not reasonable. Chunbai was relieved. Lu Chichi smiled and joked. You are such an ungrateful person. But I saved you. This can't be confused. Why? It's not possible. Chunbai gritted her teeth. Lu Chichi looked at Yudai. And Yudai also felt that Chunbai's attitude towards people was inexplicable. Later, Chunbai had a long face along the way. But Lu Chichi didn't care. Looking at the scenery along the way and chatting with the system. Did Ma Xingyuan go to Tianhua Temple on purpose? System. You are a thoughtful fellow student. Lu Chichi. When he came to Tianhua Temple, he rode his horse in a hurry. He must have gone to do something important. System. He must have been riding a horse in a hurry. Lu Chichi. Just now I saw sweat on his forehead. Did he just arrive? System. Ma Xingyuan went to great lengths to meet you. Lu Chichi. Oh. System. He had no intention of entering Tianhua Temple. After meeting you, in order not to give others a reason to criticize him, he also went to Tianhua Temple. Lu Chichi. Can I still trust him as before? System. People can be trusted, but not too much. Lu Chichi understood the meaning of the words. What do you know? System. It is not certain yet. But it is certain that Ma Xingyuan is connected to the mysterious Flower Valley. When Lu Chichi heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they will really meet in battle one day? If it really comes to that, what should she do? Thinking of this, Lu Chichi had a headache. Feiyu Palace? Concubine Wu was completely crazy. After laughing wildly, she cried silently again. She cried enough, made enough noise, and sat on the ground with her whole body limp, as if she was asleep. When she opened her eyes again, she looked much older, and her face was a bit violent. Facing the empty place, she said, You saw it all. Cough cough. She actually vomited blood. In the empty place, a male voice appeared unexpectedly. Concubine Wu. Concubine Wu heard the noise, and got up from the ground with difficulty. She spit out blood again, and wiped it off with her sleeve. I won't accept it. She tried to suppress the rising bloody smell. I won't accept it. So what? I want revenge. You are no match for the prince. Concubine Wu laughed. Like crazy. But I am the emperor's opponent. Really? Concubine Wu's expression suddenly changed. What do you mean by that? It's just what you think. Concubine Wu couldn't believe it. And couldn't accept it. This was more painful than accepting that she had killed her son with her own hands. She walked into the house step by step with difficulty. With every step, she had to control the rising bloody smell. She had no choice but to force herself to go on. She had stumbled along the way to where she is today, and she was unwilling to accept this result. Her body and mind were severely injured, just from entering the house. The road of more than 10 steps began to become difficult for her. She could not stand up straight after walking a short distance. But she refused to stop, even for a moment. Since entering the palace, she has stumbled all the way to where she is today. After so many years, she finally became the imperial concubine that everyone envied. How could she be willing to be beaten back to her original form? Finally, after walking this distance and coming to the door, she could no longer control the surging of the new low and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. A familiar voice came from behind again. Mother concubine? Mother concubine? Concubine Wu looked back and saw a child running towards her in a trance. She subconsciously wanted to bend down and wait for the moment when the child rushed into her arms. Seeing that the child was about to rush to her, the child suddenly disappeared. Concubine Wu panicked and looked around. At this time, a young man came. Seeing the boy's appearance clearly, she smiled. When the young man was about to come to her, he disappeared again. She started to look for him. And suddenly the young man turned into a good man. He looked at him and stopped when they were only a few steps away. Why? Why did my mother want to kill me? You said my mother? Why did you kill me? Concubine Wu could no longer bear such a blow. She tried to explain in a panic, but her body fell straight forward. When she fell to the ground, her face hit the steps at the door, and blood splattered instantly. The clear sky was also drizzling at this time. As the wind and rain fell, the Xi'an palace, which no one cared about, was like withered flowers and fallen leaves blown all over the yard. Concubine Wu has been lying on the steps at the door for several days, and she has not moved again. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi saw that it was raining outside. She lay on the windowsill, watching the drizzle outside. The damp wind blew in, and fell on her face with a cool feeling, thinking that since the day he went to Tianhua Temple to pray for blessings, the emperor's health has indeed improved a lot. The words said by the system are still ringing in my ears. The emperor was injured and could not get better. In this situation, he was just enduring. There are still more than 4 years before the crown prince ascends the throne. Does the emperor have to endure so many days? Crown princess, you can't be greedy for coolness. Chunbai arrived, worried that the crown princess would catch a cold again, and hurriedly closed the window. Lu Qiqi knew that she had been sick since she came back from Tianhua Temple that day. The illness was not serious, and she would be fine after a few days of rest. However, the 4 maids were very worried, and the crown prince was also angry about it, which scared the 4 maids to serve more carefully. Qingdai arrived with a bowl of medicine. Without Qingdai saying anything, Lu Qiqi came to her, took the medicine bowl and drank it in one gulp, and refused to eat the candied fruit. Crown princess, why are you doing this? I want to remember this taste. Qingdai didn't say anything. You always say this. And when something really happens, you don't care so much about your body. It said that the crown princess fell ill too suddenly this time. The situation that day was not serious. According to the crown princess's body, she should have recovered after taking a dose of medicine. I don't know why she lay in bed for 2 days before getting out of bed. Looking at the crown princess, who was obviously thinner, in addition to feeling distressed, I also felt that the crown princess was hiding something in her heart. Yu Dai walked in quickly from outside, and when she entered the door, she quickly moved her hands and feet, shook off the moisture on her body, met the crown princess's eyes, and walked quickly to her. What's wrong? It's rare to see such a serious expression on Yu Dai's face. Concubine Wu is gone. Dead? Yu Dai nodded. Yes. How did she die? I heard she died 2 days ago. Today, someone passed by Feiyu Hall and found concubine Wu lying at the door. I don't know how long she had been dead. Yu Dai tried to be subtle. Lu Qiqi was silent. Concubine Wu died a little suddenly. I always felt that she shouldn't have gone so quickly. Thinking of the series of blows, concubine Wu lost the motivation to live. And death was also a kind of relief. Concubine Wu led the people out of Huagu. And she died? Chapter 447 Princess Wu. Lu Qiqi was thinking when a picture suddenly appeared in front of her. She saw concubine Wu lying on the steps at the door. It was because she hit the steps that her face was injured. Her face was soaked by rain, and her whole face was deformed. She couldn't see what she looked like before. Because of this, Lu Qiqi suddenly thought, what if the dead person was not concubine Wu? System. It was concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi. Is she really dead? The system didn't say anything. A picture appeared in front of her. And concubine Wu was put into the coffin. And then she was sent out of the palace. And then she came to a cemetery. Seeing these pictures, it should be confirmed that concubine Wu was really dead. When the people who buried concubine Wu left, someone started to dig the grave and stole concubine Wu's body. Concubine Wu is not dead. System. Someone still wants to use her for something. Lu Qiqi. Is a dead person still useful? Lu Qiqi just asked this question, and saw someone carrying away the body of the imperial concubine. Her fingers, which had been hanging down, moved a few times. Imperial concubine Wu is not dead. Lu Qiqi. Who took imperial concubine Wu away? System. Guess. Lu Qiqi's pupils shrank. People from Huagu? System. Right. Lu Qiqi. What are the people from Huagu going to do? System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi was angry. But she had no place to vent. So she could only hold it in her heart. She had a cold. But her condition became worse. She took medicine every day. But after 2 days, her health did not improve, but became worse. The prince has been very busy recently. Imperial concubine Wu died, which was different from the plan. And he was also busy with the imperial examination. He didn't need to do these things himself. He just had to delegate them all. There were too many things to do now. And the emperor was in poor health. He had to deal with state affairs every day and take care of the emperor. When it was Lu Qiqi's turn, he received much less attention every day. That day, the prince came back in the middle of the night and was furious when he saw Lu Qiqi's situation. He taught a few maids a lesson and felt even more distressed when he saw the haggard woman. Qiqi, what's wrong with you? I caught a cold. Lu Qiqi was weak and nestled in the prince's arms like a kitten. You are so old. But you still can't take care of yourself? I don't want to either. Lu Qiqi's weak voice came. The prince thought for a while and said, you should have someone a little older who can take care of you. Lu Qiqi shook her head. I don't want to. The prince knew it would be like this and wanted to persuade her. But the woman spoke again. I don't want an old woman to be around me. And I will be upset if I have to follow the rules all day long. Okay. Okay. I'll listen to you. But you have to get better as soon as possible. Yeah. Lu Qiqi knew what the prince meant. And she also knew that it was for her own good. She just didn't want someone to chant scriptures around her. As the two talked, Lu Qiqi felt at ease, and soon fell asleep in the prince's arms. After the prince helped Lu Qiqi lie down, he met Qingdai again. Qingdai saw that the crown princess had not recovered and blamed herself. When she saw the crown prince, she told him everything. The crown prince was silent. Qingdai boldly said what she thought in her heart. I think the crown princess is worried? Say it. The crown prince looked at Qingdai with sharp eyes. Qingdai told what happened in the past few days. And the crown prince felt that what Qingdai said made sense. He quickly said people to start investigating. The crown prince knew that women had a good physical foundation. And it shouldn't take so long to catch a cold. If something really happened, there must be something wrong. Soon, everyone in the palace checked, and did not let go of the dead concubine Wu. It was because of this that the prince found that there was something wrong with concubine Wu's death. After checking, the prince was sure that concubine Wu should not be dead. In order to confirm, concubine Wu's coffin was thrown away, and the body that should be inside disappeared. Originally, many plans were disrupted by concubine Wu's death. Now because of this discovery, the prince continued to start the previous plan. Because of someone's death shield, the prince's plan changed slightly. The prince was busy every day, and he also shared this discovery with Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi's originally heavy heart was slightly relieved when she heard this. The next day after knowing the news, Lu Qiqi, who had not been getting better, suddenly got much better. Chunbai and others saw that they were relieved one by one. Chunbai found ways to tell the things that happened around the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace every day. Lu Qiqi heard it and found it interesting. The behavior of these palace maids and eunuchs is like the internal volume in the workplace. It started with open volume, and now it is hidden volume. The palace used to be the emperor's world, and the harem was headed by the queen. Everyone was helping their master to please the emperor. Now the emperor is seriously ill, and others can't see hope, so they turn their attention to the prince. The queen has no need to fight anymore because the king of Chu is gone, so she has also calmed down. The queen mother is the key to the palace. She has been very good to the prince since she was a child, and the prince also misses the old feelings. At this time, you can't please the prince directly, so the queen mother is the best choice. Understand this truth, and also understand the direction of these palace maids and eunuchs. Watching other people's various ways to stand out is like watching a play. What really broke this situation was the arrival of Princess Hongyu of Wu. Princess Hongyu came to marry, and the best candidate for marriage was the prince. Getting close to the prince was also considered breaking the oath of the East Palace's exclusive favor, and they also had the opportunity to get close. The threat that the prince's banquet brought to the noble ladies in the capital when the queen held a banquet had long been forgotten. The future prosperity and wealth they saw. Thinking of this, I felt sorry for the prince. Others are not really interested in you, but in the glory brought by the prince. Thinking of this, there is not so much dissatisfaction with the prince. With a correct mentality and not getting stuck in a dead end. Lu Qiqi listened to all kinds of gossip every day, and her body got better faster. In less than 3 days, Lu Qiqi has recovered as usual. Her body allows her to go anywhere, but because the prince does not allow it, Lu Qiqi's range of activities can only be in the East Palace. There are not many things to do in the East Palace. When she is bored, she can only cook, read storybooks, grow flowers, and practice yoga. Apart from this, Lu Qiqi can't do anything. After staying in the East Palace for another 3 days, Lu Qiqi felt that she was going to grow hair, taking advantage of the big day when Princess Hongyu of Wu arrived. While everyone in the palace was busy, she secretly took 4 maids out of the palace. Lu Qiqi also put on the same clothes as Chunbai and others. A group of people walked on the street. Lu Qiqi did not have the consciousness of being a crown princess. She bought whatever she liked and ate all kinds of things while walking on the street. From a distance, I thought it was a little maid from a wealthy family who was not sensible. Finally, she could go out for a walk. Because the princess of Wu arrived today, the streets of the capital were more lively. Lu Qiqi walked in the crowd, and the most hurt thing was about the princess of Wu. Looking at these people on the street, they didn't know the princess of Wu, but they said all kinds of high-sounding things. It's funny to think about it. This smile made Chunbai nervous. Madam, don't think too much. No matter how good the princess is, she is not even 1/10,000th as good as you. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai's nervous look and said with a smile, she is not even as good as my little finger. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was in a good mood and smiled. Yes, madam is right. Chapter 448 Rich Second Generation. You die. Qing Dai. Zhou Yan and others looked around vigilantly, worried that someone would come out and bump into the crown princess. The crown princess and Chunbai didn't know that the capital had been a little uneasy recently. During the period when the crown princess was recuperating, she didn't know what was happening outside. As people around the crown prince, they knew all these dangers. In the seemingly lively crowd, many people were hired by others, and many people were others' eyes. There were few real ordinary people. Lu Qiqi and Chunbai, who were completely unaware, were in a very good mood when they finally got some fresh air. After walking only one street, several people were covered with clothes. After walking for a while, they felt a little tired. Chunbai saw Jinjiang Tower from a distance and said, Madam, Jinjiang Tower has a lot of new dishes. Do you want to try them? Are you greedy? Chunbai was embarrassed by what she said, and explained, No, I feel that I have finally come out for a trip, so I have to have fun. The group went to Jinjiang Tower. Shopkeeper Chen heard that the princess of Wu would come to the capital today and a motorcade would pass by the door. So he kept watching eagerly. He sighed in his heart, watching those shopkeepers who were not as good as him. And now they were making a lot of money. But he still hadn't received any good news. So he was anxious, seeing more and more people gathered at the door. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. Just as he was about to turn around and look at the restaurant, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Crown Princess. It's the Crown Princess. Instantly, shopkeeper Chen smiled with wrinkles all over his face. When the Crown Princess came to him, in order not to reveal his identity, he bowed and said, "Madam." Lu Qiqi glanced around. "It's very lively today." "Yes. With so many people, it would be a waste if we don't make good use of him." Shopkeeper Chen was a little confused. Lu Qiqi pointed out directly, "The restaurant should be able to make garlic chicken?" "Yes. Then make it and deliberately put it at the door, so that everyone passing by can smell the fragrance." Shopkeeper Chen reacted quickly and understood what the Crown Princess meant. He turned around and was about to get busy, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi again. "Shopkeeper Chen, your servant is here." Shopkeeper Chen bent down. "After you give instructions, come over," Lu Qiqi said. When Shopkeeper Chen heard this, he immediately became energetic. He watched Lu Qiqi and others go to the private room on the second floor. He rushed into the kitchen and quickly gave instructions on important matters. Garlic chicken was taught to the chef by the maid next to the Crown Princess. Garlic chicken has been selling well during this period. After the explanation, Chun, the shopkeeper, wanted to see the Crown Princess immediately. But he stopped after taking 2 steps. He saw the excitement at the door, and then walked upstairs slowly. As a shopkeeper in recent years, especially the shopkeeper of a restaurant, he has been welcoming and seeing off many people and encountering many things. It is obviously a good thing that the Crown Princess asked him to go. However, if he is too anxious and seems impatient, it may make the Crown Princess think that he has nothing to do all day and is not worthy of being the shopkeeper. At this time, Lu Qiqi came to the second floor, drinking exquisite tea and looking at the lively crowd outside. Being in the midst of the excitement, it is not crowded. Sure enough, people in ancient times would enjoy it. Whether it is a restaurant or a tea house, there is generally only a second floor. The private rooms on the second floor are all by the window, which can meet people with the same needs as himself. Thinking and looking, Lu Qiqi accidentally saw the tea house across the street. She could pay attention to him because he was Ma Xingyuan. The moment she saw Ma Xingyuan, Lu Qiqi raised her lips slightly and raised her hand holding the teacup slightly. As a greeting, Ma Xingyuan made the same move. The brief exchange of eyes seemed to be a nodding acquaintance, and no one would notice anything. It was also because of the discovery of Ma Xingyuan's existence that Lu Qiqi saw that today's restaurant or tea house, as long as the private room on the second floor was full of guests. The arrival of the Princess of Wu attracted the attention of many forces. She was one of them. Thinking about it, I felt funny. At first I thought that I finally had a chance to go out, but now I think it's not. Thinking about it, my mood was changing when I looked outside, not wanting to be easily seen through my thoughts. My eyes gradually looked from the street outside to a larger range. Because of this, I saw the Chu Xiang and several others, who were also sitting across the street. Chu Xiang, Wu Shizi, Hao Ziyu. The 3 of them sat together. 3 people with different styles sat together. And Lu Qiqi saw Chu Xiang at a glance, because of Chu Xiang's appearance and his white hair. In short, he is always the most conspicuous one. Wu Shizi lay by the window, looking around curiously, turned his head to look at Chu Xiang and said something. But there was no response. Later, he followed his gaze and saw Lu Qiqi across the street. "It's the Crown Princess." With a cry of surprise, he was instantly scolded by others. "You can speak louder," Chu Xiang said, shaking his fan. "I was just too surprised to see the Crown Princess," Wu Shizi explained. Prime Minister Chu mercilessly pointed out. Surprised? Prince Wu was embarrassed by what he said. After Prime Minister Chu finished talking about Prince Wu, he looked at Hao Ziyu, who was absent-minded beside him. "Master Hao, how was the imperial examination this time?" Hao Ziyu retracted his gaze. "It should be possible to enter the top 3. It's better not to be the top scorer," Prince Chu said. "Why?" Hao Ziyu asked. Prince Chu smiled and said nothing. Not long after, the convoy of Princess Wu arrived. Smart Hao Ziyu understood what was going on. At this moment, he was nervous and regretful. If he had known this, he would not be so serious. "Don't worry. The top scorer will not be you." Prince Wu, who was scolded, asked. Why? Feiqian Castle is so rich. He will not give it away for nothing, Prince Chu said. Hao Ziyu felt that this made sense, and his uneasy heart eased a little. A new question came up. What did Prime Minister Chu mean by this? Was it about the imperial examination or cheating? What does Prime Minister know? Prince Chu looked at the convoy that had not yet finished and said, no matter how you do in the exam this time, you have to think carefully about where to go next. Hao Ziyu had already planned for this. How about Jing Xiaoyin? Prince Chu smiled and said nothing. As a friend for many years, he knew the deep meaning behind this smile. Prince Wu didn't understand. Are you stupid? Jing Xiaoyin is a place with no money, no power, and all those lousy things all day long. How can you, the Lord of Feiqian Fort, degenerate to this point? Prince Chu and Hao Zi both smiled. Lu Qiqi kept looking at the Wu convoy outside, and her eyes were attracted to this side from time to time. Seeing them, handsome guys with different styles, it is inevitable to be moved. It goes without saying that Prime Minister Chu is a representative of the gods. Hao Ziyu is a successful bachelor. And it goes without saying that Prince Wu is a second-generation rich man who is well protected by his family. Just as I was thinking, Chunbai came up and whispered, Crown Princess, Shopkeeper Chen is here. Chapter 449, Let's drink first. Lu Qiqi saw the shopkeeper standing at the door. From her angle, people outside should not notice it, she said with confidence. Shopkeeper Wu, how is the garlic chicken selling recently? Customers like it very much. Shopkeeper Chen said humbly. Lu Qiqi nodded. How does Shopkeeper Chen sell it? Almost every table of guests who come here will order this dish. According to what Shopkeeper Chen said, if you don't come to Jinjiangla for dinner, you won't be able to eat it? Yes. Shopkeeper Chen's heart began to be bumpy again. He was wrong again? Sales are good. Have you ever thought of taking away? In all his years in the restaurant, Chen had never heard of this. After being reminded of this, he quickly understood what Lu Qiqi meant, and then said cautiously, what does the Crown Princess mean? Taking away is also an extra income. I know that if we do this, more garlic chicken will be sold, and Chen will be busier. Why don't you give us a commission? The commission of the income from garlic chicken is a reward for everyone's extra work. When Chen heard this, he knelt on the ground excitedly to thank him. Lu Qiqi had long understood what Chen meant, and deliberately delayed until now, because she saw that this man was indeed capable. He was jealous of others who made more money, but he didn't cross the line. If such a person is used well, there is no need to worry about Jinjiangla having no business. After Chen the shopkeeper left excitedly, Chunbai stepped forward and asked, did I do something wrong? The chef is capable. Why do you have to take all the responsibility? Last time, I thought the Crown Princess liked garlic chicken, so I wanted to show off my skills. But I didn't want to be seen by the chef. The chef begged me, and the chef is very good looking? Ah? Chunbai was a little slow to react. If the chef was not good looking, would you still be deceived? Crown Princess. Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. Lu Qiqi smiled. I had this plan originally, and you have done a good thing. But later you can tell Chen the shopkeeper that you should also have a share of the commission. I don't want it. Chunbai was still angry about the flowers just now. Lu Qiqi didn't care much, and saw that the people watching the excitement outside gradually dispersed. Lu Qiqi thought that since everyone was here, it would be a bit disadvantageous not to eat. So she asked Yu Dai to arrange it. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. When the waiter opened the door to serve the dishes, Lu Qiqi heard the voice of Wu Shitzi, thinking that some people had finished watching the excitement. They should be hungry. Thinking that Chu Xiang and Hao Ziyu were also there, she wondered if she should go over to toast. From the standpoint of a friend, she should go over to toast. But her identity now seemed a bit inappropriate. While hesitating, there was a knock at the door. Yu Dai heard it, opened the door, and saw Wu Shitzi standing at the door. She was about to refuse as if she didn't know him. But then she saw Chu Xiang coming. Yu Dai couldn't stop him. So she said to the Crown Princess, Crown Princess, it's Wu Shitzi. Lu Qiqi got up quickly when she heard it. Wu Shitzi had just arrived. He thought Lu Qiqi's excitement was because of him. So he immediately clasped his hands together. Before he could say anything, he was pushed aside by Chu Xiang, who arrived. Wu Shitzi was caught off guard and almost hit the door frame. Lu Qiqi saw that she was trying hard to hold back the smile on her face, and said to Chu Xiang, Prime Minister, What a coincidence to meet you here. The dishes at Jinjiang Tower are excellent. I think so too, Lu Qiqi said, inviting Prime Minister Chu to sit down and talk. Facing Hao Ziyu, she smiled generously. Master Hao. Long time no see. Long time no see, Hao Ziyu said. Wu Shizi jumped over. What about me? What about me? Wu Shizi, Lu Qiqi said. That's all? Wu Shizi was unhappy. Why do you say so much to them? But only this to me. Wu Shizi's playful look successfully made several people present laugh. Lu Qiqi asked them to sit down and looked at Yu Dai. Yu Dai understood and left quickly. Lu Qiqi felt that some people came to eat for free. She thought that one was Prime Minister Chu, who had a powerful position in the court, and the other was the master of Feiqian Fort. There were not many people who had a lot of money. Wu Shizi, needless to say, was a rich second generation, and was also related to the food of the palace. These people had special identities. Many people invited them to dinner, but they might not have that opportunity. Lu Qiqi was smart, and as the dishes came up one by one, she started eating. With outsiders present, Lu Qiqi ate in a rare and beautiful manner. Chunbai was relieved to see that the crown princess did not embarrass herself in public. When the meal started, there was no shortage of conversations, and Lu Qiqi took the initiative to speak. Prime Minister Chu, I toast you a glass. Prime Minister Chu raised the wine glass. Lu Qiqi said, Thank you for helping me several times. I'll drink first. After saying that, he raised his head and drank. After Chu Xiang finished drinking, he poured another glass. Crown Princess, this one is for you. The same words came from Chu Xiang's mouth. Others didn't know, but a few people knew it in their hearts, and Lu Qiqi accepted it calmly. After the two of them clinked their glasses, they drank it. After a glass of wine, the atmosphere became much better. Lu Qiqi was trained in such occasions. No matter what their purpose was, she was very good at making a table of people have a good meal. Prime Minister Chu, Hao Ziyu, and Wu Shizi were all big figures who were held in the palm of their hands. Seeing Lu Qiqi's eloquence, people who didn't know the truth thought they were old friends for many years. Wu Shizi also forgot that he was deliberately bumped at the door and embarrassed. Crown Princess, you eat outside because the food in the palace is not delicious? Wu Shizi spoke frankly. When Prime Minister Chu and Hao Ziyu heard it, they both stopped drinking. Chunbai wondered if Wu Shizi was really stupid, and he could ask such a question. If she said it was delicious, the Crown Princess slipped out for fun. If she said the food in the palace was not delicious, I don't know how many people died with one sentence. Everyone was worried that the Crown Princess would not respond well and cause some unnecessary trouble. Lu Qiqi smiled faintly. Is Wu Shizi not confident about the food you sent to the palace? Wu Shizi paused. Of course it's the best. Since it's the best, you don't even have this little confidence. Facing the person in front of him, if he has no intention, it means that he is really just a rich second generation. If he says he has intention, this person's mind makes people suspicious. I'm talking about the food. What's wrong with the food? Not delicious? Lu Qiqi continued to smile faintly, with a distant look in her eyes. I'm curious. What did Wu Shizi grow up eating? Hao Ziyu didn't expect Lu Qiqi to say this, and he was choked while drinking. Chu Tong looked at Hao Ziyu sympathetically, and Hao Ziyu's face turned slightly red. Master Hao, are you okay? Lu Qiqi asked. The time in Fiishanbao was a secret that could not be made public. She would always remember the kindness this person showed her. After returning to the capital, she deliberately kept a distance from this person in order to shut up some people. It's okay. I'm just curious about why the Crown Princess would say this. I'm also curious about how Wu Shizi survived until now when he spoke so directly. This was originally a serious question, but because Lu Qiqi said it easily, Wu Shizi didn't feel insulted. You bullied me. Wu Shizi pretended to be wronged. Lu Qiqi smiled and said, if Wu Shizi's movements were slightly changed, it would be better. How to change? Wu Shizi was so happy that he was finally looked at seriously. Chapter 450, Relocation of Graves. Lu Qiqi raised her lotus finger. This action. Speak in a more feminine voice. I guarantee that everyone who sees Wu Shizi's behavior will do the same action. What action? Kick you out? Wu Shizi's face was not good. You did it on purpose. Lu Qiqi saw Wu Shizi, who finally regained his manhood, and smiled. It's so good to talk like this. Always playing the role of a retard. Always digging holes for me. Really think that women are all long hair and short knowledge. Wu Shizi narrowed his eyes angrily and looked at Lu Qiqi. Chu Xiang picked up the wine pot and poured a glass of wine for Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess is generous. Why bother with him? Lu Qiqi gave Chu Xiang face and said, for the sake of the Prime Minister, I won't bother with him. Just now, this man deliberately called the Crown Princess loudly, and then deliberately dug holes for me. She has been training in the business world for many years, and she is not a vegetarian. If he really cares about it, Wu Shizi will lose. Wu Shizi wanted to speak, but was stopped by Chu Xiang. What the Crown Princess said is right. Lu Qiqi generously raised her wine glass and clinked it with Chu Xiang. With a crisp sound, the unpleasantness just now was turned over. Wu Shizi's false mask was exposed, and he could no longer act. After a few glasses of wine, Chu Xiang soon talked about the imperial examination and how Ziyu's participation in the imperial examination. How Ziyu participated in the imperial examination. It was too unexpected. Master Hao also participated in the imperial examination. Lu Qiqi asked. Yes. Hao Ziyu said. How confident is Master Hao? Try your best. Hao Ziyu said. Lu Qiqi summoned the system and asked, who is the champion of this imperial examination? System. Ma Xingyuan. Lu Qiqi. Where is Hao Ziyu? System. Third place. Lu Qiqi. Second place is Yin Mingxiu? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi learned the result from the system, and then pretended to be mysterious and looked at Hao Ziyu carefully. Master Hao is so confident. There is no problem in the top 3. Chu Xiang smiled. You know, Hao Ziyu thought of someone's reminder not long ago, and thought of Lu Qiqi and the prince's identity, and confirmed the idea of internal selection in his heart, because Lu Qiqi is a woman. Thinking that the prince is cautious in doing things, he should not tell this to a woman. After thinking about it, there is only one possibility, that you may have heard something by accident. Lu Qiqi deliberately counted with her fingers, and smiled calmly. The huge Fagan castle is the best proof. This made the tense atmosphere much more relaxed. Just when she was about to say something else, there was a knock at the door, followed by Zhao Kai. Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai and thought it was the prince. Zhao Kai entered the room, saluted Lu Qiqi and Prime Minister Chu, and went straight to the point. Crown Princess, the Crown Prince asked you to return to the palace as soon as possible. Return to the palace? Zhao Kai stepped forward and whispered. The Princess of Wu has arrived, and the Crown Prince is too busy to come, so he asked you to entertain her. You're only saying that now? I've been looking for you for a long time, Zhao Kai said, bowing his head with a guilty conscience. Lu Qiqi felt that there was something fishy going on. Zhao Kai's arrival was obviously the Crown Prince's intention. She stood up and said goodbye to Prime Minister Chu and others, and quickly left with 4 maids. When she arrived outside Jinjiang Tower and saw the Crown Prince's carriage, she hurried in. Seeing the Crown Prince sitting inside, Lu Qiqi was stunned. Why are you here? The Crown Prince pulled the woman to him with a big hand. Tell me about yourself. Lu Qiqi was not embarrassed by being caught, and asked, should you entertain the Princess of Wu in the palace now? She is just a princess. Why should I entertain her personally? Instead, you sneaked out of the palace? Lu Qiqi chuckled twice. I was bored, so I came out to get some fresh air. I deliberately chose the day when the Princess of Wu came. The prince laughed. Lu Qiqi saw that she could not hide it from the prince. I did think so at first, but later I realized it was because of jealousy. The prince was satisfied, and without giving Lu Qiqi an explanation, he directly sent the carriage out of the city. Lu Qiqi realized that it was not the direction to the palace, and thought that the Princess of Wu should be in the palace now. It would not be good for the prince to leave, and it would not give face to Wu. But the prince would not easily change his decision. Maybe he had his own intentions for doing so. Lu Qiqi was also satisfied to see such a scene. When the carriage stopped at the foot of a mountain outside the city, Lu Qiqi knew where to go the moment she got off the carriage. This time, Lu Qiqi was not so averse to this place. The two climbed up the hillside and saw that Sun Shua and others were ready. Lu Qiqi and the prince arrived. They bowed and left. As always, Lu Qiqi quietly burned paper money for concubine Rong, and the prince stood in front of the tomb in silence. After Lu Qiqi finished burning, she sat casually beside him and looked at everything under the mountain. After a while, the prince arrived and sat beside him. Lucici felt that the prince was in a bad mood and asked, "What's wrong with you?" It's rare to see the prince like this. This side is exposed. Lucici turned her head and glanced at the grave next to her. It's normal to be discovered after arriving several times. What are you going to do? Father's intention is to move mother to the imperial mausoleum. What do you think? That's the best. The prince said this and stopped talking. Lucici followed in silence. Rong Fei's tomb has been exposed, and it is difficult to have the original quiet here. Moving to the imperial mausoleum is also the best place. Thinking of what the prince said, if Rong Fei is moved to the imperial mausoleum, the emperor will also be buried there 100 years later, which is a good thing for the state of Qin. However, the peace that the emperor and Rong Fei originally wanted is gone. When do you plan to do it? The prince said after a while. Today. So suddenly. Today is a good day. The prince stood up after speaking, and someone soon arrived. Lucici saw the scene and said nothing. She stood quietly beside the prince and watched the tomb being moved. The prince did not move, and Lucici did not move until the coffin was dug out and carried away. The prince had a serious expression throughout the whole process, and did not say a word during the period. Such silence continued to the East Palace. Seeing the silent prince, Lucici knew that he was upset. So she stayed by his side quietly. Late at night, Lucici's stomach started to growl, and the prince finally responded, "I'm going out for a while. You don't have to wait for me." The prince left after saying this. Chapter 451 Top 3. Seeing the prince like this, Lucici felt uncomfortable. She was hungry but had no appetite. Her stomach was still growling. She ignored it. After a while, there was no movement. Lucici lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today. Prince Wu pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. Hao Ziyu's imperial examination, the arrival of the Princess of Wu, and the relocation of Rong Fei's tomb. So many things happened today, which made Lucici's head a little confused. The voice of the system sounded. Hao Ziyu participated in the imperial examination to surrender to the court. Lucici. What does it mean? System. Fiishenbao is too strong. If it does not surrender to the court, after the Blood Evil Alliance and Huagu, it will be Fiishenbao's turn. Lucici. Where is Prince Wu? System. He is a little floating. Lucici. What does Chu Xiang mean? System. To knock. Lucici thought. It seems that Wu Shixi really listens to Chu Xiang. When Chu Xiang was injured, Wu Shixi was indeed very worried. What's the matter with moving the tomb today? System. You and the prince visited Rong Fei several times, which did arouse other suspicion. But there is no need to move the tomb. There must be something wrong. Lucici. You don't know? System. The only ones who know are the prince and the emperor. Lucici didn't have the idea of knowing about this. Only they knew about it. In the small sense, it was a matter between them father and son. And in the big sense, it was a national event. In any case, I shouldn't know too much. Besides, it should have been buried in the imperial mausoleum. Now it's just returning to the right position. Thinking of this, Lucici let go of what happened recently. Now she felt hungry and wanted to eat. At this time, everyone in the kitchen had gone to bed. She got up and prepared to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. When Lucici sneaked into the kitchen, she thought there was no one inside. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a familiar fragrance. Seeing the smiling faces of the four maids again, Lucici was suddenly filled with happiness. The four maids were ready to bring the food into the house. Lucici couldn't wait and started eating in the kitchen. Lucici no longer cared about her image and ate big mouthfuls of delicious food. She had a chicken wing in her left hand and a duck leg in her right hand. She was so happy that her mouth was full of oil. The four maids knew that the crown princess had not had dinner, and because of what happened today, they didn't dare to disturb her. So they could only do these things silently. Not long ago, the prince left, thinking that the crown princess should be hungry. Sure enough, the crown princess came just after the dishes were ready. Seeing the crown princess eating so deliciously, I thought, she must be starving. Otherwise how could she eat so quickly? Chun Bai felt sorry for the crown princess. Seeing her eating so anxiously, she poured a bowl of soup and put it next to the crown princess, and gently advised, "Crown princess, please eat slowly." Lucici swallowed the duck meat in her mouth. "I'm too hungry. I can't eat slowly." Chunbai felt even more distressed. After eating, Lu Qiqi burped, touched her soft belly, came to the hammock in the yard, squinted inside. If there were some more fruits, it would be perfect. Just after she finished speaking, she saw a bunch of grapes sent to her. Lu Qiqi picked up the grapes and ate them directly, saying while eating, "Grapes are too sweet. Eating them in the middle of the night is not good for suppressing. This is just this time, and it will never happen again." After saying that, she opened her mouth and threw a grape into her mouth. After eating the grape, she said happily, "So sweet." Lu Qiqi ate a bunch of grapes beautifully. She was too full just now, and after eating a bunch of grapes, she felt that the food seemed to be hitting her throat, and she felt like vomiting. No, she couldn't vomit. She couldn't vomit the food she had eaten. Food must not be wasted. She wanted to walk around, but just as she was about to move, a big hand reached out to her. She naturally let it go. In an instant, Lu Qiqi realized something was wrong. She turned her head and saw the prince, who had returned at some point, and then looked at the 4 maids kneeling on the ground. "Ah, you're back." She tried to ignore the embarrassment just now. The prince was unwilling to speak. "Are grapes delicious?" Lu Qiqi met the prince's gaze and knew the origin of grapes. "Delicious? Just a bunch of them. And you ate them all? I thought you didn't like them." "I like everything you like." Lu Qiqi tried to ignore it. Someone tried to remind her, and Lu Qiqi got annoyed, shook off the prince's hand, and strode into the house. The prince saw that the woman was angry and hurriedly chased after her. The 4 maids knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Chunbai turned her head and saw the prince, who was locked outside the door by the princess, and she smiled secretly. When she wanted to remind her, it was the prince who didn't let her. This time, the princess got angry, and the unlucky one became the prince. At this time, Lu Qiqi leaned against the door and didn't let the prince in. "Qiqi, open the door." "No." "Qiqi, are you doing this on purpose?" Lu Qiqi suddenly said, and the prince felt guilty. He could say that he wanted to see when the woman would find him, but he miscalculated. Just thinking about it, the door opened, and the prince saw it and hurried in. Lu Qiqi declared, "I'm just giving you face." The prince hugged her from behind and leaned on the woman's shoulder. "No one will affect your position in my heart. Where's the princess of Wu? She has a better place to go." The prince scratched the woman's nose. "You'll know in a few days." "What did you do?" Lu Qiqi's heart was pounding, and she always felt that the prince was doing something bad. "I'm tired. Sleepy." The prince let go of the woman and strode to the bed. Lu Qiqi knew what the prince meant and didn't ask any more questions. After all this commotion, she was really a little tired. She fell asleep quickly on the bed. The prince hugged her, and he couldn't sleep that night. The next day, when Lu Qiqi woke up, there was no trace of the prince around her. As soon as she stood up, 4 maids heard the noise and came in to serve. Chunbai was still laughing while serving the crown princess. "You look like you have cheated?" "Crown princess." Chunbai stamped her feet. She found that the crown princess always said something bad about her. "Tell me, what did you do secretly last night?" Lu Qiqi started gossiping. Chunbai reacted quickly this time. "I thought it was funny that the crown princess ate the grapes from the crown prince's hand without noticing." Lu Qiqi patted her hand after dinner. "You are asking for a fight." Chunbai smiled and dodged. Ahem. There was a cough at the door. The 4 maids saw the crown prince suddenly appear and hurriedly saluted. Chunbai was even more upset. Why did the prince come back? Wasn't he attending the morning court? Lu Qiqi was also surprised to see the prince. Today was not a day off. He came back so early. Did the morning court go badly? Looking at the prince's expression, it didn't seem like that. She stood up and walked towards the prince. "What's the good news?" "The top 3 have been decided." "Who?" "Ma Xingyuan, Yin Mingxiu, Hao Ziyu." Lu Qiqi heard that it was exactly as the system said. Ma Xingyuan had the highest appeal, and he really became the top scholar. Don't you think it's strange that Hao Ziyu, as the lord of Fagan Castle, also came to participate in the imperial examination? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi knew that the prince was petty. "I had dinner with Prime Minister Chu and the others yesterday, and I didn't hear them say it." The 4 maids tried to remain calm and reduce their presence, so as not to be caught and questioned by the prince. Chapter 452. Sister is here to protect you. Were you with him yesterday? the prince asked, glancing at Yu Dai, who was kneeling on the ground. Lu Qiqi nodded. Yes, there was not only Lord Hao, but also Prince Wu and Prime Minister Chu, Lu Qiqi said, looking at the prince. Didn't Zhao Kai say that? Zhao Kai seemed to have said that he was in a bad mood because of the tomb relocation and didn't care much. Lu Qiqi understood the prince's mood and said to the maids, It's getting late. Set up the meal. The 4 maids heard it and left immediately. Lu Qiqi took the man's hand and walked out, saying, What are you worried about? The prince looked at her and said nothing. Look, you don't say anything when I ask you, and you deliberately keep me in suspense. Lu Qiqi pretended to complain. I'm fine, the prince said. That's good. I'm really worried that you always keep things in your heart and make yourself sick. What can I do? The tone of an old mother. What if you can't hold it in? I have a way. Sister. Whose sister? Lu Qiqi patted the prince on the shoulder twice. Don't worry. I'll protect you if anything happens in the future. The prince was stunned. This woman started to be indecent again. Chunbai and others came with dishes. Seeing this, they bowed their heads and left immediately after placing the dishes. They never stayed for a while. Lu Qiqi was still the big sister. She came to the seat first and waved. Hurry up and eat. I'll take you to a place to eat. The prince was addicted to watching women acting. He didn't say anything and sat down to eat. Lu Qiqi thought that she would go out for exercise later, so she had to save her strength. She ate with big mouthfuls. She stuffed all the buns into her mouth in a few seconds. The prince saw it and said, Eat slowly. I won't fight with you. Lu Qiqi swallowed it with difficulty and drank another mouthful of rice porridge to buffer. You should eat more too. It will be a bit strenuous later. The prince's eyes lit up. Why? Don't ask. You will know when you get there. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she ate with big mouthfuls again. The prince thought that there were memorials to be dealt with in the imperial study, and that there was also the princess of Wu waiting. Even if he didn't like her, he should meet her. It's not good to always leave it to the queen. He felt even cuter when he saw a woman wolfing down her food. He thought that he was no longer the emperor now, so he could indulge himself for once. He ate with big mouthfuls. After the meal, they came outside. They were supposed to take a carriage, but Lu Qiqi said that they hadn't ridden a horse for a long time, so they just rode on horseback. There were many people on the streets of the capital, and the two rode very slowly. The prince thought that Lu Qiqi was not very good at riding a horse, so he deliberately slowed down. When they got out of the city, Lu Qiqi looked back at the prince and immediately rode out. The prince was worried that Lu Qiqi would hurt herself, so he hurried to catch up. Soon, 2 horses were running fast on the official road. Lu Qiqi had no destination, so she kept moving forward. When she came to a fork in the road, she would run to the side that she liked. When the two came to a wide place, Lu Qiqi slowed down. When the prince thought that the woman wanted to rest here, she sped up again. The prince slowed down a little, and when he came to the fork in the road, he had obviously passed it. But Lu Qiqi suddenly ran from the small road to another road. The prince was made to feel upset by Lu Qiqi, and he knew that the woman did it on purpose. The depression in his heart disappeared a lot. After a while, he went crazy with the woman. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was there and chased after him. She was unwilling to let go of this opportunity. He was still riding a horse and ran to the foot of the mountain. Lu Qiqi saw that it was the mountain where Rongfei was buried. She jumped off the horse and ran directly to the top of the mountain. The prince came to the foot of the mountain and hesitated. This mountain carried too many memories of him. When he came to this mountain again, he found that he had no motivation to go up the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the winding path up the mountain, he always came here on some special days since he was a child. With the appearance of Lu Qiqi by his side, he came here more often. It was because of this that this place was exposed. When he came again, his heart became heavy. Lu Qiqi did not stop for the prince when she went up the mountain. She went to the top of the mountain alone as usual. The mountain was not very big. After Lu Qiqi climbed to the top of the mountain, she looked back and saw no sign of the prince. Lu Qiqi came to the tomb where Rongfei was buried. Now everything was restored, except for the soil that seemed to be turned over. There seemed to be no difference. She could feel the pain in the prince's heart. There were some things she couldn't say clearly. She turned around and put her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly. Ah! The single sound echoed in the valley. After hearing the echo, Luchichi started shouting again. Every sound was exhausted. Just to vent the heart. After shouting for a while, when she had no strength left, she saw the prince coming from the bottom of the mountain. Luchichi saw it and waved quickly. The prince knew what the woman was thinking. He walked to the woman step by step and saw the tomb that had been restored to its original state. Luchichi looked at him and said nothing. She covered her mouth with her hands and shouted loudly. The mountains are green. The streams are blue. The girls of Alishan are as beautiful as water. The boys of Alishan are as strong as mountains. Ah! Ah! The prince was infected by the woman next to him and started shouting like her. The depression in his heart disappeared miraculously with the shouting. Luchichi was still singing folk songs. And the prince could only make a mess. After the two of them vented, Luchichi sat on the ground and looked at the empty grave next to him. The prince followed and sat on the ground. He felt a little uncomfortable about the empty grave. But he could face it head on. If you like this mountain, I will bury it here after I die, so that you can come to climb the mountain every day. Don't talk nonsense. The prince looked serious. Everyone will die one day. Why bother so much? 100 years later, your grave will be covered with grass. The prince wanted to say something else, but he felt that the woman's words made sense. Rong Fei's trip was not in vain. She has been here for so many years, and there are still people who remember her deeply, and people burn paper money for her from time to time. This is her blessing. Prince, I have always wondered why you always kept silent every time you came to see Rong Fei. At first, I thought you were born to be a silent person. Now I know that you are worried that others will hear you talking to Rong Fei. I didn't mean that. The prince hurriedly explained that he brought the woman here because he wanted his mother to see his daughter-in-law. That's what I mean. You are so silent because you are afraid that others will hear your conversation. When you go to the Imperial Mausoleum in the future, you will still be like this. Am I wrong? She deliberately let the prince think wrongly, and then deliberately enlightened him. Seeing that the prince was in a better mood, she began to make suggestions again. Don't worry. You will continue to talk to Rong Fei with your heart in the future. As for me, when I burn paper money in the future, I will sign my name on it, so that no one can snatch it away even if they see it. By then, Rong Fei will become a rich woman. No matter who sees her in the future, they will bow and scrape. Money makes the world go round. Why? Isn't it good to give Rong Fei more money? Prince, think about those people who only have an identity, who will remember Rong Fei after they leave. Rong Fei is different. Rong Fei. Rong Fei. Shouldn't you call her mother? The prince finally spoke. Luchichi smiled, stood up, and patted the dust on her body. Okay. I won't argue with you. This place is left to you. After that, he left in style. Chapter 453, Punishment. Too tiring. Luchichi spent a lot of time and effort to make the prince happy. Fortunately, the result was good. Relocating graves is not a big deal in modern times. But it is a big deal for the prince at this moment. She moved the big stone in the prince's heart for him. What will happen to you in the future depends on him. Luchichi walked slowly down the mountain. When she came to the bottom of the mountain, she saw the horse eating grass leisurely, and she lay on the ground casually, squinting at the sun above her head. The sun made her heart warm and comfortable. Later, she covered her face with a handkerchief and enjoyed a rare sunbath. She enjoyed it too much and fell asleep unconsciously. When the prince came over, he saw the scene. After making sure that the woman was asleep, he lay beside her and enjoyed this rare silence. After a while of silence, the prince suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction, where there were only the two of them. A group of men in black soon appeared, kneeling on one leg on the ground. The prince stood up, lifted the handkerchief covering the woman's face, covered her with his handkerchief, made sure she would not wake up, and gently picked her up. At this time, a thin man in black who was kneeling on the ground came forward and took Luchichi from the prince's hand. Send the princess back to the East Palace safely. Yes. The thin man in black turned around and walked towards the woods next to him with the princess. The prince stood there, watching Luchichi being taken away safely. The moment he turned around, his eyes became sharp, like two sharp swords. They could pierce someone's heart at any time. There was no wind at this moment, and the prince's clothes flew up, making a snapping sound, which made people feel scared. The men in black knew that the prince was angry, and a fight had begun. I wonder if they could kill to their heart's content this time. As someone rushed over from a distance, they quickly joined in. The prince stood there with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. There was a coldness in his eyes. This was just an appetizer, and he didn't take it seriously. After a while, all the people who rushed over were cleared out by the prince's men, and the prince stood still. As a strange flute sounded, the prince flew away. The men in black who stayed there all dispersed in a blink of an eye. The horses that had just witnessed the massacre also left on their own. Only the corpses were left on the ground. Fuyun Palace. The queen was reading a book, and Nani Wang came and whispered something in her ear. The queen paused. Are you all settled? Yes. The princess of Wu is also strange. She insisted on living in the post station. Let her, the queen said, and continued to read. She turned the pages one by one, very seriously. Nani Wang still had a lot to say, but the queen's intention was obvious, so she could only stand quietly by the side. The queen remembered something and asked, Yesterday you said that concubine Shu had left the palace several times. Yes. Do you know what she did when she left the palace? Nani Wang glanced at the queen and said carefully. She said she was going to see an old friend. A man? The queen has been in the palace for so many years, and the person who allowed concubine Shu to secretly meet without going to the palace should be a man. And it is very likely that he is concubine Shu's old lover. Yes. Do you know the other party's identity? I don't know for the time being. I will. No need. Nani Wang looked at the queen. The queen didn't want to say more about this. She had let go of her obsession with the emperor, and the women around the emperor didn't care that much. Then she thought that the emperor would not live for many days, and these people would be buried with him sooner or later. She pretended not to see the struggle of concubine Shu before her death. Thinking of this, she thought of Princess Chu and asked, How is Princess Chu's shop? Nani Wang said, Business is very good. Are there any troublemakers? Yes. They were all dealt with by the people sent there. Where is the child? He has been with Princess Chu. Princess Chu seems to want the young master to do business. That's a good thing. Being away from the palace, she can live longer. After thinking about it, she, as a grandmother, should also show some expression. Go. Pick a few valuable things to send to Princess Chu. Yes. Pick a few more for the young master. Yes. Seeing that the queen had finished her instructions, Nani Wang turned around and left. The queen continued to read for a while, put down the book, and came to the door. She saw that it was gloomy outside, and it seemed that it was going to rain. Princess Wu arrived, and the prince gave up several times. Princess Wu took the initiative to live in the post station, saying whether it was good or bad. Seeing the gloomy sky that was about to rain at any time, she wondered if it indicated anything. She saw clearly what the prince was planning. But what about Princess Wu? What secrets did she have? Lu Qiqi walked in a dark and narrow alley, and came to a thatched hut. It seemed to be an ordinary thatched hut, especially for people passing by to rest. The moment Lu Qiqi opened the door, a fishy smell hit her face. She was terrified. And at this time, a strange sound came, like a strong wind blowing through the valley, making bursts of shrill sounds, which made people feel scared. She felt bad and wanted to escape, but it seemed that someone was pushing her from behind, forcing her to move forward. After entering the house, the shrill sound became louder, like a devil sound that penetrated the brain and drove people crazy. She couldn't control her feet and walked forward step by step. When she stepped on the ground, she felt sticky, because it was too dark. She couldn't see clearly what it was. She just felt that something seemed to be pulling her and not letting her move forward. She wanted to, but she couldn't control it. At this moment, a scream made Lu Qiqi's body freeze in place. Later, screams came one after another, and Lu Qiqi was trembling with fear. Someone pushed her from behind, and Lu Qiqi suddenly rushed into a room. The first thing that caught her eye was a big stove. The charcoal fire in the stove was red, and the inside was also red. With the light, she found that the sticky thing on the ground was blood. Following the blood, she saw a man tied to a wooden frame not far away. His hair was loose, and his face could not be seen clearly, revealing his beaten, bloody upper body. The man in black walked over with a red-hot iron. As the iron pressed against the man's chest, a sizzling sound of burnt flesh was heard. It was the sound of roasted pork belly, which made people's scalps numb. Lu Qiqi stepped back in fear. As soon as she turned around, she saw the pile of your bones like a small mountain next to her. Their blood gathered together and flowed to Luchichi's feet. She stepped back a few steps in fear. The blood on the ground seemed to have eyes, all flowing to her feet. She jumped around in fear. This action attracted the attention of the black-clad man who was torturing her. Luchichi also found out and tried to explain. She saw that the man was actually the prince. She saw that the prince's eyes were full of fire, and he was extremely cold and heavy. Luchichi tried to explain, but couldn't say a complete sentence. The prince looked back and didn't seem to see Luchichi. He turned around, threw away the branding iron, and said, to punish him. Soon someone brought a porcelain jar, came to the tied man, grabbed his hand and inserted it. Chapter 454 Nightmare. Luchichi clearly saw that the tied man was like a dead man and began to struggle violently. As he shook his head violently, Luchichi saw that this man was actually Hailang. Hailang's face changed drastically. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he was terrified. Soon, he screamed. The voice was extremely shrill. Luchichi was frightened and retreated again and again, trying to escape. The screams kept ringing in her ears. I don't know how long she ran. When she was exhausted, she thought she had escaped from the dangerous place. When she took a breath, the scene she saw in front of her made her collapse again. Just because she came to the place just now again, and saw with her own eyes that the lone wolf's hand turned into a claw. Seeing this, Luchichi trembled. A hand turned into a claw. What on earth did it go through? Looking at the porcelain jar again, it was even more terrifying. Luchichi couldn't accept it and woke up from the nightmare. When she woke up, she found herself in the East Palace. She secretly thanked herself that it was a dream. If it was real, she would be scared to death. Crack. There were lightning and thunder outside. Soon, it started to rain, and then the rain got heavier and heavier, and it turned into a rainstorm in the blink of an eye. Just like Luchichi's heart at this moment. She walked to the window barefoot, opened a crack, and saw that the sky outside seemed to be collapsing. Just like her dream. She shook her head hard, trying to get rid of the horrible scene in the dream, telling herself that it was just a dream, not real. She clearly remembered that she and the prince went out on horseback. Later, when she was waiting for the prince at the foot of the mountain, she fell asleep on the grass. How come when she opened her eyes, she was in the East Palace? How did she come back? Where did the prince go? After thinking for a while, she had no idea, and the scene in her dream appeared in her mind again. Just as she was thinking, she saw a person walking vaguely in the heavy rain. He was dressed in black, blending in with the rainy night. When the person gradually approached, she saw that it was the prince. And Luchichi's heart shrank suddenly. This was the prince she saw in her dream. At this moment, Luchichi's mind was a little confused. She was not sure whether the dream not long ago was really a dream, nor was she sure whether the prince walking in front of her was real. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Luchichi trembled, and walked over to the prince covered in water, and hugged him tightly. Luchichi's body couldn't help trembling. There was only one thought in her mind. Could the dream be true? Thinking of this, Luchichi subconsciously wanted to push the prince away. But the prince hugged her tighter. After a while, Luchichi's clothes were also wet, and she was sure that this was not a dream. Prince, let me hold you for a while. Hearing the man's hoarse voice, she knew the man's fragility in his heart, so she didn't push him away. She gently held him, her hand stroking his back until he let go. Did you get scared? Are you okay? Both of them spoke at the same time, and Luchichi said, your clothes are wet. Change them first. Don't catch a cold. I'll take a shower first. After the prince finished speaking, he left without looking back. Luchichi also needed to calm down, and the prince's departure was just right for her to think carefully. Just as she thought about it, her body shivered, and she thought about trying on her clothes. So she changed her clothes and drank tea quietly. The tea was very hot, and it seemed that only in this way could her heart warm up. After a while, when her emotions stabilized, the prince also came back from the bath. The prince changed into a white dress, and his hair was still dripping. He looked like he had just walked out of the heavy rain. Seeing the prince like this was unfamiliar to Luchichi. She knew in her heart that the prince must have used extraordinary means to get to where he is today. Knowing it in her heart was one thing, and she subconsciously wanted to avoid the hand that the prince stretched out. The prince's hand froze in place, looking at her with strange eyes. Are you afraid of me? Lu Qiqi shook her head. I don't know. The prince looked at her, said nothing, turned around and was about to leave. Lu Qiqi spoke again. I just had a terrible dream. What did you dream about? The prince turned his back to Lu Qiqi. The dream was terrible, and I couldn't tell the difference between reality and dreams. What about now? I need to calm down. Lu Qiqi spoke out her true thoughts, in front of the delicate prince. If she lied, she would be seen through at a glance. Do you need me to avoid it? Lu Qiqi gave a fake smile. This is your home. Why are you avoiding it? Even if you need to avoid it, it should be me. The prince turned around and hugged the woman in his arms. This is our home. If you say so, then so. Lu Qiqi seemed to compromise helplessly, and was glad that the prince did not leave. She was awakened by a dream, and there was no one around her. The prince came back like this again. Obviously something big happened. She wanted to ask, but she was worried that what the prince said was the same as in the dream. She could only play the role of a timid little woman. At this moment, she could understand why Prince Wu pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. A king of a different surname, in charge of the imperial grain of the entire capital, seemed to be valued, but it should also be full of dangers and cautious. So he survived until now. That night, Lu Qiqi slept very late, and because of some tossing and turning, she fell asleep quickly in the prince's arms. The prince saw that his hair was not dry, but the woman had fallen asleep. I thought it must be a real nightmare, and thinking about what I just experienced, it was also a nightmare. I hope that everything will be in the past when I wake up tomorrow. The next day, the weather was clear. The sun was shining brightly. The air after the heavy rain was fresher. Lu Qiqi walked in it, and the ground under her feet was wet, just like the dream last night. The only difference was that it was raining now, and the dream was bloody. Crown Princess, what's wrong with you? Chunbai noticed that the crown princess was in a low mood and asked with concern. It rained so hard last night. I slept too deeply and didn't hear it. I woke up this morning and found it, Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi knew it would be like this, and she pretended not to know. You sleep like a pig all day. Who can wake you up? Did the crown princess hear it? As soon as Chunbai said this, the eyes of Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin changed slightly. Lu Qiqi noticed their changes, and understood in her heart, but did not say it out loud. I didn't hear it either. After Lu Qiqi finished speaking, she didn't look at anyone and walked to the flower room to see that the fragile flowers were not damaged by the heavy rain. Just like her now, she was protected too well, did not experience too much danger, and still welcomed the sunshine today. Soon, Huang Ma and others brought breakfast. Lu Qiqi came to the table and waited. Not long after, the crown prince arrived. The two had breakfast together. Lu Qiqi only ate a vegetarian bun and put down her chopsticks. The prince looked at her. Do you want to eat more? No. I have no appetite. It's rare that you still have no appetite. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. You want to say I'm hypocritical? The prince picked up the bun and stuffed a bite into his mouth. I didn't say that. Lu Qiqi pursed her lips, took 2 deep breaths, and wanted to drink the porridge with a small bowl. When she saw that it was black porridge and thought of the thick black blood, she lost her appetite. Are you busy today? What do you have? The prince asked. I want to go out for a walk, Lu Qiqi said. I'll send more people to protect you. Okay. Lu Qiqi agreed, and waited for the prince to finish his meal and left in a hurry. As soon as he walked out of the door, Zhao Kai, who was anxious, came towards him. I don't know what Zhao Kai said, but the prince's pace became faster. Chapter 455, The Third Class Parade. Chunbai and the others saw that the crown princess was in a bad mood, so they worked quietly. Lu Qiqi sat nearby, using the reading book as a cover to communicate with the system. I had a dream last night. System. What did you dream about? Lu Qiqi gave a rough account of the dream and asked. Is the dream real? System. It's just a dream. It can't be real. Lu Qiqi. What did the crown prince do last night? System. Someone attacked you at the foot of the mountain yesterday, and the crown prince ordered someone to send you back, and the crown prince dueled with those people. Lu Qiqi. Do you know who it was? System. The identity is unknown now. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything more after hearing this. System. There is a big melon about the princess of Wu. Do you want to hear it? Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Princess Hongyu of Wu has a childhood sweetheart, General Beidou. They like each other. This time, it was not Princess Hongyu who came, but someone threatened General Beidou's life to force Princess Hongyu to come. Lu Qiqi. Is there such a thing? System. Princess Hongyu is also a lovelorn person. She came to the capital, but she still missed her childhood sweetheart and refused to live in the palace. Lu Qiqi. Is there a difference? Sure enough, people's good mood is built on the root of others' pain. System. Yes. The person who sent the bride this time is General Beidou. Lu Qiqi. Is Wu crazy? System. Not crazy, but knows that Princess Hongyu can't escape. Lu Qiqi. You said this to make me sympathize with her? System. No. I saw that you were in a bad mood. So you have someone to be at the bottom. So you can feel better. Lu Qiqi. In that case, then tell me, who will Princess Hongyu marry? System. Several forces are in the process of maneuvering, so it's hard to say now. Lu Qiqi. It's indeed a big deal to marry a princess of a country. If it's a princess of one's own country, it's okay. But for the Princess of Wu, we have to be careful when choosing a person to marry. If her status is too high, we worry about leaking secrets. If her status is too low, it's hard to explain to Wu. System. If the person to marry is the prince, there will be no problem. Lu Qiqi was stunned. She had never thought of this possibility, but she felt that what the system said was right. Will it be the prince? System. It's very likely. Lu Qiqi didn't expect that she would be the one to eat the melon. So she asked, what do I need to do? System. We are not opponents for the time being, so don't worry. Lu Qiqi. If I expose the affair between Princess Hongyu and General Beidou now, will it be better? System. The Princess of Wu is not Li Jiaxuan. The marriage is related to the future relationship between the two countries. If this is revealed at this time, it is very likely to trigger a war between the two countries. Lu Qiqi gave up the idea. She didn't want to cause a battlefield because of her seal, causing many people to bleed and lose their lives. Lu Qiqi didn't want to lose many lives because of herself. But a sudden situation still caused many lives to be lost. 3 days later, the top 3 in this year's imperial examination were decided. The capital was once again bustling. This happened after the arrival of the Princess of Wu. Obviously, the capital was even more lively this time. In comparison, it seemed to be a disguised mockery to the Princess of Wu. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she was very curious about what the grand occasion in the capital would be like today. While the prince was busy, she took 4 maids out of the palace. After a few days of settling down, she was no longer obsessed with the dream that night. Seeing the lively crowd again, Lu Qiqi knew that many people's efforts had led to the current peace. Thinking about it, she saw the top 3 wearing red clothes and riding on tall horses, accepting the blessings of many people. Wherever they went, there were waves of gongs and drums. Lu Qiqi was very envious of the 3 people riding on horseback. Thinking about her literary talent, if she were a man, could she also experience such a good thing? The system sounded. Don't think about it. You don't have this fate. Lu Qiqi. Just think about it. No. System. There is a woman in pink clothes at your 8 o'clock position. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw a little girl wearing scenery, who looked young. About 16 or 17 years old. Who is she? System. She is the Princess of Wu. Lu Qiqi looked over carefully. She is not old. And judging from her face, she seems to be well protected. System. If she had a little bit of ability, she wouldn't be forced to marry. Lu Qiqi thought that she could still smile so happily after being ignored after coming to Qin State. Just thinking about it, she saw a man approaching her and gave her a string of candied haws. The Princess of Wu State was all over him. She was in love at first sight. But the man looked very old. Probably about 40 years old. Is that man General Beidou? System. Is it surprising? Lu Qiqi. Princess Hongyu lacks fatherly love. System. What Wu State lacks the least is princesses. Lu Qiqi. Is there a story behind this? System. In ancient times, men were valued more than women. And the situation in Wu was even more serious, because the ratio of men to women in Wu was unbalanced. With more women than men, men were more precious. Lu Qiqi. Is Wu a country of women? System. No. Lu Qiqi was curious and wanted to see the situation in Wu. Hearing this, her thoughts were scattered. Looking at the couple walking away, Lu Qiqi felt that such a thing could happen in Wu, but not in Qin. The princess of Wu was not what she wanted to marry. Maybe she could find a true lover. As long as this person is not the prince. It's fine, Lu Qiqi thought, looking at the three people riding away. Her eyes followed them again. The three of them stole the limelight today. And many people should attract the infatuated eyes of many women. Right? Just thinking about it. A familiar voice came from the side. This top scholar doesn't look as good-looking as the third scholar. You also know that he is good-looking? Lu Qiqi looked over in the direction of the voice, and found that it was Guosilan and Changro whom she had not seen for a long time. They also found the crown princess, and wanted to salute. Lu Qiqi glanced at the Epin tea house next to them. Several people understood what she meant, and went to the tea house one after another. They met in this place several times. They didn't meet often, but they kept their friendship in their hearts. When Lu Qiqi came to the second floor, Yanlinger was already waiting. When their eyes met, Lu Qiqi saw that Yanlinger had changed. She was less immature than before, and now she looked calm. The huge Su mansion needed her to take care of it alone. After experiencing more things, she began to look at people and things differently. Lu Qiqi walked over. Yanlinger stood up and wanted to salute, but was pulled by Lu Qiqi. Mrs. Su looks very happy. Thank you for your advice that day. Yanlinger saluted. Guosilan and Changro were both stunned, but soon understood and saluted Lu Qiqi. Sure enough, it's good to have a good sister who is a princess. And there is someone to help when you encounter problems. It's Mrs. Su who has this ability. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Qiqi pushed all the credit away. Yanlinger saw Lu Qiqi said so, without saying much, and invited them to drink tea. It seems to be the same as before. But Yanlinger is obviously more respectful to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi saw it, and didn't think it was a big deal. People will change after experiencing things. After sitting down, several people talked around the champion. I am more optimistic about the third place. Guosilan. Are you talking about how the third place? Changro said. Well, I always feel that Ma Zhuangyuan is a bit frail, while Hao Tianhua is more manly. I don't think so. Even the emperor was very satisfied with Ma Zhuangyuan's writing. Such a person will definitely be able to. Chapter 456, Peppercorn Chicken. Lu Qiqi and Yanlinger did not speak. Watching the discussion of the two people, it is not difficult to see that Changro likes Ma Xingyuan, and Guosilan likes Hao Ziyu. Lu Qiqi knows Hao Ziyu's identity. She thinks there is no chance for Guosilan and Hao Ziyu to be together. Changro and Ma Xingyuan. If these two people get together, it will be good for both of them. Lu Qiqi looked at Yanlinger. How did Mr. Su perform this time? Not very good, Yanlinger said implicitly. If it weren't for the Su family's family background, he wouldn't even be qualified to play. Everything is a matter of chance. You don't have to worry too much. Yanlinger smiled. He is just like that. But I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that the future days will be peaceful. Lu Qiqi agreed with this. What really cares about a person is not how capable the other person is. The most important thing is whether the other person really has you in his heart. Now Su Shangshu is gone, but the Su family's family business is still there. As long as you don't squander it, you can live a comfortable life in the future. You have a really good attitude, Lu Qiqi said with a smile. Being contented is the key to happiness. Yanlinger said. What did you say? Guosilan and Changro were unhappy with Ma Xingyuan and Hao Ziyu. So when they saw Yanlinger talking to the crown princess, they hurried over. They said that the top three are out. And according to convention, the queen will bring many noble ladies in the capital to Tianhua Temple to pray for blessings. I remember. Guosilan was anxious to express his opinion. Several people laughed. He was so positive. It was too obvious. If he expressed this before the imperial examination, he might still have hope. But it would be a little late to express it after he passed the imperial examination. For many people, it is difficult to help someone in need. But it is too easy to add icing on the cake. However, if they knew Hao Ziyu's identity, they would not say so. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi did not express her opinion, and she would not make random accusations. When Guosilan looked at her, she expressed her opinion with silence. Lu Qiqi saw that everyone was yearning for the blessing at Tianhua Temple, and she also had a strong interest in this blessing, thinking that so many ladies and young ladies would go there. Some trouble would definitely happen. And Lu Qiqi was very repulsive to this. Seeing that they were discussing so excitedly, She was like an outsider. Lu Qiqi's behavior was seen by others, as because she had never participated and didn't know what to say. When she came out of the tea house, Lu Qiqi also knew a general idea. Thinking of staying at Tianhua Temple for one night. I don't know what will happen this night. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi was a little excited. After leaving the tea house and saying goodbye to them, Lu Qiqi took 4 maids and ran to the earthen pot chicken. She hadn't eaten for a long time, and she missed it. When I came to the outside of Minsheng restaurant, I saw a familiar drunk. A closer look revealed that it was Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu really curled up at the door like a dog, looking inside from time to time. Lu Qiqi could only sigh when she saw it. Some people just can't have money. When they had no money, Jiang Haiping married him. After a few days of good life, he began to float. Now he has nothing left. And he is a gatekeeper here. For whom to see? The people who came to Minsheng restaurant were all regular customers. After seeing Wang Ergu like this, who wouldn't spit on him? If Wang Ergu still had some backbone, he should leave. When Lu Qiqi brought the maid in, he saw Lu Qiqi. It's her, Crown Princess. Sure enough, Jiang Haiping climbed up the high branch of Crown Princess. So she was so fearless. Thinking in her heart, she calculated and left quickly. Lu Qiqi brought 4 maids to the private room on the 2nd floor. Soon, Jiang Haiping heard the news and explained to the waiter. Later, she was worried that they were not doing well enough. So she entertained them personally. I, a commoner, pay my respects to the Crown Princess. Jiang Haiping has a special feeling for Lu Qiqi. It can be said that when she was confused, it was the Crown Princess who gave her direction, which led to her today. No need to be polite outside. What would Crown Princess like to eat today? Are there new flavors? Lu Qiqi became interested when she heard it. The old-style earthen pot chicken has always been available. And the earthen pot chicken with Sichuan pepper flavor has just been launched recently. I wonder if Crown Princess would like to try it. As long as it is made by you, it will naturally taste the best. However, there are many people today, so we will serve both portions. Jiang Haiping hurried down to prepare when she heard it. Now each table has been transformed again. The original round table has become a long table. And each table has 2 pots to meet the different needs of customers. Jiang Haiping will naturally make good use of it. In Jiang Haiping's view, every time there is a new product, as long as the Crown Princess arrives, the business will be very good. And this time is no exception. While waiting, Lu Qiqi asked Yu Dai about going to Tianhua Temple to pray for blessings. Yu Dai told everything she knew. After listening, Lu Qiqi felt that this prayer was much more grand than she had imagined. Imperial examinations are very important to literati. And praying for blessings after the imperial examinations is a manifestation of the importance of literati. Lu Qiqi knew the importance of this matter, and did not have much opinion on praying for blessings. The queen presided over the ceremony, and I just had to go through the motions. Thinking of the fortune-telling monk I saw last time. What happened? Is it really a naughty little monk who came out to tease the pilgrims? Thinking of this, 2 pots of earthen pot chicken were quickly delivered. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Lu Qiqi's gluttony was aroused. All the things I had just thought about were thrown behind my mind. Smelling the familiar fragrance, I felt particularly happy while waiting. It seemed that happiness was right in front of me, and everything was within reach. Today's earthen pot chicken is really different from the previous one, Lu Qiqi said. The taste is a bit strange, but it smells very fragrant. Chunbai said. Peppercorn, also known as fragrant pepper, is a shrub that is 3 to 9 feet tall. The tree is dark gray, thorny, hairless, with single compound leaves, small and numerous flowers, and green fruit. Its fruit oil is mostly shiny. It has a fragrant taste, a unique aroma, and a pleasant taste. It has been recorded in books that peppercorn has the effects of dispelling cold and detoxification, dispersing blood stasis and activating blood circulation, digestion and stomach, and increasing appetite. Lu Qiqi told what she knew. In modern times, some people make peppercorn fish, which is very popular among the younger generation. It is obvious that Jiang Haiping has put a lot of thought into eating peppercorn in this place. Crown Princess, you know a lot. Chunbai looked at the Crown Princess with little stars in her eyes. You eat a lot. And you know a lot. Lu Qiqi laughed. I have been eating for so many years. How come I don't know anything? Chunbai's words successfully made several people laugh. When the earthen pot chicken was ready, several people started eating. Maybe it was because they ate the pepper-flavored earthen pot chicken for the first time. So they liked it more. After they finished eating the pepper-flavored earthen pot chicken, they started eating the other earthen pot chicken. The atmosphere was very good. And when they left, several people were full. After leaving Minsheng restaurant, they walked on the street and were refreshed by the wind. They saw many novel small items on the street and liked them very much. They bought a lot along the way. And when they saw delicious food, they bought it to try. While buying, Lu Qiqi was still thinking, why did the capital suddenly have so many novel small items? Just thinking about it, she saw the Princess of Wu and General Beidou coming out of a restaurant not far away. Could these novel things be because of Wu? If so, what is the purpose of the Princess of Wu marrying? Chapter 457 The Queen leaves the palace. There have been many things going on recently, and I think of the prince's abnormal behavior. Is there something wrong here? Summon the system secretly. What is Wu going to do? System. The Emperor of Wu just died. And the one who is about to ascend the throne is the third prince of Wu. Lu Qiqi. Wu has no prince. System. The prince went crazy on the night when Princess Hongyu went on a diplomatic mission to marry. Lu Qiqi knew that too much coincidence was a conspiracy. So she asked, what kind of person is the third prince of Wu? System. Warlike. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Marriage should be the third prince's intention? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. What does the third prince want to do? System. War is about to start. Lu Qiqi. Sending a princess here? Isn't it sending death? System. The first country the third prince opened a station in was not Qin. He wanted to use this move to buffer the relationship with Qin, and wait until he accumulated a certain amount of power before firing on Qin. Lu Qiqi. Damn it! System. The third prince is ambitious. He first drove the crown prince crazy, then the emperor. Now he has started a killing spree in Wu. Anyone who disagrees with him sitting in the palace will be killed. Lu Qiqi. Beast. System. You have to be careful. General Beidou is also the third prince's man. Lu Qiqi got even angrier when she heard this. I guessed right. General Beidou sent the bride not just because of his relationship with Princess Hongyu, but to investigate the state of Qin. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi wanted to kill General Beidou immediately. But she also thought that if there was no evidence, killing General Beidou would give the third prince, who was about to ascend the throne, a reason to go to war with the state of Qin. Thinking about it, she hurriedly asked, does the prince know about this? System. The prince only knows that the third prince is ambitious, and is temporarily unaware of the affairs of the Prince of Wu and the Emperor of Wu. Lu Qiqi felt that she should remind the prince. Looking at the maids who were still shopping, she was about to pull them back to the palace quickly, and saw Zhao Kai walking out of the restaurant where the Princess of Wu and General Beidou left. Why is Zhao Kai here? Zhao Kai has been following the prince, and the prince also expressed doubts about the arrival of Wu. Just thinking about it, she saw Zhao Kai came to a carriage not far away, said something, and left soon. Looking at his expression, the person sitting in the carriage should be the prince. Lu Qiqi's hanging heart was relieved a lot. The person in the carriage just now was the prince. Right? System. The prince knew that General Beidou was the third prince of Wu. Lu Qiqi. Why didn't you say it earlier? System. You didn't ask either. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. Why did the prince behave abnormally that night? System. The emperor was not in good condition that night, and almost died. Lu Qiqi. You said the prince would ascend the throne in 4 years? System. Ascending the throne is one thing, and the emperor's death is another. Lu Qiqi. Will the emperor die? System. He will die. But not now. He will experience such things several times before he dies. Lu Qiqi felt distressed when she thought of the prince's appearance that day. The prince, who looked strong, also had his weaknesses. But his weaknesses were all in unknown places. Lu Qiqi felt sorry for the prince. Seeing the cloth tiger sold nearby, Lu Qiqi walked over and took them in her hand. It really made some noises just as she remembered. Thinking that the prince would like it when he saw it, Lu Qiqi thought that the prince had begun to doubt. So she didn't have to worry so much. Now that the prince was not in the palace, she didn't have to rush back. When Chunbai bought candied haws and walked towards her, she started shopping again. Fuyun Palace. The queen looked at the things prepared for the blessing, and after carefully checking them, she was relieved to make sure that there were no omissions. Queen, you didn't eat much in the morning. So eat some cakes to fill your stomach first, Madame Wang said with concern. The queen shook her head. No need. Madame Wang wanted to say something, but a maid ran in from outside. When Madame Wang saw it, she hurried to the side. The maid whispered something to Madame Wang. After hearing it, Madame Wang waved her hand to leave, and she came to the queen. Queen, concubine Shu just left the palace. The queen didn't care much at first, but when she thought that Lu Qiqi often went out of the palace, she suddenly felt that she was tired enough as a queen. Now that the emperor was dying, she had no hope for the future and wanted to go outside to see. She stood up and changed her clothes. Nani Wang didn't know what the queen meant. Queen, we are leaving the palace too. You go change your clothes first. Nani Wang thought she had heard wrongly. When she saw the queen really leaving the palace, she realized that the queen was serious. When the two of them went out, they did not sit in a carriage as usual. They walked on two legs like the maids going out to do things. Nani Wang was more worried about what stimulated the queen. First, she showed special concern about the blessing. And when she heard that concubine Shu had just left the palace, she followed her and left. After the queen left the palace, she felt relieved all over. At this moment, she finally understood why Lu Qiqi was willing to leave the palace. Without the constraints of the palace, everything seemed new to her. Recalling the days when she had just left the Wu clan and came to the capital, the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. At that time, she was also a free person, and a person who dared to love and hate. At that time, the emperor, who was not optimistic about everyone, she fell in love with him at first sight, and with her own ability, she helped the emperor to step onto the throne step by step. Thinking of the first time she saw the emperor, he was wearing a black brocade and looked like a jade. At that time, she was attracted at first sight. At that time, they had also. Just thinking about it, she was suddenly pulled by Nani Wang. When she came back to her senses, she found that she almost collided with the carriage. The fantasy in her heart ended, and she was forced to face reality. She was a little unhappy in her heart. At this time, the coachman also sent a look full of disgust. The queen narrowed her eyes slightly. In the palace, she had killed countless people. How could she be provoked by a coachman? She made a gesture, and someone automatically followed the carriage that had just left, ready to see a wonderful scene. She saw a scene she shouldn't see. Naughty Man saw someone she shouldn't have seen, and nervously grabbed the queen's wrist. The queen was the first to react, and rushed to catch up with the figure. Just after walking down a street, the figure disappeared in the crowd. The queen believed in her eyes, and was sure that she would not be wrong. For a person who was originally dead, he appeared in the sunlight of the crowd again. There was only one possibility: Death Shield. This kind of thing happens frequently, and it is not surprising to see it in front of her. What she couldn't accept was that someone could make such a big compromise in order to live. Just thinking about it, a panicked voice came from a distance, and soon a bang was heard. The queen came back to her senses. She was familiar with this movement. It was the person she arranged who succeeded. It was easiest for the person who hit her to die. Thinking about it, she left this place, walked through an alley, and saw a familiar figure again. Chapter 458, Aggravated Crime. This person is concubine Shu. The queen followed her, wanting to know who the person was that concubine Shu had risked meeting several times. She drove her through streets after streets, and stopped in front of a bungalow. After the queen waited for concubine Shu to go in, she deliberately slowed down and walked to this family. The door was not closed, but a crack was left open. The queen saw the osmanthus flowers in the yard through the crack. The fragrance of osmanthus filled her nose. The queen didn't see anyone, so she wanted to push the door open and go in. Just at this moment, she saw a vague figure in the depths of the osmanthus. After fighting in the palace for so many years, she recognized that this person was concubine Shu. In front of concubine Shu, who was dressed in brocade, stood a tall man in a blue shirt. Seeing this, the queen did not stop and left quickly. The queen was just curious and had no intention of investigating. What the queen didn't know was that as soon as she left, concubine Shu, who was deep in the osmanthus tree, strangled the tall man with a red rope on her wrist at the moment he turned around. After the queen and Nani Wang walked for a while, Nani Wang asked, "Queen, are you just going to let concubine Shu go? If concubine Shu cheated on someone, she would definitely die if this matter got out. What else?" the queen asked. Nani Wang knew that she was too talkative and said something she shouldn't have said. So she lowered her head and said, I know I'm wrong. The queen smiled coldly. They are all going to die. And before they die, they don't have a few people and things they can't let go of. Nani Wang didn't dare to speak again. When the two came to the street, the queen adjusted her mood quickly, and Nani Wang became more cautious. After walking for a while, she saw an acquaintance again. This time it was Lu Qiqi. When the queen saw Lu Qiqi, the heaviness in her heart dissipated a lot. Seeing Lu Qiqi's behavior, her brows slightly frowned. After watching for a while, she also slowed down her pace and walked slowly behind her. Watching everything Lu Qiqi did, Yu Dai found that someone was following her, and confirmed that the person following her was the queen, and immediately told the news to the crown princess. Lu Qiqi was really surprised to hear that the queen was following her. Queen! She is at the same level as the queen mother. She is the biggest master in the palace besides the emperor. Why is she not guarding the palace and running here? She thought it was impossible. So she looked back, seeing that it was really the queen. She happened to meet the queen's eyes, and smiled slightly. The queen saw that Lu Qiqi's eyes were calm, and Wang Ma didn't have such good concentration. The tracking was discovered. Didn't she do this kind of thing in these years and regressed? Lu Qiqi took the initiative to bring 4 maids to the back of the palace. Madam, are you here to go shopping too? With a word of madam, Chunbai and others knew how to salute the queen, and Wang Ma also saluted the crown princess. All the etiquette was kept simple, and those who didn't know would think she was a lady from a wealthy family. What are you doing? The queen asked. The top 3 are parading today. Come out and take a look, Lu Qiqi said frankly. The 4 maids were worried when they heard this. The queen was a person who paid the most attention to rules, and she was worried about what would happen to the crown princess after hearing such unreliable words. Because the queen was there, they couldn't remind her, and could only worry on the side. They knew that if they spoke at this time, the queen would once again accuse the crown princess of a crime. To their surprise, the queen didn't get angry, but became interested. Did you see it? I saw it. How do you feel? Lu Qiqi looked at the queen mother, hesitated for a moment, and finally told the truth. I was thinking, it would be great if I could get the top score. The queen chuckled. Do you still want to be the top scorer? If I were the top scorer, I would definitely show my ambitions. Well said. The queen sighed. This is why Lu Qiqi attracted the prince. She has ideals, ambitions, and the courage to speak boldly. Lu Qiqi sighed immediately. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong family. If you could dress up as a man before entering the palace, you might have this opportunity. The queen sighed. This was recognized by Lu Qiqi, and the maids and nannies around her were not calm. What did the queen say to encourage the crown princess? Because of what the queen said, Lu Qiqi took the initiative to send the newly bought candied haws to the queen. There is no chance to be the top scorer, but you can try this. It tastes great. The queen looked at the candied haws in front of her, which looked very tempting. She had forgotten what these things tasted like. Seeing it, I was really tempted. Nani Wang saw the queen's thoughts and stepped forward to persuade her in a low voice. Queen, you must not do that. We don't know if this thing is clean. What if? Lu Qiqi simply ate one herself and proved it with her actions. It's very sweet. Not sour at all. The queen smiled and took another candied haws from Lu Qiqi's hand and ate one. She frowned immediately because of the sour taste. Lu Qiqi quickly stuck out her tongue. It's too sour. The playful look frightened the 4 maids and made Nani Wang's eyes twitch. The queen glanced at her angrily. How dare you lie to me? Lu Qiqi chuckled. You are the one who deceived me. After saying that, she ran away. Several maids saw this scene and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. The queen was angry. Why don't you go forward to protect her? With this, the 4 maids ran away quickly. Madame Wang stepped forward. Too unruly. The queen looked at Lu Qiqi who ran away. There are so many women in the palace. Which one is not well behaved? And how many of them are left behind? Madame Wang sighed. If others don't talk about it, just talk about the queen, who has come all the way and suffered for so many years. This girl looks reckless, but she is a smart person. I don't know who will suffer when paired with that person. Madame Wang felt that the queen was different today. As a slave, she didn't dare to say much and could only quietly protect the queen. Lu Qiqi, who ran away, was sure that she couldn't see the queen, and she leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. Seeing this, The 4 maids also breathed a sigh of relief. Chunbai took a breath and said, "Madam, aren't you afraid of being punished when you go back?" Lu Qiqi took a breath. "Just going out on the street can get me punished. I might as well act simple. Maybe I can turn the situation around." Chunbai thought it was unlikely. It can only be aggravated. Don't worry. With the crown prince protecting her, she dare not do anything to me openly. Besides, I'm going to Tianhua Temple to pray for blessing soon. Does she want to see me absent because of punishment? Lu Qiqi was fearless because of the crown prince. Without the king of Chu, the queen has no support. If the queen wants to spend her old age in the palace, she still needs the crown prince. The crown prince shows a protective attitude towards her. If the queen really wants to punish herself, she also needs to weigh her status and future quality of life. Somewhere in her heart, she hopes to have a good relationship with the queen. This possibility is not great, only because Rong Fei's death is related to the queen. Based on this, the relationship between the crown prince and the queen will not be too harmonious. According to her weight in the crown prince's heart, the queen pleases herself, which also makes the queen's future life not too bad. As a later generation, the queen did not do any actual harm to her, so Lu Qiqi did not have much hostility towards the queen. As a woman, she just considered the queen more. Chapter 459 Fried Rice with Egg. Lu Qiqi made a solemn promise outside and returned to the palace. She saw the prince coming back from outside. Lu Qiqi took the initiative to approach. Sanjian must. The queen led everyone to Tianhua Temple to pray for blessings. You know? Yes. The prince was in a very good mood because of the important discovery today. I met the queen when I left the palace today. Do you think she will take advantage of the blessing to make things difficult for me? The prince did not say anything, as if he was considering the possibility of such a thing. I'm sick and I won't go. The prince looked at her, and his expression became serious. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth and said, I'll trick the queen mother into going too. With the queen mother here, the queen is not the biggest one. The prince glanced at her sideways. The queen mother is the queen's aunt. Lu Qiqi's face suddenly turned bitter. This is not okay. That is not okay. What do you think we should do? You can think of asking the queen mother for help. Why didn't you think of me? You can go too? Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up. It stands to reason that I can't go. But if someone asks me, I can make an exception, the prince said and walked into the house. Lu Qiqi paused and hurriedly caught up with the prince, busy trying to please him. The 4 maids saw this scene, and they stepped back one by one, and then back again. After making sure that they would not be discovered, they found the actions of the crown princess funny. She swore so confidently outside, but it turns out that she also knows fear. However, with the crown prince around, the queen didn't dare to do anything to the crown princess. Crown prince, I beg you, please go and pray. Lu Qiqi was flexible. It was just a beg. No big deal. Besides, with the prince around, she would be safer and in a good mood to enjoy the night view of Tianhua Temple. Thinking that Tianhua Temple is on the mountain, the air is better, and it would be more worthwhile if she could see the sunrise. This matter is not easy to handle. The prince was hypocritical. Since it is not easy to handle, I'd better go and ask the queen mother. Lu Qiqi said that she was going to leave, and seeing that the prince did not stop her, she continued, although the queen mother is old, I think climbing those steps should not be difficult. At most, I can rest a few more times. Are you threatening me? How dare I threaten the prince? It is the prince who does not keep his word. I want to see if the queen mother is the same. The prince leaned back in the chair. I haven't eaten for a day. Let's eat first. This day has not passed yet. And you haven't eaten for a day? Lu Qiqi saw that someone had not eaten at this time, and she felt a little distressed. I'm talking about yesterday. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was serious and really couldn't bear to let someone go hungry. So she ran into the kitchen to cook for the prince. It was past mealtime, and if it would take some time to eat, Lu Qiqi thought that the prince was hungry and couldn't wait too long. Seeing that there was still some rice that hadn't been finished, she immediately came up with an idea. She called the 4 maids to start, and soon a plate of fragrant egg fried rice was out of the pot. After Lu Qiqi finished it, she quickly brought it to the prince. The 4 maids had never seen this way of eating. It was a dish, but there was rice in it. It was a meal, but there was a dish in it. The prince was of noble status, Could he eat this? And he thought it smelled very good. Maybe it was really delicious. In order to confirm whether this thing was edible, the four maids knew that they couldn't serve it close to the person. So they stood at the door one by one and observed quietly. Lu Chichi put the egg fried rice on the table. When the prince saw that the woman actually used this thing to send him off, he immediately felt that he had too high expectations of the woman's cooking skills. Now he was really hungry. No matter whether this thing was edible or not, he had to fill his stomach first. He took the first bite, and immediately felt that it was very fragrant. He had never eaten rice that was more delicious than this. Lu Chichi watched from the side. The prince's eating manner was enough to show that what she made was delicious. Thinking that the prince had been busy these days, and didn't even have time to eat, she took the maid to eat outside. And she immediately felt a little indebted. Seeing that the man had eaten half of it, she said tea thoughtfully. The prince ate and drank. And when he finished a plate of egg fried rice, he felt that his stomach was full. What is this called? Egg fried rice? Delicious. So you agreed? Lu Chichi gave a big smile. Otherwise? Can he really refuse? Lu Chichi was satisfied. She knew that the prince would not refuse her request. Cooking is also because she feels that she hasn't shown off her cooking skills for a long time. So she should show some appreciation. She thought that if the weather was good during the prayer, she could tell the prince some important things in such an atmosphere. The prince was thinking about other things and deliberately reminded the woman. It has rained heavily in many places recently, and many disaster victims have poured into the capital. You should be more careful when you go out recently. Lu Chichi nodded. This is not a trivial matter. She didn't find this when she went out on the street today. Instead, she felt that there were some new and strange gadgets on the street. Seeing the prince frowning because of this matter, she thought that people would be a little uneasy after such a natural disaster. The prince was also worried about this matter, so he didn't say much. Soon, Xiao Kai arrived, and the prince said, I'm going to the imperial study. You don't have to wait for me for dinner. After saying that, he left quickly. Lu Chichi summoned the system. Will there be chaos in the capital? System. Many disaster victims are pouring into the capital, which is not a good thing. Lu Chichi. No one is pushing behind the scenes. System. I don't know now. Lu Chichi's heart skipped a beat. Will there be any danger? System. It's hard to say. Lu Chichi heard this and murmured in her heart, thinking of the queen leading everyone to pray for blessings, hoping for a safe journey. As for whether the queen would target her, she didn't care so much. The four maids saw the prince leave, and they came over one by one, wanting to ask if the fried rice was really delicious. When they saw the serious look of the princess, they thought of what the princess had asked the prince not long ago. Yu Dai said, Don't worry, princess. The queen is leading everyone to pray for blessings, and there are genii to protect the emperor on the road. So nothing will happen. I hope so. After the system reminded Lu Chichi, she felt that this prayer trip was destined to be not peaceful. Then she thought that General Beidou was the confidant of the third prince of Wu. He might take the opportunity to cause trouble when he came this time. Crown Princess, I will protect you, Chunbai said with a solemn oath. Lu Chichi smiled. You? Chunbai saw that the crown princess clearly did not believe her and pouted. Lu Chichi stretched out her hand and pinched her face. After praying, if you still have this idea, I will send you to the mountains to practice martial arts. Crown Princess, are you willing to give up your servant? You can't catch a wolf if you don't want to give up your child. Crown Princess, it's useless to act like a spoiled child. Having said that, Chunbai only hoped that the crown princess would not be so cruel at that time. She wanted to protect the crown princess and didn't want to leave. She only hoped that the crown princess would give up this idea at that time. Yu Dai, Zhou Yin, and Qing Dai all saw that the crown princess was deliberately making fun of Chunbai. But Chunbai didn't notice it, and several maids were also laughing in their hearts. Chapter 460, There is a distinguished guest in the Zen temple. 2 days later, the queen led the ladies to Tianhua temple to pray. The prince had agreed to go together, but because of something unexpected, he could only let Lu Chichi and others go first, and he would go to Tianhua temple to meet up in the evening. Lu Chichi pretended to be virtuous, and when she got on the carriage, she muttered, The prince doesn't keep his word. I won't trust him anymore. Chunbai reminded, The princess was not like this just now. I was pretending to be more sensible. Chunbai smiled. The princess also learned to be virtuous. Lu Chichi was still complaining, and because she didn't sleep well last night, She was swaying in the carriage and fell asleep quickly. She had a terrible dream. In the dream, the place where she stood kept sinking. Luchichi screamed in fear. And there were many people around watching coldly. Luchichi found out their cold-bloodedness and wanted to save herself. But she missed the best opportunity. She could only watch herself being swallowed up like quicksand. She was not dead after being swallowed up. And found a paradise underground. Luchichi walked in it. And all she saw were peach blossoms. She saw with her own eyes that the peach blossoms were in full bloom. And in the blink of an eye, they turned into big peaches. She saw the peaches were tempting. Picked one. And took a big bite. Ah! Luchichi hadn't tasted the peach yet. And was startled by the sudden scream. When she looked around clearly, there was no peach. She was clearly sitting in the carriage. And in front of her was Chunbai with red eyes. Chunbai was still covering the back of her hand that was being taken. Her eyes were slightly red. And she saw the crown princess waking up. And complained, "Crown princess, are you hungry?" Luchichi explained, apologetically. "I just dreamt that you came to a peach garden and saw many peaches. I couldn't help but pick one to eat. I didn't expect it to be your hand. The crown princess is really hungry." Udai wanted to laugh, but didn't laugh out loud. She took out a piece of snacks from the many snacks that the crown princess asked them to pack and sent it to the crown princess. The crown princess should want to eat peach cake. Luchichi took it and sent it to Chunbai first. "Do you want to make up for it?" Chunbai smiled. "As long as the crown princess doesn't treat me as a peach and eat it." Luchichi felt even more embarrassed. So she simply stuffed the peach cake into Chunbai's mouth and took a piece to eat. "I didn't mean to do that. You ate the peach cake. So this matter is over." What can Chunbai say? The crown princess really fell asleep just now. And she saw it. Pick up the peach cake that she got by biting. And feel it is particularly delicious. Luchichi ate snacks and dared not sleep anymore. She was bored. So she opened the carriage curtain and saw the queen's carriage leading the way, followed by her carriage. And then the carriages of various mansions. The carriages were lined up and escorted by the Jinui. Along the way, it was also a beautiful scenery. When the carriage finally came to the foot of Tianhua Temple, Luchichi got off the carriage and saw the beautifully dressed noble ladies of the capital, like blooming flowers. In the crowd, she found three familiar figures. They were Yenlinger, Chengro, and Guosilan. Yenlinger was much calmer, while Guosilan and Chengro were looking around, knowing their thoughts. He felt funny in his heart. Could the top three still come in their expectation? This is impossible. Sometimes, the slap in the face comes too quickly. There was a sound of horse hooves in the distance. I thought it was the prince, who came after finishing his work. When I saw the three figures on horseback, I realized that I had thought too much. The people who came were the top three. They rode their horses and jumped off their horses one by one after arriving, and came to the queen to salute. Greetings to the queen. And to the crown princess. Greetings to the queen. And to the crown princess. Greetings to the queen. And to the crown princess. The queen raised her hand. You three are just in time. Let's start the blessing. In the past, they didn't need to be present for the blessing. But why did they all come today? The queen felt strange and said nothing. As the words fell, she took the lead to walk up the steps with the help of Wang Ma. Luchichi followed closely behind, with Udai and Chunbai beside her. Many ladies walked in an orderly manner behind the queen and the crown princess according to their ranks. Qing Dai and Zhou Yin could only wait at the carriage. They also wanted to follow the crown princess. But the crown princess brought a lot of food, so they could only stay at the end and move the food up when they were sure that they would not be discovered. They were puzzled. When they came to Tianhua Temple last time, the crown princess liked vegetarian food very much. Why did she bring so much food this time? Under the leadership of the queen, everyone came to Tianhua Temple step by step. At Tianhua Temple, they burned incense and kowtowed in an orderly manner, and chanted scriptures at the back. Some precious ladies couldn't bear it, and were exhausted and panting. Seeing that the queen had moved, they didn't dare to stay, and could only do the same. When a group of people knelt on the futon, they breathed a sigh of relief. Luchichi had a good physique, and didn't feel tired. This time, because many ladies came, the whole hall was full of people kneeling. Some ladies, and ladies of lower ranks could only chant scriptures outside the hall. It was cold now, and many people couldn't stand being exposed to the sun. But they had to hold on. Fortunately, the chanting time was not long. After half an hour, it was time for lunch. Lu Chichi ate vegetarian food with everyone. This time they ate rice balls. Because they were busy all morning and were hungry. They ate rice balls in their hands and enjoyed it. After the meal, they were taken to the Zen temple to rest by the little monk. Many maids and women began to move and arranged everything their masters needed in the Zen temple. They came to Tianhua temple to pray for blessings. Everyone brought some close-fitting clothes. But Lu Chichi was different. She brought the most food. Fortunately, except Chunbai. Several maids had martial arts skills, so it was not difficult to carry them. Others would not find any clues if they saw them. The yard where Lu Chichi was located needed to pass through a small path, walk through a small forest, and come to the small yard with the sound of rustling. Lu Chichi felt like she was hidden. Lu Chichi looked around and asked the monk who was leading the way, "Little master, where shall we stay tonight?" "Yes, there is a distinguished guest in the Zen temple to the east, and they don't like noise. Please don't make too much noise." Lu Chichi didn't see the queen coming in this direction, so she asked again, "Since there is a distinguished guest, we can also stay in the Zen room in the backyard with everyone. The Zen room in the backyard is full." After hearing the so-called explanation, Lu Chichi didn't say anything else. After the monk left, the four maids started to get busy, because there is no need to chant scriptures in the afternoon. Just go to the main hall to chant scriptures when it's getting dark. After a lot of tossing, Lu Chichi was a little tired and rested casually on the small bed. The moment she closed her eyes, she was still thinking about who the distinguished guest the monk was talking about was, and what kind of noble status he had, which could be more noble than the queen's status. Chapter 461 Silent Poison. When Lu Chichi woke up, the maid saw that all the things she brought were packed. Bored, Lu Chichi heard the wind outside and went for a walk in the yard. Tianhua Temple is on a big mountain. The wind here is stronger. As the wind blows, the sound of leaves is particularly beautiful. Walking into the yard, I saw that the yard was cleaned very cleanly. There were redwood trees in the yard. It is now early winter. The leaves of other trees have almost fallen off, but the redwood trees are red, giving people a lively scene. Walking under the tree, I saw a small table with an incense burner on the table and two Buddhist scriptures next to it. Lu Chichi asked Chunbai, "Who has been here?" Chunbai shook her head. "I didn't hear it." Lu Chichi saw Yudai. "I didn't hear it." Lu Chichi thought that Tianhua Temple was indeed a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers were hidden. She didn't know when people came. Thinking about it, she thought of the honored guests mentioned by the little monk. Every time she came to Tianhua Temple, she felt the same. Last time it was pure. This time it felt mysterious again. It should be that the little monk just now prepared it specially for the crown princess. Chunbai said, "It should be." Lu Chichi leaned casually under the tree and picked up a Buddhist scripture to read. The four maids saw the crown princess reading the Buddhist scripture, looked around vigilantly, and did not find any suspicious people, so they quietly served by the side. The early winter day gradually became colder when the sun was setting in the west. Chunbai saw that the crown princess had no intention of moving, so she took the cloak to cover the crown princess. Lu Chichi was very focused on watching and did not notice Chunbai's actions. It was not until they were about to go to the main hall that Yudai reminded her, and Lu Chichi put down the Buddhist scripture, moved a little, and walked to the main hall with the maids. Just as I walked out of the yard, I saw someone sweeping the yard. Lu Chichi felt strange. There were only monks in the temple, so even the one sweeping the floor should be a monk. How could there be a woman sweeping the floor? When she was about to get close, Lu Chichi took another look, and just this one look made Lu Chichi stunned. This person turned out to be Su Lingqin, the granddaughter-in-law of Li Shangshu. Why is she here? Su Lingqin didn't know Lu Chichi. When she saw someone stop, she thought she was lost. She opened her mouth and made a babbling sound. Knowing that others couldn't hear her clearly, she began to gesture with her hands. Lu Chichi understood what she meant and walked in the direction Su Lingqin pointed. After walking for a while, Chunbai said, "Crown Princess, why does this person look like Su Lingqin to me?" "It's her. Su Lingqin is the granddaughter-in-law of Li Shangshu's mansion. Even if Li Shangshu is dead, she shouldn't have fallen to this point." "Right," Chunbai said. Qingdai had just noticed something was wrong, and after hearing this, she explained, "The man was poisoned and couldn't speak." "Poisoned?" Lu Chichi asked. "Yes. This is a rare poison. It takes more than a month to make people gradually unable to speak. However, this poison is easy to cure. As long as the poison is stopped for more than a month, they can speak again. During this period, they cannot take any medicine. Otherwise, they will be unable to speak for the rest of their lives. This is serious? Lu Qiqi asked. Qidai nodded, looking at the symptoms of that person. You should know this. What is this poison called? Mu poison. What are the symptoms of poisoning? It is colorless and tasteless, and people will not notice it. When you feel uncomfortable, it seems that there are millions of ants gnawing at your throat, and it is extremely itchy. This symptom disappears after 5 days, and the sound of speaking will gradually disappear, Qinai said. It seems that Su Lingqin was plotted against. Lu Qiqi sighed. Just thinking about it. Thinking that Su Lingqin was the granddaughter-in-law of Li Shangshu. And before Li Shangshu died, Guo's mother and son lived in Shangshu's mansion. It is very likely that this person did it. Do you know the source of this poison? Qinai said cautiously. Which clan? Lu Qiqi understood and said nothing more. Which clan? The mother clan of the queen. Should be more cautious in speaking. Su Lingqin looked like she knew how to detoxify and could face everything calmly. I think she had experienced a lot of things. Privately hope that Su Lingqin can escape from the sea of suffering as soon as possible because of the death of Guo's mother and son. Lu Qiqi and others came to the hall for chanting scriptures. And almost everyone was there. Lu Qiqi sat quietly next to the queen and began to chant scriptures. In the morning, she just followed everyone to chant scriptures. But after reading the scriptures for an afternoon, she could also start chanting scriptures accurately. This feeling was great, as if it was a last-minute cram session for an exam. This time, the chanting lasted half an hour. When it was over, it was time for dinner. Today's dinner was porridge and vegetarian buns. Lu Qiqi's mouth was almost numb after chanting for so long, and she couldn't taste anything. I just felt that people should eat, and after eating, they could rest. Everyone seemed to have the same idea. So many women didn't want to talk together, so they finished their meals and left one by one. When Lu Qiqi went back, she didn't see Su Lingqin. When she walked into the yard, she saw a few more Buddhist scriptures. Lu Qiqi picked up the Buddhist scriptures and walked into the house. It was getting dark now. I don't know when the prince will come. Thinking in my heart, I leaned aside casually and started reading Buddhist scriptures. Chunbai hurriedly brought the cakes she brought over. While eating cakes and reading Buddhist scriptures, I felt that reading Buddhist scriptures was also very interesting. I don't know how long I looked. Lu Qiqi looked up and saw that it was dark outside, and the prince had not arrived yet. Could it be that something tricky happened? Just thinking about it, there was suddenly lightning and thunder, and it soon started to rain. Lu Qiqi had a bad premonition in her heart, thinking about the last rainy night when the prince came back, and then looking at the night sky. Lightning struck down one after another, as if those goblins were going through a tribulation. The rain got heavier and heavier, and soon turned into a rainstorm. Seeing the rain, Lu Qiqi stood at the door, thinking, if I had known this, I would not let the prince come. It is easy to get into trouble on such a rainy night. The prince finished dealing with the affairs of the court, and it was already dark. He hurriedly led people to Tianhua Temple. It started to rain just after leaving the city gate. In order to get to Tianhua Temple as soon as possible, the prince decided to take a small road. The small road is much closer, but because it is not an official road, the small road is a bit rugged. The prince was trained in the military camp, so he was more able to play freely in this terrain. Just halfway through, a group of people appeared to intercept. The prince saw the other parties close at the same time and knew that they were not bandits, but a group of well-trained people. Just like that, the prince stopped the horse and looked at these people who suddenly appeared with a smile. From the moment he left the palace, he found someone following him. He deliberately took a small road to lead these people out. Seeing that he brought few people, he thought that this would not be a process, forgetting the dangers he experienced during the years of leading the army. How could he only make one preparation, facing everything in front of him, waiting for a real hunting game? Soon, the hunting game began, and in less than an instant's stick of time, all the people were killed by the knife. The situation was much faster than expected, and the prince felt something was wrong. At this time, Sun Shui came to report that many people went to Tianhua Temple in the rain. Not good. When the prince heard this, he immediately led people to Tianhua Temple. Chapter 462, A Good Mouth. Lu Qiqi waited for a long time, but the prince didn't come. She comforted herself that the prince wouldn't come in such a heavy rain. Thinking that she would go back tomorrow. She didn't think too much. After yawning 3 times in a row, she went to bed and slept. This is the Zen room of Tianhua Temple. Each room only has 1 bed, and many maids sleep on the floor. Chunbai and others did not sleep on the floor in order to take better care of the princess, but found a place to sleep at random. Not long after she fell asleep, Lu Qiqi suddenly opened her eyes and felt the ground shaking. The 4 maids were alert. Chunbai, Yudai, and Zhou Yan protected the princess. And Zhou Yan went to see the situation. Lu Qiqi was scared, and she could still feel that this vibration was not an earthquake, but a roar. At this moment, Zhou Yan came back from outside in a panic. Oh no! It looks like a landslide. Lu Qiqi heard this. Could it be a landslide? Lu Qiqi felt the ground was still shaking. But it didn't look like a landslide. It felt more like something huge rolling down from the top of the mountain. Thinking of it, she hurried out to take a look. But because it was too dark and it was raining heavily, Lu Qiqi couldn't see clearly, so she could only judge by listening. After listening for a while, she confirmed her guess, thinking that the people living here were all noble ladies in the capital, and the men had status in the court. If these women had any good or bad luck, it would be the biggest turmoil for the court. Thinking of the prince's efforts to maintain peace in the capital, I don't know who would do it on a large scale at this critical juncture. Lu Qiqi was angry, but she forced herself to calm down as soon as possible and went to find the queen and others in the rain. Because the temple she lived in was remote, and she didn't know where the queen's temple was. When she came out, there was already a panic outside. Many people fled everywhere, and Lu Qiqi wanted to persuade them, but she was powerless. Just as Lu Qiqi was anxious and didn't know what to do, Hao Ziyu was worried about Lu Qiqi's safety and tried to find her in the crowd. Everyone was fleeing, but someone stood there, looking around anxiously. Seeing that Lu Qiqi was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over here. Just as he was about to come to her, someone came to Lu Qiqi first. Senior sister. When Lu Qiqi saw Ma Xingyuan, she called her senior sister again, and Lu Qiqi's chaotic mind instantly returned to its place. It seemed that they finally found the direction in the surging crowd of tens of thousands of people. She looked at Ma Xingyuan and said, "Someone must have deliberately created panic. There are big rocks rolling down from above. I have sent people to intercept them halfway. They should not be heading here." That's good. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she hurried to find the queen. The queen was the most convincing here. When Lu Qiqi found the queen, Yin Mingxi was protecting the queen. Lu Qiqi saw it and walked over quickly. "Queen, are you okay?" The queen shook her head. "I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay." These words were like a warm current that flowed into my heart. It was really good to be cared for by others in a critical moment. At this moment, someone shouted, "Help!" Hearing this, Lu Qiqi and others looked around and found that someone was pressed under the stone. The stone was not big, but the position of the stone was a little special. A closer look showed that it was Yan Linger. Yu Dai came to Lu Qiqi to explain the situation. When Lu Qiqi heard that it was Yan Linger, she hurried over. After seeing Yan Linger being pressed under the stone, according to the catalogue, her waist was injured. Yan Linger saw Lu Qiqi and cried aggrievedly, "Crown Princess." Lu Qiqi knew that people were most vulnerable at this time. "It's okay. Everything will pass." Yan Linger nodded. She was abandoned and betrayed before taking this step. After hearing this, even if she died, it was worth it. Lu Qiqi comforted Yan Linger and said to Qing Dai, "Qing Dai, she should have injured her waist. When we move the stone later, you must be careful. Don't let her waist receive secondary injury." "Yes, I know." After Lu Qiqi confirmed that Yan Linger's emotions were stable, she instructed Yu Dai, Chun Bai, and Zhou Yan, "Be careful, and be sure to grab the stone when it is lifted up." Several maids did as they were told. Ma Xingyuan, who was standing next to them, saw this scene and turned away. Hao Ziyu also saw it, but he didn't say anything. He focused all his attention on Lu Qiqi. She is really a mystery. It stands to reason that women will always panic when encountering problems, and subconsciously seek help from the men around them. At the moment, several men were standing next to her, but she didn't notice it. When the big rock was moved away, Yan Linger's tears flowed down. Qi Dai checked and found that her waist was indeed injured. Crown Princess. Madame Su's condition is not optimistic. I'm afraid her waist is. It's okay. Lu Qiqi's words seemed to comfort Yinlinger, and seemed to tell Qingdai not to talk nonsense. Qingdai was a doctor, and she knew in her heart that it was not the Crown Princess who was injured. So she didn't say much. Lu Qiqi looked around and didn't see Ma Xingyuan. Thinking about the tacit understanding of many years, he should appear soon. Sure enough, not long after, Ma Xingyuan arrived carrying a simple stretcher. After Ma Xingyuan arrived, he put the stretcher on the ground. Lu Qiqi arranged for several maids to carefully lift Yinlinger onto the stretcher for Yinlinger's reputation. Ma Xingyuan took the initiative to jump out, carrying one end of the stretcher, and then looked at Hao Ziyu. Brother Hao. Hao Ziyu understood what was going on. He wanted to stay to protect the Crown Princess. In this situation, with the Queen, he didn't want to add unnecessary trouble to the woman. So he lifted the other end of the stretcher and left. At this time, the boulder was still rolling down, and it should roll to the side according to the movement. Hearing this movement, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. For safety reasons, Lu Qiqi came to the Queen. Queen, it's not safe here. Let's go to a safer place first. Where is safe? The Queen said. Lu Qiqi glanced around. It should be man-made persecution. Now someone is pushing a big rock down from the top of the mountain. We will split into two groups. We will evacuate safely here and send people to. As Lu Qiqi spoke, a beam of light appeared in the distant sky. Yu Dai saw her face light up, and hurried to the front and said, Crown Princess, the prince is on the mountain. On the mountain? Lu Qiqi looked at the mountain, thinking about the light just now, and breathed a sigh of relief. The Queen saw Lu Qiqi face danger calmly, and saw such tacit cooperation with the prince. She and the emperor did not have such tacit understanding. No wonder she did not enter the emperor's heart. The panicked ladies and young ladies around heard that the prince was coming, and their hearts calmed down a little. Seeing that the rolling rocks had stopped, they chattered non-stop. They talked about all kinds of great deeds of the prince. The Queen saw the corners of these people's mouths and couldn't help but sneer. At the critical moment, they didn't run away or cry. As the danger passed, they all became good-mouthed again. Lu Qiqi was able to calm the situation at the critical moment, and after the incident, she looked around silently. In comparison, the Queen thought the prince had a very good vision. Lu Qiqi, who was strong in the eyes of the Queen, couldn't help shaking because of the prince's arrival. Chapter 463, Dog Eating Shit. After stabilizing the situation, the prince ran towards the temple and saw Lu Qiqi pretending to be strong in the crowd. He came up to her and gently embraced her. It's okay. It's all over. Lu Qiqi saw the intact prince and opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't say anything. After a long time, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince steadily. You are finally here. I am here. When everyone saw the prince, it was like taking a reassurance pill. Some people wanted to get closer to show their respect for the prince, but the prince had been holding the princess, so no one dared to go over at this time. Soon, Zhao Kai arrived. Your Highness the Prince. When the prince saw Zhao Kai, he knew that the matter had been settled. He was busy arranging people to comfort these frightened ladies. The big stone caused danger. If they were not rushing towards the temple, some gravel would fall here, which would not have much impact. Under the arrangement of the prince, everyone returned to their own Zen temple. After this incident, all the ladies were spoiled and could not sleep. They stayed in the Zen temple trembling, hoping that the day would get brighter so that they could go back quickly. After experiencing danger, they had the opportunity to get close to the prince. But Lu Qiqi disrupted the situation. Some people scolded. The princess is jealous. If it were someone else's family, she would be divorced. I don't know what she did to confuse the prince. Everyone regarded the princess as a stumbling block on their road to success. But they forgot how Lu Qiqi commanded everyone to get out of trouble at the critical moment. Lu Qiqi was in no mood to watch this scene. The Queen saw everything clearly. The prince hugged Lu Qiqi and returned to the Zen temple. You are so brave. As she said this, she gently put Lu Qiqi on the bed, resting her head on her forehead. Unwilling to leave, Lu Qiqi pushed him. Your clothes are all wet. Change clothes first. I didn't bring any. I brought them for you. Lu Qiqi pushed the prince away, took out the prince's clothes from the side, and handed them over. The prince saw that the woman was careful and changed her wet clothes. Lu Qiqi also changed her trial clothes, and took out the snack she had in stock, paired with tea from Tianhua Temple. In this case, it was a different flavor. The prince ate and looked at the woman. Have you prepared? I once thought that today's prayer might not go smoothly. Lu Qiqi said calmly. What else do you know? I think such a large-scale action in the capital, or outside the city, there are not many such opportunities. I don't know how many people are watching today's prayer. Lu Qiqi said with a self-deprecating smile. As expected, she guessed it right. After saying that, she looked at the prince. Do you know who it is? Huagu. Lu Qiqi's hand stopped eating snacks slightly. Huagu. Huagu made a big move so soon, thinking that at the dangerous moment. Ma Xingyuan said that he had sent people to intercept. Is it really the possibility that he thought? The prince frowned and lowered his head in thought. Today's prayer felt dangerous. If he had known the danger today, he would not have let women come. It's strange. When I took people over, those people had already fought with others. What do you mean? Someone has the same idea as me, thinking that all the people who came to Tianhua Temple today were female relatives. It was normal for them to have maids around them. If they brought 1 or 2 guards, it would also be reasonable. However, those people are not vegetarians. Who will fight with them? Thinking of the 3 other men present, Ma Xingyuan, Hao Ziyu, and Yin Mingxiu, he felt that Hao Ziyu was more likely to be the one who was in charge. Hao Ziyu has too many martial arts masters around him, so if he sent them out, this would be justified. Looking at the woman in front of him who had no idea, he knew that Hao Ziyu went to Beijing to take the imperial examination. On the surface, he took the initiative to lower his head because of Hao Ziming's last incident. In fact, it was also because of the women around him. Who do you think these people are? The prince suddenly asked. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to mention Ma Xingyuan. The situation was dangerous at the time. I don't know who was behind the scenes. Today's top 3 are also in Tianhua Temple. Hao Ziyu has this power. After the prince finished speaking, he stared at Lu Qiqi, wanting to know what she thought. Lu Qiqi was relieved when she heard this. Fiishenbao does have this power. When he was drinking with Prime Minister Chu that day, he expressed that if he passed the exam, he would like to go to Jingshaoyin. You didn't say that before? I just remembered it when I heard you say that. The prince saw that the woman didn't seem to be lying, and thought of Jingshaoyin. Hao Ziyu's attitude. What did you say at that time? Lu Qiqi smiled. I can say a lot as a woman in the backyard, but there are some things that cannot be said. The prince reached out and touched the woman's little head. Not stupid. Lu Qiqi turned her head to avoid his big hand. What did you know? The prince took a bite of the pastry. Many years ago, a similar incident happened, and the investigation was ultimately fruitless, which can be regarded as an unsolved case. This is just short of the prince saying it directly. The prince was not the mastermind of this matter, but he was also deliberately behind the scenes. There are so many wives and daughters of officials in there. How dare you? Lu Qiqi was more angry. The man had included her in his calculations when he was calculating big things. Why are you angry? I have arranged countless experts around you, so there will be no danger. As for those people, he didn't say anything else, but just smiled coldly. Lu Qiqi felt chilled instantly. She had always known that the prince was good at calculating, but she didn't expect him to calculate so many people at once. Suddenly, she thought of the honored guests you mentioned, little monk, and her own Zen temple was far away from everyone. At this moment, her heart was complicated, and she couldn't tell what she felt. The prince pulled the woman into his arms. It's all over. Sleep if you're tired. Lu Qiqi didn't want to face her at this moment, so she simply closed her eyes and fell asleep later. The prince stayed by her side, waiting for the dawn of the next day. The next day, the sun rose. Everything from last night seemed to have become a thing of the past with the arrival of the sun. This night, except Lu Qiqi, everyone didn't sleep well. When they woke up, they stared at the dark circles under their eyes and looked much more haggard. Some people relied on their large numbers to find that countless trees on the surrounding mountaintops were broken. Thinking of the danger last night, they were too scared to speak. Soon, Lu Qiqi and the prince came hand in hand. The appearance of the two instantly changed the faces of the frightened ladies around them. Some ladies who were proud of their status felt uncomfortable when they saw that the prince was still occupied by Lu Qiqi. They thought that they didn't want to miss the rare opportunity. Under the guise of thanking the prince, They came to the prince and wanted to get close to express their gratitude for the prince's life-saving grace last night, but were stopped by Zhao Kai. Some people were so angry that they secretly cursed Zhao Kai as a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy beside the prince. Zhao Kai looked forward and seemed not to hear it. When the man left, he somehow fell to the ground, face down, and fell on the spot like a dog eating shit. He was not disfigured, but his face was also covered with mud. A dog eating shit. Chapter 464 Brainless Girl. The prince just glanced over, as if he saw her, but also as if he didn't see her. Lu Qiqi had seen this young lady before. She was known as a talented young lady in the capital. It was not surprising that she fell in love with the prince when she reached the age of marriage. However, there were too many people who liked the prince, and she was embarrassed in front of so many people. I think this accident will leave a deep shadow. Fortunately, it rained heavily last night. Otherwise, this face would be disfigured. Lu Qiqi was talking in her heart, but she was still respectful outside and didn't keep people away. With the prince and the episode just now, no one dared to approach. Soon, the queen arrived. The morning chanting began again. Many female relatives began to chant under the leadership of the queen. The prince led people to investigate the tragic situation last night. During the period, they found clues, but did not conduct in-depth investigations. They just went through the process. After the queen led everyone to chant, the prince appeared in the hall again. At this time, the maids and servants of each household had packed their master's luggage and were waiting to leave with their masters. The prince said a word, and everyone left Tianhua Temple. When leaving, the Jinui were still protecting both sides, with the queen's carriage leading the way, followed by the princess's carriage. Lu Qiqi sat in the carriage and looked at the scene outside. Only one night had passed, and this night was really thrilling. Fortunately, except for the injured Yinlinger, no one was injured, and some were just scratches, which were not a problem. Originally, I thought I could enjoy the stars in the night sky of Tianhua Temple at night, but it turned out like this. Lu Qiqi sighed in the carriage, and after a while, she thought of a serious problem again. When they arrived yesterday, they were escorted by the Jinui, and now they are leaving. So why were there no traces of the Jinui when there was danger last night? Looking at the prince, who was resting with his eyes closed, he wanted to ask, but couldn't, so he simply summoned the system. Where were the Jinui when the rocks erupted last night? System. The Jinui were ambushed. Lu Qiqi. How could so many Jinui be ambushed? System. Look at the Jinui outside. Lu Qiqi didn't think there was anything good about the Jinui, so she still lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out. And there was no difference. System. The Jinui you saw were not the Jinui yesterday. Lu Qiqi. Have they all changed? System. If there were no Jinui last night, I'm afraid half of these people on the road would have died. Lu Qiqi was shocked. She didn't dare to think about what would happen to the return trip today without the Jinui. At this moment, she could feel that death was so close to death. All the way back to the palace, Lu Qiqi didn't say a word. When getting off the carriage, Lu Qiqi took a special look at the Jinui. After returning to the East Palace, the four maids put away the things they brought back, and the prince hurried to the imperial study. Lu Qiqi took a bath, lay on the lounge chair in the flower room, and basked in the sun quietly. Only in this way can she warm her cold heart. After a while, Lu Qiqi summoned the system. Let me see that picture. System. It's better not. Lu Qiqi. No. I want to see it. The system didn't speak. And after a while, a screen appeared in front of Lu Qiqi. She saw with her own eyes that people wearing Jinui clothes rushed to the top of the mountain, and many people appeared on the way to intercept them. After a while, the Jinui had to avoid the rolling rocks and guard against the sudden attack of the black-clothed men. Those men in black merged with the night, and it seemed that they had their backs to the boulder and knew the direction in which the boulder would roll down. The Jinui seemed somewhat passive. Lu Qiqi saw with her own eyes that the Jinui used their bodies to block the boulder. Even if they were hit by the boulder, they still struggled to get up and continue fighting. Just when the Jinui was about to lose to the men in black, another wave of men in black appeared. The two groups of men in black fought together to reverse the passive situation. Lu Qiqi was very frightened when she saw it. After the screen in front of her disappeared, Lu Qiqi couldn't calm down for a long time. System. I told you not to watch it, but you insisted on watching it. Lu Qiqi was awakened by the voice, thinking of what happened last night, and asked, What is the relationship between those men in black, who went there later in Ma Xingyuan? System. They were sent by Ma Xingyuan. Lu Qiqi. What is Ma Xingyuan's identity in Huagu? The system was silent for a while and said, the young master of Huagu. Lu Qiqi closed her eyes decisively after hearing this. What she was worried about still happened. The prince found out that the big stone last night was caused by Huagu's people. They just wanted to kill the ladies and young ladies of the court to shock the court. There are all kinds of good excuses for Huagu outside. But I didn't expect them to do such a dehumanizing thing. If Huagu's people want to seize power, it is understandable that you use all your tricks. Why do you attack those unarmed women? If Huagu's people really succeed, what will the capital face now? System. What are you going to do? Lu Qiqi. I don't know. The allies who worked together in the mall in the past have become hostile after changing time and space. Which makes Lu Qiqi very headache. One is the prince she likes, and the other is her junior. The weight of the two is equal in her heart. If one of the two identities is not in the current position, she can accept it. But she can't be calm if it is the hostile party. At this moment, she wants to escape. System. One day you will face it. You should think about it carefully. Lu Qiqi was silent. The matter is in front of her, and it is not realistic for her to escape. The four maids felt bad when they saw the crown princess like this. Thinking of the danger last night, they were glad that the crown princess was fine. Seeing the crown princess like this, she should be quite frightened. At this time, Nani Wang beside the queen and Nani Luo beside the queen mother arrived, and the two brought a lot of supplements. Seeing the crown princess like this, they lied that the crown princess was asleep. The two old maids were both old people in the palace. One experienced what happened last night, and the other got the news. They didn't say much about it. They delivered the gifts and left quickly. Chunbai came to Lu Qiqi and told her about these two things. Lu Qiqi just nodded and said nothing. At noon, lunch was ready. The prince sent someone to deliver a letter and said he would not come back for lunch. So Lu Qiqi had to eat alone. Chunbai told Lu Qiqi about this, and Lu Qiqi waved her hand and said, I won't eat either. Crown princess, you should at least eat something. Lu Qiqi finally agreed to eat some. After eating little, Lu Qiqi went back to bed. Several maids did not dare to disturb her and waited at the door. Lu Qiqi woke up from a nap and felt much better. She seemed to accept the reality. She did not say a word about the danger last night and was busy in the flower room quietly. The four maids were worried about the crown princess, so they were busy in the flower room. After every flower was taken care of, Lu Qiqi sat in the flower room and asked Chunbai to bring the Buddhist scriptures she brought back from Tianhua Temple. Holding the Buddhist scriptures in her hands, Lu Qiqi's heart gradually calmed down. After reading for a while, when she felt a little tired, she put the Buddhist scriptures aside and summoned the system. I've thought about it. System. What are you going to do? Lu Qiqi. I think it's right. The system smiled. I know you're not a brainless girl. Lu Qiqi asked. Brainless girl? System. This time, the noble ladies in the capital seem to have found an excuse to get close to the crown prince. They all plan to appear quietly when the princess of Wu comes to see him, so as to attract the crown prince's attention. Chapter 465 Heaving. Lu Qiqi. Can you stop her this time? System. Since ancient times, the palace has never lacked women. You can stop her this time, but not next time. Lu Qiqi sighed. Let them do whatever they want. System. Entering the palace now may not be a bad thing. Lu Qiqi. Are you crazy? System. Entering the palace now can be said to be preparing for the prince, or for the emperor. Now the entire harem is under the management of the queen. If there is any trouble, it will be the queen who will bear it. And it has nothing to do with you. Lu Qiqi's eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of this? System. Everything has two sides. You care too much and lose your previous judgment of things. Lu Qiqi smiled and continued to pick up the Buddhist scriptures to read. For some reason, she, who originally liked to read storybooks, suddenly became interested in Buddhist scriptures. After a while, the whole afternoon passed. When it got dark, Lu Qiqi put down the Buddhist scriptures and got up to go into the house. Seeing that the food was ready, but the prince was not there, Lu Qiqi rarely waited for the prince to come and eat together. Chunbai was moved by the action of the princess. The princess finally understood. Even if the princess of Wu came, it would not affect the status of the princess. After waiting for a while, The prince came back exhausted. Lu Qiqi saw. "You are back." The prince washed his hands and sat down at the table. Seeing the slightly cold food, he said, "It has been changed." The four maids heard and started to work. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. "What's wrong?" Without the maids around, the prince became more direct. This time it was done by the people of Huagu. A group of black-clothed people appeared in the middle. Now we don't know what they are and what their purpose is. We have investigated this matter for a day, but there is no result. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she suddenly thought of what the system had said, and then thought of what Ma Xingyuan had said. Could it be that Ma Xingyuan was the young master of Huagu, and he did not agree with what Huagu was doing now? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi's heart was like spring, and it suddenly brightened up. Lu Qiqi poured tea and sent it to the prince. The prince picked up the teacup, took a sip, and no longer wanted to drink. This matter can be big or small, and it will not be a good thing if it lasts for a long time. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear to see the man like this, and said tentatively, "There are no clues left at the scene." The prince shook his head. "How did you determine that it was Huagu's people?" The leader of the Jinui found the sign of Huagu. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. What is the difference between the two groups of people? The prince thought of what Zhao Kai said. They are all men in black, and there is no difference. The Jinui fought with them, and there is no way to see what they are doing. The prince shook his head again. Lu Qiqi was sure that the people who went later were Ma Xingyuan's people. How should she tell the prince to make him explain the matter clearly without doubt? She saw from the prince's words that Ma Xingyuan was still so cautious in doing things. The two groups of people appeared one after another with different purposes. They were obviously all from Huagu, but their methods were different. According to her understanding of Ma Xingyuan, he was still so cautious in doing things, and he was still watertight. If Ma Xingyuan knew that what Huagu did was wrong, if he did something about it, it would be beneficial to both parties. But Ma Xingyuan might not be in a good place in Huagu. What are you thinking about? The prince looked up and saw the woman in a daze again. Women often do this. After seeing it many times, I also want to know why they are in a daze. You said two groups of people appeared one after another with different purposes. Could it be that someone sent them to provide support? You want to say it was Fiishenbao? Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. What happened to Fiishenbao later? How Ziming was hung in prison, and how Ziyu came to the capital to open a shop and participate in the imperial examination. The more the prince talked, the more unhappy he felt. Where is Situchi? Lu Qiqi thought about how to lead the prince to Huagu, but didn't think too much. Dead, the prince said. Where is her maid? Dead. What are the living people in the Situ family doing now? The prince knew what the woman meant. The Situ family would not be so kind. Besides, it was Concubine Wu who used the Situ family. Concubine Wu is not really dead. Could it be that Concubine Wu did it? You know Concubine Wu is not dead? The prince narrowed his eyes. He didn't know much about such a private matter. Why did the woman say that? You said that the Blood Demon Alliance and Flower Valley both work for Concubine Wu. Now the people in Flower Valley are active and know about the blessing. There must be someone who knows about it, Lu Qiqi said. The prince was silent. The Situ family, Concubine Wu, Flower Valley, Blood Demon Alliance. These are all ultimately connected to Concubine Wu. A possibility flashed through his mind, and he stood up suddenly. I'm going out for a while. You don't want to eat? No. The prince left after saying that. Lu Qiqi summoned the system. Does the prince suspect that the second wave of people are from Flower Valley? System. I don't know. Lu Qiqi sighed, admitting that she was too anxious. System. You don't have to be so anxious. Lu Qiqi. Why am I anxious? System. You are afraid that the prince and Ma Xingyuan will run into each other, so you deliberately create a good impression in front of the prince. Lu Qiqi was silent. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. She felt a little embarrassed that her thoughts were seen through by the system. In many things, actions can better explain the thoughts in her heart. In her subconscious actions, she had already stood on the side of the prince. When she thought of Ma Xingyuan, she felt that she had changed. The allies she once trusted gradually alienated in front of men. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt that she should do something. Chunbai and others saw that the prince suddenly left with a bad face, and they were worried. When they sent food, they saw the dazed princess again. Thinking of this, what happened again? Thinking that the prince's bad face when he arrived should have nothing to do with the princess. Thinking of this, Chunbai breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Lu Qiqi still had no appetite in the face of delicious food. After dark, she read the Buddhist scriptures for a while, and suddenly began to retch. Going to the yard to get some fresh air. It was much better. At first, Chunbai and the others were very worried because Lu Qiqi didn't eat. They saw the crown princess retching. Could it be that the crown princess was pregnant? Thinking of this, everyone was happy for the crown princess. Lu Qiqi didn't know what they were thinking. She moved around in the yard and felt much better. When she returned to the house again, she met a few pairs of excited eyes. She felt puzzled and felt a little unnatural to be looked at. She simply let them go down. She was going to read Buddhist scriptures for a while. Before leaving, Chunbai sent the hawthorn preserves to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi didn't know about it and picked up one to eat. Chunbai, who walked out of the door, saw this scene and smiled. She knew that the crown prince and the crown princess had such a good relationship. The crown princess had always had a good appetite. How could she suddenly lose her appetite? It turned out to be because of this. Chapter 466. A big shot in Huagu was captured. The four maids were so excited that they didn't sleep all night. They imagined what the upcoming young master would look like. Is it a boy or a girl? If it is to consolidate the status of the crown princess, a boy is the best. Thinking that the crown princess is so cute. If a girl is born, she will be as soft as the crown princess. And more likable. They were excited all night. And when they served the crown princess to wash up the next day, they saw the crown princess holding her belly. And she seemed to be in pain. Not good. Could it be that someone knew that the crown princess was pregnant and attacked the crown princess? Qingdai was the most worried. And hurried forward. Crown princess, what's wrong with you? Qingdai said that she wanted to feel the crown princess's pulse. Lu Qiqi pushed her hand away. Nothing. After that, she ran to the toilet. This time, the menstruation was delayed for a few days. And there was still some abdominal pain, which might be caused by the recent events that were too dangerous. When Lu Qiqi came out of the toilet, her face was a little pale. Chunbai was very worried when she saw this. Crown princess, where are you feeling uncomfortable? My stomach hurts a little. Go give me a warming bag. Warming bag? Chunbai was stunned and looked at Qingdai, who shook her head. Chunbai couldn't tell how she felt. It seemed that the duck in hand flew away. Qingdai moved quickly, and quickly brought a warming bag for the crown princess. Lu Qiqi put the warming bag on her abdomen, and felt much better after a while. Soon, several maids brought a delicate breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Qiqi rested in bed. The crown prince came back, and saw the woman in bed. Thinking something had happened. Qiqi, you're back. Lu Qiqi was still feeling a little uncomfortable, and didn't want to move. What's wrong with you? The prince thought that what happened after he left. I have a stomachache. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed to say that she had her period in front of so many people. Stomachache? The prince breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah. Why does it hurt? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was still asking, and saw the maids laughing secretly. So she asked, You haven't eaten yet? No. Go prepare the meal. Something rich. The prince saw that the woman seemed to have something else to hide. After the maid left, Lu Qiqi said, I have my period and have a stomachache. The prince blushed immediately and coughed awkwardly twice. Lu Qiqi took the initiative to break the silence. You haven't slept yet? Yeah. Speaking of this, the prince's face became much more natural. After dinner, you should take a rest first. No. I have to go to the imperial study later. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she saw the corners of the prince's mouth rise again. Thinking it was a good thing, she didn't say anything, and waited for the maid to bring the food. And she accompanied the prince to eat some more. After dinner, the prince changed his clothes and left. Lu Qiqi looked at the back of the prince leaving and summoned the system. What did the prince find out? System. A big shot in Huagu was arrested. Lu Qiqi. Good news. System. Now we will interrogate him. And he will open his mouth soon. Lu Qiqi. Will he know that Ma Xingyuan is the young master of Huagu? System. No. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment. And said why? System. Not many people know who the young master of Huagu really is. Lu Qiqi. Is Ma Xingyuan so capable? System. Flower Valley has always been mysterious. And the young master is even more mysterious. Lu Qiqi is interested in Flower Valley. How many secrets do you know about Flower Valley? System. Not much. Lu Qiqi. Oh. System. All the things I know are related to you. Lu Qiqi. What do you mean? System. Either they are directly related to you, or they are within your scope. Lu Qiqi then guided the system to know some limited information. You know that everything about Flower Valley is because of Ma Xingyuan? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Where is Ma Xingyuan now? System. In a deep alley in the capital. Lu Qiqi. Is there any danger? System. No. Lu Qiqi was relieved. The four maids saw that the crown princess was in a daze again and pushed Chunbai out. Chunbai held the hawthorn preserves. Crown princess. This is the hawthorn preserves that have just been delivered. Please try it. Lu Qiqi took a look. I ate it last night. It tastes very good. Ever eaten it? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Curled her lips. I'm fine. Crown princess. Do you know that you retched last night? I thought you were pregnant. Chunbai said. You think too much. Lu Qiqi also thought that she had been with the prince for a long time. Why didn't she have any movement until now? Soon. She thought about the current situation. It would be best if she didn't have a child. Thinking. Eating the hawthorn preserves. Did you buy this thing on purpose? Chunbai laughed dryly. I thought the crown princess had never eaten it. So I bought it to try it. It's really delicious. Lu Qiqi said, picking up a piece and bringing it to Chunbai's mouth. Chunbai started eating directly. After taking a bite, her mouth was full of saliva. So sour. Is it sour? Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai couldn't stand the sourness and simply stopped eating. While eating, Lu Qiqi gave the hawthorn preserves to Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yan. After they ate them, they didn't think it was too sour and could accept it. After eating one, they wanted to eat the second one. Several people ate one after another, and later simply accompanied tea and ate. The funny things that happened between the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace. The so-called funny things are the ambiguity between the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids are okay, but the identity of the eunuchs is a bit sensitive. So there is a hint of obscurity in this. Chunbai couldn't eat it, so she could only watch from the side. And from time to time, she would get tea and tell the gossip she knew, whether it was true or not. It was all a kind of fun. Lu Qiqi heard that many people went to Wu Guifei Xian Palace to meet privately. Lu Qiqi thought, Wu Guifei is still alive. Go in and see if there will be any discovery? Let's go and see. The four maids looked at the crown princess in unison. Lu Qiqi was not afraid of the stage. Aren't you curious about what they are doing? Chunbai shook her head. No. I do. Lu Qiqi insisted. And the four maids had no choice. In the end, they could walk through Xian Palace, but they could never go in. The reason they went was to pay respects to the Queen Mother. Lu Qiqi knew that the Queen Mother and the Queen said supplements that day, and she did not refuse. Lu Qiqi dressed up carefully and went to Xinang Palace with four maids. Deliberately passed by Xian Palace and took a look from a distance. After Wu Guifei's death like that, Xian Palace became a courtyard without an owner. Not long after, the courtyard was in a mess. The building is empty. That's all. Lu Qiqi had no intention of going in. She looked outside for a few times and went to the Xinang Palace. The four maids felt much more relieved. When the group arrived at the Xinang Palace, the Queen Mother was just resting. When Nani Luo saw the Crown Princess coming, she wanted to wake up the Queen Mother, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. It can only be said that her arrival was just a cover. Seeing Nani Luo's actions, Lu Qiqi felt ashamed of the Queen Mother's concern for her. She came back from Tianhua Temple and was frightened. The Queen Mother sent someone to visit her. She is fine now. But coming with this kind of mind is even more of a blasphemy to the Queen Mother. She thinks she should come with enough sincerity next time. Chapter 467 Asking for Amulets. Li Shangshu Mansion. Li Shangshu died, and died in the same way. Li Shangshu Mansion, which many scholars wanted to visit, was criticized by others because of the imperial examination. Li Junxian, who grew up in the pursuit of everyone, was also despised. He couldn't accept that he was drunk all day long. But the women around Li Junxian died one by one. Only Su Lingqin, who survived, prayed for Li Shangshu Mansion and went to Tianhua Temple to pray in person. This was a good thing. After arriving, Su Lingqin sent someone to send a letter back saying that the prayer must be sincere, and it would take a month to bring blessings to Li Shangshu Mansion. Hearing this, Everyone was moved by Su Lingqin. Since Su Lingqin took charge of the Li mansion, every servant who received her favor was looking forward to Su Lingqin's return. Now the only master, Li Junxian, in addition to getting drunk every day, brings back different women every day. Many people see it in their eyes, and they can't say anything to the master. The women brought back are not so lucky. One by one, they deliberately trip people up, and sometimes they even resorted to violence to scare people away. The first few were indeed scared away, but many people were attracted by the power of the Li mansion, and they refused to leave no matter how they were driven away. In the past few days, the little girl Xiaoyu, who Li Junxian brought back from Tianxian Tower, stayed in the Li mansion and made trouble with her master every day, making the whole Li mansion a mess. Not only that, the little girl Xiaoyu was so considerate and gentle in front of the master, but when the master was not present, she would kill these maids. Now there are 2 maids lying on the bed with injuries, and one is still unconscious due to serious injuries. The more this happened, the more everyone expected Su Lingqin to come back soon. That day, the maids had just gotten up and were scolding Miss Xiaoyu for the breakfast she prepared. What is this? What do you think this is? Miss Xiaoyu saw the porridge in front of her and raised her hand in anger to overturn it. The maid Xiaoyu happened to be standing next to her. She was a little too strong and spilled it on the maid Xiaoyu's sleeve. Fortunately, this was just porridge. It was not so hot when it was brought over. Now it is winter. It will not hurt people too much. And this is just the beginning. You said, this is for people to eat? Miss, calm down. I will change it now. Xiaoyu begged for mercy. What to change? Wait for the young master to come, and let him see how you serve me wholeheartedly. The maid Xiaoyu was even more scared when she heard that she had to wait for the master to come. She knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Miss, spare my life. It's all my fault. Xiaoyu was about to get angry, but when she saw Li Junxian coming from the door, she quickly bent down to help the maid up. Look at you. You're so pitiful. It's just a bowl of porridge spilled. It's no big deal. Just bring another bowl. Why kneel down? The maid Xiaoyu was still a little confused, and just as she stood up, she saw a figure beside her, and saw clearly that it was the master Li Junxian. She was immediately scared and knelt on the ground again. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please spare me this time. After Li Junxian sat down, he took a look. Get out. Xiaoyu was scared when she heard this, and knelt on the ground and cowed out. Master, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Xiaoyu said. Master, the maid didn't mean it. Just give her another chance. It looks like pleading, but it is actually forcing people to think in the right direction. It is difficult for a maid who is driven out of the Li mansion to find a new home. In order to survive, she will buy a human trafficker and stay in the hands of the human trafficker for a while. When her arrogance is gone, she will be sent to the spring house, and then she will have the same origin as her. Let's see who dares to look down on her in the future. Li Junxian really took the bait. Butler. The old butler heard the noise and ran over, wanting to plead for Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu spoke again. Master, are you really going to sell the maid? There is no good home for those who are driven out. Go away quickly. Li Junxian waved his hand impatiently. When the old butler saw this, he knew that without the master, the young master was a soft-hearted person, and this family would have been ruined long ago. Just as he was about to leave with the maid, a familiar voice came. Let's go. Where are you going? Su Lingqin, who had not been seen for a month, returned to Li Shangshu's mansion and appeared so coincidentally. Madame Su. The old housekeeper greeted her warmly. Finally, someone who can talk has returned. Of the women the young master married, only Su Lingqin is still alive. The others are all dead. Li Shangshu is gone, and the huge Li mansion is about to be squandered by the young master. When he saw that it was Madame Su, she immediately knelt down and came to her. Madame Su. It was the young lady who spilled the porridge. Not me. Su Lingqin glanced at the broken bowl on the ground, then looked at the woman nestled in Li Junxian's arms, and scolded coldly. Xiaoyu, how do you do things? Why don't you clean the floor? She knew that this person was Xiaoyu from Tianxian Tower. This girl was doing well in Tianxian Tower. So why did she fall in love with Li Junxian, who was good-looking but useless? If Li Shangshu was still alive, the Li mansion was also considered a high-ranking family. looking at the entire capital. There were not many mansions that could compare to the Li mansion. However, today was different from the past. Why did Xiao Yue come to the Li mansion? Or she came to the Li mansion not long after she was poisoned, which made her doubt the purpose of this person's appearance. Yes, I deserve to die. I will do it now. Xiao had a keen eye and got Su Lingqian's signal and hurriedly did it. Su Lingqian saluted Li Junxian. Master, my grandfather just passed away. The Holy Mansion needs you to support it. Don't get angry because of this reckless maid. Li Junxian was drunk and saw Su Lingqian, who came back after praying for the Li Mansion for a month, and hurriedly waved her over. You've come back from praying. Su Lingqian came up to him and bowed. I've fulfilled my mission, and I've come back after praying for you for a month. Oh! My sincerity moved the heavens. I prayed for a smooth life. I knelt in front of the Buddha for 3 days without eating or drinking. Finally, I met Master Xiao Yuan and asked for a peace charm for you. As she spoke, she knelt on the ground and handed the peace charm to Li Junxian with her hands like a treasure. Li Junxian looked at it. Is this the peace charm that is hard to find in the world? Auntie Su, is your peace charm fake? Xiao Yue said. How can Master Xiao Yuan's peace charm be fake? From the moment Su Lingqian appeared, she was not angry or noisy. She spoke and did things for the good of Li Junxian. There are many people who want Master Xiao Yuan's peace charm. Who knows if yours is real? Xiao Yue said. Su Lingqian smiled. If this girl has doubts, she can personally criticize and chant Buddha for a month in Tianhua Temple, and then kneel in front of the Buddha for 3 days without eating or drinking. When you have the chance to meet Master Xiao Yuan, you will know whether the amulet is real. She looked at Li Junxian. Master, I only hope that you can get the Buddha's blessing and have a smooth life. After hearing this, Li Junxian pushed Xiao Yue away, stretched out his hand, and pulled Su Lingqian up. You have worked hard for the Li family. As long as it is for the good of the master, I am willing to do anything. Chapter 468. Whoever wants it. Wants it. The housekeeper spoke at the right time. Madame Lu is thoughtful. As long as the master has me in his heart, I am willing to do anything. Master? The old housekeeper realized that the address was different. The master of the Li mansion is the master. The housekeeper must not call me the wrong one in the future. The old housekeeper knelt on the ground and shouted. Master, good luck. Master, good luck. Xiao, who had cleaned up the floor, followed up. Su Lingqian wanted to kneel on the ground, but was stopped by Li Junxian, who said, Thank you for your kindness, my lord, for giving me a place to stay. Okay. Well said. Li Junxian took Su Lingqian's hand and said, From now on, Su Lingqian is the mistress of the Li mansion. I greet the madam, and wish you good luck. I greet the madam, and wish you good luck. The maids in the yard heard it, and knelt on the ground one by one and shouted, Madam, wish you good luck. Su Lingqian saw that the time was right, and did not argue with Xiao Yue, who changed her face, and said, My lord doesn't like these foods. I will cook a table of delicious food for you myself. You should call me concubine. Li Junxian said. Yes, I will listen to your orders. Su Lingqian appeared in a high-profile manner and left in style. Xiao Yue saw that Li Junxian's soul was taken away by Su Lingqian, and she hated it in her heart that she came back at the wrong time. Sooner or later, she will find the face she lost today from Su Lingqian. Seeing Xiao He serving beside her, she dared not act like a demon in front of Li Junxian, so she could only lower her attitude. Master, Madam will cook for you personally. I don't know how to do anything. Will you dislike me? Yes. I like everything. Really? Of course. Li Junxian was happy to be called master, and he showed his ability as a scumbag to the fullest. But, Aunt Su. No. It should be Madame Su. She cooks delicious food for master. Will master be partial? Xiao Yue has been in Taixianlu for so many years, and she knows more about men, and she has a good grasp of a rich man like Li Junxian. After saying this, she pretended to be wronged and squeezed out 2 tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. Whatever you want, master will give it to you. Really? Xiao Yue burst into laughter. Of course. Then, say it. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Xiao Yue said, pretending to be shy and nestling in the man's arms. Okay. Lu Junxian laughed heartily. My indenture is still in the hands of Madame Hu. What do you plan to do? Don't worry, Miss Xiao Yue. I have just ordered the housekeeper to take the money to Tianxian Tower to buy back Miss Xiaoyer's indenture. No matter how much it costs. I will not feel bad. Su Lingqin just brought the exquisite dishes with the maid. Xiaoyer saw that Su Lingqin was deliberately ruining her good deeds again. She brought the food in such a short time. It should be freshly cooked. She was humiliated several times, and her face turned blue with anger. Su Lingqin seemed not to see it, and brought a plate of pickled vegetables to Li Junxian. Master, this is the pickled vegetables that Tianhua Temple has every breakfast. It tastes delicious. I thought you would like it, so I deliberately learned it. Tianhua Temple is full of monks. Did you follow the monks in and out before dawn? Xiaoyer chuckled as he spoke. Li Junxian also looked at Su Lingqin, and suddenly felt that he had been careless, and shouldn't have let her become his wife so easily. Su Lingqin was not angry because of the misunderstanding, and smiled slightly. Miss Xiaoyer should not have been to Tianhua Temple. I don't know what you are talking about. Miss Xiaoyer has been in the capital for a short time, and she doesn't know that the meals that the monks in Tianhua Temple eat every day are made by farmers. After they are ready, they are sent to the donors and monks. Naturally, these farmers are not everyone. Only those who have 5 blessings are qualified. 5 blessings? Xiaoyer sneered. 5 blessings of parents, brothers and sisters, and the parents-in-law of the husband's family are also alive. I don't have this qualification. It was the master of Tianhua Temple who was moved by my sincerity and let me join in making vegetarian meals. Everyone present knew that Su Lingqin's parents were gone, and her only father died not long after she was carried into the Li mansion. Li Junxian's parents had passed away many years ago, and his grandfather Li Shangshu also died not long ago. So, Su Lingqin is really not a person of 5 blessings, and does not have this qualification. It takes a lot of sincerity to move the master of Tianhua Temple, and make such an exception. Everyone likes Su Lingqin even more. They also think that Xiaoyer, who came from a brothel, is still showing off here, which is a disgrace to the Li mansion. If it weren't for the death of Li Shangshu, such a person would not have been allowed in. After Su Lingqin explained, she served Li Junxian food and drink, just like Su Lingqin's care during that period. There was no change because of Li Shangshu's death. This also greatly satisfied Li Junxian's face. During the meal, Su Lingqin took the initiative to mention, Master, I want to find a few smart maids to serve you. I wonder what you mean. Li Junxian was even more satisfied when he saw Su Lingqin, who finally came to her senses after a trip to Tianhua Temple. You are the mistress of the house. You have the final say on this matter. Su Lingqin smiled slightly and said, I have some selfish desires. I hope these maids are easy to give birth to, so that they can have children for me. Su Lingqin's rainbow farts thoroughly revealed his nature as a scumbag. After sending Li Junxian away, Su Lingqin ordered the maids to clean up the house, and then cleaned up the entire Li mansion. Whether it was the various follow-up matters of Li Shangshu's funeral, or the arrangements for various places, Su Lingqin personally reviewed them. When the courtyard was relocated, Su Lingqin still lived in the original side. As for the courtyard symbolizing the ladies' side, Xiaoyer has been living there recently. Su Lingqin did not plan to let her vacate the place. She just held Xiaoyer's indenture contract tightly in her hand. Since the revelation of the leak of the imperial examination questions, the Li mansion has been hit hard. She was poisoned, and then someone secretly told her how to be poisoned and how to detoxify. After she left for a month, all the women around Li Junxian died. Now the only rival was Xiaoyer, who was born in a brothel. With her status, she didn't even have the chance to be with Li Junxian. She got the position of the wife she had dreamed of without crying or making a fuss, and arranged women for Li Junxian without making any noise to take away Li Junxian's attention from Xiaoyer. She did so much just to know who poisoned her, and who was secretly helping her. As for the man, whoever wants it. Whoever wants it. Now she is the wife. When someone dies, no matter how many women there are, they will be buried with her. She can continue to live a rich life in the Li family. Su Lingqin was thinking about something when she suddenly had a stomachache. Soon, she squatted on the ground in pain. But the pain continued. She tried to get up and lie on the bed. Such a simple action was too difficult for her. She supported herself with one hand and tried to get up, but she fell to the ground unsteadily. Xiaohe wanted to come over to thank Su Lingqin for helping her today. She called Madame a few times at the door, but there was no movement inside. Just when she thought that Madame was not in the room, there was movement in the room. So she tentatively called again. Madam. There was still no movement. Xiuhe thought that some ignorant maid was doing something bad in Madam's room. Thinking of Madam's help to her, she rushed in to catch the thief. And what she saw when she rushed in was Madam lying on the ground. Madam. Chapter 469, This is the Identity. Su Lingqin saw that it was Xiuhe and said with difficulty, Help me to the bed. Xiuhe immediately helped the lady to the bed and covered her with a quilt. Madam. Wait. I will find a doctor. No. No need. Madam? It's an old problem. It will be better in a while. Su Lingqin said weakly and closed her eyes. Xiuhe saw the lady like this and wanted to find a doctor. But the lady didn't let her. She also thought that if she called a doctor, this matter would be known to Miss Xiaoyer. And she didn't know what would happen. Just when she was hesitating, she saw that the lady who was in pain just now was miraculously healed. Madam. You? I'm fine. You go prepare water for bathing. Yes. Xiuhe felt strange, but still left obediently. Su Lingqin got up and saw that her whole body was as if she had been fished out of the water. She knew that this was because she was anxious. Even if it was like this, she was willing. She would not be willing to die until she had taken revenge. Now she was not afraid of death, but was afraid of these little pains. Xiuhe moved quickly and brought water to Su Lingqin. When Su Lingqin took a bath and came out of the bucket, she looked like a real beauty. Xiuhe was stunned by the sight. She had always known that Su Lingqin was beautiful, but she could only see her from a distance before. Now she was right in front of her, and she was a little stunned. Madam. You are so beautiful. You are a girl. But you can tell the truth? Su Lingqin smiled lightly. This smile successfully hooked Xiuhe's soul away. Okay. Thank you for today's things. I don't have anything good, so I give this to you. As she spoke, she took off a bracelet from her wrist and gave it to Xiuhe. Xiuhe took a step back. It is a blessing for me to serve Madam, and I must not bear such an expensive gift. Su Lingqin saw that she could not give the gift away, and saw that the maid was cautious. She thought that the maid beside her died because of the last incident, and now there was no one around. Seeing that Xiuhe was also pretty, she asked, Which room do you work in? Madam. I work for Miss Xiaoyer, so I am her person. Su Lingqin could not keep her any longer. You have been here for so long, and Miss Xiaoyer also needs your service. You should go and get busy first. Madam. Xiuhe knelt on the ground, tears streaming down. Su Lingqin sighed. The tears came fast enough. Better than her acting skills. What's wrong? People who don't know would think I bullied you. Su Lingqin saw that something was wrong, so she sat down beside her. Xiuhe said nothing and rolled up her sleeves. Su Lingqin saw the intricate whip marks on the two white arms. As a person who had experienced it, she knew what was going on. But she didn't say anything. She didn't want to confront Xiaoyer the most, and she would not take risks for a maid. This maid had just caught her sick. In order to avoid future troubles, she shouldn't keep this person. Seeing that this maid was really pitiful, she let her go. Okay. You go back first. Xiuhe wanted to say something, but she could only leave obediently. Not long after, the old housekeeper arrived. Madam, I have picked 4 smart maids for you. Do you think you are satisfied? After the old housekeeper finished speaking, the 4 maids behind him knelt on the ground in unison. Su Lingqin saw that they were as young as green onions, and they looked really beautiful. If they were placed next to Li Juntian, they would definitely be taken down in less than 2 days. Thinking of what she said to Li Juntian, she kept all 4 maids. The 4 maids bowed one by one. The maid Chuingju greets the madam. The maid Xiuju greets the madam. The maid Lanju greets the madam. The maid Huangju greets the madam. Su Lingqin said, Do your names all contain the word Ju? Yes. Chuingju spoke for them. Lu Qiqi saw that Chuingju was the eldest of the 4 and the most ambitious one. Serve well, and you will definitely benefit in the future. Anyway, Li Juntian is being nibbled by others, so it doesn't matter who is nibbling. The 4 maids responded together, and soon Su Lingqin assigned them different tasks to keep them busy. After leaving the yard for a long time, there was no maid to clean up, and the 4 maids arrived and solved the urgent problem. When the 4 maids were done, the whole room was brand new, and the old housekeeper also ordered people to send some new items. Looking at the priceless furniture, her heart was not disturbed at first. Living is just like eating. It doesn't matter what you eat. It all depends on your mood. Su Lingqin accepted the old housekeeper's kindness. When the maids and servants left, the old housekeeper was still there. She knew that someone should talk about the main topic. Look! The status is different. The old housekeeper, who always had only Li Shanshu in his eyes, is now standing in front of him respectfully. This is the status. After the old housekeeper gave a general account of the affairs of the Li mansion, he asked, Madam, what do you think we should do? When Su Lingqin came back, she thought about the mess in the Li mansion. She felt that if she succeeded, she could gain a foothold in the Li mansion. If she failed, she would leave the same way she came, without much change. She only lost some time, but she got wealth and glory that she had never enjoyed in her life. What does the old housekeeper mean? The old housekeeper saw that Su Lingqin was not fooled, and thought that the huge Li family would be ruined sooner or later if it was handed over to Li Juntian. So he could only take out the will left by Li Shanshu before his death. Madam, this is what the master left for you. Su Lingqin took a look, opened the so-called letter, and saw that it was actually a suicide note. This really surprised her. Li Shanshu had expected that he would die. So why was he killed so easily? I couldn't figure it out. But in the end I knew why I was poisoned and why my child was gone. It turned out that all this was done by Li Shanshu. A hypocritical wolf. The old housekeeper saw that Su Lingqin didn't respond, and he got anxious and said, Madam, I beg you. Su Lingqin stepped forward and slapped the old housekeeper. This time, he slapped too hard, and the old housekeeper's mouth was bleeding directly. The old housekeeper was unmoved and continued to plead with Su Lingqin. Madam, you have seen the situation of the master. The Li family cannot be lost in the hands of the master. The master's meaning is clear. As long as the lady can maintain the glory of the Li family, the entire Li family will belong to the lady in the future. Su Lingqin said nothing and turned into the bedroom. The old housekeeper had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Madam, there is someone you have always wanted to see. Today, the slave brought him to you. There was no movement in the inner hall. The old housekeeper took it as a default and asked someone to escort the person to come. Madam, Lao Li, the slave brought him to you. Lao Li. When Su Lingqin heard this name, she thought of her father's death. The reason why her father died was that he drank too much at home and died suddenly because he was disqualified from the imperial examination. And she thought that as a daughter, she could not even see her father when he died. The initiator of all this was the dead Minister Li, who asked Lao Li to handle this matter. Now that old Li was sent to her, she knew in her heart that it was because after the arrival of his mother and son, she knew that her power was weak. So she didn't say anything every day and just showed her face in front of Li Shanshu. Now that she was trusted by the dead Li Shanshu, she didn't think it was a good thing. She came out of the inner hall angrily and saw an old man tied up. She only took a glance and knew that this person was old Li, who had done secret things for Li Shanshu several times. Chapter 470, Asking for Money. Su Lingqin thought of her father's indirect death at the hands of this man. Su Lingqin could not control herself, picked up the big vase next to her, and smashed it directly on Lao Li's head. Lao Li's head burst into pieces instantly, and he fell to the ground with blood spurting out. Judging from the situation, there was little chance of survival. In order to make the man die completely, Su Lingqin picked up the porcelain fragments and stabbed Lao Li's neck several times. Soon Lao Li died. The old housekeeper, who was kneeling on the bed, stood up and asked the maid to come in to clean up the injured hand for the lady. He led people to clean up the body. Su Lingqin let the 4 maids clean up. Seeing their calm appearance, she knew that it was not as simple as it seemed. Thinking of the ambition in their eyes, Su Lingqin was not afraid. In the evening, Li Junxian was having dinner with Xiaoyer in the main hall, and Su Lingqin took the 4 maids, who were dressed exquisitely, to go with him. When they went, everyone held a plate of food in their hands. There would not be enough food because of Su Lingqin's arrival, and there would be no excuse for Xiaoyer to refuse. Master, I've made you some of your favorite dishes. Try them. Has the taste changed? After Su Lingqin finished speaking, she deliberately asked Chuinju to carry the dishes to the middle of Li Junxian and Xiaoyer. As she turned sideways, the surging waves in front of her magnified in front of Li Junxian. After putting down the dishes, she did not leave, but served Li Junxian attentively. Xiaoyer has worked hard in Chunlu for so many years. She saw Su Lingqin's tricks and wanted to stop it. But Su Lingqin spoke. Miss Xiaoyer, you can rest assured to serve by my side in the future. The old housekeeper has bought back your contract for 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels? Xiaoyer couldn't stay calm. The most expensive girl in Chunlu only cost 30,000 taels. Why was it 100,000 taels? Miss Xiaoyer is so expensive. But since I like her, it's worth it no matter how expensive she is. Just because I had eaten a bite of food, I was extremely satisfied with Su Lingqin. When I heard this, I put down my chopsticks. 100,000 taels? Yes, 100,000 taels. Su Lingqin saw that someone felt sorry for her, and thought that she wanted 30,000 taels. But she had to give 100,000 taels. This was the effect she wanted. I like Miss Xiaoyer. 100,000 taels is not a lot. First, it proved that as long as Li Junxian liked her, Su Lingqin would not feel sorry for this little money. And then proved that, look, a girl at a brothel is so expensive. Don't go to such a place to spend money in the future. Su Lingqin is a man of action. At the dinner table, he talked about the money for Xiaoyer's redemption, and gave Li Junxian a woman. After dinner, he left as if nothing had happened. Li Junxian rarely got drunk. Not long after, the old housekeeper came and told Li Junxian about the current situation of the Li mansion. Li Junxian paused for a while. What did you say? Today, I used half of the cash in the mansion to redeem Miss Xiaoyer. Do you think you should explain this to the lady? The old housekeeper looked as if the sky had fallen. Li Junxian was also shocked by the number he heard. At this time, Miss Xiaoyer just brought bird's nest and shared it with Li Junxian. Miss Xiaoyer was angry at Su Lingqin's behavior at the dinner table. In order to please her, she just ran into the gun. Master, I just stewed the bird's nest for you. Come and try it. Bird's nest? Li Junxian's eyes were too cold when he looked over, and he stopped Xiaoyer's steps abruptly. Xiaoyer had been in Chunlu for so many years, and she immediately became alert to the man's eyes, and came to Li Junxian with a smile. I know that Master is in good health and doesn't need these, but I think Master has worked hard for this family, and should enjoy the best. Li Junxian had just felt a little dissatisfied with Xiaoyer, and was instantly captured by a sentence. No problem. Eat if you want. This little thing is nothing. Li Junxian came to Xiaoyer with his arms around him, and the two began to eat birds' nests. The old housekeeper was watching from the side, and he couldn't bear it, so he left while they were being sick. Turning around, the old housekeeper came to Su Lingqin. Madam, Lu Qiqi was drinking tea, and when she saw the old housekeeper coming, she just glanced at him. What's the matter? Old housekeeper? She knew that Lao Li was dead, and it was also a revenge for her father. Thinking that the old housekeeper was also involved in this matter, she still disliked the old housekeeper. If this person was not still useful, she would have taken action long ago. The old housekeeper saw that the lady was not drinking tea, but more like the bitter gourd tea that ordinary farmers made themselves. He thought that the lady of the Li mansion drank bitter gourd tea, and the little fish girl was eating money. He was angry and said it directly. Madam, there is not much money in the mansion. What do you think? Just let me handle this matter. Su Lingqin took a sip of bitter gourd tea. Her mouth was bitter, but she felt sweet in her heart. In order to come back at the agreed time, she made a lot of preparations in advance. Now it's just the beginning. Everyone should bear it slowly. My master said that the lady is the mistress of the house, and these things will be handled by the lady in the future, the old housekeeper said cunningly. Su Lingqin was not surprised to hear this. This matter is easy to handle. In the future, the mansion will start to save money. If it is not necessary, just save it. What about the master? Li Junxian spends all day with Miss Xiaoyer, eating and drinking together, and he is almost talking about Miss Xiaoyer's side. The master is the pillar of this family, so he is naturally the best. Then, the old housekeeper couldn't make up his mind and deliberately put all the responsibility on Su Lingqin. Everything remains the same. Yes. The old housekeeper took the order and left. Chuanji stepped forward. Madam, Miss Xiaoyer is too much. She eats bird's nest after dinner every day. Su Lingqin showed a hurt look. Who made her the master's favorite now? What can I do? I think the old housekeeper is deliberately making things difficult for the lady. Huang Ju arrived indignant. Su Lingqin seemed to be annoyed by what they said, and kept drinking queuing tea without saying a word. She was already very happy about their internal strife. According to the current situation of the Li mansion, the money in the mansion can't last long. If Miss Xiaoyer makes a few more big moves, the Li mansion will soon be empty. Because of Li Shangshu's imperial examination, the Li mansion has a bad reputation until now, which has led to a sharp decline in the business of the shops outside. Li Junxian, who doesn't know how to restrain himself, will soon face the situation of empty body and empty private treasury at home. At this rate, before the end of the year, Li Junxian will start to sell the property of the Li mansion for his enjoyment. At that time, the Li mansion will appear in front of everyone again, and no one can save it. If the Queen Mother's birthday is used to stimulate it during this period, the Li mansion will perish faster. That's when she really wants to take action. The next day, Xiaoyer brought this opportunity to her. Xiaoyer liked a set of headgear and wanted to buy it back. When she went to the account office to ask for money, she said that Su Lingqin must allow it, and Xiaoyer was immediately unhappy. The entire Li mansion belongs to Li Junxian. How can she be happy with a woman who can't stand up to the stage and suppresses her everywhere? Madame Su, my master asked me to take 1,000 taels from you. Xiaoyer stretched out his hand to Su Lingqin for money. Chapter 471 Queen Mother's Birthday. Su Lingqin looked at Chuanju. What's going on? Chuanju explained. Lady was away some time ago, and Miss Xiaoyer would go directly to the account office to withdraw money. Now that lady is back, according to the rules, she should get permission from lady to withdraw money. Su Lingqin nodded, and seemed to remember this matter, and looked at Chuanju. You go? Yes. Chuanju got Su Lingqin's permission, looked at Xiaoyer and said, Miss Xiaoyer, please come this way. Xiaoyer saw that Su Lingqin was not angry, and said, 1,000 taels is for the headwear, and 2 robes were customized for me. Take them all together. Su Lingqin still didn't look at Xiaoyer, and nodded at Chuanju. Xiaoyer didn't stay any longer when she saw this, and left quickly. Not long after, Chuanju came back from outside angrily. Madam, that Xiaoyer is so hateful that he took away 3,000 taels at once. Su Lingqin sighed. Who let Master Bu like it? The meaning of the several times was that even if the family was living off the land, as long as Master Bu liked it, everything could be made an exception. The 4 maids got tacit approval from Su Lingqin, and worked harder in front of Li Junxian at dinner. Su Lingqin successfully saw Xiaoyer's face change, and also saw the desire in Li Junxian's eyes. Sure enough, that night, Xiaoyer fell out of favor. She was alone in the empty room, and Chuanju successfully climbed onto Li Junxian's bed. The next day, Su Lingqin knew that Xiaohe, who was beside Xiaoyer, was beaten. The third day, Xiaoyer successfully snatched Li Junxian back from Chuanju's hands with his many years of experience in Shanlu. In order to save face, Chuanju joined Xiaoju and successfully served Li Junxian from Xiaoyer. After a while, someone started to do it secretly, and then it was done in public. Su Lingqin only took half a month, and Li Junxian seemed to be squeezed dry all day, and he looked several years older. The old housekeeper was anxious, and went to Li Junxian to persuade him several times. But it didn't work. He originally put all his hopes on Su Lingqin, but he miscalculated again. What he never expected was that Su Lingqin didn't stop him, and picked 3 girls with clean family backgrounds from outside to give to Li Junxian. Li Junxian was even more satisfied when he saw Su Lingqin, who became more and more human after going to Tianhua Temple. He lived a decadent life every day, not knowing that his good days were coming to an end. Seeing that the Queen Mother's birthday was approaching, the old housekeeper carefully selected gifts for Li Shangshu every year. Seeing the empty storehouse, he really had no choice but to ask Su Lingqin for help. Madam, the Queen Mother's birthday is coming. What do you think? In previous years, the old housekeeper took care of it. This year, I am relieved to leave it to you. It's not my business. This is Su Lingqin's attitude towards work. Now I have a poison attack every now and then, thinking that the person who poisoned me is related to Li Shangshu. It can be said that Li Shangshu did it on purpose. If Li Shangshu hadn't died, she would have stabbed him twice more, giving her power, depriving her of her children, and letting her endure the pain of poisoning. How could she not know that Li Shangshu didn't trust her, but knew that Li Junxian couldn't run the family? So he handed her over to a dying person, and arranged everything for Li Junxian. After she ran the family for a few years, her body was hollowed out, and the entire Li family still belonged to Li Junxian. Where in the world is such a good thing? Since you want to empty your body, then empty Li Junxian's body first. Madam, there is really nothing worth showing off in the warehouse. Look at this. The old housekeeper had to tell the whole story. How could the Li family, with such a large family business, not even have a decent thing to give away? Su Lingqing obviously didn't believe it. The old housekeeper had no choice but to say, "Everything in the warehouse has been pawned by the master." Su Lingqing looked surprised. And the old housekeeper added again, "What the old slave said is true." Su Lingqing couldn't accept the reality, and went to the warehouse to check it out in person. When Li Shangshu was alive, there were so many good things in the warehouse that it couldn't be put in. It's been so short. And it's empty. Su Lingqing seemed unable to accept this situation, and was frightened and collapsed on the ground. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi is choosing a gift for the Queen Mother's upcoming birthday. If it were someone else, they would just give something casually. But the Queen Mother is different. Recently, Lu Qiqi visited the Queen Mother several times, and they got along very well. It seemed like Lu Qiqi had one more relative in the lonely palace. Thinking about giving gifts to elders, it is not good to be too perfunctory or too casual. She picked and picked in the storeroom of the East Palace, but didn't find anything she liked. The four maids saw that the crown princess was so entangled. They couldn't figure it out. It was just a gift. She should pick an expensive one. If not, she could give a ginseng that was hundreds of years old, which would be great. Crown princess, what do you want to give the Queen Mother as a birthday gift? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi shook her head. I don't know either. Anyway, none of these will work. Chunbai was speechless. Crown princess wants to give something meaningful? That's what I mean. That's easy. If it's an ordinary family, they would give birthday peaches to their elders. Birthday peaches? Lu Qiqi seemed to know what she was going to give. Crown princess, I know what to give. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Qiqi took on a lot of responsibilities, and after a few days of entanglement, she suddenly let it go. The four maids saw that the crown princess did nothing and returned to her original state. It seemed that the crown princess's anxiety in the past few days suddenly disappeared. The four maids looked puzzled, because of the incident of mistaking menstruation for pregnancy. The four maids were much more cautious, and did not say anything nonsense. Lu Qiqi thought of the special birthday gift, and felt relieved. She lay on the recliner in the flower room and read the storybook. The prince came back from the imperial study early, and saw the woman reading in the flower room. He was really surprised. He looked at the four maids, and they all shook their heads. The prince was surprised. The woman thought of a good birthday gift so quickly? Walking into the greenhouse. Qiqi, what gift are you going to give? Lu Qiqi looked up from the book and looked at the prince, who had returned, thinking that her mood had made him busy these days. She felt sorry, but didn't want to say it now, so she could only keep it a secret. You will know that day. So mysterious? Yes. Even I can't tell. What is our relationship? Why should I tell you? The prince was not angry after being rejected. He lay on another recliner in a good mood and picked up a collection of poems to read. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi glanced at the four maids at the door. The four maids understood and started to get busy one by one. Lu Qiqi continued to read the storybook. When the four maids prepared the food, the two walked into the house together. Really not telling? The prince was curious about what gift the woman gave. You will know soon. What else can the prince say after talking about this? The two sat at the table and started eating. Lu Qiqi picked up the chopsticks and looked at the prince. Prince, do you know how old the Queen Mother is? This question stumped the prince. You don't know? Do you? The prince was looked down upon by the woman, and hurriedly explained. She should be in her 70s. 70 or so? No one knows the Queen Mother's exact age. And no one knows her real birthday. Chapter 472. If you want to act, you can get out of here. Lu Qiqi frowned. What did you say? How can you celebrate your birthday if you don't know your birthday? The Queen Mother's birthday is the day she entered the palace, not her real birthday. Lu Qiqi didn't expect this to be possible. Why? The prince seemed to have finally turned the tables, and said confidently, no one knows when the Queen Mother was born. No way. You should have heard of people using birth dates to harm people. Right? Lu Qiqi understood that this was the sadness of being in a high position. Really no one knows. If you really investigate, it's not a difficult task. But few people are willing to do something that takes time and effort. The Queen Mother has come to this point, and there are not many people who want to harm her. Lu Qiqi nodded. It should be said that those who wanted to harm the Queen Mother were eliminated by her herself. Thinking of this, he asked again, Don't you all believe in determining fate by looking at the time? If you really don't know, how can you determine it? Face reading. According to what you mean, the Emperor's birthday is also fake? It's real. Why isn't the Queen Mother's? The Queen Mother is from the Witch clan. Lu Qiqi finally understood that this method was to erase everything a woman had outside the palace, so that women who entered the palace would live for the royal family, and cut off their improper thoughts about their mother's clan. Is the Queen's birthday also fake? The prince saw that the woman really didn't know about this, so he simply explained it clearly. The queens of all dynasties were legitimate daughters of the Witch clan. As long as a legitimate daughter is born, everyone involved in the delivery will die, and no one will know. The mother should know. Right? No. Why? Before giving birth, the mother will be taken to a sealed courtyard. The room is pitch black, and you can't tell how much time has passed. After the baby is born, she will live in it for a few days. For this reason, no one knows the real time. Lu Qiqi suddenly laughed. Does the Wu clan still have a legitimate daughter now? They are all dead. The biggest credit goes to the prince. The woman he doesn't like wants to sit in that position, and he doesn't even give her a chance. Looking at the silly woman in front of him, thinking that he has done so much for her, but she still doesn't know. He suddenly feels very wronged. Who will be your queen after you ascend the throne? You? Lu Qiqi was like being struck by lightning, and she didn't react for a long time. The four maids were happy for the crown princess. The crown prince finally said this, and they were happy for the crown princess. Lu Qiqi was stunned by this sentence. She couldn't taste the food. She didn't know when the crown prince left. When she woke up, she was facing four extremely excited faces. Congratulations to the crown princess, Chunbai and others said in unison. What are you congratulating? Congratulations to the crown princess for being the future queen. The fact that the Wu clan's legitimate daughter would become the queen of Qin was broken by Lu Qiqi, and the great news made the four maids excited. They all knew that the crown princess should be the future queen, but this was just a matter of course. If another legitimate daughter of the Wu clan appeared, the crown princess's progress might be in vain. The words of the crown prince gave them a reassurance. Lu Qiqi said blankly, "Why do I feel that this is not a good thing?" Crown princess. The four maids knelt on the ground in unison. Lu Qiqi murmured to herself, I am not opposed to being a crown princess, but I have no such plan for the queen. Why? Being the future queen is what everyone dreams of. Why do you? Chunbai said. Look at the queen mother. Then look at the queen, and you will know. Everyone was silent. The queen mother and the queen are the masters of the palace, and no one dares to refute them. But they are all pitiful people. Without children, there is no hope for everything in the future. Even if you are alive and have a superior life, your heart is still bitter. Because of the words of the prince, she was forced to step into reality in advance. She did not plan to be the queen, just because she was narrow-minded and could not accept being busy acting as a harem like the queen, and having to guard against so many women. Now she has the prince in her heart, and the prince can also dote on her alone. What about the future? Whether it is a heartbeat by chance or a flattery sent by others. After a long time, everyone is willing to see younger and more beautiful ones. Just found out what birthday gift to send to the queen mother. Now the smile is completely gone. Let me be alone. After Lu Qiqi said that, she stood up and went to the inner hall. Chunbai was worried that the crown princess would have wild thoughts, so she had to follow her in. Crown princess, this is a good thing. Why do you have to think so much? Lu Qiqi lay on the bed and looked at Chunbai. I want to be alone. Your servant will accompany you. Lu Qiqi did not insist, and let Chunbai stand by her side. Chunbai was so worried that she simply said, in the past, the crown prince had no shortage of women, but now the crown prince has only you. The crown princess, by his side. Doesn't this mean anything? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai, and she knew some things in her heart, but she didn't want to say them. The system also popped up at this time. What if the prince only favors you? Lu Qiqi. Is it possible? System. Who can tell clearly what has not happened? Lu Qiqi said perfunctorily. That makes sense. System. Think about it carefully. Maybe the prince is an exception. Lu Qiqi was silent. System. Don't jump to conclusions about things that haven't happened yet. As if you will travel through time. Lu Qiqi's gloomy heart began to revive because of these words. Yes. How could she be so upset because of the prince's words when it hadn't happened yet? Besides, what if the prince really did it? Will the abandonment and alienation now push the prince further away? Chunbai was still muttering. Crown Princess, you are so wrong. You made me very sad by doing this. The knot in Lu Qiqi's heart was untied. And she said, why are you sad? I was still thinking about becoming the old nanny beside the queen and accepting the salutes of many maids. But you want to be a deserter now. I won't have that chance. Old nanny, you are dreaming. At that time, you don't know where you will be holding your grandchildren and playing with them. I said, I will serve you all my life. After saying this, Chunbai ran out angrily. Lu Qiqi was confused by Chunbai's actions. Just as she was about to get up, she heard Chunbai's louder accusations outside. I hate the crown princess. She doesn't care about slaves at all. Are you thinking too much? Why would the crown princess care about you? A maid? Yu Dai ruthlessly pointed out. I am the crown princess's maid. Chunbai said. We are all the crown princess's maids. And none of us are as inappropriate as you? Why am I inappropriate? Chunbai felt even more wronged. You dare to order the crown princess to do something? Just for this, I can drag you out and chop your head off. Chunbai was frightened by these words and burst into tears. The four people were acting hard. And suddenly Lu Qiqi's voice came from above their heads. If you want to act, you can get out of here. The four maids ran away as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Qiqi laughed without any image. Chapter 473, Arranged Marriage. Lu Qiqi came to the bedroom again, holding the storybook in one hand and reading it. And the system's various mocking voices were in her ears. You are the crown princess. But you are bullied by a few maids like this. You are too incompetent. Lu Qiqi said while reading the storybook. If you are capable, you can be the crown princess. System. That's all you are capable of. Lu Qiqi retorted. I am indeed not as capable as you. You can even pull me from the modern world to this strange time and space. System. Ahem. Lu Qiqi. Are you guilty? System. No. I just found out about a big melon and was shocked for a while. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. You should watch it yourself. After saying that, a large screen appeared in front of Lu Qiqi. The protagonist on the screen was Su Lingqin. She left Tianhua Temple and did not return directly to Li Mansion. She returned to the courtyard where she used to live with Su Xiaocai and stayed there for 2 days. During these 2 days, she stayed at home during the day and never went out. At night, she moved frequently. At first, Lu Qiqi didn't know what the system wanted her to see. There is no Li Shangshu in the Li Mansion now, because of the leak of the imperial examination questions. With the death of Li Shangshu becoming a thing of the past, the Li Mansion will never have the glory it once had. Su Lingqin was pregnant. The last time they met at Tianhua Temple. Judging from the situation, the child was gone, and she was poisoned. She was able to come back alive, which should mean that she had let go of many things and wanted to live an ordinary life. However, leaving late at night was obviously not that simple. In the later screens, Lu Qiqi saw Su Lingqin's ambition. After watching the scenes one by one, Lu Qiqi spoke affirmatively. Su Lingqin's goal is the Li family. System. You also figured it out. Lu Qiqi. Why do you want me to see this? System. Su Lingqin can do this. Why do you think you are so pessimistic about yourself? Lu Qiqi was silent for a while, and asked again. Why do you want me to see this? System. Inspirational. Lu Qiqi. Why do you want me to see this? The system obviously couldn't stand the same words for the third time. Su Lingqin will have 1,000 connections with you in the future. Lu Qiqi thought about what the system said, and knew about things related to herself. Thinking back to the big gossips the system said, it turned out that there was a mystery. Smart Lu Qiqi didn't point it out, looking forward to hearing the big gossips of some people around her from the system. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Qiqi asked, how is Yinlinger? The system was obviously relieved. Nothing serious. Just rest for a while. Lu Qiqi. The situation that day was indeed dangerous. Why did Yinlinger get hurt? And there was no one around her. Why aren't Madame Su and her maid here? System. The big stone on Yinlinger was thrown by her maid, who took advantage of the chaos to escape after succeeding. Lu Qiqi. Where is Madame Su? System. Guess? Lu Qiqi. Is Madame Su not here? System. She's not here. But she's meeting a man. Lu Qiqi. Did Madame Su and Zhu Chong rekindle their old love? System. It's possible. Lu Qiqi was relieved to hear that Yanlinger was persecuted by the maid around her. But Madame Su was still a good person. She knew about the relationship between Madame Su and Zhu Chong. So she asked, "Can Madame Su and Zhu Chong have a result?" System. No. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes in anger. You deliberately misled me? System. What I said is true. The two of them cannot transcend the secular concepts, and are destined to be tragic. Lu Qiqi thought of Su Lei, who was still there. Although Su Lei did not get a good score in this imperial examination. After all, Mrs. Su should have some concerns about having a child. This is someone else's family affair. So she couldn't say much. She changed the subject again. Didn't anything else happen that day? System. Nothing serious. Lu Qiqi. It's been so long since the incident. What did the prince find out from the big shots in Huagu? System. The people who were bitten out were all small minions. And they were all caught by people arranged by the prince. Lu Qiqi knew that the prince's move did not seem to have much impact on Huagu. And the arrest of people should also make Huagu quiet for a while. Thinking about it, he asked again, "How is Ma Xingyuan now?" System. Because of the incident at Tianhua Temple, Ma Xingyuan did something secretive. But his father still found out and tortured him secretly. Lu Qiqi felt distressed. Should I go see him? System. You will meet soon. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of the Queen Mother's birthday. Although it was not real. It was just the day she entered the palace. For this reason, Lu Qiqi thought it would be best to meet. Princess Hongyu should also appear. Right? System. She will appear that day, and will be arranged to marry. Lu Qiqi. Who? Lu Qiqi thought it was very likely that it was the prince. And then she remembered that there was a General Beidou beside Princess Hongyu. Princess Hongyu has been in the capital for nearly a month. And this person has not left. Don't these ministers of the state of Chen think it's suspicious? System. Ask the prince about this. Lu Qiqi. The emperor doesn't care? System. No matter. Lu Qiqi. Did no one find out that Princess Hongyu and General Beidou have an ambiguous relationship? Lu Qiqi can treat other people's affairs as big gossip. But her mind starts to get confused again about her own affairs. The stimulation brought by the prince has been resolved. For Lu Qiqi, eating gossip is the most important thing. And Princess Hongyu was eating while being served by the palace maids. And General Beidou came back from outside. The palace maid saluted General Beidou, turned around and left, walked to the door, and closed it. Princess Hongyu stood up, her eyes full of General Beidou. You are finally back. After leaving for 3 days, Princess Hongyu was very worried. Yeah. General Beidou took off his cloak, and Princess Hongyu took it and put it aside. After General Beidou sat down, he saw the light dishes on the table and asked, "Is this the meal they prepared for you?" Princess Hongyu saw that General Beidou was angry, and said softly, "This is not like Wu. That won't do. You are the princess of my Wu country. How can you be bullied by them like this?" General Beidou slapped the table, stood up suddenly, and walked out. Princess Hongyu sat down and continued to eat. She was used to what had just happened. When Princess Hongyu finished eating, General Beidou just came back. And soon, new food was served again. This time it was much richer. Princess Hongyu sat next to him, concentrating on pouring wine for General Beidou. General Beidou ate while enjoying Princess Hongyu's careful service. As an emperor, he didn't live as comfortably as he did. Princess Hongyu saw that General Beidou had almost finished drinking, and asked, "You have been in Qin for so long. I wonder what the Emperor of Qin is going to do. The Queen Mother's birthday will be in a few days, and then Qin must give me Wu an answer." Princess Hongyu's eyes dimmed when she heard this, and she looked at General Beidou with tears in her eyes. "Then, what should I do?" General Beidou sighed. "I really want to take you back to Wu." But Princess Hongyu couldn't accept the reality when she heard this, and ran out crying. General Beidou saw people running out, turned around and continued drinking, one cup after another, with no intention of stopping. The maid who had just left came again. "General, Princess Hongyu is crying." General Beidou heard it, but just paused in drinking, and didn't say anything. Princess Hongyu ran out crying, hiding in a corner, buying her head between her legs, and her body seemed to be trembling slightly. "I can't be with my beloved, so I can only vent my dissatisfaction in this way." After the people watching around her left, Princess Hongyu looked up and glanced around. Her eyes were calm again, as if the person crying just now was not her. Chapter 474. The future of the Su family is promising. Su Mansion. Mrs. Su held the medicine bowl and personally helped Yanlinger take medicine. Yanlinger felt a little embarrassed to be served. She wanted to take medicine by herself several times, but was rejected by Mrs. Su. "Mother, your daughter-in-law can take medicine by herself," Yanlinger said. "Be obedient." After taking the medicine, there are still things to deal with. Yanlinger saw that Mrs. Su was so insistent, so she could only let Mrs. Su feed her medicine. Since the death of Minister Su, the Su family is no longer as prosperous as before. The relationship between Yanlinger and Mrs. Su is much closer. Now Yanlinger completely regards Mrs. Su as her own mother. As for the injury that day, she knew that it was the maid who did it. The maid ran away that day, and she was lucky to save her life with the help of the crown princess. However, her waist was injured, and she has been lying in bed to recuperate these days. During this period, Mrs. Su has been serving by her side, which touched Yanlinger very much. Her mother, Madame Yin, had also come here. There were still so many things in the Yin family that needed to be handled by Madame Yin. She felt sorry for her daughter, but she couldn't stay here every day. During this period, Su Lei had changed a lot. He failed the imperial examination this time, so he sought a job in the court. He was the recorder of Jingzhou Prefecture, recording some things that happened in Jingzhou Prefecture. Although the official position was not high, it was also a responsibility that a man should have. What she didn't expect was that when everything was getting better, the maid next to her did such a thing again. A bowl of medicine was quickly finished. Madame Su handed the medicine bowl to the maid next to her and took it away. Soon, the housekeeper came with a man. Yanlinger saw that the other party was in a mess. Like a beggar, the moment he opened his mouth, Yanlinger was angry. It was Xuelan, the maid who had been with her for many years, and the one who had done evil to her. "Young madam, spare me. I was threatened by someone and had to do this. I beg you to spare me." Mrs. Su left the matter to Yanlinger to handle, and said nothing. Yanlinger looked at Xuelan, whom she treated like a sister, and said, "How many years have you been with me?" To answer the young madam, "It has been 10 years. How have I treated you in these 10 years? Xuelan bowed her head in shame. "Someone threatened the lives of my parents, and I had no choice but to. So you had to do it to your master?" Yanlinger was angry. Even if she was threatened, if Xuelan told her, she would be able to find a way out instead of killing her. Xuelan knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. Yanlinger was angry and wanted to know who had attacked her. "You said someone threatened you?" "Yes. What I said is true. I would never dare to violate the young lady." "Who threatened you?" "Yes." Before Xuelan finished her words, an arrow suddenly flew over and shot through Xuelan's neck on the spot. Before Xuelan finished her words, Yanlinger saw Xuelan, who was unwilling to close her eyes, and she turned her head sadly. Mrs. Su was not surprised by the scene. She was busy comforting Yanlinger. "It's okay. Everything is over." Yanlinger forced herself to calm down. At this time, she heard the movement outside. Mrs. Su comforted Yanlinger. "Don't worry. You will soon know who attacked you behind your back." Not long after, Yan, the staff officer, Yanlinger's father, walked in from outside. "Father? Since Yanlinger's accident, my father has never seen her. Why would he come at this time? That man escaped." Mrs. Su's eyes darkened when she heard this. "No clues?" Staff officer Yan shook his head and looked at his daughter. "Linger, you take good care of your injuries, and your father will definitely give you an explanation." When Yanlinger saw her father was about to leave, she quickly said, "Father!" Staff officer Yan looked at his daughter. "Father, your daughter has guessed who it is?" "Who?" Yanlinger hesitated. "Xuelan is dead. That man should not make any moves in the short term. Why not wait for your daughter to get better and take revenge yourself?" "But, father," Yanlinger coughed twice. Staff officer Yan wanted to say something else, but seeing his daughter like this, he could only agree. "Okay. Wait until you get better and take revenge yourself." Mrs. Su saw this and asked the housekeeper to send staff officer Yan away. If Yanlinger hadn't been sick, even her father couldn't have entered his daughter's room. Madame Su said, "Why do you do this?" Yanlinger looked at Xuelan, who was lying on the ground with her eyes wide open. "You can threaten Xuelan and kill people in the Su mansion. I think he is not an ordinary person. I don't want my father to take risks." Madame Su thought this made sense and said, "You must be careful in the future." Yenlinger nodded. Madame Su said something again. Seeing that Yenlinger was tired, she left. Wait for Madame Su to leave. Xue Lan's body on the ground was also cleaned up. She was alone in the empty room and felt terrified, thinking of the moment when Xue Lan attacked her. It didn't seem like she was threatened. If it was a threat, she would hesitate because of the years of friendship. Xue Lan was quick and accurate, and she was definitely going to kill her. If it weren't for the chaos at that time, if it weren't for the help of the crown princess, she would have died long ago. Thinking of this, she clutched the quilt tightly. Who did she offend that would kill her? Why did Xue Lan hate her? Yenlinger couldn't figure it out, and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know how long she slept. When she heard the movement from the door, she immediately opened her eyes. Yenlinger breathed a sigh of relief when she found that the person coming was Su Lei. Su Lei came up to her. "Are you okay?" Yenlinger shook her head. "Don't worry. The murderer will always be found." With the help of his father-in-law, Su Lei was even more confident about this matter. He had been in Jingjiao Prefecture recently, and when he was reading some files, he found that his father, Su Shangshu, had died strangely. He had begun a secret investigation to find out the truth about his father's death, and he had been investigating Yenlinger's affairs. He didn't want to say it now, because he didn't want to burden a woman. Yenlinger immediately grabbed Su Lei's sleeve. "No! Why? Don't ask anything. Just treat Xue Lan's death as the past. Do you know something? I just know that the person behind it is not something we can deal with now. And I am worried that it will be dangerous to continue investigating." Su Lei was angry. He couldn't accept this statement. Yenlinger spoke again. "The Su mansion is no longer the same as before. If you want revenge, you must wait until we are strong before making plans." Su Lei was even more certain that Yenlinger knew something, and was afraid of danger. So he had to give up. Now he has also experienced some things, and knows that the woman's words are right. He can't bear this breath. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. And it's not too late to take revenge when we are fully grown. Yenlinger forced Su Lei to express his position. She knew that as long as the man agreed, he would do it. Su Lei had no choice but to agree. Yenlinger said again, "Your failure in the scientific examination this time is a good thing for us." Su Lei's face turned bad when he heard this. Yenlinger advised quietly, "Your failure in the imperial examination proves that you are mediocre in talent and learning. Now you are a recorder in a place like Jingjiaoyin, where there are the most trivial matters. You have the opportunity to see some files. You can take this opportunity to carefully observe how others do it, and then make some plans based on their experience. The future of the Su family is promising." Chapter 475 Internal Strife. As a man, nothing is more important than trusting the person you like. Su Lei understands that women want to keep a low profile. Think about it carefully. When his father was alive, who would not go to his house to curry favor with him? Now, if he goes to his father, he may not get a smile. When he reaches the role of his father, Shangshu, who dares to look down on him? Yenlinger was relieved to see that Su Lei finally agreed. She knew her husband well. If she didn't lower her attitude, Su Lei would be the next unlucky person. At this moment, the housekeeper came to report that someone from Jingjiaoyin was looking for him. Su Lei comforted Yenlinger and got up to go outside to take a look. Yenlinger knew that Su Lei had just arrived at Jingjiao Prefecture to work, and was asked about some things by people from Jingjiao Prefecture several times. She knew that Su Lei was too mediocre, and it was difficult for him to make a big career. All she wanted was a stable family. As for revenge, she would investigate slowly. After what happened at Tianhua Temple, she suddenly felt that the death of Su Shangshu was not simple. After Su Shangshu's death, the Su family accepted that statement, and the Su family was quiet for a while. Now that she is in charge of the Su family's business, it has gradually improved. But it happened at this time. She felt that maybe someone didn't want the Su family to have a good life. On the other hand, if the Su family had been like this, would it have escaped danger? Yenlinger sighed deeply. This trip to Tianhua Temple, she experienced life and death, and she was still afraid when she thought about it. Since she came back alive, she must support this family. East Palace. Lu Qiqi was watering the flowers in the flower room, and Yudai came back from outside. "Madam, there is a letter for you." "Who sent it?" Lu Qiqi continued to water the flowers. It was Yenlinger. the young lady of the Su family. When Lu Qiqi heard that it was Linger, she thought of what happened in Tianhua Temple. It had been a long time since then, and she didn't know how she was doing. She put down the watering can, took the letter, opened it, and saw the familiar handwriting. Lu Qiqi was relieved. After reading the letter, she breathed a sigh of relief. Linger is fine. Yes, Yu Dai said. Go pick some supplements and send them over. And tell them that it was my idea. Yes. Yu Dai left in response. Lu Qiqi was happy holding the letter. And she thought of what Linger said in the letter that Su Lei was now a recorder under Jing Zhaoyin. She didn't know much about recorders. And judging from the literal meaning, it was similar to a secretary. As long as her life was better. Lu Qiqi was also relieved. Just when she was happy, she saw the prince coming back from outside, and smiled and waved. The prince came up to her. What are you so happy about? Linger's letter. She said she's fine now. The prince remembered this person. Young lady of the Su mansion? You know? Lu Qiqi asked this question, but felt that it was useless. Xu Chang is the prince's right-hand man. And your right-hand man is trying to rekindle his old relationship with Madame Su. It's normal for the prince to know. Seeing the woman like this, the prince didn't say anything. He bent down and started watering the flowers with a ladle, thinking that the Su family has some skills. Not long ago, Su Lei, who failed the exam, was arranged to Jingzhou Prefecture through Li Shangchu's past relationship. He only found out about this later. He thought of the things in Tianhua Temple. The prince had an idea in his mind. At the beginning, he could let the Su family go once for the sake of the woman. If they want something they shouldn't get, it's best to cut the grass and root it out. Lu Qiqi was happy, and didn't notice the prince's worries. Seeing that there was not much water in the bucket, she asked Chunbai to fetch more water. Hearing this, the three maids all ran away. When they walked away, they saw the princess and the prince in the flower room. They thought they were a good match. With the prince's words not long ago, they looked at him more. They couldn't help but start to murmur about the queen mother's birthday. It would be best if no one made a mistake that day. The prince watered the flowers with all the water in the bucket, and sat casually on the recliner next to him. Lu Qiqi looked over. What's wrong? The prince frowned. A lot of things happened recently, and I'm a little tired. Lu Qiqi started to massage his temples. How is it? Is this strength comfortable? Comfortable. As long as a woman does something for him, he feels comfortable. Lu Qiqi could sense the prince's gradually relaxed state of mind, and said, If you have anything to say, you can tell me. I may not understand it, but you will feel much better if you tell me. There are too many things. I don't know which one to tell me. One by one. You have experienced the incident at Tianhua Temple, and you know how dangerous it was at that time. The real murderer has not been caught until now. If the people in Huagu could be caught so easily, they would not have confused the people for so many years. The prince felt that this was right, and he felt much more comfortable. Li Qiqi said again, You said that a similar thing happened many years ago, but there is still no result until now. This time is different. You don't have to take everything on your shoulders, and don't demand perfection in everything. Lu Qiqi advised. I thought I could. The prince was a little discouraged when he said this. If you think that there are so many things that can be done as you wish, the world will be in chaos. What do you mean? You set too high standards for yourself. You forget that you are also an ordinary person, and should not put so much pressure on yourself. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was about to speak, and blocked him with another word. Don't frown. It doesn't look good. The prince curled his lips and said nothing. Not long after, Chunbai brought water. Lu Qiqi watered the flowers, and the prince was still on the recliner watching the woman work. When the woman was done, the prince wiped the water drops on his hands with a handkerchief. After wiping clean, Lu Qiqi picked up the storybook and read it. The prince asked, During this period, don't you like reading Buddhist scriptures more? You need to be attentive to read that. But this is for entertainment. Prince, why does she have so many twisted ideas? He reached out to grab the storybook and stopped her from reading. Lu Qiqi saw that the storybook was taken away, and rushed over and pressed the prince on the recliner in an instant. Lu Qiqi grabbed the storybook back and wanted to continue reading, but was hugged by the prince. Let go! No! You did it on purpose? Lu Qiqi realized it later. I guess so. Lu Qiqi wanted to push the prince away, but the prince didn't let go. She could only try to convince herself that this was a flower room. And the recliner was relatively low, so no one would see it. Speak. Lu Chichi could only compromise. Talk to me. Talking to a woman can make him feel relaxed. You can talk. But you let me go first. No. Then I won't say anything. Lu Chichi's threat was successful. And the prince let her go. She lay down on her recliner, took out the dried fruits she had stored, and ate them while saying, "What do you want to say? We have captured a lot of people from Huagu, but there has been no movement until now. Why do you think this is?" Lu Chichi crushed a walnut and ate it. Seeing the prince's resentful eyes, she put the remaining walnuts into the man's mouth. What should they be waiting for? Waiting for what? Lu Chichi changed her posture and sat on the recliner. Do you think they are afraid? Maybe? The prince felt that it was more like a big conspiracy was brewing. Lu Chichi didn't know, and secretly summoned the system. What does the people from Huagu mean? System. Internal strife. Chapter 476. The prince consort is the #1 scholar. Lu Chichi. Be more specific. System. The matter of Tianhua Temple was carefully planned by Huagu. And then Ma Xingyuan led people to destroy it. They won and realized that there was a traitor in Huagu. And now they are busy looking for the traitor. Ma Xingyuan's current father has punished him. But he doesn't want others to know that it was Ma Xingyuan who did it. Lu Chichi sighed. Ma Xingyuan is so lucky to have a good father. System. Your father is not bad either. Lu Chichi. My father is naturally the best. System. Your father has already started recruiting soldiers. Lu Chichi's heart skipped a beat. Is it a rebellion? System. You think too much. Someone attacked him several times, and he decided to fight back. Lu Chichi. Are my father and mother okay? System. They are fine. They were all solved by the prince's people. Lu Chichi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Chichi. The prince saw that the woman had not spoken for a long time and had been in a daze. So he gently pushed her. Lu Chichi came back to her senses and said, I think it should be related to the matter of Tianhua Temple. The prince was disappointed. Some people from Huagu were arrested, but they don't know much. Could the people from Huagu have any big grudges with the court? Why do you say that? Why did the people from Huagu help Concubine Wu? Concubine Wu's goal was nothing more than imperial power. Later, Prince Chen died, and Concubine Wu was completely crazy. She also wanted to use the fake Prince Chen to disrupt the court. After the fake Prince Chen's affairs were exposed, Concubine Wu died soon. Now Concubine Wu can no longer enjoy the glory and wealth in the palace. Why is this? Just as she was thinking, Zhao Kai arrived. He stood at the door of the flower room. Your Highness, there is news. The prince heard it, stood up suddenly, bent down and kissed the woman on the forehead, and strode away. Lu Chichi saw the prince's inconsistent expression and asked the system, What does Zhao Kai mean by that? System. We have found the trace of Concubine Wu. Lu Chichi laughed twice. It seems that the key to the whole thing is still Concubine Wu. Lu Chichi. There will always be a result this time. Right? System. Not sure for the time being. Lu Chichi. What else do you know? System. The person who cooperated with Concubine Wu has a low status in Huagu. Even if he asked something, he would not contact important people in Huagu. Lu Chichi's heart was very complicated. On the one hand, she hoped that Ma Xingyuan would be fine. And on the other hand, she hoped that the prince would solve this matter as soon as possible. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was in a daze again, and hurriedly brought tea. Crown princess, drink some tea. It's good for your mouth. Lu Chichi picked up the teacup and drank it in a few gulps. You still understand me the best. Chunbai smiled innocently. Crown princess, can you say what birthday gift you want to give to the queen mother? So you want this? I'm just curious. You can't say it even if you're curious. Lu Chichi stood up and continued to take care of the flowers. Chunbai saw her making an okay gesture to the people at the door. The three maids were speechless and could only accept the defeat. In terms of serving the crown princess, they will never catch up with Chunbai. Chunbai followed the crown princess. She didn't care much about winning, but simply hoped that the crown princess would be happy. The crown prince is so good to the crown princess. I'm also very good to him. Isn't it right for him to be good to me? Chunbai thought. The crown princess is really narcissistic. Lu Chichi looked at Chunbai and said casually, If you envy, you can find one. The crown princess. Oh! Look at my head. I forgot. You said you would serve me for the rest of my life. Chunbai gave the crown princess a look that said you'd know what's good for you. Lu Chichi grabbed a handful of melon seeds and ate them. I'm lucky. Everyone I meet is a good person. Chunbai, you're the first one. It's my duty to be nice to the crown princess. The crown princess was also very nice to her. She knew it in her heart. Lu Chichi grabbed another handful of melon seeds and stuffed them into Chunbai's hands. Chunbai didn't treat herself as an outsider and ate them directly. The two drank tea, ate melon seeds, and talked about personal matters from time to time. Yu Dai and the other two outside couldn't stay any longer and walked in together. Lu Chichi saw them and each grabbed a handful of melon seeds and sent them to them. Eat as you like. Yu Dai, Qing Dai. Zhou Yin knew the style of the crown princess, and they gathered together to talk about the goings-on in the palace. The most talked about thing was about the Queen Mother's birthday. Everyone tried every means to stand out in this birthday party. They all knew the purpose in their hearts, which was nothing more than to get close to the crown prince. As they talked about Princess Wu again. Crown princess. Princess Hongyu is so strange. She has been in the capital for so long, but she hasn't entered the palace yet. Chunbai said. Hasn't she come once? No. I heard that General Beidou has come twice. Lu Chichi thought of the relationship between Princess Hongyu and General Beidou, and suddenly had a headache. The only thing she felt fortunate about was that Princess Hongyu liked General Beidou, and should not have much interest in entering the palace. If she doesn't enter the palace, who will Princess Hongyu marry? Lu Chichi is very curious about this. Do you think Princess Hongyu will attend the Queen Mother's birthday banquet? Yes. Chunbai nodded vigorously. Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yin were worried, thinking of what the prince said. Could it be that the prince said that the crown princess was the future queen in order to stabilize the crown princess? After making the crown princess happy, the prince took Princess Hongyu into the East Palace. According to the current status of the prince, besides the Queen Mother, he should have 2 concubines around him, and even more concubines. Will Princess Wu take advantage of this birthday banquet to designate someone to marry? Chunbai said carefully. In my Qin kingdom, it is not yet the turn of the Princess of Wu to act so recklessly, but the marriage partner should be decided on that day. Who will it be? Lu Chichi thought of what the prince said. Are there any unmarried ministers in the court? Yu Dai thought for a while. There are no ministers who are married, but some of the new officials this year are married. Lu Chichi felt bad. Could it be that the prince meant to choose from the candidates of this year's high school entrance examination? Will it not be the top 3? Chunbai was smart for once, which made the princess' heart beat fast. She hoped that the person chosen by the prince was Yi Mingxiu, because he was eager for success, and it was the most appropriate to choose him. What if it was Hao Ziyu? That person was the lord of Fake Inn Fort. Would the prince point her to Hao Ziyu? Thinking about it, it was unlikely. So, Ma Xingyuan was the most likely. Which government offices did the top 3 go to? The top scholar went to the Imperial College. The second place went to the Dali Temple. And the third place went to Jingzhou Prefecture. Lu Chichi always felt that Ma Xingyuan was the most likely candidate. I think the prince still doesn't know that Ma Xingyuan is from Huagu. It shouldn't be because of this. Even if it's not because of this, Lu Chichi is also very worried. Princess Hongyu is a bomb that will kill people wherever it is placed. Originally, once Ma Xingyuan's identity as the young master of Huagu is exposed, it is unlikely that he will survive. If another danger is put there, it will be even more dangerous. Secretly summon the system. I want to see Ma Xingyuan. System. You can't see him? Lu Chichi is anxious. Why? System. Ma Xingyuan's father hid him to protect him. Lu Chichi is even more anxious. What should I do? System. It's not a bad thing. Lu Chichi raised her eyebrows. Did you know it earlier? System. The prince's first position was the champion. Lu Chichi was angry. Why didn't you say it earlier? System. It won't change even if you say it. You will just worry about it. Chapter 477. Look at my mouth. Lu Chichi was silent. Can't change? System. Everything has 2 sides. It's not necessarily a bad thing for Princess Wu to be with Ma Xingyuan. Lu Chichi didn't believe it. System. Ma Xingyuan can become a prince consort, which is also a kind of protection. Even if Ma Xingyuan's identity as the young master of Huagu is exposed, his life will not be in danger. Lu Chichi knew that this was the case. And it also exposed that the prince was planning to kill everyone in Huagu. Thinking of what the people of Huagu did, it was not surprising that the prince had such a mind. Lu Qiqi. Princess Wu is not worthy of Ma Xingyuan. System. You are too protective of your child. Lu Qiqi. Princess Wu likes General Beidou. System. You are still a modern person. Which woman will not meet a few scumbags? After meeting scumbags, she will understand more considerate. Lu Qiqi didn't want to talk to the system anymore. That person was Ma Xingyuan. And she still couldn't let go. Will Ma Xingyuan be happy in the future? System. Ma Xingyuan will be happy. But Princess Wu may not be. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. Love and be loved. Lu Qiqi understood that Princess Hongyu would fall in love with Ma Xingyuan. But Ma Xingyuan would not fall in love with Princess Hongyu. Lu Qiqi was silent about this. Crown Princess. Who do you prefer? Chunbai was always a bit stupid. Seeing that the Crown Princess hadn't spoken for a long time, she asked boldly. How about I ask the Emperor? Lu Qiqi blocked Chunbai's mouth with one sentence. Chunbai didn't dare to speak. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, Lu Qiqi said, I don't know who Princess Wu's husband is, but I am sure that it is definitely not me. Puff. Chunbai laughed. You dare to think so? The prince's voice suddenly came from outside. The four maids saw it, and hurriedly stood up to salute. Xiao Kai had been with the prince for a while. Seeing them discussing the marriage partner, he was really worried for the ignorant maids. Fortunately, the princess's words later broke the tense atmosphere. Lu Qiqi saw the little thoughts of the four maids, waved her hand to let the four maids leave, and pulled the prince in again. The prince arrived and looked at the ground with disgust. Lu Qiqi understood and shouted at the top of her voice. What's wrong with you? You ate so much and didn't even clean up before leaving. The prince laughed. You didn't eat? No. I just tasted it. You tasted a lot. Didn't you? Lu Qiqi stretched out her rootless finger. That's all. 5? 5 handfuls. Four maids rushed in while the prince and the princess were chatting and laughing, cleaned up as quickly as possible, and ran away again. Lu Qiqi took the prince to sit down, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and gave them to the prince, and then served tea. The prince understood what the woman meant. He didn't say anything, and ate the melon seeds quietly. Lu Qiqi asked, Who do you decide to marry? Who do you think it is? Does it count if I say it? Lu Qiqi knew that the prince had already made a plan, but she was smart enough not to say it. Count. Lu Qiqi rolled her eyes. As long as it's not you. Hee hee. The prince laughed. Okay. Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, flies will fly into your mouth. The prince immediately shut up. There are still flies in winter? No. Lu Qiqi said seriously. The Queen Mother's birthday is coming soon. How about you arrange it? Lu Qiqi blinked. You mean I should arrange the banquet? The prince nodded. No. Why? If he had known that women would have this attitude, he would have refused directly when the Queen Mother mentioned it. Lu Qiqi found a random excuse. I have never done it before, and I am afraid it will not be done well. You are not afraid of not being able to do it well, but you don't want to do it, right? It's the same meaning. Why? Lu Qiqi looked at the prince carefully, without being angry, and she also boldly expressed her thoughts in her heart. If it is done well, it is what I should do. If it is not done well, people will stab me in the back. Anyway, there will be no good results. Why am I so stupid? This is an opportunity that everyone is scrambling for. They are too stupid. You are the only one who is smart? Lu Qiqi chuckled. I thought I had been hiding it very deeply, but I didn't expect you to find it. Narcissism, the prince said with a smile. I have this condition. The prince saw that the woman was floating again, so he simply stopped talking about it and continued the previous topic. Do you really not want to know who the person is who will be married to? Can you tell me? If you ask, I will tell you. Lu Qiqi already knew who it was from the system, so she was not curious now to cooperate with the prince. She asked, Who is it? Guess? Lu Qiqi tilted her head and looked at the prince. You haven't been away for a long time. Why has your mood changed so much? Because you are such a happy person. Now you know my role? Lu Qiqi's tail was raised. For Lu Qiqi, a stable relationship and healthy parents are all she wants. Naturally, it would be best if all the women who have ideas about the prince died. That would be even better. She also knew that it was only a thought, and could not be realized. For this reason, she adjusted her mentality so that everything would not affect her too much. Are you going to ask or not? The prince was a little unhappy to see the woman deliberately changing the subject several times. Lu Qiqi smiled. And seeing the prince rolling his eyes in anger, she could only try to suppress the smile on her lips. I wonder who the prince thinks is the ideal candidate for the son-in-law. Not the son-in-law? The prince corrected. This is related to the dignity and face of the state of Qin. Of course, it is also true. Oh, look at my mouth. Lu Qiqi. Who should be the object of the marriage? The top scholar. Lu Qiqi smiled. And was hit by the system again. The system said that Princess Hongyu and Ma Xingyuan's relationship after marriage. Privately, she was still quite satisfied. Aren't you surprised? The prince couldn't stay calm. I asked you, Dai. And she said that there are no ministers in the court who are not married. It is impossible for the princess of Wu to be someone's concubine. After thinking about it, only the top 3 are the most likely. You are smart. In fact, the princess of Wu can also be someone's concubine. It depends on the identity of the person. When the prince heard that it was not a good thing, he quickly stopped the topic. It's almost time for dinner. What do you want to eat? I like everything you cook. The prince said. I think Wudalong's pancakes are good. The prince thought of the illusion and suddenly felt bitter in his mouth. He wanted to explain. But the woman didn't give him a chance and patted her butt and came over. Seeing the woman heading towards the kitchen, thinking about the woman's cooking skills, he was full of expectations. Zhao Kai came again and whispered something beside the prince. The prince glanced in the direction of the kitchen and confirmed that the woman would not come out for the time being. He hurried to the Dali temple to deal with things, hoping to be back before dinner. Chapter 478. Live in the palace for a long time. Lu Qiqi came to the kitchen and told Chunbai and others to work. Seeing the crown princess cooking, everyone was happy. Finally, they could eat the delicious food made by the crown princess. And they were very excited. Chunbai came over. Crown princess, what do you want for lunch? Wu Dao and Xiaobing. Chunbai's face cracked immediately. Looking at the crown princess, she wanted to say that she was joking. But when she saw the crown princess really making Wu Dao and Xiaobing, she suddenly felt bad. I don't understand where the prince has sinned against the crown princess to make the crown princess so angry. Yu Dai and others were also very nervous. They used to think that Wu Dao and Xiaobing was delicious. But after knowing the illusion, they suddenly thought it was poison. When they saw the crown princess really making Wu Dao and Xiaobing, their hands were shaking while working. Lu Qiqi ignored them and continued to work. She thought Wu Dao and Xiaobing was too delicious. How could she not eat it because of an illusion? Today, she must eat enough. Lu Qiqi was afraid that someone would be really picky about food, so she simply made a few vegetarian buns. As for what someone eats, that is their freedom. She has no right to control. When Lu Qiqi finished, there was no sign of the prince. Later, she called Sun Chao and found out that Zhao Kai had just come. Thinking of the news that concubine Wu had received not long ago, it was so fast. Could it be that she was caught back? The 4 maids saw that Wu Dalong's pancakes were ready, but there was no sign of the prince. Could it be that he was angry? They saw the princess sitting at the table waiting, and thought, what should they do for her? Lu Qiqi was curious about what the prince was busy with, so she chatted with the system. Wu Guifei was caught. System. Now she is imprisoned in the Dali temple. Lu Qiqi. What does the prince mean? System. What you think? Lu Qiqi understood that concubine Wu was already dead in the eyes of others, and it would not matter if she died again, as long as it was not known to outsiders. Things would be simple. Lu Qiqi was thinking. Such a simple matter. Why did the prince need to go for so long? When will the prince come back? System. Soon. Lu Qiqi. You are in a bad mood. System regretted it. It should not have been so fast. This time it was unlucky. Sure enough, not long after, the prince came back. His face was not too ugly. Lu Qiqi knew that it was because the things pried out of concubine Wu's mouth had not yet proved whether they were valuable. Lu Qiqi stood up to greet her with a smile on her face, which made the prince a little flattered. After the excitement, he saw that the woman really made Wu Dalong's pancakes. After meeting Lu Qiqi's bright eyes, he picked up one and took a bite. Delicious. Lu Qiqi followed and ate. The 4 maids saw that the prince was not angry, so they left with peace of mind. It's been a long time since they had Wudalong's pancakes, and they wanted to eat them too. Seeing the prince and the princess eat so deliciously, they ate 3 each. After eating, touching their round stomachs, they finally understood how the princess always eats too much. In the room, Lu Qiqi and the prince ate slowly. After the prince finished the second Wudalong's pancake, he saw that the woman hadn't finished one yet. What's wrong? I was thinking. You said the person to be married to is the champion. Ma Xingyuan? Yes. Is that what you meant? My father is in poor health and has stopped caring about things. If that's what you meant, will you send a gift to the other party when they get married? That's what happened. Who dares to accept the gift from the prince? What are you going to give? What are you going to give for the Queen Mother's birthday? After going around in circles, the question returned to the starting point. Lu Qiqi stopped asking and the prince stopped talking. So the topic stopped there. After dinner, the prince rarely left and read books with Lu Qiqi. The prince was reading a military book, and Lu Qiqi was reading a storybook. Everyone was reading with relish, keeping each other company without disturbing each other. Lu Qiqi didn't read for long and felt a little sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, she left yawning. The prince watched the woman walk into the inner hall and heard the noise. She should go to bed to rest. The prince put down the military book and walked out. Lu Qiqi, who had just laid down, heard the noise outside, but didn't pay attention and fell asleep soon. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. After a little movement, she saw several maids busy. When she walked in, she saw that they were drying radishes under the direction of Shenma. Seeing that it was something she liked, she joined in. There were not many places in the East Palace where radishes could be dried, so she simply went to the large vegetable field at the back. There were only some cabbages and spinach seeds that had just been sown in the vegetable field. Lu Qiqi thought of her allergy to spinach pollen again. She had deliberately misled them, but nothing had happened until now. She suddenly felt that she was smart. If it could be cured, it would be a good thing. While busy drying radishes, she talked to the system. Can my spinach pollen allergy be cured? System. You are already cured. Lu Qiqi. When did it get better? Why don't I know? System. You took so many good medicines from Prime Minister Chu. You would have recovered long ago. Lu Qiqi only then realized that Prime Minister Chu had helped her so much. Is Prime Minister Chu okay now? System. Is he okay? Lu Qiqi. Is her white hair healed? System. It won't be healed. Lu Qiqi sighed. Prince Chu is a good man. He has experienced too many things. System. He has lived long and seen many things. He has accepted them long ago. Lu Qiqi. Can he really live that long? System. If you die, he will be fine. Lu Qiqi's face was full of tears. I died young. System. You are almost living like a 1,000-year-old turtle. Lu Qiqi. Long life is a good thing. System. Have you ever thought about your future? Lu Qiqi. I only think about the time before the crown prince ascends the throne. System. You still don't have confidence in the prince? Lu Qiqi. No. I just think that plans are not as fast as changes, since it changes all the time. Why think too much? System sighed. You will live in this palace for a long time. Lu Qiqi. Do you know something again? System. The secret cannot be revealed? Lu Qiqi chuckled. Just keep it well. Who can predict the future? It's the same now. But who can predict what will happen in the future? Just like in modern times, everyone plans what they should do in 5, 10, or even 20 years. Does she have this opportunity? After thinking about it, it's better to live in the present. I also think that what the system said today is a bit strange. Live like the old cuckold of the year before last. Live a long time in the palace. Does this mean that the prince is too lucky to be able to sit on the throne for so many years? According to the prince's ability, how prosperous will the state of Qin be under his governance? Looking forward to that day. Because of what the system said, she was thinking. When she and the prince are both gray-haired, holding hands and watching the sunset together, that scene should be very beautiful. At this time, Lu Qiqi did not think deeply about the system's words. If it really happened, she wanted to find the system and fight him to the death. Chapter 479. I have something to say. Dali Temple Prison. Mingxi was anxious to send a document to Lord Yin. Originally, it was not his turn as a clerk who had just arrived at the Dali Temple to handle this matter. But the superiors were not there. And this document was urgent. Hearing that Lord Yin was in the prison, he hurried over with the document. As soon as he arrived at the prison, he felt a gloomy atmosphere, as if he was walking on the road to the underworld. After walking for a while, this feeling was quickly interrupted by the sound of ghosts howling. And then he smelled a strong smell of blood. Yin Mingxiu covered his nose and walked quickly inside. Hoped to get things done as soon as possible and escape from this place quickly. Just as he was thinking, he was stopped by someone. "Who are you?" Yin Mingxiu saw that he was wearing the clothes of the prison boss, and he was dissatisfied in his heart. But he lowered his posture. "I am the recorder who just came in, and I have something urgent to do with Lord Yin." The prison boss looked Yin Mingxiu up and down, frowned, and said, "Wait a minute." Yin Mingxiu could only stand there and watch the prison boss walk away. The sound of ghosts and wolves howling around him became louder, and his heart was in his throat. At this time, he was attracted by a girl, and then his mind was drawn to the direction of the sound. He didn't realize that the road he was walking on was a bit remote. There were no cells around, and this road led to the depths. Generally, the people imprisoned in such roads in the prison are special prisoners. Yin Mingxiu didn't know the danger in the depths, and continued to move forward. When he came to the prison, he saw a familiar woman tied to a wooden stake. It's not entirely familiar. It's just because he had seen this lady when he first came to the capital. The noble tone in her words made him realize that the lady was of a prominent status. I wonder what serious crime this lady had committed that she was imprisoned in such a place. At this time, Yin Mingxiu didn't know that this was concubine Wu who had just been brought back for torture. Yin Mingxiu looked at the lady, and suddenly the lady opened her eyes and looked at Yin Mingxiu abruptly. He was startled and stood there in a daze. "Who are you?" I am the recorder of the Dali Temple." "Recorder?" Concubine Wu was in such a mess now. But she didn't change her habit of mocking others at all. "This is not a place for a recorder. Get out." After saying this, blood gushed out from Concubine Wu's wound. Concubine Wu gritted her teeth and didn't let herself speak. Yin Mingxiu wanted to say something, but heard the voice of the prison boss from a distance, and he hurried out. The jailer also noticed the direction Yin Mingxiu was walking from and shouted, "What did you see?" Yin Mingxiu shook his head. "I didn't see anything. Go quickly. The master is waiting for you." The jailer said this and pointed out the direction for Yin Mingxiu. Yin Mingxiu left quickly. While walking, he was still thinking in his heart, "Who is that lady? Why can she have such a noble temperament after experiencing such torture?" Yin Mingxiu met Lord Yin, and after Lord Yin looked at her, he left quickly. When Yin Mingxiu left the Dali Temple jail, he looked back and was curious about the identity of the noble lady. After experiencing such torture, she could still be so calm. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would have screamed long ago. In the jail, Lord Yin saw the prince coming out and bowed quickly. In the past few cases, he gradually stood on the side of the prince. Everything today was done according to the prince's instructions. Having handled cases in the Dali Temple over the years, I thought I had a thorough understanding of many things. But when it came to the prince, I never knew what he would do next. The prince looked outside and turned to look at Lord Yin. "Tonight, remove everyone outside." "Yes. Prepare a death row prisoner and put him." Lord Yin heard the prince's instructions and understood his intentions. What he couldn't figure out was where the prince's confidence came from. Was it because of what Yin Mingxiu had just seen? Thinking that Yin Mingxiu was his subordinate. These things had a huge impact on him and the Dali Temple, because the person standing in front of him was the prince. He didn't dare to ask. When the prince left the secret passage, Lord Yin didn't have time to figure it out and quickly began to make arrangements. "I hope nothing big will happen this night." After the prince left the Dali Temple cell, he came to the imperial study and began to deal with the piles of memorials in front of him. Countless memorials were sent in every day, many of which were flattering. The prince felt it was a waste to read them all, and was worried about missing important information. He knew that most of the memorials were nonsense, but he still picked up each one and read it. At this moment, he really wanted to find someone to share the burden with. And the first person he thought of was Lu Qiqi. Thinking of Lu Qiqi's temper, it would be useless to say this, and he would have to do the hard labor himself in the end. Zhao Kai had been standing by, waiting quietly. Time passed quickly. The prince finally read half of the memorial in front of him, raised his head, moved a little, and then saw the evening. "Zhao Kai. Here." Tell the crown princess that I will not go to dinner. Yes. Zhao Kai left. The crown prince wanted to continue reading the memorials, but he had not seen the emperor yet today. So he got up and went to the Imperial Dragon Palace. When he arrived at the Imperial Dragon Palace, he saw a lively scene. The queen and concubine Shu were both there, and the atmosphere was not very good. The crown prince arrived and looked at the emperor with sympathy. Why are you here? The emperor spoke impatiently, hearing the bad tone. The crown prince knew that he was not here at the right time, and regardless of whether the seriously ill emperor was eaten by two women, he quickly found an excuse. Father, today I have a bold idea. Say it. The emperor said coldly and closed his eyes. Concubine Shu and the queen stood quietly by. Most of the memorials I review every day are useless, and I want to streamline the memorials every day. You can do whatever you want. Leave. The emperor drove him away directly. The crown prince left when he heard this. The queen saw the prince leave and bowed to the emperor. I'm leaving. She didn't even bother to use excuses. The emperor waved his hand, and the queen left. The concubine continued to serve the emperor and never said a word. The queen who left quickly caught up with the prince. Prince. The prince turned around and looked at the queen who was coming. He didn't think the two had anything to say. Prince, I have something to say. The prince looked at the queen, waiting for someone to speak. Do you know why I and His Majesty have come to this point today? The prince raised his eyebrows. I don't know. The queen smiled, very coldly. I was sincere to the emperor, and the emperor only has your mother in his heart. The prince's eyes changed slightly, looking at the queen, thinking that his mother's death was related to her, and he wanted to take action now. Just like he treated concubine Wu, making her live a life worse than death. He really did it. The death of the king of Chu was planned by him. But unfortunately, the queen still doesn't know about it. He thought of concubine Wu again. Concubine Wu was also responsible for the death of his mother. So the prince planned to kill Prince Chen. Concubine Wu's punishment had come, and he was calculating how long the queen's last days would be. I loved your father deeply, and I would protect him even at the cost of my life. You should know the secrets of the Wu clan. Any prince favored by the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, no matter how unremarkable, will eventually sit in the highest position. Chapter 480. Who is the culprit for all this? The prince said. The queen told me that my father's current situation was caused by the queen. This seems to be talking about the throne. And it also seems to be talking about the current miserable situation of the emperor. Without my original choice, there would be no emperor today. The queen spoke her heart out to the prince. The prince sneered and prepared to leave. He was worried that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but attack the queen. He did not want to attack the queen on the occasion of the queen mother's birthday. The queen looked at the prince's back and continued. My sincerity has changed because of jealousy and calculation. I hope the prince will not let the women around him become as crazy as me one day. The prince suddenly stopped, and he knew what the queen was going to say. Lu Qiqi is a good girl. You must not let her down. Don't worry about that. Queen. Lu Qiqi looks lazy and unwilling to fight. She is also a woman. I don't want her to become as crazy as me one day after I sacrificed the entire Wu clan to make her a noble woman. The prince left quickly after hearing this. The queen looked at the back of the prince as he left, thinking to herself that this was all she could do for Lu Qiqi, just because she knew that her days were numbered. She sincerely hoped that Lu Qiqi could get the happiness that she didn't get. The prince walked faster and faster, and when he came to the imperial study, he couldn't read the memorial in front of him anymore. All he could think about was what the queen had just said. The Wu clan was gone. This was something he had been planning for a long time ago. In order to cut off the queen's support. He really did it. The king of Chu and others who had bullied him were all dead one by one. Now there is no suspense in the battle for the throne. He will target those who once forced his mother to death. Concubine Da is. Concubine Qin is. Concubine Wu is. And the queen is one of them. Concubine Da is dead. Concubine Wu will die tonight. Concubine Qin seems to be alive. And she will commit suicide soon after suffering painful torture every day. The queen is still safe and sound. When she was about to take action, the queen suddenly said this. She must have noticed something. What does she want to do? A simple reminder? Just want to stand up for Lu Qiqi. The prince is not stupid. And he doesn't think the queen will be so kind. After thinking for a long time, he didn't figure it out. So he just got up and went to the East Palace. When he came to the East Palace, He heard that Lu Chichi went to the vegetable garden behind to dry radishes. What is radish? When the prince came to the vegetable garden behind, he saw several women squatting on the ground busy. From a distance, they seemed to be looking for treasure. When he walked in, Lu Chichi was holding something white and green in her hand. This is radish. Lu Chichi was blocked by the shadow beside her for a moment, and turned her head to see that it was the prince. Why are you here? It's dark, and I don't know how to go back. You said you wouldn't come back for dinner, so I thought I'd work for a while. Does the princess have work to do? The prince said this, and pulled Lu Chichi away. Lu Chichi was a little passive, seeing that the prince looked unhappy. What happened again? Yu Dai wanted to follow him, but was stopped by Chun Bai. You'd better not follow him. The prince? Yu Dai was worried about the safety of the princess. No matter what happens, the prince will never forget to protect the princess. If you rush forward like this, it's easy to get into trouble. Why? Chun Bai smiled, said nothing, and continued to dry the radishes in her hands. Yu Dai, Qing Dai, and Zhou Yan looked at Chun Bai, who suddenly became different today, and felt that what she said was right. Chun Bai was usually the least intelligent one. No matter what happened, she always rushed to the front. What happened today? Chun Bai finished her work, stood up and saw their expressions, smiled. My name is Great Wisdom. After saying that, she left gracefully. They hurriedly finished their work and followed them back to the East Palace. When they arrived at the East Palace, they saw the prince and the princess eating dried fruits and drinking tea in the house from a distance. The prince told Lu Chichi what happened not long ago, and Lu Chichi did not speak, quietly eating paper walnuts. Speak. I'll make up my mind first. The prince laughed. He was very anxious about the queen's weird behavior. What he was most worried about was that the queen would attack Lu Chichi. Lu Chichi ate 5 walnuts in a row and was about to eat another one, but was stopped by the prince. You've eaten enough. Lu Chichi looked at the walnut skin and felt that it was indeed enough. It's understandable that she did this. What do you mean? If the queen wants to spend her old age in peace, she can only bow to you. Maybe? The prince had already thought about the time to take action against the queen. Lu Chichi thought of the grudge between the prince and the queen. As an outsider, she could not really understand the prince's mood at the time. Now she could only express her views as a bystander. If the queen wants to be like the queen mother, she must do this, indirectly reminding the prince of the relationship between the queen and the queen mother. If he wants to make the queen mother sad, he can do it. It was also a reminder of the consequences of doing so. Without the queen mother would have no relatives in the world, and she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. To put it bluntly, when people reach a certain age, they pay more attention to family affection. Queen mother? The prince's heart sank. The former queen relied on the king of Chu, the Wu clan, and the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. What does she have now? Lu Chichi laughed at herself. At the age of the queen, if she were in an ordinary family, she should have children and grandchildren. Look at the queen. Since the death of the king of Chu, has the princess of Chu brought the child to the palace? Have the princess of Chu and the child appeared in major royal events? Prince, I don't know the queen's experience when she was in the Wu clan. I know that since the queen came to the capital, she has experienced a lot of ups and downs. If she still can't see the reality clearly at this time, she is not the queen. The former queen had her goals and ideals, and now she should just want to survive. The prince lowered his head for a while, then raised his head again, his eyes full of bloodshot. My mother was forced to death by her. Yes and no. Lu Chichi's words were somewhat to help the queen, and it was also a reward for the queen's genuine concern for him. The prince suddenly stood up, put his hands on the woman's shoulders, and kept increasing the strength. I want to avenge my mother. Lu Chichi felt the pain in her shoulder and tried to bear it. You have already started. When the prince heard this, he suddenly collapsed as if he was deflated. In your opinion, everyone in the palace deserves to die, just because they watched coldly when your mother needed help, and none of them extended a helping hand to your mother. If they had a little kindness and humanity, Rong Fei would not die young. But have you ever thought about who is the culprit of all this? After saying this, Lu Chichi stood up and left. She knew that this was all she could do. She could see that the prince ignored the queen in several contexts. Now the only hope is that the queen can be quiet for a while in the future, at least before the prince ascends the throne. No one should die again. The emperor is seriously ill, and there are already some rumors outside that are unfavorable to the prince. If the queen dies, the queen mother will definitely be hit hard. The older generation of the entire palace has died, and the prince really has no relatives. The outside world will not have a good evaluation of the prince. She did this for the queen mother, for the queen, and even more for the prince.